Seeing the images on the screen, Wang Beihai instantly understood. Then, a cold smile appeared on Wang Beihai's lips. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt like my every move since entering here was being watched and controlled. Wang Beihai's expression darkened as he turned to the king of the underworld and asked, "By the way, your majesty, you just said we don't need to go to the underworld palace. Why is that?" "There's no reason. Since we're already here, there's no need for you to come looking for us." The king of the underworld blinked her big eyes, her gaze eerily calm. "No, your majesty. I actually have other matters to attend to in the underworld palace. There's someone waiting for me on the way, and I need to hurry there. Otherwise, once I cross the bridge of forgetfulness, it will be too late." Seeing the king of the underworld's composed demeanor, Wang Beihai felt a bit anxious. Then, as if remembering something, he grabbed the king's small hand and knelt down before her. "What are you doing?" Seeing Wang Beihai's actions, everyone around was astonished. "Your Majesty, I have a request." Wang Beihai held the king's hand tightly, his eyes filled with pleading. "Are you talking about Xiaomin's matter?" The king of the underworld frowned and asked indifferently. Yes, it's Xiaomin. I came here to ask you." Hearing Xiaomin's name, Wang Beihai immediately became excited, but before he could say anything, the king of the underworld pulled her hand away. "Don't think about it. Xiaomin entered the cycle of rebirth half a month ago and has already been reborn." The king of the underworld said coldly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai stood frozen in place. When he came to his senses, he immediately ran to the king of the underworld, unable to believe what he had heard. "I said, stop thinking about her. You can't bring her back. She has completely disappeared from this world." Seeing Wang Beihai's state, the king of the underworld felt a pang of guilt, but she had no choice. Telling Wang Beihai the truth was the best way to handle the situation. "You must be lying to me. This must be a joke, isn't it? Isn't it?" Wang Beihai approached the king of the underworld and grabbed her collar. The king of the underworld's eyes turned cold, and an invisible force immediately repelled Wang Beihai. "How dare you disrespect me? You look truly pathetic." The king of the underworld frowned, clearly displeased by Wang Beihai's rude behavior. Seeing the king of the underworld's angry expression, Wang Beihai collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks as he kept muttering, "It's impossible, it's impossible." "Ah, what is the nature of love?" The monkey couldn't help but sigh at the sight, then approached the king of the underworld. "Come on, little king of the underworld. What's the point of arguing with him when he's already so heartbroken?" The monkey glanced at Wang Beihai and shook his head with a sigh. "Let him be for now." Thus, everyone fell into a silence. Watching Wang Beihai's disoriented state, Nie Xiaoqian in the corner felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. She clenched her fists tightly and, from time to time, tears streamed down her face as well. "Ah, another sentimental soul. What a pity." Just as the atmosphere grew somber with grief, a voice emerged from the void. Hearing the voice, everyone became alert, and the king of the underworld's body stiffened as she frowned. "Who's there? Come out here, you rascal!" The monkey shouted, and two balls of fire immediately shot out of his eyes towards the nearby void. Soon, the flames mysteriously disappeared, and a figure gradually emerged from the void. The person held their hand in front, and the monkey's flames stopped in the air. "Wuxin, what are you doing here?" Seeing the figure, the king of the underworld's expression darkened. "Oh, so it's the legendary demon." The monkey smirked disdainfully, instinctively feeling a repulsion towards Wuxin. "Lord Demon God, long time no see. You seem more spirited." Wuxin ignored the monkey's sarcasm and smiled at him instead. "Heh, thanks to you, I'm still alive." The monkey snorted coldly and said, "But you, demon, why aren't you minding your own business in the Yellow Springs and come here instead?" "Nothing much, just here to fulfill a promise with Brother Wang." Wuxin smiled and, ignoring the monkey, teleported to Wang Beihai's side. Looking at the dazed Wang Beihai, Wuxin gently tapped his forehead. "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" Seeing this, the monkey instantly appeared behind Wuxin. ready to strike with his pillar, but the celestial book suddenly appeared behind Wuxin. "Stop!" the celestial book shouted, and the monkey had no choice but to withdraw his strength and return to his original position. "What are you doing, celestial book?" The monkey looked at the book, puzzled. "Don't rush, just watch. Wuxin doesn't have any murderous intent." The celestial book glowed faintly. At that moment, Wang Beihai slightly startled and found himself in a dark space. "Where am I?" Wang Beihai looked around in confusion. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. "It's you." Wang Beihai looked at the man in front of him in shock. It was Wuxin. "Don't be nervous. I'm here on someone's behalf. Someone wants to see you." Wuxin smiled and waved his hand. From the darkness, a graceful figure walked out. Chapter 552. The Demon King's Legacy. Minner. Seeing the graceful figure emerge from the darkness, Wang Beihai immediately revealed an excited smile, then rushed forward, reaching out to embrace Xiaomin. However, to his surprise, his arms passed right through her. How could this be? The moment of emptiness made Wang Beihai's expression freeze, and he tried to grab Xiaomin again, only to realize that the Xiaomin before him was merely an illusion. How could this be? Once again, Wang Beihai's attempt ended in failure. He turned his gaze to Wuxin, easily reading the sorrow in his eyes. "Alas," Wuxin sighed, stepping forward to gently pat Wang Beihai on the forehead. "Silly child, this is a message the girl left for you before she crossed the bridge of forgetfulness. You should listen to what she has to say." Wuxin's eyes were filled with complexity as he looked at Wang Beihai before slowly fading away, leaving only Wang Beihai and Xiaomin's phantom in the dark space. Huff! Wuxin exhaled deeply in the real world, removing his finger from Wang Beihai's forehead. Seeing this, everyone immediately turned to look at Wang Beihai, who still hadn't woken up. Monkey, in a fit of anxiety, rushed forward and grabbed Wuxin by the collar. "What did you do to him, you scoundrel?" Monkey glared at Wuxin with fiery eyes, filled with anger. "Heh, after such a long time, your temper is still as fiery as ever." Wuxin smirked, his body suddenly becoming ethereal. In the next second, he appeared in a distant location. "Rest assured, I'm just here to fulfill a girl's wish." As he spoke, Wuxin casually brushed his collar, causing Monkey to narrow his eyes. "You demon, let me tell you, if anything happens to Beihai, I won't let you off." After saying this, Monkey snorted coldly and turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai. Wuxin merely shrugged helplessly, a wry smile on his face. At that moment, King Ming suddenly stepped forward, appearing before Wuxin. "Wuxin, no matter what you do, you can't escape the restraints of the underworld. I advise you to stop targeting Beihai." Hearing this, Wuxin revealed a mysterious smile, leaning his head back and looking calmly at King Ming. "After all these years, you still don't understand me. I never do anything without certainty. The restraints of the underworld are strong, but it doesn't mean I fear them. If I want to leave, the restraints of the underworld won't hold me back." Seeing Wuxin's confident expression, King Ming frowned and then looked at Wang Beihai. "Let's see how you plan to leave the underworld with me here." As he spoke, King Ming secretly waved his fingers, sending an invisible energy flying out. Wuxin raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing it, but he didn't stop it, instead appearing even more relaxed. Meanwhile, in the dark world, Wang Beihai, with tears in his eyes, stared at Xiaomin in front of him. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, the longing that was both desired and unattainable, truly heart-wrenching. "Min, this isn't real, is it? You're still waiting for me, aren't you?" Wang Beihai looked at the phantom with great expectation, yet after waiting for a long time, received no response. The surroundings fell into silence once more, faintly punctuated by Wang Beihai's sobs. "Beihai!" Finally, after a long silence, Xiaomin's voice rang out. Wang Beihai immediately perked up, springing to his feet and staring at the phantom with shining eyes. "I'm sorry, Beihai. By the time you see this shadow, I'm probably no longer in this world. I'm glad I met you. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting knowing and loving you." At these words, Wang Beihai's body stiffened, and tears welled up in his eyes like a spring. "No, I don't want to hear this. I just want you by my side," Wang Beihai said, reaching out to touch the familiar yet distant figure, but the result was still disappointing. "Beihai, please forgive my selfishness. I really wanted to wait here for you to come and take me back. But I gave up. I can't do that. You have such great talent and a bright future. You shouldn't risk it for me. Beihai, after I'm gone, you must live well. Forget about me. You will have a better life. Promise me, live well for both of us." With that, Xiaomin's figure began to fade. Wang Beihai, already a weeping mess, rushed forward, hugging the phantom regardless of whether he could touch it or not. Soon, the phantom disappeared, and Wang Beihai stood there with his arms outstretched, frozen in place. For 10 days, everyone stayed by Wang Beihai's side, waiting for him to wake up. During this time, Monkey and the others were not idle. Besides checking on Wang Beihai's condition daily, Monkey would engage in fierce battles with King Ming, ostensibly for practice, but in those 10 days, he left King Ming in a state of constant distress. In contrast to Monkey's liveliness, Nie Xiaoqian and the others were more worried, especially Nie Xiaoqian, who almost never left Wang Beihai's side, fearing something might happen to him. Even a fool could see the affection Nie Xiaoqian held for Wang Beihai. Knowing Wang Beihai's character, the heavenly book could only shake its head and sigh. It seemed that anyone who fell in love with Wang Beihai would suffer misfortune, as if it were fate. In contrast, Wuxin spent most of his time by Wang Beihai's side, occasionally steering the boat of oblivion. Although Monkey and King Ming didn't particularly like him, Wuxin remained indifferent, as if Wang Beihai was all that mattered to him. Just as everyone continued with their daily routines, Nie Xiaoqian suddenly noticed Wang Beihai's body move. She immediately let out a joyful cry, drawing everyone's attention. However, Wang Beihai hadn't woken up yet. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly grew cold, and a deathly aura emanated from Wang Beihai's body. "What is this?" Seeing the gray energy emanating from Wang Beihai's body, Nie Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise, just as Monkey pulled her back. "It's death energy, everyone. Back off!" Monkey shouted, and those around immediately retreated. As the death energy spread, Wang Beihai's hair turned white in an instant. "You bastard! What did you do to him?" Realizing something was wrong, Monkey turned his gaze to Wuxin, who smiled and said slowly, I didn't expect it to actually work. The sorrow of jealousy is indeed the best nourishment for creating the next Demon King." Upon hearing this, King Ming seemed to realize something and quickly moved to Wuxin, striking him with a palm. Wuxin instinctively tried to block, but was sent flying by King Ming, rolling on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, King Ming's expression darkened. "Wuxin, do you know what you're doing?" In response, Wuxin smirked. "I'm not doing anything. I just thought Beihai was promising, so I passed on my power to him." At these words, everyone's faces showed astonishment. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, and a fierce wind blew around him. His eyes glowed white, making him look like the Demon King of the world. Chapter 553. I'm taking him away. Such powerful magic. Is this really Wang Beihai? Nie Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Wang Beihai emerge from the sandstorm, her heart filled with surprise. Yes, that's Wang Beihai, but he's inherited all of my magic, the most perfect creation I've ever crafted with my own hands. Watching Wang Beihai's appearance, Wuxin nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with pride and anticipation. You bastard, how could you do this? The King of Hell immediately sensed something was terribly wrong and rushed forward to grab Wuxin, his eyes filled with anger. Imph, why can't I do this? He has more than one legacy. He can inherit from the Monkey King, the Kuan Pong, and the Arhat. Why can't he inherit mine? Wuxin smirked, then glared at the King of Hell with an accusing look. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell's body stiffened, and he began to ponder. At that moment, a massive fist suddenly appeared before Wuxin. With his remaining strength depleted, Wuxin found it difficult to dodge the powerful punch and was struck directly in the face. He flew backward, rolling on the ground for dozens of circles before finally coming to a stop. Haha, thank you, demon god, for sparing my life. Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood but wore a look of delight, as if the Monkey King's punch wasn't that terrifying. Don't pretend. What you did back then was no different from the demons, and in some aspects, you were even worse. The Monkey King snorted, his eyes filled with fury as he recalled the past. Haha, what I did back then was indeed excessive. But to put it bluntly, if it weren't for the gods of the past who drove me to this point, how could I have risen up in rebellion? Monkey, weren't you in the same situation? Didn't you also fight your way before the true gods? How is it that in such a short time, you've forgotten? If it weren't for the Buddha giving you a chance, how could you have been enshrined as a demon god? Now, standing here spouting lofty ideals, aren't we both cut from the same cloth? Wuxin said, his eyes filled with disdain. Hearing Wuxin's words, the Monkey King's smile completely vanished. As Wuxin said, the past was indeed the fault of the gods. Realizing this, the Monkey King's expression darkened, and his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. You're right, I have no right to lecture you. The Monkey King muttered softly, recalling the past, his heart filled with doubt about whether he was worthy to be a Buddha, and about the justice of the world. As Wuxin mentioned, if it weren't for being chosen by the Buddha, the Monkey King might have also fallen into the path of demons. Seeing the Monkey King's silence, Wuxin let out a loud laugh, his figure exuding a sense of sorrow. Haha, demon god, you understand me the most here. What I did back then was wrong, but now I've steered the underworld for 1,000 years to atone for my sins. 5,000 years have passed, even if I made a huge mistake back then. It's time for me to be free. Wuxin's mouth curved into a bitter smile, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. No, you can't. You want to atone, but I won't allow it. You're a demon. What right do you have to atone? And what right do you have to ask me to let you go? At this moment, the King of Hell shouted loudly. It was clear that he harbored an inexplicable hatred towards Wuxin. Following the sound, everyone turned to see the King of Hell glaring at Wuxin with rage in his eyes. Gods are gods, and demons are demons. As a descendant of demons, what right do you have to ask for our forgiveness? Remember, your demonic actions almost destroyed this world. Wherever you went, there was destruction and desolation. Such a sin is enough to make you steer the underworld for another 5,000 years. The King of Hell spoke with conviction, while the expressions of those around him were filled with something else. Hearing the King of Hell's words, the Monkey King clenched his fists, but after some thought, he chose to relax them. Facing Wuxin, the Monkey King felt no desire to fight at all. Recalling that he too had once been filled with hatred towards the gods, the Monkey King snorted and let go of his aura. Seeing the Monkey King's reaction, the King of Hell snorted and turned his gaze towards Wuxin. Your words might convince the Monkey King, but they won't convince me. In my eyes, you're an evil demon king. Now you've made the king's descendant inherit your evil power. If anything happens to Wang Beihai, I'll be the first to kill you. At that moment, the transformed Wang Beihai suddenly roared, and a terrifying magic power erupted from his body. Soon, gray magic power filled the entire space. Seeing Wang Beihai's current appearance, Wuxin burst into laughter. Haha, what nonsense. What's the difference between gods and demons in this world? The so-called gods and demons are just titles given by the supreme powers at the top. There are scoundrels among gods and good people among demons. Now that I've passed on my legacy to Wang Beihai, if he can endure it, isn't this a great fortune for him? Wuxin snorted, and upon hearing his words, the King of Hell shook his head. And if he can't endure it? Haha, you're full of nonsense. Wuxin, even now, you're still quibbling. I advise you to go back to steering the underworld. I will never let you leave the underworld. The King of Hell shouted, and instantly, a black, semi-transparent barrier appeared, enveloping Wuxin. Seeing this, the King of Hell immediately revealed a smug smile. Wuxin, Now that you've passed on all your cultivation to Wang Beihai, let's see how you escape from the underworld today." The king of hell laughed loudly, but the next moment, a cold wind blew, and his expression froze on his face. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Wuxin, clearly Wang Beihai with his white hair. At this moment, Wang Beihai's eyes glowed with white light, making it unclear whether he was conscious or not. During the king of hell's momentary lapse, Wang Beihai reached out and lightly touched the barrier imprisoning Wuxin. With a slight force, a crackling sound was heard, and then countless cracks appeared on the barrier. Accompanied by a sound of shattering, the seemingly indestructible barrier instantly broke apart. Chapter 554. Enemies of the Underworld. Wang Beihai, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, the king of the underworld's face immediately darkened, and he shouted harshly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai did not answer, merely extending his arm to pull Wuxin up, and then a flash from his spirit ring sent a drop of red liquid into Wuxin's mouth. Wuxin's body trembled, and his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. As the essence of the blood lotus melted in his mouth, the injuries he had sustained earlier began to heal rapidly. Wang Beihai, are you prepared to stand against the underworld? The king of the underworld snorted coldly, waving his hand to send a surge of black energy straight towards Wang Beihai's face. Humph! At that moment, Wang Beihai snorted and waved his hand, intercepting the king's energy. As the dust settled, the white light in Wang Beihai's eyes gradually receded, leaving his gaze exceptionally clear. Your Majesty, the king of the underworld. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with killing intent. I do not wish to stand against the underworld, nor do I have the right. However, I promised Elder Wuxin that I would help him leave the underworld. Today, even if you personally try to stop me, I will take him away. I do not want to fight, so please, Your Majesty, understand and make way. Haha, you're delusional. The king of the underworld sneered, pointing at Wuxin. Do you know who you're protecting? The demon king who stirred the entire world 1,000 years ago. He won't be anymore. Wang Beihai showed no shock at the king's words, instead calmly looking at him, slowly raising his hand to reveal a ball of gray energy. Now, all his power has been transferred to me. He is merely a slightly stronger ordinary person. Your Majesty, why trouble yourself over an ordinary man? Wang Beihai looked expressionlessly at the king, whose face had turned grim. Just as tensions reached a peak, the monkey leaped in front of Wang Beihai. Stupid Beihai, do you know what you're doing? The monkey glanced at Wuxin behind Wang Beihai, then looked at him, blinking repeatedly. Hee, Senior Demon God, I understand your concerns, but Elder Wuxin has done me a great favor, and this time, he bestowed upon me a tremendous opportunity. No matter what, Elder Wuxin is my benefactor. I once promised him that if I ever broke through to the Saint Realm, I would take him out of the underworld. Now, I'm just fulfilling my promise. Hearing this, the monkey nodded thoughtfully. To pass on his cultivation to you is indeed a great favor, but have you thought it through? Wuxin is the underworld's #1 criminal, and the king's attention on him is even greater than that on the demons in the Hell's Eye. If you insist on doing this, you'll be making enemies of the king and the entire underworld. Wang Beihai showed no fear, but instead smiled at the monkey. Senior Demon God, if I feared these powers and became a treacherous person, you'd be the first to kill me, wouldn't you? Haha, indeed clever. The monkey laughed, waving his hand, and the pillar of heaven instantly flew out from behind Wang Beihai. The monkey gripped the pillar of heaven and swung it, then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, laughing. I knew I didn't misjudge you. With your words, I'll stand by you today. With that, the monkey turned to face the king, whose expression was dark. I say, King of the underworld, even if Wuxin the demon had 1,000 faults, he now has nothing. Let him go. What's the harm? After all, you are the ruler of a realm. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Haha, magnanimous? My grandfather and father both died at Wuxin's hands. Such a deep-seated hatred. How can I be magnanimous? The king of the underworld sneered, shouting loudly at the monkey. The monkey frowned, feeling some hesitation upon hearing this, as it was a matter of avenging his father's death. No wonder the king of the underworld has been so relentless with Wuxin. The monkey's eyes darted around. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Should have known better than to show off. Why did you have to make a scene? The monkey lamented inwardly, wishing he could give himself a couple of slaps. Just as the monkey hesitated, Wang Beihai patted his shoulder and said calmly, I appreciate Senior Demon God's intentions, but since this is something I promised Elder Wuxin, I'll handle it myself. Hearing this, the monkey breathed a sigh of relief, about to feign reluctance, when Wang Beihai suddenly took Wuxin into the Black Tower. Wang Beihai, you insist on making an enemy of me? Seeing his actions, the king's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he roared to the sky, causing several figures to appear before everyone. The black and white impermanence, the ox head and horse face, and the three-headed hellhound? Seeing the sudden appearance of these legendary figures from the underworld, the zombie widened its eyes. At this moment, all these figures had appeared, causing the zombie and Ye Shaoqian to worriedly look at Wang Beihai. Seeing this, the Book of Heaven also flew to Wang Beihai's side. Beihai, are you serious? The king of the underworld is serious now. Can you hold out? The book kept flashing, not mentioning Wuxin's matter at all. Don't worry, having absorbed Wuxin's heritage, I've also made a breakthrough. I believe that even if I'm not a supreme being, I can stand up to one. This is a good opportunity to see just how far I've come. Hearing this, the Book of Heaven said no more, only warning Wang Beihai to be careful before disappearing in a flash of white light. Just then, the king waved his hand again, and countless undead soldiers appeared, forming a formation to surround Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, I ask you one last time, are you really going to protect that demon Wuxin? Think carefully, your decision also determines whether you can leave the underworld. The king coldly looked at Wang Beihai. With a wave of her hand, the undead soldiers and her confidants would swarm forward. Even she herself might not last a minute under such an onslaught. If Wang Beihai dared to refuse, she would not hesitate to kill him. Seeing the situation before him, Wang Beihai's mouth curled into a smile. Gods or demons, if such beings exist in this world, there must be a reason for it. Your Majesty, I understand your feelings, but with the impending invasion of the demons, I really don't want to fight you. But today, there will only be one result. I take him away. With that, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, and gray energy once again emanated from his body. As a layer of white light covered his eyes, a loud noise followed, and a pair of enormous wings instantly unfolded behind Wang Beihai. #### Chapter 555 Battle with the King of the Underworld. Witnessing Wang Beihai's demonic transformation, everyone present was struck with awe. Even the ever-knowledgeable Book of Celestial Scripts couldn't help but express a deep sense of wonder. This form, neither demonic nor divine, Wu Xian, you've created a monster. The Book of Celestial Scripts glowed faintly, its words laden with meaning. If he can suppress the demonic nature within my legacy, then no one in these three realms will be his match. You all accuse me of harming others, yet how can you understand my true intentions? Wu Xian's eyes gleamed with madness as he gazed at Wang Beihai in the sky, bursting into wild laughter. The king of the underworld's expression darkened as he glared at Wu Xian and shouted, Wu Xian demon, cease your nonsense. He has accepted your legacy and will inevitably become a demon. Book, seeing Wang Beihai in this state, I will show no mercy. Even if you insist he is crucial in stopping the Yimo, I will not hesitate. I will never entrust the fate of this world to a demon. With a wave of his hand, the king of the underworld unleashed countless wailing spirits that engulfed Wang Beihai in a semi-transparent black haze. Though these spirits were not powerful, their attacks were eerily effective. Ye Shaoqian and the others watching shivered and felt an oppressive dread. Beihai, you must hold on. Ye Shaoqian clenched her fists, anxiously watching the battlefield, praying for Wang Beihai. Boom! Suddenly, A loud explosion erupted from the legion of spirits, scattering them. A gray-white figure soared into the air, flapping its wings and hovering. Impressive, the king of the underworld narrowed his eyes at Wang Bei high in the sky, then waved his hand, summoning a banner with a 5-element pattern. That's the 5 elements banner, Monkey exclaimed, recalling the many troubles it had caused him during his rampage through the 3 realms. Don't worry, it's just a replica, less than a tenth as powerful as the original. The book of celestial scripts floated over and revealed the truth. The king of the underworld snorted coldly. Even a replica is more than enough to deal with that brat. As he spoke, he swung the 5 elements banner, causing countless spirits to merge into a 100-meter-tall giant that opened its mouth to bite at Wang Bei high. Wang Bei high, however, remained calm, even shedding his demonic energy. Hee, a wise decision, brat. Surrender now, and I might spare your life. The king of the underworld laughed triumphantly at Wang Beihai's actions. I don't think so, Wang Beihai smirked, then coldly snorted. A flash of golden light followed, and a golden dragon emerged behind him, coiling above. That's the dragon subduing Dharma body. Everyone was shocked, and even the king of the underworld widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Why can he still use the golden body of the dragon subduing Arhat after inheriting the demonic legacy? His body is already corrupted by demonic energy. Using such sacred energy will surely backfire on him. As the king of the underworld shouted, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged, immediately chanting sutras. The golden dragon roared, spreading golden light from its body. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the spirit-formed monster began to emit black smoke, and countless spirits wailed, their faces appearing on the monster's surface, struggling to escape. The monster's appearance became horrifying. This brat knows the principle that Buddha's light can shatter all evils. His ability to instantly transform is commendable. Monkey narrowed his eyes, looking at the radiant and majestic Wang Beihai in the sky. His eyes filled with admiration. True, but as the king of the underworld said, Beihai's body is already tainted by demonic energy. Using Buddha's light now will undoubtedly backfire on him. The book of celestial scripts expressed its concern. However, during their discussion, the spirit giant was on the verge of collapse. The king of the underworld immediately sacrificed the 5 elements banner, which transformed into 5 beams of light that entered the foreheads of Bullhead, Horseface, White and Black Impermanence, and the Hellhound. In the next moment, the spirit giant crumbled under the Buddha's light, and countless spirits fled, wailing and smoking. At that instant, a massive black shadow soared into the sky, swiftly attacking Wang Beihai. That's the Hellhound. The crowd on the ground finally recognized the shadow. The Hellhound, born from the darkness of the underworld, was far stronger than ordinary beasts. Beihai, be careful, Nie Shaoqian shouted from below as the Hellhound approached Wang Beihai, its massive claws striking down. Hee, long time no see. Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, smiling, then raised his hand and easily blocked the Hellhound's attack. I always say, as a dog, you shouldn't be so violent. Wang Beihai chuckled, then with a casual wave, sent the Hellhound crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Seeing the Hellhound so quickly defeated, the king of the underworld exclaimed, Impossible! My Hellhound has been enhanced by the 5 elements banner. Even a supreme being would struggle. He couldn't have defeated it so easily. Sure enough, as the king of the underworld spoke, the Hellhound burst out from the ground, its forehead glowing with a golden light, and a black armor appearing on its body. That's it. Go. Tear that insolent brat to pieces. The king of the underworld laughed, waving his hand. The Hellhound charged, then spat a stream of fire at Wang Beihai. We'll help you. Bullhead, Horseface, White and Black Impermanence also jumped in, launching a barrage of attacks on Wang Beihai. Chapter 556. The Might of a Supremacy. In an instant, beams of light of various colors shot towards Wang Beihai from the sky. As countless attacks were about to land on him, Wang Beihai remained seated, unmoving. Oh no. Did that Beihai get scared silly? Seeing this, Monkey immediately covered his eyes. Could it be that he was counterattacked by the previous Buddha light? Even the usually calm Heavens book showed a hint of worry. However, the next second, a burst of gray energy erupted, and Wuxin, who was sitting on the ground, immediately revealed a satisfied smile. In the sky, several attacks carrying destructive power instantly hit Wang Beihai. In an instant, the energy exploded in front of him, and the shockwave caused the surrounding space to tremble. Haha, you stinky Beihai, even if I were to take such an attack, I would be heavily injured or even die. This time, I'd like to see how you can dodge it. The King of Hell laughed as he watched the explosion in the sky. Look, what's that? Just as the King of Hell was gloating, the corpse pointed at the sky and shouted loudly. Everyone looked up and saw a huge gray egg appear in the sky. Crack. As everyone's gaze focused on the egg, suddenly, fine cracks appeared on its surface, and then the shell shattered, revealing nothing inside the egg. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing this, the King of Hell realized something was amiss and quickly ordered everyone to retreat. However, the next second, a black ring suddenly appeared, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Oh my, why is it suddenly dark? Seeing this unexpected situation, Monkey immediately roared, his eyes flickering as a flame ignited within them, making everything around him visible again. Suddenly, a painful howl came from the darkness. Monkey looked over and saw a nimble figure swiftly moving through the dark, slashing mercilessly with his sword each time he passed by the King of Hell and his men. In this short moment, the three-headed dog already had several new wounds. This stinky Beihai, he's gone mad again. Monkey narrowed his eyes, observing Wang Beihai's figure, which clearly showed signs of madness. However, thinking about how adept Wang Beihai was at switching forms, Monkey couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After all, the stronger Wang Beihai became, the better it would be for dealing with the demonic invaders in the future. With this thought, Monkey's mood brightened. Understanding Wang Beihai's target, he sat down leisurely, watching the few people being toyed with by Wang Beihai. As the wails continued, the King of Hell finally couldn't take it anymore. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm suddenly appeared, tearing apart the dark space created by Wang Beihai. In an instant, the giant that the King of Hell had used to disguise himself appeared before everyone, bringing with it the long-awaited light. Phew, finally out, almost scared me to death. I don't know who was howling just now. It sounded like they lost their parents. The corpse looked around at the light and couldn't help but complain. Turning his head, he saw the three-headed dog and the King of Hell's subordinates glaring furiously at him, with fresh wounds faintly visible on their bodies. Sorry about that. The corpse's pupils constricted, and he immediately retreated behind the giant snake. Humph, I'll deal with you later. The King of Hell snorted, touched the small sword wound on his face, which healed the next second. Then, with a cold gaze, he looked at Wang Beihai. Stinky Beihai, you've really angered me. As he spoke, the King of Hell's eyes turned pitch black, and then he leaped, merging with the giant. Now, let me show you what a true supremacy is like. The King of Hell snorted coldly, pointing a giant finger at Wang Beihai. In an instant, Wang Beihai felt the ground beneath him tremble. Before he could react, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and dashed to the side, but before he could take the next step, he felt the surrounding space being sealed. This is the law of space? Wang Beihai frowned, the next second feeling the strength in his body draining away. What's happening? Wang Beihai dispelled the demonic energy, returning to his original form to reduce the loss of spiritual power. Humph, the law of space, you underestimate the supremacy too much. The King of Hell sneered and said proudly, once one steps into the realm of supremacy, they comprehend the origin of all laws. This is far more advanced than your so-called laws. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual power in Wang Beihai's body disappeared instantly. Do you really think you can do as you please in my world? The King of Hell said, slowly walking towards Wang Beihai. At this moment, Wang Beihai felt weak all over. He tried to circulate the Haotian righteousness, but found that there was no spiritual power in this space, and with time, even the oxygen for breathing seemed to be running out. Beihai, don't think that just because you've gained so many inheritances you can be arrogant. This is the underworld, and your cultivation is not at the level of supremacy. Here, I can crush you like an ant. After saying this, the king of hell snorted coldly and turned his body towards Wuxin, grabbing him and lifting him into the air. Hee, Wuxin, you calculated so much, but never expected this day, did you? The king of hell looked contemptuously at Wuxin, his mouth curling in disdain. I've told you before, even if you reach the level of a saint, or even if Wang Beihai's cultivation reaches the level of a god, you won't be able to leave here. Hee, it's not over yet. How can you be sure it's impossible? Wuxin laughed weakly. During their conversation, suddenly, a sword cry pierced through the sky. The king of hell's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to look. A long sword was floating above Wang Beihai's head, and the space he had sealed was now split in two by the sword. That's the 7-star dragon abyss. Seeing the sword in the air, the Heavens Book immediately let out a surprised shout. Hearing this, the king of hell also showed a shocked expression. The 7-star dragon abyss. How does he have this divine sword? While the king of hell was astonished, Wang Beihai had already escaped from that space and immediately began to circulate the Haotian righteousness technique, absorbing all the spiritual fragments from the ring. In a short instant, Wang Beihai recovered considerably. Seeing this, the king of hell once again reached out to grab Wang Beihai. This time, with his previous experience, Wang Beihai used the black hole of space to escape to another place just as the king of hell's hand descended. The might of a supremacy is indeed terrifying. Wang Beihai was secretly astonished, quickly transferring his position using the black hole while thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Hey, take this. Just as Wang Beihai was hesitating, Monkey suddenly swung his staff towards him. Chapter 557. Escape. As Wang Beihai stepped out of the black hole, he found himself face to face with a descending staff. His heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. The colossal pillar of heaven instantly landed before him, smashing the ground and creating a massive fissure. Senior Demon God, what are you doing? Wang Beihai took a deep breath, looking at the monkey with confusion. However, the monkey offered no response, merely blinking at Wang Beihai. Senior Demon God, if you don't speak, I can't understand what you mean, Wang Beihai said, blinking in bewilderment. Just then, the monkey suddenly retracted the pillar and flashed in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted, and he reflexively tried to retreat. Stay still, don't move. The monkey's voice suddenly exploded in Wang Beihai's ear, causing him to freeze in place. Seeing this, the monkey seized the opportunity to rush forward and lock Wang Beihai in a hold from behind. Senior Demon God, what exactly are you trying to do? Wang Beihai was utterly puzzled by the monkey's actions. At that moment, the monkey leaned close to Wang Beihai's ear and whispered, Are you stupid, Beihai? Are you going to take Wu Xian and escape or confront the elite forces of the underworld head-on? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's body stiffened, and he suddenly felt as if he had woken from a dream. Stupid Beihai, my identity is special. I can't openly help you. This is all I can do. You figure it out yourself, the monkey said, then shook his body, releasing Wang Beihai. He began to convulse as if injured by Wang Beihai. Ah, you rotten Beihai. You used such a vicious tactic on me. The monkey rolled on the ground, then, fearing the king of the underworld wouldn't believe him, started shouting loudly at Wang Beihai. The king of the underworld frowned upon seeing the monkey's state. Before he could react, Wang Beihai suddenly teleported to Wu Xian's side using the black hole, grabbed the helplessly sitting Wu Xian, and with a wave of his hand, plunged into the black hole with Wu Xian. Wang Beihai's sudden move caught the king of the underworld off guard. In the brief moment of the king's distraction, Wang Beihai had already fled far away with Wu Xian. Seeing Wang Beihai's distant figure, the king's face turned ashen. What are you waiting for? Go after them. The underworld is vast. With a mere brat like him and a mortal in tow, I don't believe he can escape to where. The king roared at the Oxhead and Horseface group, who promptly transformed into several beams of light to chase after Wang Beihai. As the others left, the king turned sharply, glaring angrily at the leisurely monkey. "Did you cause this?" The king's voice was icy, his gaze towards the monkey equally cold. "What do you mean by that?" The monkey feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Don't think I don't know. Just now, I was wondering how that brat suddenly changed his attitude. It must have been you who told him, right?" The king confronted the monkey, who looked innocently back. "Hey, that's not fair. Everyone saw how hard I fought earlier. Look, I was knocked down by that brat. How can you say I was holding back?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the king's face turned red with anger, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. Don't think he can escape the underworld just because of this. There are only a few exits in this world. He won't be able to escape the underworld." With that, the king waved his sleeve and rose into the air. In the next moment, he shouted, dividing into several avatars, which immediately rushed out. "Ah, this rotten Beihai, who to save but the demon Wu Exine?" Watching the king's retreating figure, the monkey scratched his head and smiled. "But this feels damn good. That brat's temper is quite similar to mine back in the day. Not bad, not bad. I like it." As he spoke, the monkey looked at the celestial book. "Hey, speaking of which, after all these years, why are you still in this state, old fox?" The fragments of the celestial book were in the underworld, weren't they? "Why haven't you restored your true form?" "Patience, patience," the celestial book smiled and said, "It's not the right time yet." With that, the celestial book flew forward on its own. The monkey followed suit. "What now?" Seeing the others leave, the corpse couldn't help but show hesitation. "My older brother is with that brat. I have to find him," the nine-headed lion said without hesitation and followed. Nie Shaoqian twisted her clothes, then looked in the direction Wang Beihai had left, her gaze firm. "My life was given by Beihai. Even if it means death, I will die with him." With that, Nie Shaoqian moved quickly to catch up with the monkey's group. In an instant, only the corpse and the giant snake remained, looking at each other. "What should we do?" The corpse rolled his eyes, feeling a pang of fear despite his courage in the face of the king. "What, are you scared?" The giant snake narrowed its eyes. It knew exactly what the corpse was thinking. "Go away. Who said I'm scared?" The corpse's face darkened as the giant snake saw through him. "Heh, if you're not scared, why aren't you going after them?" The giant snake sneered. "Get lost, you're not going either." The corpse roared angrily. The giant snake flicked its tongue. "I've been a living creature for 1,000 years. Without Lord Wang Beihai, I would have lived in fear my entire life. To you, he might be just a benefactor, but to me, he is the light in my life. He taught me how to face fear." As it spoke, the giant snake moved forward and turned to look at the corpse. "It's clear you admire him. I didn't leave earlier because I was waiting for you. I wanted to see if you could overcome your fear. It seems I overestimated you. No matter the outcome, I won't abandon him." As the giant snake moved forward, it felt a weight on its back. Turning, it saw the corpse smiling on its back. "When did it become your place to lecture me, you little worm? Even if it means death, I will die before you. I've lived for so long. I've never backed down." The giant snake smiled, and then accelerated to catch up with the monkey's group. Chapter 558, The Forest of Sin. Venerable Wuxin, what should we do now? Wang Beihai carried Wuxin while fleeing, anxiously asking as they ran. "I don't know where the exit to the underworld is. Running blindly like this, we'll eventually be caught by the underworld king." Wang Beihai's tone was somewhat anxious. In his spiritual perception, he could already sense many underworld warriors heading towards them, and there were also relatively powerful auras ahead. If this continued, they would soon be entangled by the underworld warriors. Once the time dragged on, if the underworld king arrived, there would be no room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, Wuxin smiled faintly, and then looked at Wang Beihai, saying, "You don't need to run anymore." Given the Underworld King's temperament, by now, all the paths leading out have probably been sealed off. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he abruptly stopped. "Venerable Wuxin, you can't be serious. In such a short time, how could the Underworld King possibly close all the exits?" Wang Beihai forced a bitter smile, hoping desperately that Wuxin was just joking. However, Wuxin nodded with absolute certainty. "There's no mistake. After so many years, I know the Underworld King's character very well. Plus, as a supreme being, he certainly has the ability to seal the exits simultaneously." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was completely stunned, feeling utterly dejected. "It's all right. In terms of pure strength, we might not necessarily lose to him." Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Wuxin immediately patted his shoulder in consolation. "How could that be? Venerable Wuxin, you overestimate me. The Underworld King is the supreme ruler of the Underworld, a being who has reached the zenith of cultivation. I'm just a humble divine realm cultivator. What can I possibly use to fight him? My life?" Wang Beihai glared at Wuxin. He had already witnessed the Underworld King's powers earlier. To put it bluntly, if the Underworld King wanted to kill him, he would have died dozens of times over. Wuxin saw Wang Beihai's expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You still have the mood to laugh? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to escape?" Wang Beihai said irritably. Suddenly, Wuxin's hand landed on Wang Beihai's shoulder. "I say, you lack confidence." Wuxin smirked and then said, "Don't forget, the power flowing within you is not only as scorching and holy as the sun, but also as cold and damp as the night. Light can burn away all evil, and darkness can swallow all light. If you can merge these two forces, your strength will surely reach the zenith. At that time, even if the Underworld King comes, he won't be your match." Listening to Wuxin's words, Wang Beihai was completely stunned. "If you put it that way, I'm quite formidable, but why don't I know that?" Wang Beihai asked with confusion. Wuxin just smiled. The energy contained within your body is extremely terrifying. Over the past 1,000 years, you are the first person I've encountered with such talent. Given time, you will undoubtedly become the first god in this world." Wuxin's eyes sparkled with infinite expectations for Wang Beihai. Someone's coming. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly frowned. In his perception, a formidable energy was rapidly approaching. "Let's leave here first." Without hesitation, Wang Beihai immediately picked up Wuxin and once again plunged into the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Beihai arrived at the edge of a gloomy forest. Without thinking, he plunged straight into the forest. Shortly after Wang Beihai entered the forest, a colossal figure descended from the sky, which was a manifestation of the Underworld King. "Your Majesty, ahead is the Forest of Sin, one of the 3 most perilous places in our underworld. Should we go in and take a look?" At that moment, the Cerberus also arrived, shivering as it looked at the forest. "No need. Even I dare not enter the Forest of Sin lightly. If they really went in, it's as good as death. Let them fend for themselves." With that, the Underworld King waved his hand and quickly led the others away. Shortly after their departure, a white mist emerged around the forest, quickly enveloping it. "Where is this place?" Entering the forest, Wang Beihai found that the trees were of various shapes. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in surprise, seeing faces like human ones growing on the trees. "What exactly are these things?" Wang Beihai looked around in horror, noticing that all the trees were the same, each face showing expressions of agony, as if they were screaming in pain. "Haha, you kid. Never thought you'd end up here by accident." Wuxin looked around and then burst into laughter. Seeing Wuxin's reaction, Wang Beihai immediately asked, "Venerable Wuxin, where exactly is this place?" "This is the Forest of Sin." Wuxin restrained his laughter and said gravely, "Legend has it that all the underworld's condemned are exiled to this forest, where they endure various cruel punishments before dying in endless torment." Speaking, Wuxin glanced at the oddly shaped tree in front of him. "If I'm not mistaken, These are the legendary soul-eating trees, and those faces are the sinful spirits absorbed and turned into nutrients. The soul-eating trees are the most common creatures in the forest of sin. Fortunately, they don't attack people on their own, making them relatively safe. But if we encounter something else, that's another story. As he spoke, suddenly, two red lights flickered in the mist. Wang Beihai waved his hand, dispersing the mist around them. Instantly, a giant white spider appeared before them, and the previously flashing red lights were its eyes. "What is this thing?" Wang Beihai exclaimed in shock. Hearing the sound, the spider roared at Wang Beihai and Wuxin, then spat out a layer of white web, instantly spreading towards them. "Run!" Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, quickly grabbing Wuxin's hand, and attempted to use a black hole to escape. However, as soon as he jumped into the black hole, he felt an invisible force pulling him, and soon, he was dragged out of the black hole by that mysterious energy. What's going on? Wang Beihai widened his eyes. This was the first time his black hole technique had inexplicably failed. This is the soul-eating spider. Once entangled by its web, there's no escape. Wuxin squinted at the white spider, suddenly slapping his forehead and shouting loudly, "Then what are we waiting for? Run!" Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a chill down his spine, cursing his bad luck, and pulled Wuxin to continue running. However, before he could run far, he abruptly stopped. In the mist ahead, dozens of red lights lit up simultaneously. Chapter 559. The Soul-Devouring Spider. Oh no, that thing. Could it be? Wang Beihai halted, staring at the flickering red light before him, his heart tightening instantly. "It probably is," Wuxin nodded, shattering Wang Beihai's last shred of hope. As they spoke, countless white-furred spider legs emerged from the mist ahead. Squinting, Wang Beihai counted them, realizing they were nearly 4 meters tall. What on earth does this thing eat to grow so terrifying? It's even scarier than monsters like Chongqi. As he spoke, a roar of anger echoed from the Black Tower, clearly expressing its displeasure with Wang Beihai. All right, I won't mention it. Just keep the beasts inside in check, or I won't be able to focus." After saying this, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, surveying the dozens of giant spiders surrounding him. "Senior Wuxin, you've been here longer. Do you know what these things fear?" Wuxin immediately frowned and murmured, "Although I've been here a long time, most of it was spent above the Yellow Spring. I know very little about the sinister forest. I don't know much about these soul-devouring spiders, except that you can't let their webs catch you." "You might as well have said nothing," Wang Beihai said, his face darkening. At that moment, the leader of the spiders, slightly larger in size, let out a low growl. Immediately, several spiders around it opened their mouths and spat out massive webs towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai roared and waved his hand, pulling Wuxin into the Black Tower. "Sorry, Senior Wuxin, it's an emergency. I can't protect you right now, so you'd better hide in the Black Tower for now." Before Wang Beihai could finish, he flashed away, stepping into an eerie footwork that easily dodged the spider's attacks. I had no intention of provoking you, but since you won't let it go, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, a cold glint flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. A dragon's roar echoed, and a black and white light instantly dispersed the surrounding mist. The majestic dragon's roar reverberated through the forest as Wang Beihai stood proudly amidst the giant spiders, holding a spear. "I'll give you one last chance. Leave now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame my spear for being unforgiving." As soon as his words fell, a spider behind him suddenly raised its leg and stabbed down at Wang Beihai with incredible speed. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with anger, and he snorted, dodging the attack in an instant. His spear then thrust forward, piercing through the spider's body. A burst of green light shot up, piercing through the spider. With a loud crash, the white-furred spider collapsed. "Who's next?" Wang Beihai roared, his aura erupting. The surrounding spiders retreated, hesitating to approach. Himph, now you know the consequences? Before Wang Beihai could gloat, a whooshing sound came from behind. He quickly turned to see the spider he had just felled rising again. Accompanied by a shrill howl, the spider's previously pierced body was rapidly healing. What kind of monster is this? Wang Beihai felt a chill run down his spine. Then, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he unleashed the 13th strike of the Spear of Death. The spear moved like a dragon, and the forest echoed with countless dragon roars. In no time, the spider was riddled with holes, its entire body in tatters. This time, see if you can get up again. Wang Beihai panted, greatly shocked by the sight. Just as he caught his breath, several giant spiders around him launched another attack. Oh, come on. Are you never going to stop? Wang Beihai roared, his spear spinning rapidly. He created a massive tornado around himself, sucking in the webs the spiders spat out. Seeing this, the leader spider let out a low cry. The spiders stopped their attack and seized the opportunity to rush to the spider Wang Beihai had turned into a sieve, lowering their heads to devour its body. Disgusting creatures. Wang Beihai looked on with great displeasure. Great heavenly hand seal. With a roar, Wang Beihai summoned a giant hand that slammed into the group of spiders, splattering green blood and entrails everywhere. When the dust settled, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs, a scene of utter chaos. Wang Beihai squinted at the carnage, feeling a sense of unease. This doesn't make sense. These things shouldn't be this fragile. As he thought this, he kept an eye on his surroundings. Sure enough, as he turned, a massive web suddenly shot towards him from behind. Wang Beihai didn't react in time and was caught in the web. This is bad. His heart raced. As soon as the web enveloped him, it exuded a peculiar energy that seeped into his body, causing a sudden dizziness. No good. This thing is sucking away my spiritual energy. Realizing this, Wang Beihai understood that the web was rapidly devouring his soul power. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been drained of their spiritual energy, turning into a fool. No wonder Wuxin is so wary of this thing. With that thought, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Others might fear it, but with his mastery of the primordial unity technique, this was child's play. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickly activated the primordial unity technique. Instantly, the leader white-furred spider materialized, and as Wang Beihai's technique ran, a black and white vortex appeared in his spiritual core. The spiritual energy previously stolen was returning to him at an alarming speed. Soon, Wang Beihai's lost spiritual energy was restored to its original state, but he showed no signs of stopping. Himph, once you're in my grasp, don't think you can escape. Wang Beihai smirked, placing his hands on the web. With a shout, his palms emitted a black and white vortex, unleashing a terrifying suction force that absorbed the spiritual energy from the web. Chapter 560, The Tree. What? How? How can you, a human, absorb my spiritual energy? Feeling the immense suction from Wang Beihai's hands, the white-haired spider was utterly panicked and hurriedly asked loudly while trying to retract its web. However, Wang Beihai's suction force was too strong. No matter how hard the spider tried, the spiritual energy on the web continued to diminish. Oh, so you can speak human language. Who told you that only you can absorb mine and I can't absorb yours? Wang Beihai sneered, then suddenly exerted more force, increasing the suction power in his hands. This time, the white-haired spider was truly frightened, its eyes showing fear. It decisively severed its connection to the web. The moment the connection was cut, the once indomitable web instantly scattered to the ground, no different from an ordinary spider web. Why? Can't hold on anymore. Weren't you enjoying absorbing others' spiritual energy? Wang Beihai sneered again and leaped directly in front of the spider, ready to press his hands onto its body. Seeing this, the spider immediately spat out strands of silk to block Wang Beihai's hands. However, Wang Beihai merely sneered, and flames suddenly appeared in his hands. Without the spider's spiritual energy, the silk was no different from ordinary silk. It turned to ashes upon contact with the flames. Unable to stop Wang Beihai, the spider, not foolish, turned and fled deep into the forest. Hey, don't run. Why are you running? Wang Beihai laughed loudly and followed closely behind. Damn it. Staying wouldn't mean waiting to be absorbed, would it? This guy is really a freak. What kind of background does he have? The spider cursed its bad luck and sped up, disappearing into the mist in no time. Wang Beihai leisurely pursued, having planted a spiritual mark on the spider earlier. No matter how far the white-haired spider ran, Wang Beihai could always track its location. With the spider leading the way, many obstacles were avoided. Wang Beihai was surprised to find that most living creatures in this forest relied on soul energy as sustenance. Along the way, many peculiar creatures tried to attack Wang Beihai, but all ended up becoming his prey. Thus, while tracking the spider and absorbing the soul energy of the attacking creatures, Wang Beihai felt his own soul energy grow stronger than before. This realization delighted Wang Beihai. My spiritual power hasn't improved since I broke through to the divine realm. Unexpectedly, today's fortuitous encounter has allowed me to make some progress. This place, which is supposedly a forbidden zone of the underworld, is like a gas station for me. Wang Beihai excitedly looked around, and many ferocious creatures in the forest became targets in his eyes. Perhaps sensing Wang Beihai's intentions, as he greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, a deep hum sounded from deep within the forest. The voice was ancient, just a sigh that shook Wang Beihai's spirit. Who is the exalted being there? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking into the thick mist with sudden interest. He then disregarded the surrounding creatures and sped up towards the forest's depths. Strange, why is the white-haired spider also fleeing in that direction? As he ran, Wang Beihai became suspicious. The direction the spider was fleeing was the same as the source of the earlier voice. It seems there truly is a powerful being there. Confirming his thoughts, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with excitement, and he sped up again, soon catching sight of the fleeing spider ahead. Oh, why are you running so slowly? Hurry up, or I'll catch you. Wang Beihai shouted at the white-haired spider, causing it to shudder and speed up even more, desperately heading deeper. Damn it, how can he possibly catch up to me here? Is he even human? At this moment, the white-haired spider was extremely frustrated. Since the inception of the sinister forest, it had never encountered someone as bizarre as Wang Beihai. Thinking this, the spider sped up again, while Wang Beihai leisurely followed behind, looking as if he were on vacation, which startled the spider. Finally, the spider plunged into the white mist in front, and with its disappearance, the mark Wang Beihai had left on it lost its effect. This mist can block my spiritual detection? Wang Beihai stopped, looking at the fog with both surprise and caution. Moo. As Wang Beihai approached the mist, a sound like a bull's roar emerged from within. The moment he heard it, Wang Beihai felt dizzy, his consciousness sinking like mud. This sound can affect my spiritual power? Wang Beihai was greatly alarmed, shook his head vigorously, and immediately activated the Hunyuan Ju to resist the sound's assault. The sound lasted for 10 minutes before gradually fading. By then, Wang Beihai was drenched in sweat. Goodness, what kind of monster is inside here? Wang Beihai took a deep breath, then cautiously looked into the fog. For a long time, whatever was inside was the most powerful spiritual entity Wang Beihai had encountered. I'm going to see what kind of monster you are. Recovering slightly, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the thick fog. In an instant, his gaze was fixed on what lay before him. There was a small pond in front of him, its water a cyan blue, faintly revealing a bottom littered with white bones. In the middle of the pond was a small island where the white-haired spider stood. What surprised Wang Beihai the most was the tree in the center of the island, its face twisted and grotesque, with eerie green light emanating from its eyes. Human, trespassing the forbidden zone, die. Just as Wang Beihai was astonished, the tree actually spoke, then shook its body, causing countless green lights to fall from the sky. Chapter 561. The Giant Octopus. As the green lights surged towards him, Wang Beihai swallowed hard. What the hell is this thing? The green light instantly landed on the ground, and only then did Wang Beihai realize they were poisonous insects with sharp fangs, flapping their wings and flying rapidly towards him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, released all his aura, and struck out with a mighty palm strike, instantly turning countless insects into bubbles. Although Wang Beihai's attack was powerful, the tree continued to tremble, and the number of insects increased instead of decreasing. Soon, an even larger swarm of insects attacked again. This won't do. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked at the tree nearby, instantly coming up with an idea. With a cold snort, Wang Beihai's body began to emit a golden glow. As the golden light appeared, the insects around him dared not approach. Taking advantage of the brief gap, Wang Beihai leaped and quickly flew across the pond towards the tree. Humph! Cunning humans, ignorant. At that moment, the tree revealed a sinister smile, and with a shake of its body, countless vines shot out from the water, fiercely attacking Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately stopped, dodged a strike below him, and quickly returned to his original position under the vine's attacks. The insects also seemed to react, opening their mouths and flying rapidly towards Wang Beihai. This is really troublesome. Wang Beihai frowned, and with a sword cry, he summoned Red Cloud, first using the Qinglian sword technique to momentarily block the insect army's attack, then leaping onto Red Cloud and flying with it. This time, with Red Cloud's assistance, Wang Beihai's speed surged, and soon he reached the center of the pond. Seeing that its vines could no longer stop Wang Beihai, the tree's eyes emitted a green light. Wang Beihai felt a sense of danger and quickly steered Red Cloud to the side. In the next second, a huge crocodile leaped out of the pond, its gaping maw snapping down with terrifying force, stirring up a gust of wind. Luckily, I dodged. Seeing the terrifying crocodile, Wang Beihai swallowed hard and silently rejoiced. If he had been bitten, even with his golden body, he would have been in pain for a while. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai shuddered and cautiously watched the rippling water, sensing two extremely powerful presences beneath the surface, even stronger than the previous crocodile. This place is probably the center of the forest. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pondering when the giant crocodile leaped out of the water again, snapping its jaws fiercely at him. Are you pushing your luck? Wang Beihai frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, a huge wave rose in front of him, forming a massive water wall that blocked the crocodile's attack. Then, a silver light pierced through the water wall, shooting straight towards the crocodile's head. The crocodile seemed to sense danger, and seeing it couldn't dodge Wang Beihai's attack, it quickly moved its massive body, using its hard scales to withstand the powerful strike. But the crocodile underestimated Wang Beihai's attack. With the divine spear Longdan and Wang Beihai's spiritual energy, the power of this strike was unimaginable. With a loud boom, the crocodile was knocked flying, its scales splintering in the air, and it crashed heavily into the water, causing the surface to ripple. Wang Beihai summoned his spear back, narrowing his eyes in astonishment at the crocodile in the water. Those scales are really tough. Wang Beihai sighed, knowing that even with his full strength, he had only managed to injure the crocodile. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from behind, and turning around, he saw the previous insects attacking again. Isn't this going on forever? Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with anger. On the island, the tree spirit continued to shake its body, and the white-haired spider beside it suddenly spat out a web at him. This won't do. I'll be exhausted to death by these things. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, easily dodged the spider's web, then struck out with a mighty punch, turning the nearby insects into smoke. Using the force, he quickly flew towards the tree. However, just as he was about to reach the island, several massive tentacles suddenly emerged from the water. Wang Beihai was caught off guard and struck by one of them, falling into the water. Wow, such a huge octopus. Under the water, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. The owner of the tentacles was an enormous octopus, its body taking up almost half the pond, and the other half seemed to be occupied by another giant creature that was still asleep. What is that thing? Wang Beihai's heart flashed with a question, quickly followed by a sense of vigilance. He swiftly moved aside, and sure enough, a huge tentacle thrust out from his previous position. Before Wang Beihai could steady himself, the giant octopus spat out a black ink, instantly plunging Wang Beihai into darkness. He heard a sharp sound, and the remaining tentacles of the octopus shot out from the black water, fiercely attacking him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, activating the Hunyuan technique, deftly dodging the tentacles. No matter how the octopus attacked, none of the tentacles could touch Wang Beihai. Suddenly, the octopus seemed to get angry, its massive body flashing to Wang Beihai's position, its 8 tentacles spreading out and enveloping him. Wang Beihai, caught off guard, was trapped within the tentacles. Then, with a wide mouth, the octopus swallowed Wang Beihai into its belly. Chapter 562. The 7-Colored Spiritual Fruit. What the hell is this place? Wang Beihai found himself inside the octopus's belly, assailed by an extremely pungent stench that almost made him pass out from the intense and acrid smell. Open. After steadying his emotions, a light orb emerged from Wang Beihai's palm, instantly illuminating the surroundings. He saw that the space around him, apart from a pool of black water, was littered with white bones and some undecayed corpses. Seeing this scene, Wang Beihai couldn't help but recall the initial sight of entering the Eye of Hell, feeling a surge of displeasure. Just as Wang Beihai furrowed his brow in thought, the octopus's belly suddenly began to convulse violently, and with a massive movement, the surrounding bones and corpses turned to dust. What a powerful force! Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately leaped away from his original spot. He then grabbed the Qi Shao sword and performed a set of Qinglian sword techniques inside the octopus's belly. Instantly, green lotuses bloomed in the darkness, and sharp sword qi scattered in all directions. The octopus, feeling the pain, convulsed even more violently. I didn't expect the flesh inside to be so tough. Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. After executing the Qinglian sword technique, he had only managed to cut a shallow layer. Just as Wang Beihai was astonished, the flesh beneath his feet suddenly caved in, trapping his foot. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free. In the next moment, Wang Beihai felt himself sinking deeper and deeper, soon enveloped by the octopus's flesh. An immense crushing force pressed in from all directions, as if intent on turning him into mincemeat. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Wang Beihai frowned and shouted, and instantly, golden light illuminated the surroundings. A golden bell enveloped Wang Beihai, and with its appearance, the terrifying pressure eased slightly. However, Wang Beihai's situation was still not optimistic. He could still feel the pressure increasing. If this continues, the golden bell won't hold for long, and even my indestructible golden body might not withstand it. With this thought, Wang Beihai glanced at his feet, and then revealed a fierce expression in his eyes. Like this, huh? Let's see how many hits your belly can take. With that, Wang Beihai summoned the dragon's heart, holding the spear with both hands and aiming the tip at his feet, then thrusting it down with a powerful force. The sharp spear tip, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through the octopus's belly under Wang Beihai's tremendous strength. Instantly, the octopus thrashed in pain in the water, and Wang Beihai inside its belly felt the intense shaking, a cold smile curling his lips. Imph, I thought you were something special. Watch this, the electric dragon drill. Wang Beihai shouted and then gripped the spear, spinning rapidly. For a moment, man and spear became like a drill, furiously spinning, as if intent on drilling a hole through the octopus's belly. Feeling the terrifying force, the octopus convulsed violently, trying to crush Wang Beihai to death first. Noticing the octopus's struggle, Wang Beihai smirked, not only stopping but increasing his force. Finally, after a series of spins, Wang Beihai felt his body lighten, and he burst out of the octopus's belly along with the spear. With its belly pierced, the octopus raged, swinging its massive tentacles to slam down on Wang Beihai. Instantly, ink mixed with blood flowed into the water, turning it murky. Wang Beihai leaped out of the water with the spear, sweeping a horizontal slash to knock down all the poisonous insects in the air. Then, looking down at the octopus writhing in pain, he gripped the spear, channeling all his spiritual energy, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Wang Beihai was about to strike, the water on the other side began to churn. With the disturbance, the octopus immediately stopped moving, as if frozen, its eyes filled with fear. What's going on? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling the other monster he had seen underwater earlier. As he pondered, a massive mouth suddenly emerged from the water, biting down on the octopus in one gulp. Instantly, the entire pond splashed with water, and the octopus let out a series of wails before the water calmed again. Wang Beihai closed his eyes and sensed, but there was no trace of the octopus or the previous crocodile. In his confusion, a massive figure burst from the water. Wang Beihai quickly dodged the attack and then looked closely. Before him was a black giant snake, which, although a snake, had a small bulge on its forehead and 4 unformed tiny legs beneath its body. This is a Jiao dragon on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Wang Beihai recognized the creature at once. A mature Jiao dragon's strength is already comparable to a divine realm expert. This one on the brink of transformation might be even stronger. Wang Beihai cautiously sized up the creature in front of him, while the Jiao dragon also observed Wang Beihai. Roar! Soon, the Jiao dragon roared at Wang Beihai, seemingly ordering him to leave its territory. Facing the Jiao dragon's fury, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. After some thought, Wang Beihai took a few steps back, showing a gesture of retreat. After all, I originally came here chasing the white-haired spider. At this moment, there's no need to continue this struggle. Wang Beihai thought, and quickly retreated to the edge of the pond. Seeing this, the Jiao dragon relaxed its tense body. Wait, master. Just as Wang Beihai was about to leave, Qiongqi flew out from the black tower, sniffed vigorously, and immediately lit up with a gleam in its eyes. That smell, it's definitely the 7-colored spiritual fruit. What's the 7-colored spiritual fruit? Wang Beihai looked at Qiongqi, puzzled. The 7-colored spiritual fruit is a legendary sacred fruit. If a beast eats it, it can directly complete its transformation and take human form. If a human cultivator eats it, it's said they can directly achieve the Tao and ascend to immortality. Qiongqi spoke, its eyes revealing a hint of greed. So powerful? Wang Beihai was astonished and immediately looked towards the small island in the middle, his eyes turning purple as he spotted a small, colorful fruit behind a tree. No wonder there are so many ferocious beasts here. Wang Beihai instantly understood the reason for the abundance of beasts. The 7-colored spiritual fruit is extremely rare, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How about it, master? Are we going for it? Qiongqi spoke, already rubbing its hands in preparation for battle. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he smirked. Such a great opportunity, of course, we're going for it. Chapter 563, The Fierce Battle. Seeing that Wang Beihai not only did not leave, but also had a ferocious beast by his side, the dragon immediately let out a roar and its gaze grew more ferocious. Observing the dragon's demeanor, Wang Beihai couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Sorry, buddy, but such a treasure is irresistible to anyone who sees it. As he spoke, he glanced at Qiongqi. There's only one fruit. How do we split it? Naturally, whoever gets it first gets it, Qiongqi replied with a greedy smile, then flapped its wings vigorously and shot towards the island. With the 2 monsters in the lake gone, Qiongqi quickly circumvented the dragon and flew straight towards the island. However, the dragon had already sensed Qiongqi's intent. In an instant, its eyes blazed with fury, and its speed surged, appearing above Qiongqi in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, the dragon opened its mouth and spat a black breath directly at Qiongqi. Qiongqi halted, lifting its head and gathering a ball of blue lightning in its mouth before spitting it out. Instantly, A blue and a black ball of light collided in the air, causing massive waves on the water's surface. Clearly, neither side emerged victorious from this clash. Standing on the opposite shore, Wang Beihai watched the two beasts battle fiercely. He immediately summoned Qishao, stepped on the sword, and flew towards the island. Without the dragon's obstruction, Wang Beihai quickly reached the island. Roar! Seeing someone had landed on the island, the dragon let out an angry roar and, ignoring Qiongqi, turned to fly towards Wang Beihai. Hee, the seven-colored spiritual fruit is mine. Wang Beihai smiled, about to step forward, when suddenly the white-haired spider leaped out valiantly, blocking his path. Haven't you had enough of my sucking? Wang Beihai frowned, but the white-haired spider showed no fear, directly thrusting its spider legs towards him. You refuse to accept a polite offer. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and Qishao instantly flew out, leaving a red trail in the air. In no time, the white-haired spider's two front legs were severed, and it let out a painful howl. Yet, it stubbornly remained in Wang Beihai's way. At that moment, the dragon arrived. Upon reaching Wang Beihai, it swung its thick tail directly at him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing the terrifying power in the dragon's tail. Realizing this, Wang Beihai quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the tail's attack. The dragon's tail struck the ground, shattering the surrounding stones, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Seeing its attack missed, the dragon twisted its body to wrap around Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, summoning wind beneath his feet, swiftly dodging the dragon's attack and distancing himself from the seven-colored spiritual fruit. This guy is protecting the seven-colored spiritual fruit, Wang Beihai muttered, squinting at the dragon coiled on the island. He glanced at Qiongqi. It seems this fellow has figured out our intentions. It's not leaving the island anymore. This is getting tricky. Hearing this, Qiongqi snorted coldly. Humph. I am determined to get this. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me. With that, Qiongqi's body began to glow with a faint blue light, and it roared, its speed instantly surging. In no time, Qiongqi was above the island, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning that poured down on the dragon. Roar! The dragon roared, its scales emitting a black light, blocking all the lightning summoned by Qiongqi. Then, it spat another breath at Qiongqi, catching it off guard and sending it back dozens of meters. Get out of here, and I might spare your lives. At that moment, the dragon's mouth opened and closed, speaking human language. Wang Beihai curled his lips into a smile and stepped forward, coldly staring at the dragon. Hee, with such a divine treasure as the seven-colored spiritual fruit, we really don't want to leave just yet. You damned humans, daring to covet my ascension treasure, this is where you will meet your end today. Old tree, don't hold back anymore. Use your ultimate move. With that, the dragon roared at the treant beside it. The tree's eyes instantly glowed, and the island shook as countless vines shot out from the water. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and Qiongqi immediately retreated, only to be forced back. This won't do, Qiongqi, let's each take one. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then formed a hand seal in the air, causing a massive array to appear behind him. A giant palm slowly emerged. Upgraded Great Sky Hand Seal, the Buddha's palm. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he struck forward with the palm, sending the giant hand flying directly at the dragon. Feeling the power of Wang Beihai's attack, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and its body rapidly expanded, growing 5 or 6 times larger. Then, it swung its powerful tail towards Wang Beihai's Buddha's palm. Meanwhile, Qiongqi, glowing with blue light, deftly dodged the treant's attacks. Just as it was about to reach the island, a swarm of poisonous insects appeared in its path. Qiongqi had to stop, unleashing lightning to destroy the insects, only for them to reappear when it tried to advance again. It found itself in a predicament. At that moment, Wang Beihai's Buddha's palm and the dragon's tail finally collided, freezing everything in place. The giant palm and tail pushed against each other, remaining in a stalemate. After a full 30 seconds, a thunderous explosion rang out, and the dragon's tail was instantly rendered bloody and mangled, its entire body thrown back by the blast. On the other side, Wang Beihai, though in better condition, was also affected by the energy shockwave, flying backward. The resulting shockwave swept through the entire pond, shattering the vines and insects summoned by the treant. Hee, now the fruit is mine. Xiongqi shielded itself from the explosion's aftermath with its wings, then laughed and flapped them, quickly flying towards the island. At that moment, the treant's eyes turned red, the ground shook, and it extended thick vines to support its body, rising from the ground. Chapter 564, Escape. Holy crap, this thing can actually stand up again. Wang Beihai, who had returned from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight, then fixed his gaze to see the seven-colored spirit fruit right under the tree spirit's feet. Xiongqi, now's the time. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and immediately split into several doppelgangers, rushing towards the tree spirit's feet. In response, the tree spirit summoned poisonous insects to attack Wang Beihai's doppelgangers. Just as the poisonous insects were about to entangle Wang Beihai's doppelgangers, suddenly, thunder descended from the sky, obliterating all the poisonous insects. Wang Beihai looked up to see Xiongqi taking action. Hee, since I've already transformed, I don't care about this stuff anymore. Saying this, Xiongqi gave Wang Beihai a smile and continued to release lightning to help clear the obstacles. Thanks. Wang Beihai smirked, quickening his pace, and soon arrived at the tree spirit's feet. Got it. Wang Beihai looked at the seven-colored spirit fruit within reach and reached out to pluck it. Roar. At that moment, a roar echoed from afar, and a massive black shadow instantly appeared in front of Xiongqi. With a flick of its enormous tail, it knocked Xiongqi out of the sky and then coiled around him tightly. As the dragon exerted force, Xiongqi let out a painful roar. Then, the dragon's eyes flashed with killing intent, opening its mouth towards Xiongqi's head, where a terrifying energy rapidly gathered. Feeling Xiongqi's imminent danger, Wang Beihai glanced at the seven-colored spirit fruit not far away, then gritted his teeth and decisively abandoned it, appearing above the dragon in a flash. Wrapping himself in golden light, he delivered a powerful punch to the dragon, which sent a dragon's roar echoing and knocked the dragon's head aside, causing its breath to veer off and explode into the water, instantly evaporating the entire pond. Taking the opportunity, Wang Beihai grabbed Xiongqi and pulled him free from the dragon's coils. Master, you? Xiongqi recovered slightly and, seeing the seven-colored spirit fruit still under the tree, looked at Wang Beihai with deep gratitude. Don't say much. If we didn't get the spirit fruit, we'll think of another way. But as brothers, if you're gone for good. Wang Beihai said, patting Xiongqi's shoulder, then dashed off again. Xiongqi stood still, his mind replaying Wang Beihai's words, and for a moment, the ferocious beast's eyes welled up with tears. On the other side, seeing Wang Beihai charging towards the spirit fruit again, the tree spirit extended its massive trunk to strike, and the injured dragon, despite its pain, unleashed a breath attack at Wang Beihai. Flying in the air, Wang Beihai sensed the incoming attacks, narrowed his eyes, and quickly adjusted his position in midair. With a powerful kick against the air, he dodged the attacks in an extremely tricky angle, causing the two attacks to collide, sending splinters flying. The tree spirit roared in anger, its entire body collapsing backward. This is my chance. Wang Beihai seized the moment, leveraging the explosion's force to glide under the tree, grabbing the seven-colored spirit fruit. After securing it, Wang Beihai didn't hesitate, turning and shouting to Xiongqi, "Run!" Then, he sped off like greased lightning, passing by Xiongqi. We got it. After a few seconds, Xiongqi realized what had happened and smiled, immediately turning to follow Wang Beihai. The dragon turned to see the seven-colored spirit fruit gone and let out a colossal roar, shaking the entire forest. Ahead, Wang Beihai felt the dragon's terrifying wrath and laughed, accelerating his pace. You despicable humans, you dare to thwart my path to ascension. All beasts in the forest, stop that man and beast from leaving the forest. Kill them on sight. The dragon's body grew enormous, towering over the ancient trees. With a command, the beasts in the forest sprang into action, transforming the once peaceful forest into a bustling chaos. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai and Qiongqi were fleeing when several shadows darted in front of them, followed by tiny poison needles flying towards them. Wang Beihai waved his hand, easily deflecting the needles, only to see several dog-sized wasps ahead. This size is overkill. Wang Beihai was shocked, and in the next second, the wasps shot out more poison needles. Wang Beihai immediately drew his sword, Qi Xiao, and slashed, cutting the wasps in half. Imph! All bark and no bite. After eliminating the wasps, Wang Beihai grinned smugly. In the next moment, a buzzing sound filled the air, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding mist dispersed to reveal a swarm of giant wasps heading his way. From another direction, countless colorful snakes emerged from the ground. Why are there so many of these things? It's endless. Wang Beihai frowned, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. What now, master? Should we fight? Qiongqi flew to Wang Beihai's side, surprised by the rapidly approaching threats. It feels like the entire forest creatures are against us. Even if we can kill them, our strength will be drained. Wang Beihai said gravely, then had an idea, summoning the Black Tower and pulling Qiongqi inside. Shrink. Once inside, Wang Beihai shouted, and the Black Tower quickly shrank to the size of a peanut. This is our only shot. Wang Beihai thought, then maneuvered the Black Tower towards the swarm of wasps. Indeed, with the Black Tower masking their presence, they reached the wasps without detection. The beasts that had lost their target roamed aimlessly, searching but never finding Wang Beihai. During this lull, Wang Beihai controlled the Black Tower to land on a wasp's forehead. While the wasps were distracted searching for him, he closed his eyes, instantly activating the Hunyuan Ju, transforming his powerful mental energy into a needle that pierced the wasp's brain. Instantly, the wasp froze like a log. Sorry, wasp buddy, it's up to you if we get out. With that, Wang Beihai injected his consciousness into the wasp's brain, and soon, the wasp resumed movement, now controlled by Wang Beihai, flying towards the outskirts of the forest. Chapter 565. The Return of the Underworld Messenger. What? The humans are gone? In the heart of the forest, the giant python glared at the horde of trembling beasts prostrating themselves on the ground, his eyes filled with fury. He snorted out a gust of hot air and, with a single bite, swallowed a snake in front of him whole. Find them, even if you have to dig to the very roots of the earth. I refuse to believe that two such large beings could just miraculously disappear. With that, the python let out a roar that sent the surrounding beasts scattering in all directions, searching the forest more meticulously. Hemph! It's all your fault, you useless tree spirit, the python sneered before diving into a nearby pond. At these words, the tree spirit's emerald eyes flashed with a hint of red, but it quickly suppressed the emotion. Meanwhile, as the entire sinister forest buzzed with activity, Wang Beihai had already steered his swarm of venomous bees to the edge of the forest. Heh! It seems that old Python still hasn't given up, Wang Beihai remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, drawing a disdainful glance from Qiongqi. Isn't that obvious? If that old Python doesn't transform into a dragon, its lifespan will reach its end, and 1,000 years of cultivation will turn to nothing. If it were us, we'd be even more furious if someone snatched something so crucial from us. True enough, Wang Beihai agreed, raising an eyebrow before pulling out the 7-colored spirit fruit from his waist and examining it closely. The moment the fruit appeared, an unusually refreshing aroma spread, and just inhaling the scent made Wang Beihai feel purified. What a treasure, he sighed greedily, glancing around to see the numerous beasts in the first layer of the tower eyeing the fruit covetously, many with fiery gazes. It seems this fruit is quite the temptation for them, Wang Beihai mused, narrowing his eyes as he considered the situation. Look at my wooden head. How could I forget there are so many creatures in this tower? Now, with Monkey Brother gone, I alone can't suppress them. At this thought, Qiongqi by Wang Beihai's side transformed into its true form and roared at the beasts. As expected, under Qiongqi's bloodline pressure, Many beasts reluctantly retreated, though some with powerful bloodlines resisted, including the nine-tailed fox, who led the charge. The entire Black Tower was soon filled with the roars of beasts. "Heh, interesting," Wuxin remarked, smiling at the scene. "It's fascinating. I didn't expect your place to house so many ferocious beasts. If they could be under my command, who would fear the king of the underworld? With these beasts, we could overthrow the entire underworld." Excitedly surveying the scene, Wuxin's words drew a sidelong glance and a quiet grumble from Wang Beihai. Just talking nonsense. Despite his words, Wang Beihai felt a spark of interest. With that, he unceremoniously sat down, releasing a wisp of gray energy from his body. A dark, deathly aura quickly enveloped the first layer of the Black Tower. "What's that? How could there be demonic energy here?" Feeling the deathly aura, the nine-tailed fox immediately backed down, and after seeing Wang Beihai's demonic transformation, many more beasts chose to retreat. "Heh, Beihai, you haven't learned much else, but your ability to intimidate is growing," Wuxin chuckled, his eyes revealing a hint of pride. "Himph, is there anyone still unwilling to submit?" Wang Beihai snorted, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. If there were any dissenters, he would simply beat them into submission. The beasts around him exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared to step forward. "Damn, it's only been a few days, and this brat has already learned to transform into a demon. With such a monstrous rate of cultivation, what's the point of even playing?" The nine-tailed fox muttered inwardly, then glanced at the spirit fruit in Wang Beihai's hand, swallowing hard before reluctantly bowing down. After all, even the best treasures were worthless if one didn't have the life to enjoy them. Seeing the nine-tailed fox submit, the other beasts quickly followed suit, making Wang Beihai the leader of the pack in an instant. "Not bad," Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then looked down at the seven-colored spirit fruit in his hand. "Wuxin, how should I consume this to get the best effect?" Wuxin glanced at the fruit and replied, "Under normal circumstances, you'd eat it whole, but the energy it contains is too vast. Consuming it directly would only explode your body." At this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked back at Wuxin. "Then, how should I consume it?" Wuxin's eyes rolled as he casually answered, "Naturally, by refining it into a pill." "Refining into a pill?" Wang Beihai exclaimed, then slapped his forehead. "Ah, how could I forget about the art of alchemy?" With that decided, Wang Beihai immediately took out a cauldron from his spatial ring and began preparing to refine the pill. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside, followed by a violent tremor. "What's going on? Are we under attack?" Wang Beihai frowned, then spread his consciousness to sense the situation. He detected a fierce battle not far away, the source of the commotion. "Besides us, is there someone else fighting beasts in this place?" Wang Beihai mused, then steered his venomous bees forward, soon sensing several powerful presences. "It's them." Wang Beihai's brow furrowed. Outside, the ones battling the forest's beasts were the underworld's Oxhead, Horseface, Black and White Impermanence. "Didn't expect them to be so gutsy, chasing us in here," Wang Beihai smirked. At that moment, countless venomous bees, snakes, and insects swarmed past him, rushing towards the Black and White Impermanence. In an instant, even the underworld's great masters found themselves overwhelmed. Thus, Wang Beihai watched from within the Black Tower, smirking as the Black and White Impermanence and the sinister forest's beasts weakened each other. "This way, I can take advantage of their mutual stalemate to escape quickly," Wang Beihai thought, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, an attack flew in, slicing through the venomous bees he controlled. Chapter 566. The battle begins. In an instant, the poisonous bee fell, its half-severed body crashing to the ground, while the other half still floated in the air. "Huh, why is this poisonous bee different from the others?" Bullhead widened his eyes in astonishment, curiously observing the incredible scene before him. Immediately after, Horseface and the Black and White Impermanence also gathered around. "Oh no, I forgot." Feeling the surprise of those outside, Wang Beihai immediately severed his control over the poisonous bee. Instantly, the remaining half of the bee's body quickly fell to the ground. Strange. We've killed so many poisonous bees, but this one is so different. Bullhead looked puzzled at the bee on the ground, unaware that the black pagoda was hovering right above his head. Never mind. It seems the king of the underworld is truly enraged this time, to send us into this sinister forest. You know, if it weren't for urgent matters, we wouldn't easily put ourselves in such a dangerous situation. Black Impermanence said with a bewildered expression, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over and instantly widening as he noticed the shrinking black pagoda. Brothers, what is that thing? Black Impermanence exclaimed after a moment of stunned silence, seeing the black pagoda move and pointing it out loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the black pagoda, causing Wang Beihai's heart to skip a beat. Exposed. Thinking this, Wang Beihai immediately tried to make the black pagoda leave. But at that moment, Bullhead swung his giant axe, directly cutting off Wang Beihai's escape route. That guy must be inside. Bullhead snorted coldly, then Horseface charged forward, reaching out to grab the black pagoda. Wang Beihai controlled the black pagoda to dodge Horseface's attack, then smirked. So eager to grab? Huh? I'll let you grab enough. With that, Wang Beihai opened his hand, and instantly, the black pagoda, which was as small as a peanut, suddenly expanded, its heavy body knocking Bullhead flying. Then, in the astonished gazes of Black and White Impermanence, Wang Beihai slowly emerged from the tower. Haha, I knew that guy was inside. Seeing Wang Beihai's figure, Bullhead laughed loudly, then pointed his axe at Wang Beihai. You stinky guy, making us search so hard. The king of the underworld has ordered that no matter what, we must capture you today. Saying this, Bullhead and Horseface leaped high, charging towards Wang Beihai. Facing their sudden attack, Wang Beihai did not dodge or evade, instead activating his indestructible golden body, allowing their attacks to land on him. Instantly, sparks flew, but their seemingly heavy attacks did not harm Wang Beihai in the slightest. Hee hee, didn't your king of the underworld tell you that ordinary moves can't hurt me? Wang Beihai laughed triumphantly, but Bullhead and Horseface did not give up. Instead, they exchanged glances and jointly launched a powerful attack towards Wang Beihai. During this gap, Black and White Impermanence also used their own moves, directly targeting Wang Beihai. Hee hee, I told you, it's useless. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, then murmured incantations, causing the golden light on his body to intensify. The attacks of the four were mostly neutralized by the golden light, and when they hit Wang Beihai's golden body, they had become insignificant. How is this possible? Seeing Wang Beihai still unharmed, Bullhead and the others were completely dumbfounded. During their moment of shock, Wang Beihai stretched, then his eyes flashed with mischief. Since you four are tired of playing, how about I play with you? With that, Wang Beihai willed the black pagoda to emit a powerful suction force, instantly absorbing Bullhead, Horseface, Black and White Impermanence inside. The four of them were bewildered upon entering the first level of the black pagoda, but their expressions turned pale the next second. Around them stood a multitude of ferocious beasts, each with a terrifying appearance and a formidable aura that was no weaker than theirs. Welcome to my playground, you four. At their moment of shock and awe, Wang Beihai appeared in the black pagoda with a smile, then looked at them playfully. So, how do you plan to fight? Hearing this, the four were stunned, instantly understanding Wang Beihai's intentions, then exchanged glances filled with bitterness. After all, for so long, even with their vast experience, they had never seen so many powerful beasts appear at once, and these beasts seemed to obey Wang Beihai. Upon closer thought, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If Wang Beihai wished, he could easily sweep through any realm except the immortal realm. At this thought, Bullhead directly dropped his weapon. Old Bull, what are you doing? Seeing Bullhead's action, Horseface asked in confusion, and Black and White Impermanence also looked puzzled. I don't want to be a snack for these beasts. Bullhead sighed, his tone conveying both helplessness and resignation. Upon hearing this, The other three shuddered, then glanced at the surrounding beasts and also dropped their weapons. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand. I thought you would fight me to the end. How boring. As he spoke, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and an invisible force bound the four of them. All right, since you've all surrendered, I won't bully you. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Once I rescue Elder Wuxin, I'll release you. Hmph. Although we don't know how you subdued so many beasts, we acknowledge your strength. But Wang Beihai, I hope you don't misuse your power. Some people are not to be trusted. Bullhead snorted coldly, his gaze glancing towards Wuxin. Wuxin shrugged, showing indifference, and Wang Beihai smiled slightly, ignoring Bullhead's words. In these few short minutes, the area outside the Black Pagoda was already surrounded by countless beasts from the sinister forest. Accompanied by earth-shaking tremors, the dragon snake and the tree spirit quickly arrived from the forest. Upon seeing the Black Pagoda, both of their faces showed a moment of surprise, then returned to calm. You stinky guy, I know you're inside. Get out here now and hand over the 7-colored spirit fruit, and I'll spare your life. The dragon snake roared at the Black Pagoda, then spat out a breath, but the seemingly fierce breath had no effect on the Black Pagoda. The next second, the Black Pagoda flashed with light, and a slender figure instantly appeared in front of the dragon snake. It was Wang Beihai. Chapter 567, Force Breakthrough. Good. You finally decided to show yourself, you scoundrel, Wang Beihai. The dragon serpent gave Wang Beihai a ferocious smile, his voice filled with fury. Keep hiding. Why don't you keep hiding? Afraid now? Hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked disdainfully. Heh, just a tree that's gained some intelligence and a small-time snake. What's there to be afraid of? You scoundrel, you! Wang Beihai's words clearly enraged the dragon serpent, who glared at him with a dark expression, his sharp teeth grinding audibly. Hmph, it seems you still don't understand your situation. The dragon serpent twisted its massive body, slamming its tail onto the ground, and instantly, the surrounding mist dispersed. Everywhere the eye could see was covered with a myriad of colorful venomous insects and snakes, while the sky was filled with various toxic bees, birds, and some unknown creatures. Wang Beihai squinted, surveying his surroundings, inwardly relieved that he didn't suffer from any form of arachnophobia. Heh, you're really going all out for just one fruit. Wang Beihai chuckled coldly, his eyes remaining unusually calm. Hmph, I am the spokesperson of this cursed forest. Apart from the one deep within, I am the most powerful. Now that you've stolen my fortune, it's only right that I mobilize the entire forest's power against you. I'll give you one last chance. Return the fruit to me, and I'll make your death quick. So, it's a death sentence either way? Wang Beihai blinked, then leaned his head back, squinting. Sorry, I'm not really afraid of anything, except for one thing, death. The fruit has already been consumed. What do you suggest we do now? Seeing Wang Beihai's nonchalant demeanor, the dragon serpent was so enraged that its body trembled, and it spat out a few words through gritted teeth. You scoundrel, you're courting death. Since you've eaten the fruit, I'll just have to consume your flesh and blood. The effect will be the same. With that, the dragon serpent no longer wasted words and let out a furious roar. Instantly, the venomous creatures on the ground and in the air surged towards Wang Beihai. Sorry, I can call for help too. Wang Beihai smirked, then waved his hand. Immediately, the black tower behind him emitted a faint glow, and with a violent shake, colossal figures suddenly emerged from within the tower. Before the dragon serpent could react, it felt a blur in front of its eyes, and a massive fist struck its body. The dragon serpent's head tilted, spitting out a few teeth, and after shaking its dizzy head, it looked up to see a giant ape standing before it. A primordial titan? Seeing the ape's form, the dragon serpent's pupils contracted. At that moment, the surrounding commotion drew its attention. Turning to look, the dragon serpent felt as if it had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Nine-headed lion, Qilin, and the bull demon king. These ancient beasts should all be in the abyss of hell, How did they all end up in the cursed forest? The dragon serpent's eyes widened. Any one of these beasts was a lord-level existence. Although its current cultivation was higher than most of these beasts, the bloodline disparity was innate. While the dragon serpent was still in shock, the titan leaped again, lifting a boulder and smashing it down on the dragon serpent. The dragon serpent was knocked to the ground again and, rising, let out a furious roar. Damn it! If I had truly completed my transformation into a dragon, what would I have to fear from these beasts? As the dragon serpent spoke, it turned its gaze towards Wang Beihai, who was watching with great interest. Wang Beihai was excitedly shouting, "That's right, old bull. Use your palm fan to blow those little ants away. Hey, old bird, don't just tear down that tree. The little snakes on the ground are delicious. Eat more to replenish your strength." Under Wang Beihai's command, the creatures of the cursed forest quickly fell into retreat, unable to withstand the onslaught. Seeing Wang Beihai's smug expression, the dragon serpent's eyes gleamed with a chilling coldness and, with a furious roar, its body began to grow enormously. Feeling the dragon serpent's powerful aura, the beasts all stopped their attacks and turned their gazes towards it. "You scoundrel, this is your doing." The dragon serpent glared viciously at Wang Beihai. As its body expanded, its aura continued to rise, soon reaching the level of a divine realm. This guy is trying to forcefully transform into a dragon. Seeing the dragon serpent's actions, Qiongqi immediately approached Wang Beihai, narrowing its eyes at the dragon serpent. Transform into a dragon? Now? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and also turned his gaze towards the dragon serpent. This guy is making a desperate move. Wang Beihai said, waving his hand and addressing his beast army, "Cease all attacks. No action without my command." Hearing this, the beasts all showed a hint of confusion but obediently stopped their attacks. "Master, why not kill it now?" Qiongqi glanced at the dragon serpent, who was in the midst of breaking through. At this moment, the dragon serpent would be defenseless. If it truly completes its transformation into a dragon, then except for you, none of us here would stand a chance against it. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled. It's not yet time for it to transform into a dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have valued that 7-colored spirit fruit so much. Now, choosing to forcefully break through, it's already been pushed to the brink. Transforming into a dragon is no easy feat, and the probability of success is extremely low. If it really manages to transform, then it's just bad luck for us. With that, Wang Beihai turned his gaze back to the dragon serpent. The dragon serpent had already soared into the sky, where dark clouds began to gather. Within the clouds, thunderbolts carrying a destructive aura were brewing. Wang Beihai squinted and could vaguely see that the color of the thunder was red. Red, it seems transforming into a dragon is indeed no easy task. Wang Beihai sighed lightly. The dragon serpent also looked up at the sky, its body trembling, and finally, it let out a furious roar towards the heavens. Accompanied by the dragon serpent's roar, the red thunderbolt, carrying a destructive aura, instantly struck down and mercilessly hit the dragon serpent. Boom! In an instant, the sky lit up with a blinding light. After the light faded, the dragon serpent, blackened all over, crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Beihai quickly approached, seeing that the dragon serpent's scales were all shattered, and even the flesh beneath was charred black by the thunder. Wang Beihai sniffed lightly, faintly catching a whiff of roasted meat. Alas, it seems the transformation has failed. Looking at the dragon serpent, now on the verge of death, Wang Beihai shook his head, then looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the thunderclouds in the sky began to slowly disperse. Roar! At that moment, the dragon serpent let out an unwilling roar, using all its strength to lunge at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, turned around, and instantly blocked the dragon serpent's mouth with his hand. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes shot out a cold light, ready to strike, when an invisible energy suddenly appeared, directly pushing away Wang Beihai's hand. Chapter 568, White Eyebrows. Young friend, the dragon is my mount. Could you show me some grace and spare its life? Just as Wang Beihai was about to strike, a fleeting voice echoed, followed by a miraculous energy that instantly dispelled Wang Beihai's attack. Who's there? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling the mysterious energy, and couldn't help but become more vigilant. Hee, I'm just a vagrant in this mundane world. I can't even remember my own name. At that moment, the mysterious voice resounded again, and a white shadow drifted out from the depths of the forest. Wang Beihai looked closely and saw an elder with long, white hair and eyebrows that reached down to his chest, exuding an aura of transcendence. Hee, young friend, you have profound cultivation. To possess such strength at your age is truly extraordinary. Who are you? Wang Beihai frowned slightly. The elder before him seemed benevolent, but upon probing, Wang Beihai couldn't gauge his true cultivation level. Hee, I am Bai Mei, a recluse in this forest. The dragon you were about to strike is my mount, tamed by me in the past. The elder smiled amiably, showing no intention of fighting. Oh, so you're here to stand up for this snake? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, feigning difficulty. Not at all, not at all. Bai Mei quickly waved his hand and said, I merely wish to remind you, young friend, that you've already slain too many beasts in this forest today. If you kill the dragon as well, the forest will be leaderless and chaos will ensue. So, I humbly ask you to show me some grace and stop here. With that, Bai Mei waved his hand. In the next instant, the dragon transformed into a miniature snake and swiftly flew into the elder's grasp. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately frowned and reached out, causing the dragon to halt midair, unable to advance or retreat. What do you mean by this? Did I say I would let it go? Wang Beihai said coldly. Hee, didn't I just inform you, young friend, that the forest needs the dragon to maintain order? Bai Mei still wore a smile, but his tone carried a hint of command. What a joke. If I were weak today, I'd have already become your mount's meal. You clearly knew what happened earlier, so why show up now? Wang Beihai snorted coldly and squeezed his hand forcefully, causing the dragon to let out a painful cry, its already weak breath becoming even more feeble. Seeing this, Bai Mei hurriedly exerted force, preventing Wang Beihai's grip and saving the dragon's life. Young friend, are you not giving me face? Bai Mei snorted coldly, his smile vanishing, replaced by a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Hee, can't keep up the act anymore? Wang Beihai coldly stared at Bai Mei. At that moment, the severely injured dragon suddenly shouted, Master, the seven-colored spirit fruit is on this guy's person. As soon as the words left its mouth, the dragon groaned and then passed out. The seven-colored spirit fruit? Hearing this, Bai Mei narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing within. He then looked up at Wang Beihai. Young friend, if you merely injured my mount, I can let it go if you stop. But if you really took the seven-colored spirit fruit, then please return it to me. That fruit is the most precious treasure in this forest. If you give it to me now, I can overlook this, but if you don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Bai Mei's body shook violently, and his white clothes shattered, revealing his thin body covered in dense runes. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately became vigilant and assumed a fighting stance. Hee, you brat, to reach the divine realm at your age, you do have some talent. On a normal day, I might have considered sparing you as a promising seed. But under today's circumstances, unless you hand over the seven-colored spirit fruit, today will be your death anniversary. Bai Mei's expression gradually turned ferocious, and as he spoke, the runes on his body began to emit a dark red glow. Soon, those runes seemed to be activated, moving across Bai Mei's body, causing his muscles and veins to bulge exaggeratedly. In no time, the originally thin Bai Mei transformed into a burly man. His originally graying hair turned jet black in an instant, and his state completely returned to that of a young adult. With the transformation of his form, Bai Mei's hidden aura erupted, a chilling and powerful energy. Peak divine realm, or even a supreme being. Feeling Bai Mei's current aura, Wang Beihai frowned. Didn't expect this old guy to hide so deep. Wang Beihai calmed himself slightly. At that moment, Wuxin, hiding in the Black Tower, suddenly emerged and walked up to Wang Beihai's side. Be careful, this man cultivates demonic arts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was startled and then looked at Bai Mei with caution. Hee, you have a good eye, young man, knowing the arts I cultivate. Now that you know, don't struggle anymore. Hand over the fruit and all your beasts and treasures, and I might consider sparing you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Mei with disdain, thinking, don't you know the ancestor of your demonic race is right beside me? Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Bai Mei's eyes instantly turned cold, and he snorted, rushing towards Wang Beihai. Boy, die! Bai Mei roared, his hand transforming into sharp claws, slashing fiercely at Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. In the next second, a gray energy surged skyward, identical to Bai Mei's aura, even more refined. How is this possible? Feeling this power, Bai Mei's pupils constricted, stopping in his tracks and staring incredulously at the demonized Wang Beihai. Impossible. I am the true demon god. You're just a fake. As he spoke, Bai Mei bellowed and charged at Wang Beihai again. Humph, refusing a toast. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, energy gathering in his fist, ready to strike. Just then, a figure darted past Wang Beihai, followed by a familiar voice in his ear. Step aside. I'll take care of this old man. Chapter 569. The Demon versus the Demon. As a gust of strong wind brushed past his ear, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in shock. In his astonished gaze, he saw a figure swiftly darting towards Bai Mei, then without hesitation, delivering a punch directly at Bai Mei. Bai Mei, clearly caught off guard by this sudden intrusion, could only hastily throw a punch in response. When their fists collided, an invisible shockwave spread, knocking over all the nearby venomous insects. Although Bai Mei was formidable, lacking preparation put him at a disadvantage. After a brief stalemate, he was sent flying dozens of meters, leaving a long trail on the ground before coming to a halt. Who are you? Bai Mei took a deep breath, striving to calm his surging blood, and then looked at the unexpected assailant. The newcomer executed a somersault and landed in front of Wang Beihai, who finally recognized him. Senior Demon God, why are you here? Wang Beihai's heart swelled with joy at seeing the monkey again. Heh, you rascal, didn't I promise to ensure your safety until you become a true god? Now that you're in trouble, of course, I have to come. The monkey laughed heartily and then turned to look at Bai Mei from afar, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Heh, Bai Mei, do you remember me? At this, Bai Mei narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Wang Beihai. In just a glance, his face contorted with horror, and he stumbled back several steps. It's you. How could you be out? Bai Mei pointed at Wang Beihai, his face filled with disbelief. The sight of the numerous ferocious beasts around him sparked a flicker of fear in his eyes. Heh, if you old rascal can come out, why can't I? The monkey sneered and then clenched his fists. I see you haven't learned your lesson after 1,000 years. You're causing trouble for my brother again. Have you forgotten the power of my pillar of heaven? Want me to refresh your memory? As he spoke, he summoned the pillar of heaven, which instantly materialized in his hand and transformed into a convenient staff with a flash of golden light. Bai Mei gazed fearfully at the pillar of heaven in the monkey's hand, clearly recalling the significant defeat he had suffered at its hands. Looking at the monkey before him, Bai Mei finally felt a sense of retreat. After all, the monkey's cultivation had surpassed his own 1,000 years ago. If they truly fought now, Bai Mei could foresee with his hindsight that he would undoubtedly lose. But then he thought of the 7-colored spiritual fruit still in Wang Beihai's possession, halting his retreat. He rolled his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai. After pondering, Bai Mei gritted his teeth and pointed at Wang Beihai. All right, considering you are my senior, I can let him go, including the injury to my mount and the destruction of half my sinister forest. I can let bygones be bygones. But there's one thing: he must return to me. Otherwise, even with you here today, I will spare no effort to kill him. Oh! The monkey raised an eyebrow at this and then looked at Wang Beihai. Given Bai Mei's cowardice, he shouldn't be foolish enough to fight me to the death. What exactly did you take from him? It's nothing much. Wang Beihai scratched his head and whispered a few words into the monkey's ear. What? Upon hearing the news, the monkey exclaimed, his eyes widening like copper bells. That's a legendary treasure, a once-in-a-lifetime find. No wonder that old man Bai Mei is willing to risk his life. The monkey covered his face with a wry smile. The value of the seven-colored spiritual fruit was indeed enough to drive a peak-level god to madness. The monkey then glanced at Wang Beihai's expression, knowing full well that he wouldn't give up the fruit. After all, even with countless rare fruits at his disposal, the monkey couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire for such a treasure, let alone those in a bottleneck of their cultivation. With that, the monkey patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and said, "You need to think this through. Although Bai Mei can't beat me, if he fights to the death, he might still pose a threat to you." At this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, senior demon god. I'm already very grateful that you came here for me. As for my current situation with this Bai Mei old man, I'll handle it." With that, Wang Beihai revealed a confident smile. "Are you sure?" The monkey raised an eyebrow and then warned, "Judging from that punch earlier, Bai Mei's current strength is close to that of a supreme being, and he's practicing demonic arts. Once he enters a demonic state, his power rivals that of a supreme being. Are you sure you want to fight him? I can settle this for you if needed." Seeing the monkey's concerned expression, Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart and then said, "Don't worry, senior demon god. I fought supreme beings before. This old man is just close to that level. No big deal." With that, Wang Beihai wiped his nose and waved his hand, summoning the dragon's heart spear into his grasp. "Old man, I've already told you, the spirit has been consumed. No fruit here, but if you want to fight, I'm ready anytime," Wang Beihai said, releasing all the demonic energy within him. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted, and the surrounding beasts shivered. A bone-chilling wind mixed with a terrifying scent of blood swept through the area. Wang Beihai, now with white hair and blood-red eyes, exuded a bloodthirsty aura, looking like a demon from the depths of hell. "Humph, you brat, don't be so arrogant. Since you don't want to give up the spiritual fruit, today, even with the demon god here, I will kill you." Bai Mei roared at Wang Beihai, then raised his eyebrows. In the next second, a surge of purplish-black energy shot towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned as the energy approached. He dodged the terrifying attack just in time, then leaped, his body turning into a gray shadow that instantly appeared before Bai Mei. Bai Mei, seemingly prepared, didn't panic. Instead, he kicked out towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, not to be outdone, twisted his body in an incredible angle and returned a kick. Their attacks collided, producing a loud bang, and both figures were sent flying backward. "What a formidable physique," both thought simultaneously, locking eyes. "Heh, brat, it seems your demonic state surpasses mine. Damn it, if only I could get the spiritual fruit, how could I be reduced to such a state?" Bai Mei muttered, glaring furiously at Wang Beihai. His anger surged, and he roared, floating into the air. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the otherwise calm forest. Chapter 570. Summoning the Demon. What is that thing? In the midst of the fierce winds, Wang Beihai squinted his eyes. He saw Bai Mei floating in the air, his eyes glowing with a purplish-black light. Above him, a massive magical array appeared in the sky. With countless intricate runes floating, a huge stone gate began to take shape within the array. As time passed, the silhouette of the gate became more solid. Looking at the enormous stone gate in the sky, an ominous feeling surged in Wang Beihai's heart. Be careful, he's using the demonic energy within him to summon a guardian demon. At that moment, Wu Xian tugged at Wang Beihai and warned him. Guardian demon of the demons? What is that? Wang Beihai was startled and then squinted at Bai Mei, who was still casting his spell, I'm going to punch that guy right now." As he said that, Wang Beihai was about to charge forward, but Wu Xian grabbed him. "Don't rush. It's not certain whose side this guardian demon will help." Wu Xian had a sinister smile on his face and then looked at the stone gate in the sky, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Although he was puzzled by Wu Xian's demeanor, he didn't ask and simply stood there, watching the sky with his arms crossed. Soon, the stone gate in the sky became fully visible. The moment it appeared, the clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the fierce winds surged. The gate slowly opened, and a green light shone through the gap, illuminating the sky above the sinister forest. Instantly, the weaker beasts present let out a wail of fear and looked up at the stone gate in the sky. What kind of creature is this that even these beasts are so terrified? It feels like the entire earth is trembling. Wang Beihai was excited to see the gate. Perhaps due to his demonic transformation, the entity behind the gate did not fill him with fear, but rather with anticipation. Meanwhile, Bai Mei was floating in the air, his hands raised high, his chest heaving, and his forehead covered in sweat. Clearly, summoning such an extraordinary being had taken a significant toll on him. Hee, even if you've turned into a demon, Wang Beihai, once my guardian demon is summoned, you'll be doomed. Even if that monkey wants to save you, he'll only be able to watch. Bai Mei grinned maniacally. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot out from behind the gate, heading straight for Bai Mei. Delighted, Bai Mei bit his finger, and the green light, smelling the blood, quickly flew to Bai Mei's finger and began to absorb his blood frantically. As the blood entered the gate, the light behind it gradually turned blood red, and then a huge roar came from behind the gate. A monstrous, enormous eye appeared behind the gate, followed by a massive hand that suddenly reached out from the gap and gripped the gate, as if trying to pull it open. "What should we do now?" At that moment, Wang Beihai turned to look at Wu Xian, who was calmly watching the stone gate in the sky. Occasionally, he even rested his hand behind his head and leisurely whistled. As Bai Mei's blood sacrifice continued, the being behind the gate quickly tore open a large gap in the gate. This time, Wang Beihai saw clearly. The huge hands were burning with green flames, and the dark, muscular arms looked powerful. "Hey, it's coming out. Give some reaction." Wang Beihai anxiously looked at Wu Xian, who had his eyes half closed and showed no concern. Seeing this, Wang Beihai shook his head. It seems I have to rely on myself at all times." With that, Wang Beihai was about to dispel his demonic form and switch to the Arhat form, which had a restraining effect on demons. At that moment, Wu Xian grabbed Wang Beihai's arm, as if knowing what he was thinking, and lazily said, "Stay calm. It's not a big deal. Just keep your demonic form. Leave the rest to me." Wu Xian rolled his eyes and added to Wang Beihai, "Remember, don't reveal your Buddha nature, or even I might not be able to protect you." Seeing Wu Xian's serious expression, Wang Beihai could only helplessly shrug and look up. A massive demon was emerging from the gate's gap. The demon was engulfed in green flames, its eyes glowing red, with a hideous face and large fangs. It had two huge horns on its head, resembling a combination of a titan and a bull demon, but this one had a much stronger aura. Roar. The demon's emergence brought a loud roar, causing all the snakes, rats, insects, and ants in the forest to foam at the mouth and faint from fear. This power, it has probably surpassed the divine realm and reached the supreme level. Wang Beihai was shocked by the unremarkable but powerful creature in front of him. Just the roar made his heart tremble. "Ha ha ha, you've finally come, demon god. I dare to ask the demon god to strike down that man." Seeing this, Bai Mei immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his words full of reverence. Roar. The huge demon glanced at Bai Mei, snorted coldly, and breathed out two streams of fire from its nostrils. Then, it lowered its head and punched directly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted, ready to counterattack, when suddenly a hand pulled him back. Turning his head, Wang Beihai saw Wu Xian shaking his head and then stepping forward from behind him. Wu Xian gently said to the demon, "Beast, you dare?" At these words, Wang Beihai's scalp tingled. Seeing the massive fist, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Brother, that's a demon god. How could you just talk to it like that? Wang Beihai cursed inwardly, his fists clenched. If not for Wu Xian's earlier words, he would have activated his golden body by now. In Wang Beihai's terrified gaze, the demon's huge fist fell like a meteor. It's over. Feeling the pressure coming towards him, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, feeling 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. Then, he felt a strong gale and a violent tremor in the ground, but he didn't feel any pain. No way. Did I get hit and die in one punch? Feeling something unusual, Wang Beihai opened his eyes and saw a huge fist in front of him. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, looking at the demon's fist in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. The demon's fist had landed right in front of him, close but not touching him. How could this be? Wang Beihai murmured softly, looking past the fist. The sight before him almost made his jaw drop. The demon was now kneeling on one knee, and in front of it was Wu Xian, looking as leisurely as ever. Chapter 571. The Demon King. What the hell is going on now? On the field, Wang Beihai and Bai Mei both widened their eyes, staring at the monstrous demon kneeling on one knee before a lethargic middle-aged man. The demon's gaze was filled with reverence for the man in front of him, which was even more perplexing given the man's extremely low cultivation level. Bai Mei furrowed his brows, attempting to re-establish his connection with the demon using his essence blood, but after several attempts, all were in vain. His face turned pale. How could this be? Demon god, quickly, kill him. Bai Mei said weakly, but the demon merely glanced at him before slapping him away with a single blow. Master Wuxin, what is happening? Curious about the bizarre scene, Wang Beihai approached, only for the demon to suddenly snort coldly and raise a hand to strike at him. Stop. At that moment, Wuxin roared, and the demon obediently lowered its hand. He is my friend, let him pass. Hearing this, the demon glanced at Wang Beihai, then huffed out a hot breath from its nostrils, clearly unhappy but obediently making way. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately dashed to Wuxin's side, examining him curiously. I didn't expect it, Master Wuxin. You really have some skills. Wang Beihai said admiringly. Wuxin, however, just smiled wryly. You know, this demon god is also a member of the demon race, and so am I. As he spoke, Wuxin's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. And I am not just any ordinary demon. In the next moment, Wuxin unfastened his belt, and as his shirt fell away, his smooth back was revealed to Wang Beihai. Blushing slightly, Wang Beihai looked at Wuxin, who then smirked and tensed his body. Suddenly, a demonic head tattoo appeared on his bare back. The image was extremely ferocious, and just a glance sent a surge of bloodthirsty and murderous intent through Wang Beihai. He quickly averted his gaze and shook his head, about to ask when the demon also saw the tattoo and immediately prostrated itself before Wuxin. Its forehead pressed to the ground, showing great reverence. What exactly is this? Wang Beihai looked at Wuxin in astonishment. You're not an ordinary demon, so what kind are you? Wuxin smiled faintly and slowly put his clothes back on. 1,000 years ago, I was the king of the demon race. That so-called demon god in old Baizi's words is none other than me. The title of demon god is merely a respectful term for me in the demon realm. Seeing Wuxin speak so casually about such matters, everyone present was shocked, except for the monkey, who watched Wuxin with a dark expression, his staff always ready for defense. The Demon King. Wang Beihai murmured softly, his mind flooded with questions. At that moment, Bai Mei, who had clearly seen the pattern on Wuxin's back, had collapsed to the ground. Is he the one who once led the million-strong demon army? How could it be? It's been thousands of years. If it really is him, his cultivation shouldn't be this low. What is going on? Bai Mei's eyes darted around, looking at Wuxin from a distance, his heart wavering. As Bai Mei hesitated, Wuxin placed a hand on the demon's forehead and spoke in a language that was completely unfamiliar. The demon's eyes suddenly turned savage, and it turned to look at Bai Mei in the sky. Staring into the demon's gaze, Bai Mei's body shuddered, and his vision blurred. He felt as if he were falling into an endless sea of fire, his entire body growing unbearably hot. This is the gaze of death. Bai Mei was shocked, wanting to escape but finding that he had used too much spiritual energy summoning the demon. At this moment, he could barely maintain consciousness. No, I didn't expect that after a lifetime of wisdom, I would end up falling into my own trap. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with frustration, feeling hotter and hotter until his whole body began to emit white smoke. Bai Mei let out a heart-wrenching scream, on the verge of being consumed by a spark of heart fire, when a surge of energy suddenly struck the massive demon. The unexpected energy was incredibly powerful, instantly knocking the demon to the ground and breaking its spell. Bai Mei narrowly escaped death. Who is it? Seeing the giant demon suddenly knocked down, Wang Beihai frowned and turned to look at the sky, where a petite figure stood expressionlessly, none other than the Lord of the Underworld herself. Seeing the newcomer, Bai Mei mustered all his strength to rush to the Lord of the Underworld's side. He understood that although he didn't know her background, his only hope of survival was with her. With this thought, Bai Mei immediately gave the Lord of the Underworld a fawning smile and said, "Esteemed one, thank you for your timely intervention. If you hadn't acted, I would have been reduced to ashes by now." As soon as Bai Mei finished speaking, his movements came to an abrupt halt. The Lord of the Underworld pointed a finger at Bai Mei's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. "You also carry demonic energy. How disgusting." The Lord of the Underworld coldly spoke, retracting her finger, and Bai Mei collapsed, clearly dead. "Humph. I thought this forbidden forest was something formidable, but it's just like this." The Lord of the Underworld snorted, then turned her gaze to Wang Beihai, frowning unhappily. "I've said it before, with this kid's temperament, he's bound to fall into demonhood. Look at him now, what difference is there from the legendary demons?" The Lord of the Underworld shouted at the monkey, "You are a Buddha of the Western Heaven. How can you tolerate such an evil and filthy existence?" Hearing this, the monkey narrowed his eyes and slammed his staff violently into the ground. "I'm going to protect him. What of it? Lord of the Underworld, after so many years, you've changed. Humph. Have you ever experienced the slaughter of your parents and kin? I am not a Buddha. I don't have your so-called compassion. All I know is that the one in front of me is the most hated enemy of my life. That's enough." Saying this, the Lord of the Underworld looked at Wang Beihai and coldly said, "Kid, if you insist on being so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she spoke, a red light flashed in the Lord of the Underworld's eyes, and her aura instantly erupted, causing a violent gust of wind around her. Chapter 572, Gone. In an instant, the entire forest was enveloped in a fierce gale, and as the aura of the King of Hell escalated, the surrounding space also began to become chaotic. Is this the might of a supreme being? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and looked up at the King of Hell in the sky. Although he didn't want to admit it, he clearly knew that he was not a match for the King of Hell at this moment. It seems there is still a vast chasm between the divine realm and the supreme realm. Wang Beihai inwardly lamented. Just then, the King of Hell in the sky spoke. "Wang Beihai, I acknowledge your talent, and the fortunes you possess are truly enviable. However, you should never have saved Wuxin, let alone accepted his heritage. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself were here, I would still kill you." Seeing the King of Hell's murderous expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his heart. "Damn it, do you think I wanted those inheritances?" Wang Beihai cursed inwardly. At that moment, the King of Hell suddenly shot forward with a speed that surpassed that of light. Before Wang Beihai could react, the King of Hell was already before him, raising Xiao Bei's fist and slamming it down on Wang Beihai. The seemingly weak fist, upon touching Wang Beihai's chest, released a tremendous energy. In an instant, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. He was then sent flying by a single punch, crashing into several trees in the forest before barely coming to a stop. Is this his true strength? So powerful. Wang Beihai clutched his chest, his eyes fixed on the King of Hell. Recalling the previous battles with the King of Hell, Wang Beihai couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, the King of Hell had been holding back during those fights. What are you spacing out for? Suddenly, the King of Hell's voice rang out beside Wang Beihai's ear. Wang Beihai immediately turned around and swung his fist, but it hit nothing but air. Then, feeling a heavy impact on his back, he was sent flying once more by a terrifying force. I'll ask you one more time, are you still going to help that demon? The King of Hell's fist glowed faintly, his eyes filled with chilling intent as he looked at Wang Beihai. I have said it before, no matter what, I will fulfill my promise. Wang Beihai slowly got up from the ground, enduring the pain, and said through gritted teeth, Heh, so stubborn. Then, I'm sorry, please die. The King of Hell snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he appeared before Wang Beihai again. Then, he raised his fist filled with deathly aura and slammed it down towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he watched the fist about to hit him. Suddenly, a massive fist appeared and punched the King of Hell away. Is it you? After surviving the ordeal, Wang Beihai felt a sense of relief. Turning back, he saw that the demon had already stood up, and it was the demon who had delivered that punch. Wang Beihai looked forward and saw Wuxin smiling at him. Obviously, that attack had been Wuxin's doing. Brother Beihai, thank you. The King of Hell's strength is unfathomable. You are not his match. Take a break. Leave it to me now. Wuxin said jokingly, causing Wang Beihai to raise an eyebrow. He thought to himself, with your current cultivation level, not even at the heaven realm, how can you handle this? Wuxin seemed to have read Wang Beihai's thoughts and then smiled. Of course, I can't do it alone, but don't forget, I have him now. As he spoke, Wuxin pointed to the demon beside him, who immediately roared, releasing a powerful aura that was not inferior to the King of Hell's. Indeed, a supreme being. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the King of Hell's figure suddenly appeared in the air, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Wuxin. You damned demon, I didn't come for you first, yet you seek me out. Can I defend myself a bit? Wuxin raised an eyebrow, then waved his hand, and the demon beside him instantly transformed into a huge red shadow that charged towards the King of Hell. Humph, despicable fiends, all must die. The King of Hell snorted coldly, gathering strength for a punch that he aimed directly at the demon. As the two collided, a fierce gale swept around, breaking countless trees, and weaker beasts nearby suffered greatly. Roar. At that moment, the demon let out a mighty roar, its green eyes suddenly glowing red, and it used its death gaze on the King of Hell. However, even the death gaze that by May couldn't withstand only stunned the King of Hell for a few seconds. Before the flames within him could burn, the King of Hell snorted coldly, his body instantly turning into a mist that extinguished the flames, and in the next second, he returned to his original form. Heh, that move is quite interesting, but it's useless against me. With that, the King of Hell reached out and grabbed, causing the surrounding space to darken. With the disappearance of light, the ground began to crack, and ghostly hands emerged from the cracks, their strength astonishing, instantly restraining the demon. Hell's domain. The King of Hell's eyes glowed with purple light, then he clenched his hand, causing the hands on the ground to explode, the immense energy directly shattering the demon into pieces. Humph, what a worthless demon, easily destroyed with a mere gesture. Seeing the rocks falling from the sky, the King of Hell snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Heh, you're wrong to say that. He's a demon. If he were so easily defeated, what face would he have to be called a demon? Facing the King of Hell's contempt, Wuxin didn't say much. He picked up a rock at his feet, bit his finger, and gently touched the rock with his blood. Instantly, the rock emitted a blinding light, then flew into the air. Centered on it, the demon's shattered pieces began to reassemble. Humph, You think you can reassemble him? Not a chance. The king of hell saw through Wuxin's intentions, snorted coldly, and waved his hand, sending an attack towards the rock in the air. However, when the attack hit the rock, it mysteriously transformed into a black hole, directly absorbing the king of hell's attack. With the attack absorbed, the rock quickly reassembled the demon's previous body. Soon, the demon regained its original form, and its aura seemed even stronger. Roar! The demon glanced at the king of hell, then slammed its palm on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. In Wang Beihai's astonished gaze, meteors rained down from the sky, directly targeting the king of hell. Seeing this, the king of hell remained calm. He waved his hand, and a transparent shield appeared in the sky, successfully blocking the meteor attack. Brother Beihai, take care. The world is vast. We'll meet again if we're fated. As Wang Beihai was somewhat stunned, Wuxin patted his shoulder and then directly sat on the demon's shoulder. The demon leaped and disappeared into the depths of the forest with Wuxin. Chapter 573. The Rage of the King of the Underworld. Just like that, he's gone? Wang Beihai stared in a daze at the direction where Wuxin had vanished. It was undeniable that Wuxin's departure had come quite suddenly, leaving everyone present with their mouths agape and a mixture of emotions. The supreme ruler of the demon realm, just like that, he's gone? Wang Beihai was stunned for a few seconds before covering his face with his hand, marveling at how people of high status indeed acted in extraordinary ways. In contrast to Wang Beihai's smile, the king of the underworld's face was filled with fury. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the king of the underworld. Wuxin, what a well-laid plan, the king of the underworld said through gritted teeth, his voice icy cold. The center of this forest was the intersection with the demon realm. Even a fool could tell that Wuxin was heading there. However, the demon carrying Wuxin was moving too fast, and even knowing Wuxin's destination, the king of the underworld couldn't catch up. Realizing this, the king of the underworld let out a long howl to the sky, then exerted a mighty force, sending a black energy that shattered all the meteors in the sky. Turning his gaze to Wang Beihai, his eyes blazed with anger. It's all because of you that Wuxin escaped, you foul wretch. Since Wuxin is gone, you will take his place. With that, the king of the underworld extended his small hand, and a giant palm instantly emerged from the ground, reaching out to grab Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming pressure, then jumped up from the ground, narrowly evading the king of the underworld's grasp. You can withstand my pressure and escape from my hand. You are quite impressive, but alas. The king of the underworld looked at Wang Beihai, his eyes flashing with regret before returning to their previous coldness. Then, with a flick of his finger, a black ray shot out, flying towards Wang Beihai at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Oh no. Wang Beihai was fleeing at high speed when he suddenly felt the murderous intent behind him. Turning his head, he saw the terrifying ray already before him. Just as it seemed he couldn't dodge the attack, a light barrier appeared in front of Wang Beihai, blocking the ray. Wang Beihai, still shaken, turned to see the monkey standing beside him, his face dark as he looked at the king of the underworld. Monkey, so you're also prepared to fight me? The king of the underworld's expression darkened as he gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his hand. Wuxin has already escaped. It's time to stop, king of the underworld. No matter how deep the grudge, it should be let go. Heh, let go. Easy for you to say. The king of the underworld sneered, then pointed at Wang Beihai. If not for him, how could Wuxin have escaped? Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. At that moment, the monkey stepped forward, looking at the king of the underworld and said, he may have helped Wuxin, but it was his promise to Wuxin. Moreover, you saw just now that it wasn't him who summoned the demon, nor was it him who drove the demon away. He may have erred, but with the emergence of the demons, we cannot do without Wang Beihai. With that, the monkey flashed and appeared in front of Wang Beihai, giving him a meaningful look before turning his gaze back to the king of the underworld. Nonsense, I don't believe that. With so many people and demons in the world, I don't believe he alone can achieve anything. The king of the underworld was now completely blinded by anger, completely disregarding the monkey's words. You damned monkey, since you're determined to stop me, then I'll fight you too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the king of the underworld threw a punch into the air, instantly creating a giant formation behind him. A huge ghostly figure of Zhong Kuei appeared in the void, glaring angrily, and a massive fist shot towards Wang Beihai and the monkey. Step back, the monkey said gravely to Wang Beihai, who didn't hesitate and leaped back dozens of meters. All right, since you want to fight so badly, I'll keep you company, the monkey said, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Then, turning around, he threw a punch at the ghostly figure in the sky. Compared to Zhong Kuei's enormous fist, the monkey's punch seemed much smaller. Yet, when the two fists collided in mid-air, both the monkey and the king of the underworld took a step back. The monkey's eyes hardened, and with a mighty force, the ghostly figure of Zhong Kuei crumbled into fragments and disappeared into the air. The king of the underworld felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and his childlike face immediately flushed red. Hemph, after all these years, you old wretch, your strength is still so terrifying. The king of the underworld clutched his chest, trying to calm the roiling energy within him. What, one punch and you're done? The monkey retracted his fist, raising an eyebrow at the king of the underworld, a smug smile on his face. Heh, that's just the beginning, don't get too cocky. I was just testing you, now I'm going all out. The king of the underworld sneered, then waved his hand, causing a giant formation to light up beneath the monkey. With the rise of red-black light, countless white skeletons emerged from the ground, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. It was clear at a glance that this was an army of skeletons. At the king of the underworld's command, the skeletons let out eerie cries and charged towards the monkey with their swords and spears. Humph! Mere tricks, the monkey snorted, casually plucking a few hairs from his head and blowing them away. Instantly, many little monkeys appeared in front of him, each holding weapons, forming a formidable force that fearlessly charged at the approaching skeleton army. In an instant, the battle erupted, the scene turning into chaos. Wang Beihai stood rooted to the spot, admiring and envying the monkey and the king of the underworld's magical prowess. The might of a supreme being is indeed not to be underestimated. Such attacks defy common sense. When will I reach that level? Wang Beihai sighed inwardly, while both sides' armies were nearly wiped out. Heh, you damned monkey, take this. At that moment, the king of the underworld exerted his power once more, grabbing at the space in front of the monkey, which shattered like glass, unleashing countless temporal rifts. The monkey felt a tremendous pull, almost being sucked into the temporal rifts. Grow. In the nick of time, the monkey roared loudly, causing the pillar of heaven in his hand to grow rapidly. He extended the pillar forward, blocking the shattered space. Again. After doing this, the monkey looked at the king of the underworld with some anger. You're really going all out, you wretch? The king of the underworld smiled without saying a word, making the monkey's face turn red with anger. Just as he was about to strike, he was pulled back by Wang Beihai. Senior, wait. Since this is my own affair, let me handle this fight myself. Chapter 574, A Bet. You came here on your own? Are you serious? The monkey looked at Wang Beihai with some surprise. You've thought this through, haven't you? Although old Basie looks like a little girl, he's still a monster who has lived for millions of years, and his strength is at the level of a supremacy. When it comes to fighting, it's no joke. You're only at the god realm now, still a ways off from the supremacy level. Before the monkey could finish, Wang Beihai patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not saying I want to defeat him. I know my limits. Wang Beihai smiled at the monkey, his expression filled with confidence and determination. Seeing Wang Beihai so confident, the monkey was momentarily stunned, then nodded and took a step back, standing behind Wang Beihai. Seeing this, the king of the underworld frowned. What, Basie? Are you planning to surrender and beg for mercy? The king of the underworld looked disdainfully at Wang Beihai and snorted coldly, If you had surrendered earlier, I might have considered letting you go. But now, it's too late. I thought you were a man, but it seems I was wrong. Before the king of the underworld could finish, Wang Beihai took a step forward and said, Your Majesty, I'm not surrendering. I want to make a bet with you. If I win, all past grievances will be forgiven. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. How about it? Seeing Wang Beihai's serious expression, the king of the underworld was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Wang Beihai, you are already in a trap. Even if I don't agree to your bet, I can still kill you. What makes you think I would gamble with you? Because I have absolute confidence. Wang Beihai said, revealing a confident smile, then continued, Your Majesty, you've seen that if you try to attack me, the demon god by my side will intervene. Your strengths are evenly matched. If the demon god truly wants to protect me, I believe you won't be able to do much. Moreover, I have the Black Tower, a treasure. If I retreat into the tower, even you might not be able to break it. As he spoke, Wang Beihai observed the king of the underworld's expression. Sure enough, after his words, the king of the underworld nodded thoughtfully. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai continued, So, making this bet is beneficial to you with no drawbacks. Hearing this, the king of the underworld raised an eyebrow and, after pondering for a moment, looked at Wang Beihai. I don't think you dare to trick me. So, how do you want to bet? Seeing the king of the underworld agree, Wang Beihai smiled inwardly and then extended a finger towards him, slowly saying, Let's bet on whether I can withstand your attacks for the duration of one incense stick. How about it? During that time, I will use all means to resist your attacks. Of course, I won't retreat into the tower, and you can use all your strength to attack me. If I can still stand after the incense stick burns out, I win, and all past grievances will be forgiven. If I can't endure and die by your hand, I will have no regrets. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, everyone around was shocked, including the monkey who was standing nearby. He widened his eyes and immediately pulled on Wang Beihai's clothes. Are you crazy? He's a supremacy. Your spatial laws can't be used now. Against him, don't even think about lasting an incense stick. You won't last half of it. The monkey spoke anxiously, but the king of the underworld became interested. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai, saying coldly, All right, I agree to your bet, but I have to make it clear. If I accidentally kill you during the fight, it's not my fault. If I really die by your majesty's hand, it would be a pleasure. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. At that moment, the monkey suddenly pulled him to the front. Wait, king of the underworld, he hasn't agreed yet. It doesn't count. The monkey said, turning to look at Wang Beihai. Stupid Bazi, is this your idea? Quickly withdraw from the bet. I'll protect you later. The king of the underworld won't dare to do anything to you. Seeing the monkey's anxious expression, Wang Beihai gave a warm smile and said, Don't worry, demon god. If I always need your protection, how can I grow? You said it yourself. I'm the chosen one of heaven. If I die here, what kind of chosen one would that make me? Don't worry, I have my ways. Saying this, Wang Beihai ignored the monkey's expression and stepped forward to face the king of the underworld. Since your majesty agrees, I'll ask everyone present to witness this. If I can still stand after the match, please honor the agreement, your majesty. Of course, but I'm afraid you won't last that long. The king of the underworld said, waving his hand to summon an incense stick, which immediately began to burn. Monkey, keep an eye on that incense stick. If it goes out, your Bazi brother will lose. The king of the underworld sneered, and as soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot forward, causing even the space around him to warp. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and pushed the primordial art to its limit. His eyes were once again covered with a layer of purple aura. With the help of the purple aura and the primordial art, Wang Beihai could finally see the king of the underworld's movements clearly. At that moment, the king of the underworld's figure had already reached Wang Beihai, and he threw a punch directly at him. Seeing this, the monkey couldn't help but cover his eyes. The king of the underworld's attack was extremely fast. Even the monkey himself might not be able to dodge it, let alone the less experienced Wang Beihai. In response, Wang Beihai smirked and, instead of retreating, moved sideways, dodging the king of the underworld's punch. Then, a flash of golden light emerged from within Wang Beihai, and a golden dragon appeared, radiating holy light. Naturally, the king of the underworld, who belonged to the dark attribute, felt uncomfortable and quickly distanced himself from Wang Beihai. Well done, Beizi. Seeing that Wang Beihai was unharmed and had even repelled the king of the underworld, the monkey couldn't help but shout in delight. He then turned to look at the king of the underworld, whose face was filled with anger. Seeing this, the monkey immediately shouted to Wang Beihai, "Beizi, be careful later. This kid is furious." As soon as the words left his mouth, the king of the underworld coldly said, "Very well, Beizi, you have successfully angered me." After saying this, the king of the underworld snorted and then reached out to grab something. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt the ground tremble, and the earth cracked open, with countless ghostly hands reaching out from below, grabbing towards him. Hell's domain! The king of the underworld roared, and Wang Beihai immediately leaped into the air. "Humph, Beizi, you've lost." Just as Wang Beihai jumped, the king of the underworld smirked and clapped his hands together. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a suffocating pressure from above. Looking up, he saw that the scene above him was similar to the ground below. Oh no! Wang Beihai was shocked and had no time to react when the king of the underworld exerted force, and the sky and ground instantly closed in, enveloping Wang Beihai within. Hashtag Chapter 575, Judgment in the Underworld. Beihai. Seeing the situation, the monkey immediately shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he turned to the king of the underworld. "King Beizi of the underworld, you actually dared to strike. If anything happens to him, I will make sure you suffer for it." As he spoke, the monkey was about to leap forward to check on the situation, but was blocked by an attack from the king of the underworld. What? Wasn't there a bet? Can't he afford to lose? If you step into the battlefield now, he loses the match. The king of the underworld looked coldly at the monkey, who couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. At this point, who cares about winning or losing? If you really kill him, I'll turn your underworld upside down, the monkey said through gritted teeth. But the king of the underworld only sneered disdainfully. You alone cannot do that. Besides, whether this match continues or not, you don't get the final say. Hearing this, the monkey immediately lost his temper and was about to rush forward when a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. "Senior Demon God, I'm fine, don't worry." Upon hearing this, the monkey immediately turned around to see Wang Beihai standing behind him with a smile on his face. "You rascal, you scared me to death. But how did you escape? I didn't sense anything." After a round of complaints, the monkey looked at Wang Beihai with some confusion. "Well, when I first came in, I was adapting to the spatial laws here. It wasn't until just now that I successfully cracked them. Otherwise, I might have already been a corpse." Wang Beihai smiled, then stretched out his hand, revealing a small black hole in his palm. "That's right. How could I forget that?" The monkey slapped his forehead, looking at the black hole in Wang Beihai's hand, feeling relieved, as he now had a few more chances of winning. Heh, spatial laws, indeed impressive. But just relying on that, you won't last a stick of incense. The king of the underworld narrowed his eyes, his words tinged with a hint of disdain. "Hemph, talking is useless. Let's see who's stronger in a real fight." Wang Beihai snorted coldly. Now that he had mastered the laws of this space, he could use the black hole skill with ease, which was his confidence in betting against the king of the underworld. "Hemph, arrogant brat." The king of the underworld shouted angrily, then unleashed a burst of purple-black energy that shot straight towards Wang Beihai's face. Having learned from previous experiences, the king of the underworld's attack didn't seem too fast to Wang Beihai. As the energy approached, Wang Beihai grunted, stomped his feet hard, and immediately, a golden dragon silhouette appeared, followed by a huge golden bell that enveloped him. The terrifying energy struck the bell, causing a piercing hum, and Wang Beihai was forced back several meters by the sheer force. When the energy dissipated, the king of the underworld stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Wang Beihai, who stood unharmed, not even a drop of sweat on his brow. Seeing this, the king of the underworld frowned, while the monkey was laughing so hard he was holding his stomach, pointing at the king of the underworld. Ha ha ha, you call yourself a supreme being, the ruler of the underworld, yet your attack was so easily deflected by my brother. King of the underworld, this time you've truly embarrassed yourself. The monkey, like a floodgate opened, kept teasing, while the king of the underworld's face was filled with rage. Rascal, I underestimated you. The king of the underworld said, his body beginning to swell, transforming from a cute little girl into a giant, judge-like figure. Pin, come forth. With a shout from the king of the underworld, a fierce wind arose, and the ground cracked open, a black light shooting out from below, followed by a giant pin slowly emerging. That's the judge's pin. Outside the field, the monkey's heart leaped to his throat at the sight of the pin, which was no less powerful than his own pillar of heaven. Realizing this, the monkey's face turned grim as he shouted at the king of the underworld. It's just a bet with a junior. King Bazi, is it really necessary? This is no longer about the bet. The king of the underworld snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. Boy, from now on, I'm serious. You'd better watch carefully. As soon as the words left his mouth, the king of the underworld waved his hand, and Wang Beihai felt the ground beneath him tremble, followed by countless spirits appearing out of thin air, roaring as they charged at him. Be careful, Beihai. His pin can summon hundreds of ghosts. The monkey shouted a warning, but by then, Wang Beihai was already engulfed by the spirits. After a brief silence, several golden rays suddenly shot out from among the spirits, scattering them under the golden light. Wang Beihai, now shining with golden light all over, had clearly activated his indestructible golden body. Hemph, don't think that with your Buddha's light, I can't do anything to you. The king of the underworld snorted coldly, then waved his pin, blowing gently, causing a sudden shift in the stars. Wang Beihai felt a mysterious force pulling him into a dark space. Where am I? Wang Beihai, now glowing with golden light, stood out like a sun in the dark space. However, as Wang Beihai curiously looked around, a clanging sound of metal colliding echoed, followed by several giant chains shooting out from the darkness, catching Wang Beihai off guard and binding him tightly. Break free! Wang Beihai shouted, but the chains remained unmoving. Were it not for his golden body protecting him, he would have been torn apart by the chains. Bold criminal, surrender immediately. As Wang Beihai struggled, the surroundings suddenly brightened, and he realized he was in a courtroom, much like those seen on TV. The king of the underworld sat on the judge's seat, glaring fiercely, with spirit soldiers standing on both sides of the court, behind which were various torture instruments. Don't look around, Wang Beihai. This is the legendary underworld. Once you're here, there's no way out. This bet, you've lost. Chapter 576, Victory or Defeat. Stop struggling and accept my judgment in the underworld. The king of hell glared with his terrifyingly large eyes as he continuously scribbled something on a piece of paper with his judge's pen. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai was desperately trying to break free from the chains that bound him. After much effort, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the chains only tightened further. Damn it, this isn't real. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and said fiercely, How dare you be insolent in the courtroom? As Wang Beihai spoke, a nearby spirit immediately stepped forward, scolded him, and then kicked him hard. Wang Beihai fell to the ground instantly. Impossible. This is clearly fake. How can it feel so real? On the ground, Wang Beihai was extremely puzzled. The illusion before him had exceeded his understanding. In his mind, no matter how advanced an illusion was, everything was imaginary. Yet, the place he was in felt utterly real. Hee, don't think too much, Wang Beihai. This isn't an illusion. This is truly the underworld. Today, you won't escape. As Wang Beihai furrowed his brow in thought, The king of hell laughed loudly and picked up a piece of paper from the table. The paper was filled with complex inscriptions. Hee, these are the sins of your lifetime. All of them are enough to send you to the 18th level of hell. Wang Beihai, do you admit your guilt? The king of hell slammed the table, and an overwhelming aura like a tidal wave pressed down on Wang Beihai. In that instant, Wang Beihai felt as if a mountain was pressing on his back, making it difficult to breathe. It was as if someone was choking him, unbearably painful. Why doesn't he just kill me directly, but instead make me admit my guilt? In his hazy consciousness, a question suddenly flashed through Wang Beihai's mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Right, if this is truly the underworld, why am I still sitting here unharmed? Judging by the king of hell's previous attitude towards me, this is an excellent opportunity to strike. Even if he doesn't want to kill me, he wouldn't let it pass. With this thought, Wang Beihai's mind became clear. When he looked up and saw the ox head, horse face, and the black and white impermanence standing beside the king of hell, he instantly understood everything. Realizing the truth, Wang Beihai smirked, and a layer of purple mist rose from his eyes. As the purple mist enveloped him, everything around him was revealed to him. Everything remained unchanged, and Wang Beihai was still in the forest. The only peculiar thing was the judge's pin in the king of hell's hand, which was glowing. I suppose everything I saw just now was caused by this pin. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and began to circulate the Hunyuan Ju in his mind. Soon, his mental power condensed into a giant rock that flew towards the judge's pin at an incredible speed. The moment the rock collided with the pin, it made no sound, like a stone sinking into the sea. But the next second, a loud explosion echoed from the underworld, and the entire space began to shake violently. The king of hell staggered back a few steps, and both of them returned to reality. Oh, the king of hell's usually proud hell trial has been broken. Well done, Wang Beihai. Seeing both of them return to the forest, and the king of hell seemingly injured, the monkey was immediately alert and turned to look at Wang Beihai, who also seemed to be in poor condition. It seems I'm still too weak. I didn't expect breaking an illusion would cause a backlash of my mental power. Wang Beihai's face was pale, and a sharp headache struck him as he swayed slightly. Haha, king of hell, the time is almost up, and you're out of tricks, aren't you? Seeing Wang Beihai's state, the monkey quickly looked at the incense stick nearby. When he saw that it was about to burn out, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. Hmph, it's not that easy to win. The king of hell glanced at the almost burnt-out incense stick and then snorted coldly. He tightly gripped the pin in his hand, and it instantly transformed into a normal-sized brush. Then, the king of hell waved his hand, and a beam of light appeared in the sky. From the light, a thick book suddenly descended. That's the book of life and death. Seeing the book falling from the sky, the monkey exclaimed in surprise and then suddenly remembered something, his face turning grave. What are you doing, king of hell? Tampering with the book of life and death is against the will of heaven. Don't you want to live? Haha, I just don't believe that as the ruler of a realm, I can't do anything about a mere ant. The king of hell laughed wildly, his eyes filled with madness. Stop it! The monkey roared and dashed towards the king of hell. However, just as the monkey was about to reach him, the king of hell's figure suddenly appeared on the other side. Sorry, monkey. The king of hell sneered and opened the book of life and death, raising the judge's pin to strike at Wang Beihai's name. But just as the pin was about to touch the page, a dark golden lightning bolt struck down from the sky, knocking the pin out of the king of hell's hand. How is this possible? Feeling the numbness in his arm, the king of hell's eyes filled with disbelief. He then looked at Wang Beihai with unwillingness. Why? Why did you let the demon king go, and heaven still helps you? Why? The king of hell roared in frustration, his voice almost a howl. Enough, king of hell, it's time to stop. At that moment, a very solemn voice sounded. The king of hell looked up and saw the heavenly book descending slowly from the sky. As the book's light flashed, The book of life and death in the King of Hell's hand floated into the air and merged with the heavenly book in everyone's astonished gaze. No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. At that moment, the King of Hell suddenly let out a long howl. The complete heavenly book then flashed with golden light, transforming into a refined young man in white who directly approached the King of Hell and lifted his head. Take a good look at what that is. If you continue to be delusional, even I won't be able to save you. Looking at the sky, the King of Hell's pupils suddenly dilated. Above the vast sky, a giant I was staring at him. Chapter 577. Preparing to leave. That is a true god. Seeing the enormous eye appearing in the sky, the King of Hell's body stiffened instantly and then uncontrollably trembled. A shudder from the soul, a fear felt instinctively in the presence of absolute power. However, the massive eye only glanced once before disappearing from the sky. Understood now? The heavenly book yanked the King of Hell back to reality. Despite the king's strength, he collapsed to the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. What just happened? Looking at the scene before him, Wang Beihai felt a wave of confusion. Instinctively, he felt that his memory was blank for those few seconds. Then, glancing at the others, it was clear from their expressions that, except for the heavenly book, the King of Hell, and the monkey, no one knew what had just occurred. Realizing this, Wang Beihai felt a surge of fear. After calming himself, he turned his gaze back to the heavenly book. So many years, and this is what you look like. Wang Beihai stepped forward, curiously pinching the heavenly book's face. Hey, you know what? You look pretty good as a human. I always thought you'd be an old man with a beard and white hair, but you're actually quite handsome. Wang Beihai continued to pinch the heavenly book's face without restraint. Finally, the heavenly book grew impatient, swatting Wang Beihai's hand away. That's enough. I am an ancient and revered artifact, not to be disrespected like this. The heavenly book said this, but its expression was not overly serious. The King of Hell looked at the heavenly book in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. You've changed, heavenly book, the King of Hell said softly, to which the heavenly book smiled but said nothing. At that moment, Wang Beihai walked directly to the King of Hell, extending his hand. Get up, according to our bet, it seems I've won. With a bright smile, Wang Beihai looked at the surprised King of Hell. Are you pitying me or mocking me? The King of Hell's face darkened as she looked at Wang Beihai, not accepting his goodwill. I just think that a ruler of a realm shouldn't be sitting on the ground in such a disheveled state. But if the King of Hell truly enjoys it, I won't insist. Wang Beihai smiled, ready to withdraw his hand. Wait. At that moment, the King of Hell suddenly grabbed Wang Beihai's hand, then with a forceful pull, stood up. Don't misunderstand, I just didn't want to stay on the ground. As soon as she stood up, the King of Hell let go of Wang Beihai's hand and immediately resumed her cool demeanor. Wang Beihai merely shrugged and said nothing. Then, the King of Hell turned slightly to whisper to Wang Beihai, Beihai, you're quite impressive. The heavenly book made the right choice with you. After saying this, the King of Hell glanced at the others and then disappeared in a flash of black light. Leaving so soon? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow as he watched the light vanish into the horizon. Don't worry, she's fine. It's just her nature after so many years. The heavenly book and Wang Beihai looked in the same direction, sighing together before turning their gaze to Wang Beihai. It's quite unexpected that you've gained the stubborn King of Hell's recognition. That's right, you should know who Beihai is. Wang Beihai smiled, proudly puffing out his chest. All right, keep boasting. At that moment, the monkey suddenly rushed up, lightly slapping Wang Beihai on the head and grinning. You stinky Beihai. Don't blame me for warning you. With your current strength, you're not even close to us. I know that. Wang Beihai nodded, his eyes showing a hint of longing. This journey to the underworld, though I didn't bring back Minner, my gains are substantial. I can vaguely feel that if I can fully refine what I've gained this time, I might break through to the realm of supremacy, and my strength will surely reach a new level. The heavenly book nodded in satisfaction, then walked over to Wang Beihai, patting him on the shoulder and saying with approval, Good. You've not only received the dragon's legacy, but also the legacy of the heartless demon. Just these two legacies are enough to help you break through to the divine realm. With that, the heavenly book pointed a finger at Wang Beihai's forehead, which glowed momentarily. Wang Beihai's body shuddered, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. After a few minutes, he regained clarity, his eyes brighter and more lucid than before. What a comfortable feeling. What is this? Wang Beihai was delighted. With the heavenly book's touch, he felt purified, his entire body incredibly relaxed. This is my purifying power. I just cleared some of the evil thoughts left after your demonic transformation. Evil thoughts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai shuddered and narrowed his eyes. Why can't I feel them? Of course you can't feel them. The heavenly book snorted, then stroked his chin. After all, the demonic techniques contain many evil thoughts. Although you have the protection of Buddha's light, preventing these malevolent things from affecting you, they hide in the corners of your body, accumulating over time, eventually swallowing your consciousness, turning you into a true demon. The heavenly book spoke gravely, and Wang Beihai furrowed his brows deeply. What should I do? Stop using them altogether? Not necessarily. After demonic transformation, your physical abilities will significantly improve. If you can refine the technique and use it cautiously, it can be a good trump card. The heavenly book said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder. All right, these matters are too complicated. Let's discuss them after we return. The underworld's spiritual energy is too thin. Once back, you can try to break through. You still have a 7-colored spirit fruit, right? With its help, breaking through to supremacy shouldn't be too difficult for you. Returning home? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then looked up at the sky, a trace of longing flashing in his eyes. The tranquil forests, the harmonious village, and the graceful Li Jia, memories of the past surged into Wang Beihai's heart. It's time to go back. It's been so long. I wonder how they are doing. Wang Beihai sighed. Since returning from the spirit realm, he had immediately come to the underworld, not even having time to visit the small village he longed for. Now, suddenly recalling it, Wang Beihai felt a deep yearning. Decided, upon returning, the first stop will be Longquan County, back to my Wulong village. Wang Beihai made up his mind. At that moment, a black light suddenly flashed in the sky, and the King of Hell, panting heavily, returned. Chapter 578. Destination, Wulong Village. Wang Beihai and the others looked at the panting king of the underworld, each with a hint of confusion on their faces. I say, King Beizi, what are you doing? If you really can't bear to part with us, you can come with us. Monkey immediately stepped forward, teasing the king of the underworld. Get lost, go to the side. I'm the master of this underworld. If I leave, won't this place fall into chaos? The king of the underworld glared fiercely at Monkey, then stretched out his small hand and slapped Wang Beihai. What? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, scratching his head in confusion. You stinky Beizi, stop pretending. Hand it over, or I won't let you off today. The king of the underworld shouted angrily at Wang Beihai. Is it this? Wang Beihai, completely bewildered, instinctively thought of his 7-colored spirit fruit and immediately took it out. However, the king of the underworld was only slightly surprised to see it, and then shook his head. I say, are you pretending to be stupid with me, Beizi? Where are my oxhead and horseface, my black and white impermanence? I sent them to capture you, but where did you send them? It's not easy to cultivate a few key subordinates. If you mess them up, I won't let you off, I'm telling you. The king of the underworld rolled up his sleeves and threatened Wang Beihai with his small fists. Oh, you mean them? I almost forgot. Wang Beihai suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the 4 who were still imprisoned in the Black Tower, and burst out laughing. With a wave of his hand, he released the 4. In an instant, the 4, disheveled, appeared before the king of the underworld. Seeing the livid face of the king, they immediately knelt down and said in unison, "We were outmatched and captured by this Beizi, which has brought shame to the underworld. Please punish us, your majesty. Hemph, it is indeed a loss of face, but it's normal for you to fall into his hands. The punishment is waived. The king of the underworld said, glaring fiercely at Wang Beihai with his big eyes, then snorted coldly and left hurriedly with the four. Watching the king of the underworld and his subordinates leave in a hurry, Wang Beihai and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. All right, it's about time to go. Don't forget, there's someone waiting outside the forest. The Book of Heaven suddenly reminded. Oh, someone? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and looked around, noticing that Nie Shaoqian and the walking corpses were nowhere to be seen. Then, he looked at the Book of Heaven and asked, what about these ancient beasts? Should we bring them along? The Book of Heaven scanned the beasts and then narrowed its eyes. With such a large number, keeping them in the Black Tower isn't a long-term solution. You can introduce them into your inner world. Isn't your inner world lacking in life forms? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. Inner world, can I really introduce so many? Seeing Wang Beihai's exaggerated reaction, Monkey couldn't hold back and leaped in front of him, lecturing him like a teacher. You've seen my inner world before. The trees and flowers within weren't naturally formed. Even the monkeys and their offspring were added later. Your inner world is so vast. Accommodating these beasts is no big deal. After hearing Monkey's explanation, Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully and then asked, if they enter my inner world, what will they eat? You don't need to worry about that. Since ancient times, there has been the law of the jungle. These beasts will naturally adapt. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, imagining the bloody scenes and feeling some reluctance. Don't think too much. Introducing these beasts into your inner world will be beneficial to you. The Book of Heaven spoke slowly as Wang Beihai hesitated. Looking at the Book of Heaven with its firm gaze, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and said, all right, let's try it. But with so many beasts, how do I get them in? Are you stupid? Monkey spoke up again. Use your Black Tower to contain them, and once you're in your inner world, release them. Hearing this, Wang Beihai suddenly understood, slapping his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? With a wave of his hand, the Black Tower enlarged again. Monkey then slammed his pillar into the ground, and the noisy beasts all stopped, entering the Black Tower orderly under Monkey's command. Next is to enter the inner world. A few minutes later, seeing the last beast enter the Black Tower, Wang Beihai waved his hand again, and the tower shrank. Holding it, he thought, and the next moment, he appeared in his inner world. My goodness, is this really my inner world? Wang Beihai looked in disbelief at the front. Compared to the last time he entered, this time, the world had spontaneously generated trees, flowers, and even some smaller life forms like insects and fish. Not bad, Stinky Basie. I didn't expect your inner world to develop so well, Monkey said, looking around with envy. This environment and space are much better than my Huagua Mountain. Monkey spoke, curiously examining the surroundings, while the Book of Heaven narrowed its eyes, revealing a hint of shock in its gaze. All right, this is your new home. Wang Beihai smiled and through the Black Tower, releasing the beasts. Looking at this unfamiliar world, the beasts were not afraid but rather excited. It seems they like it here, Wang Beihai said to the two, then with a thought, they returned to their original place. How do you feel? The Book of Heaven walked over to Wang Beihai and smiled. Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, then revealed a surprised smile, looking incredulously at his hands. He felt a strange energy attached to him. Although not very strong, it could bring unexpected effects in battle. All right, let's go. Seeing Wang Beihai's excited expression, the Book of Heaven smiled and walked towards the forest's edge first, with Wang Beihai following happily. Outside the forest, Nie Shaoqian and the others eagerly awaited. Seeing Wang Beihai emerge unscathed, Nie Shaoqian immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. All right, it's okay now. After a brief hug, Wang Beihai smiled and looked at everyone. The journey through the underworld is almost over. Next, I'm returning to the human realm. Whether to stay or leave is up to you. Hearing this, Everyone exchanged glances and quickly made their decision. Seeing no one leave, Wang Beihai smiled. All right, let's return to the human realm together. With that, Wang Beihai looked at the Book of Heaven. Book of Heaven, how do we go back? In the past, we had to find an exit to leave, but now? The Book of Heaven said, its mouth curling into a smile. Now that I've regained my true form, I can freely travel through space. As it spoke, the Book of Heaven's palm emitted a golden light, and a teleportation gate appeared in front of everyone, eliciting a chorus of exclamations. Where to? The Book of Heaven asked proudly. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate. Longquan County, Wulong Village. Chapter 579. Return to Wulong Village. In the human realm, Longquan County, Wulong Village. At this moment, Wulong Village was already teeming with people, its scale significantly larger than before. Numerous highways surrounded the village, and even more astonishingly, a small civilian airport was located not far from the village. The roar of a helicopter engine echoed above Wulong Village. Inside the helicopter, a woman in a sharp professional outfit, her tight suit accentuating her figure perfectly. The woman was wearing a headset, loudly explaining everything about Wulong Village to a group of affluent individuals on the other side. However, the men across from her were not paying attention. Their eyes were all focused on the woman, their gazes boldly invasive, causing her to frown slightly. All right, Secretary Lee, we don't care about all the details you're spewing. We don't care how Wulong Village is developing. We only have one question. They say the women in your country are skilled in certain areas. Can we see for ourselves? As the woman spoke, a middle-aged man at the back suddenly interjected, teasing her with his broken Mandarin. Hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow, suppressing her anger as she forced a smile. Mr. Yoshida, this is China, and we are partners. Please maintain basic courtesy and respect. Respect? At that moment, the man snorted coldly and then reached out, grabbing the woman's wrist. Bastard, I, a distinguished samurai from the land of the rising sun, do not need to show respect to a mere woman like you. You are nothing but a weak woman from China, and your main task is to entertain us and make us happy. As he spoke, the men around him burst into laughter, their gazes becoming even more brazen as they roamed over the woman's body. The woman was clearly startled by this sudden turn of events, her face turning pale. Upon hearing the man's insulting words, her expression darkened, and with a sudden burst of strength, she flung her arm, easily shaking off the man's grip. Pilot, return to base. The woman said coldly, ordering the helicopter to fly back to the airport. Throughout the journey, the man continued to mutter curses, but the woman remained coldly impassive. You bitch, you've angered me. I'll have the Yoshida Group withdraw their investment. You'll be fired by your superiors, and then I'll make you serve us all, turning you into our plaything. Soon, the helicopter landed smoothly. As soon as she disembarked, the woman began to walk away, but the men quickly blocked her path. Himph, dare to obstruct Secretary Lee? Don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing the man's aggressive stance, the helicopter pilot rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, showing off his muscular physique. The men were slightly taken aback, but then started to act like hooligans. The woman snorted coldly, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. So, the prestigious Yoshida Group produces people of this caliber? At her words, the leader's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, raising his hand to slap her. Stop! Just as the pilot behind the woman was about to intervene, a stern shout came from a distance, halting the impending fight. Everyone turned to see a graceful figure approaching. It was Yang Li. Yang Li had shed her former simplicity, now dressed in a tight black dress paired with red high heels. Her well-proportioned and voluptuous figure was even more striking than Secretary Lee's, and her exquisite face instantly captured the attention of the Yoshida men. Xiaofeng, what's going on? Yang Li approached and recognized the secretary as Li Xiaofeng. After graduating from university, Li Xiaofeng had returned to Wulong Village and worked as Yang Li's secretary. Over the years, she had undergone a complete transformation. Sister Li, it's nothing. Just ran into a few trash. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the Yoshida men and sighed. It seems there's no hope for cooperation with the Yoshida group. Sorry, Sister Li. Oh? What happened? Yang Li frowned, but before Li Xiaofeng could explain, Yoshida stepped forward, his gaze lewdly fixed on Yang Li. TSK, who would have thought such a beauty would be found in a small village like yours? You must be President Yang, right? Yoshida's eyes never left Yang Li's chest, his words filled with disrespect. Yang Li frowned and said, Yes, I am the acting chairwoman of Murphy Group. Mr. Yoshida, there may have been some misunderstandings earlier. About the cooperation. Cooperation is fine. Before Yang Li could finish, Yoshida interrupted her. In the stunned silence, he continued, Cooperation is fine, but as compensation, I wonder if President Yang would be willing to spend the night with me. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Yang Li's chin. Just as Yoshida's fingers were about to make contact, Yang Li's expression darkened. She swiftly grabbed his hand and, with a sudden burst of strength, threw him to the ground. Bastard, kill her. Yoshida winced in pain, and with a shout, the men around him charged towards Yang Li. Yang Li stepped forward, ready to act, but the pilot stepped in front of her. Sister Li, leave these trash to me. Don't dirty your hands. With that, the pilot swiftly dealt with the men. You. Yoshida looked at the group, his eyes filled with both anger and fear. Just you wait. I'll have my father withdraw the investment. Let's see how long your group can last. Yoshida stood up, furious, but Yang Li remained unperturbed. Withdraw the investment if you want. We at Murphy Group don't care about your dirty money. With a cold snort, Yang Li led Li Xiaofeng and the pilot away in a dignified manner. Yoshida watched their retreating figures, his anger growing. He then pulled out a dagger from his clothes and charged at Yang Li. Hearing the footsteps, Yang Li turned around just as Yoshida reached her. The dagger swung down, but before it could hit, a flash of red light appeared. In the next instant, Yoshida's arm was severed, the hand holding the dagger falling to the ground. Blood spurted out, and Yoshida collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Sister Li is right. We don't care about your dirty money, and you, such a trash, shouldn't be in Wulong Village. As everyone was stunned, a familiar figure appeared from a distance. Both Yang Li and Li Xiaofeng covered their mouths in shock, their eyes instantly turning red. Chapter 580. The Legend. How come, after so long, you don't recognize me anymore? Wang Beihai slowly approached the two, looking at them who were still caught in their excitement, and couldn't help but spread his hands in helplessness. At that moment, Yang Li rushed to Wang Beihai's side first, looked at him for a while, and then directly slapped Wang Beihai across the face. Sister Li, this? Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li in confusion, and the next second, Yang Li directly hugged Wang Beihai. From a distance, Li Xiaofeng saw this scene and her eyes flashed with a peculiar emotion, followed by a gratified smile. You brat, you still know how to come back. You left for such a long time, leaving such a big company to me. You scoundrel, scoundrel. Yang Li cried and pounded Wang Beihai's chest with her fists. Feeling Yang Li's grievance, Wang Beihai immediately felt a pang of guilt. Thinking carefully, if it weren't for Yang Li, there wouldn't be the prosperity of Wulong Village today. Thinking of Yang Li shouldering the burden alone, Wang Beihai hugged her even tighter. Li Xiaofeng stood by, looking at the embracing couple, her heart filled with mixed feelings, but she still showed a gratified smile on her face. Bastard, you actually crippled young Master Yoshima. What's your name? Just you wait, our Yoshima group won't let you off. As Wang Beihai and Yang Li were enjoying their reunion, suddenly, a man accompanying Yoshima on the side was helping Yoshima stop the bleeding while loudly berating Wang Beihai. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's face turned cold, and then he gently patted Yang Li's back. Sister Li, stay here for a moment, let me deal with these trash. Yang Li only nodded lightly and responded with an then obediently took a step back and quietly watched Wang Beihai. This action stunned the helicopter pilot beside her. In his memory, Yang Li had always been a cold and strong woman, and seeing her act so tenderly today was the first time for him. What are you talking about? Wang Beihai smirked and slowly walked towards them. Humph, don't think we're afraid of you. Do you know who you cut off the arm of? The man holding Yoshima shouted angrily, and Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, then said with interest, Oh? Who is it? Tell me. Humph, listen well. The one you injured is the young master of the Yoshima group, the only heir of the Yoshima group. Now, if you know what's good for you, cut off your own hands and feet, and send those 2 women over to serve our young master. Otherwise, be prepared to bear the most terrifying wrath of the Yoshima group. The man said, lifting his head proudly, while Yoshima beside him was as pale as a sheet. A man with glasses next to him immediately injected a dose of medicine into his body, and soon Yoshima's complexion improved significantly. Wait. Yoshima, recovering slightly, waved his hand to silence his men, then pointed at Wang Beihai with his other hand and said, I want both of those women, but this bastard must die. Before the words were finished, another flash of red light appeared, and Yoshima's other hand instantly fell off his body. In an instant, blood gushed out, and the people around Yoshima were stunned. After regaining their senses, the man with glasses injected another dose of medicine into Yoshima's body, barely stopping the bleeding, but Yoshima had already fainted. Bastard, do you want to die? I told you. This is the young master of the Yoshima group. The people around Yoshima were clearly stunned by Wang Beihai's sudden move, and it took them a long time to react. Then one of them shouted loudly at Wang Beihai. Who he is doesn't concern me. I just know that some trash shouldn't exist in this world. Wang Beihai's eyes were cold, and with a wave of his hand, Qishao floated beside him. Seeing this scene, the Japanese warriors immediately widened their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Wang Beihai. You are the legendary god of warriors, you bastard, just you wait. Feeling Wang Beihai's killing intent, the men immediately grabbed Yoshima and tried to retreat. Wait. Just as they were about to retreat, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, and the men immediately showed terrified expressions, not only stopping but speeding up their steps. Himph, wanna run? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the next second, Qishao emitted a bloodthirsty sword cry. A flash of red light appeared, and time seemed to stand still, followed by a gentle breeze, and Yoshima fell heavily to the ground. The men protecting Yoshima instantly fell to the ground, all of them with their throats pierced by a single sword strike. In an instant, only the man who had been loudmouthed and Yoshima were left alive among them. Wang Beihai walked over with cold eyes and looked at the surviving man, saying coldly, Take your young master Yoshima back and tell your master that I am Wang Beihai, the chairman of the Mo Fei group. From now on, Mo Fei group will terminate all cooperation with your Yoshima group. As for how he wants to deal with me, I'm ready to face it at any time. After saying that, Wang Beihai waved his hand forcefully and shouted, Get out! In an instant, the bodyguard felt as if granted a great favor and quickly lifted Yoshima from the ground, fleeing like a whirlwind. Just like that, they left? At that moment, the helicopter pilot slowly walked over, looking at everything in disbelief. Is he that legend? The pilot looked at Wang Beihai's slender figure not far away, his eyes filled with admiration, while Yang Li only smiled slightly, walking lightly to Wang Beihai's side. Am I being a bit too much? After all, this is in Wulong village. If someone sees this, it might affect the village, right? Wang Beihai smiled at Yang Li, his expression showing no trace of regret. Do you know that and still act so impulsively? Yang Li glared at Wang Beihai fiercely, then smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, when Xiaofang told me the situation, I already had the staff disperse the crowd here, and the surveillance was cut off. No one else knows what happened here except us. As she spoke, Yang Li looked at the several corpses on the ground and frowned, saying, But what about these bodies? That's easy. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, then waved his hand, and the bodies on the ground instantly disappeared. Where did the bodies go? Yang Li widened her eyes and looked at Wang Beihai, who only smiled mysteriously and then changed the subject. All right, Sister Li, I haven't been back for a long time, and I've been craving your noodles. How about we go eat some noodles and talk while we eat? Hearing this, Yang Li gave Wang Beihai a sidelong glance, then had no choice but to lead Wang Beihai slowly towards the familiar direction of home. Chapter 581. Watching the Sunset. Wang Beihai followed Yang Li as they walked forward, while Li Xiaofeng, with a smile on her face, trailed behind them. Gazing at Wang Beihai's back, she seemed lost in thought, her cheeks occasionally flushing pink. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly stopped, causing Li Xiaofeng to bump into his broad back. Huh, Xiaofeng, what's wrong with your face? Wang Beihai looked at Li Xiaofeng with a surprised expression, then scrutinized her, making her cheeks turn even redder. Mr. Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Li Xiaofeng was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing this, Wang Beihai teased, TSK, going to college really makes a difference. You're no longer the little girl from back then. Wang Beihai said this without much thought, but Li Xiaofeng was startled and then blushed even more, her words becoming hesitant. Mr. Wang, you? Mr. Wang, your head. At that moment, Wang Beihai interrupted Li Xiaofeng and directly placed his hand on her head, rubbing it vigorously. I told you, just call me Beihai Gij. If you keep being so formal, I'll punish you by not letting you eat dinner tonight. Wang Beihai joked, his tone becoming more affectionate, as if they were siblings. Li Xiaofeng let Wang Beihai rub her head, a smile appearing on her face. When they were younger, Wang Beihai often teased her like this, so now, Li Xiaofeng didn't feel offended but rather comforted. It seems he's still the same Beihai Gij. Li Xiaofeng thought to herself, feeling pleasantly surprised. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly grimaced, as Yang Li had pinched him hard on the waist from behind. Wang Beihai winced in pain and turned to look at Li Jie, saying pitifully, Li Jie, you still use this trick so effectively after all these years. Ouch, it hurts so much. As he spoke, Wang Beihai blew on his waist. Hmph, who asked you to bully Xiaofeng as soon as you came back? Pinching you is already lenient. I'll slowly settle the accounts for you leaving me behind to enjoy yourself all these years. Yang Li said, and the group had already arrived at the village entrance. Looking at the beautiful and prosperous village, Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with emotion. In just a few short years, Wulong Village had transformed from a small village with no roads into the wealthiest village in Longquan County. Hee, look at these small villas and activity facilities. Each one is both complete and luxurious. It's hard to imagine that this place was once in such a dilapidated state. Wang Beihai remarked, his words tinged with a mix of joy and melancholy. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Yang Li burst out laughing and pulled him to the old pagoda tree at the village entrance. Now, an activity center had been built around the tree, where many elderly people were exercising, enjoying their lives to the fullest. It's only been a short while since I last came back, and the changes are immense. Wang Beihai smiled, but then Yang Li suddenly stopped and pointed to a stone sculpture in the middle of the square. Wang Beihai squinted to see that the sculpture depicted himself. All of this is thanks to you, Beihai. Without you, Wulong Village might still be that small village today, and we would still be living our lives as ordinary farmers. You brought change to Wulong Village. Yang Li said with a smile, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Wang Beihai. Actually, I didn't do much. Wang Beihai chuckled, seeing Yang Li's grateful expression. Come, let me show you the only place in the entire village that hasn't changed. Hearing this, Wang Beihai became intrigued and followed Yang Li without another word. Knowing that Wang Beihai disliked crowds, Yang Li tried to avoid busy areas along the way. Nevertheless, many villagers recognized Wang Beihai and thanked him while inviting him to their homes. Wang Beihai had to politely decline, making their progress painfully slow. Finally, under Yang Li's guidance, the group left the village. Leading the way, Yang Li deliberately slowed down, and Wang Beihai saw ahead a familiar muddy path, surrounded by the familiar ponds and rice fields. Seeing this, Wang Beihai eagerly looked down the path and spotted the familiar little earthen house at the end. His eyes filled with excitement, tears welling up, ready to fall at any moment. When the village was being renovated, I asked Su Jiankuan to leave this place untouched. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you shouldn't come back to Wulong Village and not find your home." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's tears couldn't hold back any longer and streamed down his face. He hugged Yang Li tightly. "Thank you, Li Jie." After a few minutes, Yang Li led Wang Beihai to the little earthen house at the end of the path. Seeing the house, Wang Beihai's eyes became misty. In his memory, it was right at this gate that he had fought off thugs like Chen Chao, and it was then that Wang Beihai embarked on a different path in life. "Come, let's go inside. Don't judge by the outside. The changes inside are quite significant." Saying this, Yang Li pushed the door open. The familiar courtyard, familiar rooms, except for some changes in the interior facilities, everything else was exactly the same as before, even the positions of the tables and chairs. Wang Beihai looked around with excitement, his gratitude towards Yang Li deepening. Judging from the interior, it was evident that Yang Li had always lived here. Even a fool could tell that Yang Li had been taking care of everything in the little house. Realizing this, Wang Beihai gave Yang Li a silly smile and said directly, "Li Jie, I'm hungry. Can you make noodles for me? I haven't had your noodles in a long time." After Wang Beihai finished speaking, Yang Li's face turned red, and she said, "Wait a moment," before rushing into her room. Soon, she came out again, this time in a t-shirt and cloth shoes, looking just like she did back then. Hashtag Chapter 582, Mysterious Forces. Wang Beihai savored the noodles made by Yang Li with a look of contentment, his face beaming with the innocence of a child. Delicious. After all these years, nothing beats Sister Li's noodles. He licked the last drop of broth from his bowl and smiled contentedly. Seeing this, Yang Li couldn't help but smile too. "Oh, come on. You think the food outside isn't good? That's why you've been away for so long." Yang Li's words, though light-hearted, carried a hint of reproach. Wang Beihai could sense the underlying meaning but didn't know how to respond. So, he reverted to his old ways, chuckling foolishly. Seeing this, Yang Li didn't press further. Instead, she thought of something and asked, "By the way, you've been out of sight for so long. Don't you care about your business? I'll call Lu Pang and the others over. You guys should catch up." As she fumbled for her phone, Wang Beihai suddenly stopped her. "No need, Sister Li. Let's talk business tomorrow. Today, let's just relax. We'll go watch the sunset later and bring Xiaofeng along." With that, he stood up, stretched, and flashed a row of white teeth at Yang Li. Yang Li was initially stunned but then nodded with joy. She hadn't enjoyed such tranquility in a long time. As evening fell, the setting sun hung in the sky like a drunkard. The clouds, influenced by the sun's intoxication, were a mix of 3 parts gray and 7 parts crimson. Though not a grand spectacle, it had its own unique charm. A short distance from Wulong Village, a hill had been turned into a vast lawn. Lying on the tender grass, one could perfectly view the sunset. Wang Beihai, Yang Li, and Li Xiaofeng lay there, watching the sunset and the people around them, all relaxing. "How long has it been since I last watched the sunset? Who knew the scenery here would be so beautiful?" Yang Li stretched and sighed. "Indeed, Sister Li. You had this lawn built, but you never got to enjoy it yourself?" Li Xiaofeng lay beside her, her eyes half closed, her lips moving. "Thank you, Sister Li." Wang Beihai echoed Li Xiaofeng's words, causing Yang Li to pause before relaxing and smiling. "Let's not dwell on the past. Now that you're back, I'll have plenty of time to watch the sunset here." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. He abruptly stood up from the grass, looking somewhat wronged at the 2 reclining figures. But they merely shrugged, pretending not to care, and burst into laughter at his helpless expression. The lawn was filled with laughter. Before they knew it, the day had passed. The next morning, Wang Beihai woke up contentedly in his bed. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, he felt as if he had returned to his youth. "It's been a long time since I slept so soundly. This feeling is wonderful." He stretched and sniffed the air, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. Smiling, Wang Beihai walked into the courtyard, where Yang Li had already prepared noodles. As expected, Wang Beihai finished the bowl clean. Just as he put down the bowl, a knock sounded at the door. Yang Li hurried to open it, and several familiar faces appeared before Wang Beihai. Lao Run, Pengzi, Lao Zhu, and Lao Zheng. Seeing these old friends, Wang Beihai's joy was evident. The others looked at him with excitement and gratitude. Their statuses had changed significantly. Ren Yunfei and Lu Yihong, in particular, were now veterans of the Ma Fei Group and chairmen of several subsidiaries, renowned across the country, even in the capital. Zhu Lingji, though less involved in business, had succeeded his father as county party secretary, earning high praise from the higher-ups. If Xu Xiao wanted to, he could have become a prime minister by now. Lu Yihong spoke with conviction. Zhang Shuming, though not as prominent as the others, had monopolized the real estate market in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions with the help of the Ma Fei Group. The group chatted, and Wang Beihai learned about the current situation. During his absence, their coordinated efforts had largely controlled the businesses in Jiangnan, with the Ma Fei Group not resorting to force but offering significant concessions, earning the merchants' support. In Jiangbei, Mo Yuyan's decisiveness and Zhuge's assistance had eliminated all instability within the Chamber of Commerce. The Ma Fei Group was now the true leader in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei business circles. In the capital, under the influence of the Huangfu family and the Treasure Pavilion, the Ma Fei Group had successfully established itself, overshadowing many old families. If not for the deep roots of those families, we could have settled everything in half a month. The water in the capital is really deep. Lu Yihong's face darkened at the mention of the capital, clearly having faced significant obstacles there. We don't need to rush in the capital, Wang Beihai mused. The Ma Fei Group's rapid growth means we need to be tempered. By the way, Lao Run, why are we even considering a partnership with the Jitsuing Group? After some discussion, Wang Beihai voiced his question. It's a long story. About a year ago, a mysterious financial group entered Jiangnan. Within a month, they took half our market share. No matter how we countered, they seemed to anticipate our moves and always prevailed. In desperation, we partnered with Jitsuin to stabilize the situation. Wang Beihai frowned. An external force? What's their background? I'm not sure, but they're very secretive, staying in Longling. They call themselves the Lord Financial Group. The Lord Financial Group. I guess I need to visit Longling. Hashtag chapter 583. Meeting Zhong Yushi again. The next day, Wang Beihai woke up early. Recalling the words of Lu Yihong and his group from the previous day, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. The Heavenly Lord Group, what kind of power is it that can shake the Mo Fei Group on its own? Wang Beihai murmured. He knew that although he had been away from the company for a long time, when he left, the Mo Fei Group was already a formidable giant. It was no small feat for ordinary people to even scratch its surface, let alone shake it. This newly emerged Heavenly Lord Group, able to cause such significant losses to the Mo Fei Group in such a short time, even affecting its foundation, clearly had a formidable backing and was evidently targeting the Mo Fei Group. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that this matter was far from simple, and there seemed to be some coincidence with the appearance of the Yoshimura Group. Interesting, with such strength, yet they have been hiding in Longling. I will go and meet them now. Wang Beihai said softly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Are you going out again? At that moment, Yang Li walked in from outside, looking at Wang Beihai with a gaze full of grievance. I have no choice. I feel there's something fishy about the Heavenly Lord Group and the Yoshimura Group. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. Besides, I've just returned, and they probably haven't reacted yet. This is the perfect opportunity to crack it quickly. Wang Beihai said, looking up at Yang Li. Seeing her expression, he immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister Li, nothing will go wrong this time. You know my capabilities. Hearing this, Yang Li's expression softened considerably. You silly man, every time you come back, you're in a hurry. Can't you stay at home a little longer? Yang Li pouted, pretending to complain discontentedly. Wang Beihai gave a helpless, silly smile, about to say something, when suddenly, Yang Li stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Yang Li whispered in Wang Beihai's ear, her beautiful eyes filled with a special emotion. Don't worry, Sister Li. Feeling Yang Li's emotional fluctuations, Wang Beihai gently patted her back. At that moment, Yang Li suddenly raised her head and gave Wang Beihai a light kiss on the cheek. "It's a deal. I'll wait for you at home." Yang Li's face turned crimson in an instant, and she quickly let go of Wang Beihai, running back to her room. Wang Beihai covered his face, watching Yang Li leave, his heart filled with mixed feelings. At noon, Wang Beihai had already arrived at the black market. Looking at the once bustling market, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It seems that as people get older, they always like to reminisce about the past. Shaking off his thoughts, Wang Beihai shook his head and slowly took out his phone. Looking at Zhong Yushi's number on the screen, he hesitated. It was he who had rejected her back then, and now, Wang Beihai didn't know whether he should make this call. "What are you standing here for?" At that moment, a seductive voice came, and Wang Beihai didn't react in time, answering subconsciously, "Nothing, just thinking about whether to make a call." "A call? To whom?" "An old friend," Wang Beihai replied, quickly realizing something was off. Then, he felt a fragrant breeze from behind and turned around, colliding with the person who had approached. In an instant, the refreshing fragrance filled Wang Beihai's nose, followed by a feeling of softness. I'm sorry. Realizing something was wrong, Wang Beihai immediately stepped back, apologizing while looking up. The person in front of him was dressed in simple yet elegant attire, stunningly beautiful, and it was none other than Zhong Yushi. "It's you?" Wang Beihai was startled, then exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Zhong Yushi looked at Wang Beihai's flustered appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Hee, I should be the one asking you that. It's been so long, and you haven't changed a bit, little brother. Zhong Yushi said, stepping forward, her body almost touching Wang Beihai's. In an instant, Wang Beihai's face turned red, and he was so startled that he stepped back repeatedly. See, I told you you're still the same as before. Zhong Yushi smiled, then looked at Wang Beihai with her beautiful eyes and said, "Were you about to call me just now?" Yes, no, not really. For some reason, facing Zhong Yushi, Wang Beihai suddenly lost his temper, and his words became incoherent. Seeing Wang Beihai's appearance, Zhong Yushi burst into laughter and then continued, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, what did you want from me?" Seeing Zhong Yushi give him a way out, Wang Beihai seized the opportunity and told her everything about the Heavenly Lord Group. Hearing the news about the Heavenly Lord Group, Zhong Yushi didn't seem too surprised. "Follow me." Zhong Yushi directly took Wang Beihai's hand and quickly headed towards the treasure pavilion. Soon, she led Wang Beihai to the top floor of the treasure pavilion. Then, Zhong Yushi pulled the curtains and turned on the projector. Instantly, the screen displayed some old-looking photos. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked at the photos, astonished to find that the photos depicted a tall man with a distinctly Western appearance. "Why are you showing me this?" Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Yushi, puzzled. "Don't be impatient, look at these photos," Zhong Yushi said, continuing to scroll through the photos. Soon, as the photos kept changing, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. The dates on the photos kept updating, but the man in the photos remained the same, appearing in different occasions and times, yet his appearance never changed. How is this possible? Are these photos doctored? Wang Beihai asked with narrowed eyes, but Zhong Yushi shook her head. Clearly, they are not. Saying this, Zhong Yushi turned off the projector and moved gracefully to stand in front of Wang Beihai. "This man's name is Eugene. He is the boss of the Heavenly Lord Group." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's body shuddered. Zhong Yushi continued, "Actually, when the Heavenly Lord Group first moved in, my father asked me to investigate. This man is the key to my investigation. The photos just now are all evidence we collected. It turns out that this man named Eugene has lived for over 100 years. Chapter 584. The Disappeared People. A century of time. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened immediately. Although he had seen other beings who had lived even longer, those were all figures with backgrounds so powerful they were almost mythical. In comparison, this Eugene who had lived for a century seemed even more suspicious. With narrowed eyes, Wang Beihai said, To live so long without external aid and without changing in appearance, it seems there are indeed some dark secrets behind the Heavenly Lord group. He then turned his gaze to Zhong Yusin beside him. But speaking of which, why are you suddenly concerned about the Heavenly Lord group? That's unfair of you to say. Zhong Yusin immediately put on a pitiful expression. After all, our relationship is so good, and my father has long instructed that anything related to you is classified as an important event for the Treasure Pavilion. Since the Heavenly Lord group has targeted your Mo Fei group, our Treasure Pavilion certainly can't sit idly by. Moved by Zhong Yusin's words, Wang Beihai said, in that case, I really have to thank you. But speaking of which, where is Pavilion Master Zhong? I haven't seen him the whole way here. Everyone only cares about my father and doesn't care about me. Zhong Yusin glared at Wang Beihai, then said resentfully, since you helped us win the championship at the martial arts conference last time, my father went to the capital to oversee the treasure pavilion there and naturally has no time to come down. I see. Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully, then continued, having obtained such crucial information, I am deeply grateful. However, I still feel it necessary to go to Longling County again. If the Heavenly Lord group really has issues, I wouldn't mind making them disappear from this world. As he spoke, a sharp chill emanated from Wang Beihai's eyes, the killing intent tangible. Zhong Yusin beside him shuddered, and her eyes revealed a hint of shock. It seems you've become more bloodthirsty over time. It's for survival, Wang Beihai said indifferently. After all these experiences, he had long known that ignorant mercy was the most fatal. Hee, Zhong Yusin smiled, then shook her head. You, this man, are becoming more and more fascinating to me. Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Zhong Yusin and indeed saw her gazing at him with great interest. He swallowed hard. With Yangli not yet clarified and now Zhong Yusin added to the mix, just thinking about the relationships made Wang Beihai's scalp tingle. This romantic entanglement is really headache-inducing, Wang Beihai thought with frustration. At that moment, Zhong Yusin walked over with a smile, nudging Wang Beihai with her elbow. All right, such an excellent man like you is destined to be beyond my reach. Since you're going to Longling, it's also my hometown and I'm more familiar with it. I might as well reluctantly take you there. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately showed a surprised expression and smiled at Zhong Yusin. Thank you, Miss Zhong, he said. Zhong Yusin snorted and gave Wang Beihai a sidelong glance. I told you, call me Yusin. Soon, the two set off by car towards Longling. Shortly after their departure, a black shadow in the sky followed them. Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai focused on driving while Zhong Yusin sat in the passenger seat, her eyes glowing as she watched him. For his part, Wang Beihai dared not breathe heavily, fearing Zhong Yusin might misinterpret his intentions. There's no denying, a man driving attentively is the most handsome, Zhong Yusin said with a smile. Wang Beihai. Zhong Yusin continued, to be honest, this car hasn't carried anyone else since the last time it carried you. Wang Beihai was again rendered speechless. The awkwardness made Wang Beihai regret deeply in his heart. I should have come alone, he thought. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Longling. After speeding for a while, Wang Beihai frowned and slowed down. What's wrong? Zhong Yusin immediately asked, sensing Wang Beihai's unease. Is the road in Longling County usually this empty? Wang Beihai asked, observing the surroundings and feeling something was off. Empty? Zhong Yusin was slightly taken aback, then mimicked Wang Beihai's actions to survey the area. Indeed, the entire road was empty except for their car. That's strange. Usually there are quite a few cars. Why is there none today? Could there be an accident ahead? Zhong Yusin frowned, feeling a growing unease. Never mind, there's a service area ahead. Let's go check it out first, Wang Beihai said, stepping hard on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. After Wang Beihai and Zhong Yusin left, a ripple appeared at the entrance of Longling County, and a transparent energy barrier isolated the county from the outside world. Soon, Wang Beihai drove the car to the nearby service area. Before getting out, he frowned. It seems my guess was right. There's no one here either. Wang Beihai parked the car and got out, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, There wasn't a single soul. How could this be? Zhong Yusin covered her mouth in shock at the eerily silent parking lot. At that moment, Wang Beihai walked to a car, wiped his hand on it, and immediately collected a layer of dust. It looks like no one has been here for a long time, Wang Beihai said gravely to Zhong Yusin, who shuddered. No, it's impossible. Zhong Yusin shook her head frantically. For investigating Eugene, we came here 3 days ago, and everything was normal then. How could it change so drastically in just 3 days? As she spoke, Zhong Yusin's eyes showed confusion, while Wang Beihai stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it wasn't like this 3 days ago, then the only explanation for today's situation is... Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he looked around solemnly. Everything that happened here today was probably prepared for me. Just as he finished speaking, a sound came from the supermarket. Wang Beihai signaled for Zhong Yusin to stay put and slowly walked towards the supermarket. Chapter 585, Werewolf. As he pushed open the door of the supermarket, a flock of crows and bats suddenly burst out from within. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, took a step back to avoid them, and then approached the entrance. Instantly, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows as a strong stench of blood assailed his nostrils. Something's definitely wrong. With a tight frown, Wang Beihai cautiously stepped into the supermarket. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger flashed through his mind, and he immediately leaped into the air. Just as he jumped, a massive figure burst out from the floor beneath him, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Wang Beihai. What incredible speed! Wang Beihai was shocked and dared not underestimate the opponent, immediately activating his invincible golden body to withstand the sudden attack. In that instant, he felt a tremendous force assaulting his entire body, but fortunately, the golden body protected him, and he was merely knocked back without any substantial injury. Such brute strength! Spinning in the air for 2 rotations, Wang Beihai gazed in astonishment at the towering figure that had suddenly appeared. The force of that strike was comparable to that of Qiangqi. Beihai, do you need help? At that moment, the voice of the monkey god echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. No need, divine beast, please rest in my inner world. This minor foe, I can handle. As Wang Beihai spoke, a layer of purple mist veiled his eyes, and he could clearly see the creature before him. It was a massive being, over 2 meters tall, covered in gray fur, with a face resembling that of a ravenous wolf. A werewolf? Wang Beihai was taken aback. The creature's appearance closely resembled the werewolves depicted in movies. Oh well. Just as Wang Beihai was marveling, the werewolf let out a mournful howl and then charged at him with incredible speed. Damn it, you want to try again? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold. He had been caught off guard earlier, but now, having assessed the werewolf's strength, he felt more at ease. With a cold snort, a beam of golden light enveloped his fist. Facing the charging werewolf, Wang Beihai struck with a heavy punch, sending the werewolf flying and toppling the aisles of shelves before crashing into the wall. Come on, try again. Wang Beihai glared at the werewolf struggling in the rubble, gathering energy in his hand. Suddenly, the werewolf's eyes darted, and without hesitation, it rose from the debris, slashing at the wall behind it with its sharp claws, creating a large hole. Then, the werewolf roared at Wang Beihai, "You wait for me, Beihai," and leaped through the hole, disappearing into the twilight with a few bounds. Wang Beihai approached the hole, glanced outside, and then looked down to see a pool of green blood on the ground. Looks like that punch hurt him badly. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pondering the werewolf's origins, especially its final words. The werewolf spoke human language, which means it must have been human transformed. But whether this person belongs to the Heavenly Lord group? Wang Beihai stood there, stroking his chin, his golden body still activated, wary of further danger. Beihai, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from outside the supermarket. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Oh no, Zhong Yushi is still outside. Anxiety gripping his heart, Wang Beihai didn't bother retracing his steps. Instead, he punched through the wall, causing it to collapse. Then, he dashed to the parking spot where they had left the car. In midair, a winged human was gripping Zhong Yushi's shoulders and flying rapidly away. What is this creature? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, not hesitating to summon Red Cloud and slash at the winged figure. Just as the sword light was about to hit, a massive figure darted out and took the full brunt of Wang Beihai's powerful strike. Oh wool! The massive figure fell to the ground with a howl, revealing itself to be the werewolf from the supermarket. I'll deal with you later. Filled with rage, Wang Beihai snorted and stepped onto Red Cloud, speeding towards Zhong Yushi. As the distance closed, the winged figure emitted a strange sound, and countless bats emerged from nowhere, attacking Wang Beihai. Damn it, get out of my way. Desperate to save Zhong Yushi, Wang Beihai roared, and a dragon's cry resounded through the sky. A beam of black and white light shot out, instantly clearing the bats. However, the light did not stop but accelerated towards the winged figure. No way. Seeing the rapidly approaching light, the winged figure cursed inwardly and was then pierced through by the spear. With the winged figure dead, Zhong Yushi fell from the sky. Wang Beihai quickly materialized a cloud of gray mist, from which a demonic figure with wings emerged, catching Zhong Yushi in midair. Are you all right? In midair, Wang Beihai, with white hair and a demonic appearance, softly inquired. Zhong Yushi, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, covered her mouth with both hands, unable to utter a sound. This is just one of my forms, don't mind it, Wang Beihai awkwardly explained, realizing the inappropriateness of his appearance, and then dispelled the transformation. No, I think it's great, really great. You were so handsome just now. Seeing Wang Beihai's awkwardness, Zhong Yushi burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling as she clung tightly to his neck, immobilizing him. Miss Zhong, what are you doing? Wang Beihai's heart raced as he asked. I told you, call me Yux. Chapter 586, From the Americas. What are you doing? Wang Beihai was startled by the sudden kiss and then pushed Zhong Yusin away with a forceful shove. To his surprise, Zhong Yusin, instead of getting angry, flashed a playful smile at Wang Beihai. Hee, so this is what a kiss feels like. Zhong Yusin licked her lips and then said with a smile, this was my first kiss. I've decided that even if you don't love me, I'll still follow you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. All right, Miss Zhong, stop playing around. The situation here has far exceeded our expectations. I'm worried about your safety. Why don't you go back first? Wang Beihai rolled his eyes, thinking that having such a woman by his side was definitely a ticking time bomb. Thus, he used the excuse of danger to persuade Zhong Yusin to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhong Yusin's expression darkened immediately after hearing his words, and she stepped forward to grab Wang Beihai's arm. I told you, call me Yusin. It's so dangerous here. Aren't you afraid that something might jump out and kill me on the way back? Wang Beihai was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon further reflection, her point made sense. So, you'll protect me, right? Zhong Yusin whispered softly into Wang Beihai's ear. Her already seductive tone combined with a faint scent of her body, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, a noise came from a distance. Zhong Yusin immediately clung tightly to Wang Beihai's arm. Wang Beihai gently patted her back and then, with a solemn expression, looked forward. He saw the werewolf staggering, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground as it tried to escape. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and slowly led Zhong Yusin towards the werewolf. When they got closer, Zhong Yusin let out a scream and buried her head in Wang Beihai's chest. Wang Beihai also frowned. The werewolf in front of him had reverted to its human form, revealing a naked body. Judging by his appearance, he was clearly a foreigner. Stop! Seeing the man still struggling to escape, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, causing the man to shudder and then speed up his crawling. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. The next second, he waved his hand, and a red light flashed, instantly severing the man's tendons in his hands and feet. The man let out a painful howl, and then turned to glare at Wang Beihai with rage-filled eyes. Damn yellow pig, how dare you treat me like this? I am a noble American. Wang Beihai, you'd better let me go, or the Lord's Consortium will not let you off. The man spoke viciously, his expression as if he wanted to devour Wang Beihai. Americas, the Lord's Consortium, so it's really you. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, contemplating the man before him. How do you know my appearance and name? And how did you know we would come to Longling? Speak, and I might spare your life. Wang Beihai cleared his thoughts as he spoke. Himph, do you think I would believe your nonsense? The man sneered and continued, Wang Beihai, within 3 days, the Lord's Consortium will launch a full-scale counterattack. By then, not just you, but the entire Shinjo will be under our control. You don't really think we're just trying to suppress your group, do you? Ha ha ha, Wang Beihai. From the moment you entered here, you were doomed not to return alive. This place has been sealed off by our Archbishop with special methods. From the moment you entered, you were destined not to leave, at least not alive. The man's eyes bulged, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Lord, please forgive me. The man shouted loudly, and the next second, his body suddenly expanded. Not good, run. Wang Beihai reacted quickly, picked up Zhong Yusin, and with a leap, distanced himself from the man. Just as Wang Beihai and Zhong Yusin jumped away, the man's body exploded like a balloon filled with air, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Wang Beihai's face turned pale as he watched the gruesome scene, while Zhong Yusin crouched down, vomiting. Such cruel methods, the Americans, indeed ruthless. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Although he had heard about the Americas, hearing is not the same as seeing. Seeing their methods firsthand, Wang Beihai realized he had been too optimistic. At this thought, Wang Beihai looked up and, with the help of the purple mist, saw a transparent energy barrier in the sky. Is that the barrier he mentioned? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then transformed into his demon form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he shot forward and, without hesitation, punched the energy shield. In an instant, ripples spread across the shield in front of Wang Beihai. The next second, he felt a tremendous force from the energy shield, which knocked him back. After spinning in the air for 2 circles, Wang Beihai stabilized himself, looking at the transparent energy shield with a serious expression. This turtle shell is really tough. With that, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Next, red flare and dragon's heart flew out, striking the shield at high speed. However, despite the sharpness of the 2 weapons, they could not pierce the shield, instead being repelled by the force from it. Retrieve. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately called back his weapons and then looked at the shield before dissipating his energy and slowly landing in front of Zhong Yusin. How is it? Can you break it? Zhong Yusin, her face somewhat pale, walked up, clearly nauseated by the previous scene. No way. It seems this barrier can't be broken by brute force alone. We'll have to find another way. Wang Beihai said, taking out his phone, only to find there was no signal. Seeing this, Wang Beihai could only shrug helplessly. It seems we're trapped in a special space. The phone doesn't work either. For now, the only option might be to find the Archbishop he mentioned and defeat him. That might be our only hope of getting out. And the 3 days he mentioned probably isn't baseless. With that, Wang Beihai turned to look at Zhong Yusin seriously. Now I'm going to dive into the dragon's lair and cross the tiger's den. I'm really sorry to have involved you. Hearing this, Zhong Yusin's face turned red. What are you talking about? Those women can accompany you through fire and water, so why can't I? Don't underestimate me. But since you brought me here, please protect me, okay? With that, Zhong Yusin winked at Wang Beihai and then trotted to her car, pulling out a box from the trunk. I said, I'm not just a pretty face. As she spoke, Zhong Yusin took out some mechanical parts from the box and, in no time, assembled a powerful sniper rifle. Hashtag chapter 587. Return to Haiteng City. Holy crap, you carry this kind of thing with you all the time? Seeing the sniper rifle in Zhong Yusin's hand, even the usually composed Wang Beihai couldn't help but gulp. Yes, and don't forget, in the Jiangnan region, there are no more than 2 people who can outshoot me in sniping. Zhong Yusin smiled faintly, but within that smile lurked the ruthlessness of a viper. Wang Beihai shuddered, instantly reminded of the time at the martial arts tournament when Zhong Yusin had killed the head of the treasure pavilion. I almost forgot. Wang Beihai chuckled awkwardly, then glanced at the city faintly visible in the distance, pondering. Now that our whereabouts have been exposed, it means they've been watching us for a while. Without a doubt, their headquarters, and possibly the entire Longling County, are set with traps. That's for sure. Zhong Yusin pouted and then asked, so what do we do now? Can't just sit here and wait for them to attack, can we? Of course not. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before turning to Zhong Yusin. By the way, I remember Haiteng City is outside the main city, right? At this, Zhong Yusin was taken aback and then softly replied, yes, but it's not far from the city center. It must have been occupied too. Wang Beihai, however, smiled and said, I know a place that might not have been affected. Let's go check it out. If it's as I think, it might be our breakthrough point this time. Before Wang Beihai could finish, an engine roar sounded, and turning, he saw Zhong Yusin had already started the car. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Given the situation, the underwater tunnel must be monitored. I'll take you another way. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy, and he gave Zhong Yusin a thumbs up before getting into the car. Zhong Yusin shouted, hold on, and then floored the gas, speeding off with Wang Beihai. As Wang Beihai and Zhong Yusin left, the crow that had been tailing them took off again. The two sped along the road and soon, the outline of Haiteng City came into view. At that moment, Zhong Yusin suddenly frowned, staring ahead. Looks like they know we're coming. Wang Beihai followed Zhong Yusin's gaze and saw, indeed, a massive shadow approaching from the distance on the road. Damn, how did they know our movements? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, then closed his eyes, extending his consciousness. Soon, he opened his eyes and glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting a large black crow. Just drive, leave the rest to me. Wang Beihai said to Zhong Yusin, then opened the car door, leaping out and stepping onto Qi Xiao, soaring into the sky. He then unleashed a mighty palm strike towards the approaching shadow, and a colossal palm silhouette swept through the air, hitting the black shadow and reducing it to dust. Turning his body, Wang Beihai swung his hand, sending out a stream of black and white light. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and the dragon's fang pierced through, impaling the black crow following the car. Having done all this, Wang Beihai stomped the air, using the power of a black hole to return to his seat in the car. Done. Wang Beihai clapped his hands, smiling lightly. Zhong Yusin, seeing his ease, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, tens of kilometers away, atop a skyscraper, a man in a bathrobe watched the distance, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. So easily killed my scouts, the man said, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Wang Beihai, you're quite something. If not, this game wouldn't be fun. With a wave of his hand, countless bats and crows appeared around the building. Hold on, we're going in. Meanwhile, Zhong Yusin had driven Wang Beihai to the entrance of the tunnel. Wang Beihai scanned with his consciousness and indeed found peculiar life forces within. Zhong Yusin, however, showed a disdainful smile. Watch this. Zhong Yusin sneered, then pressed a button on the car, followed by a drift that sent the car sideways towards the tunnel wall. Just as it seemed they would crash, a gap appeared beneath the wall, just large enough for the car to pass through. With another flick of the wheel, the car entered another tunnel. How can it be like this? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, more out of surprise at Zhong Yusin's driving skills than the existence of the second tunnel. This is an underground passage of our treasure pavilion. Known only to a few. The entry method is quite tricky, requiring precise timing. Any delay could lead to disaster. So, we only use it in special circumstances. Seeing Zhong Yusin's nonchalant expression, Wang Beihai covered his face. This woman is definitely not as simple as she seems. Wang Beihai thought to himself. Soon, Another drift brought the car to a stop on an elevator. As the elevator operated, they quickly arrived in a courtyard. "Welcome to my home." Zhong Yusin twirled a lock of hair by her temple. With the sky darkening, her slender figure seemed particularly alluring, leaving Wang Beihai momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a shadow leaped down from the wall of Zhong Yusin's courtyard. "Watch out." Wang Beihai snapped back to reality, pulling Zhong Yusin into his arms and throwing a punch. The shadow let out 2 pained grunts before retreating swiftly. Close call. Wang Beihai sighed in relief, then, glancing down, saw Zhong Yusin staring intently at him. Instinctively, he loosened his grip, causing Zhong Yusin to fall to the ground. "Ouch, no sense of chivalry," Zhong Yusin complained, rubbing her bottom. At that moment, Wang Beihai leaned down, covering her mouth with his hand. "Shoo, there's something." As he spoke, dozens of shadows appeared on the surrounding walls. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai grabbed Zhong Yusin and fled, the shadows quickly pursuing them. What now? Their commotion attracted more monsters, and seeing the growing number, Zhong Yusin grew anxious. "We'll have to take a gamble." Arriving at a mansion, Wang Beihai led Zhong Yusin in a leap into the courtyard, then, following his memory, rushed to a hidden door and shouted through the peephole, "Elderling, open up." After calling out 3 times, just as the shadows appeared, the hidden door clicked open. Chapter 588, Investigation. "It's indeed here." Seeing the hidden door open, Wang Beihai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately grabbed Zhong Yusha's hand, diving into the hidden door. As the door closed, all external sounds vanished. "Where are we?" Walking through the narrow passage, Zhong Yusha couldn't help but be surprised. "This is the Ling family's shelter." Wang Beihai smiled faintly, clapped his hands, and the lights in the passageway all turned on. The two walked to the end of the passage, took an elevator, and soon arrived at an underground chamber. "I never expected the Ling family to have such a place. I'm afraid just building this chamber cost a lot of money and effort." Zhong Yusha looked through the elevator at the brightly lit chamber outside and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed a good place to seek refuge." Zhong Yusha blinked her big eyes, and as she spoke, she saw an old man standing in the hall. "Brother Beihai, long time no see." As soon as the elevator door opened, Ling Zhentian greeted them with a hearty laugh. Seeing Wang Beihai, he was so excited that he hugged him tightly, as if reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. "Long time no see." Wang Beihai also smiled faintly. Seeing Ling Zhentian still full of energy, he felt relieved. "By the way, how did you know I was here?" After the embrace, Ling Zhentian led the two to sit on soft sofas and then asked with interest, "The entire Longling County has fallen, but there hasn't been any news from the Ling family. Combined with the recent suspension of your family's industries, I can basically guess that you, Sir Ling, came here to seek refuge." Wang Beihai explained logically, and Ling Zhentian burst into laughter, then patted Wang Xiaofa's shoulder. "You really understand me, Beihai." They both laughed, and at that moment, footsteps approached. Wang Beihai turned to see Ling Ruoying's parents. "Uncle, Auntie." Wang Beihai immediately stood up to greet them. Ling Tianyu helped Wang Beihai up with a smile and said politely, "No, you saved me last time, and I haven't thanked you yet. It's not your turn to greet me." As he spoke, Ling Tianyu seemed to remember something and hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Brother Wang, there's something I don't know if I should ask." "Go ahead." Seeing Ling Tianyu's hesitant expression, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. "It's about the matter you discussed with my father earlier, about reviving Ruoying, is it true?" As soon as he said this, Ling Zhentian glared at Ling Tianyu. "Tianyu, be careful. Father, we really miss Ruoying, especially her mother, who cries every day." Ling Tianyu said, his eyes already red. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart softened, and he waved his hand. "It's fine. Ruoying saved my life, and as her parents, you naturally have the right to know." With that, Wang Beihai sighed deeply and said, "Actually, Ruoying can be revived." This statement left everyone present astonished, even Ling Zhentian, who already knew about it, couldn't help but be shocked again. After all, this was about bringing the dead back to life, and Ling Ruoying had been dead for several years. Hearing this, Zhong Yuxiao widened her eyes. Although she had witnessed many strange events, this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Thinking of this, Zhong Yuxiao looked at Wang Beihai again, her eyes filled with a different kind of admiration. Seeing the Ling family's hopeful expressions, Wang Beihai continued, "But the hope for this is very slim, and it requires an extremely long time. I hope you can prepare yourselves mentally." Hearing this, Ling Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then directly grabbed Wang Beihai's hand. "It's fine. Hope is always better than none. As long as Ruoying can be revived, we are willing to do anything, even if it means dying, we won't complain." "That's not necessary." Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then frowned, recalling Ling Ruoying. The scene of her blocking the bullet flashed before his eyes. "Ruoying, I wonder how you're doing with your cultivation. Are you all right?" Wang Beihai's thoughts were in turmoil. To revive her, the first hurdle was her strength. If Ling Ruoying's strength never reached that standard, everything would be in vain. But ghost cultivation defies the natural order. Not to mention the difficulty of becoming a ghost cultivator. Each advancement requires the baptism of thunder tribulation. The pain of that, compared to physical training, is even more terrifying for the soul. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai pulled back his thoughts and then looked at the few people still immersed in sorrow, quickly changing the subject. "I'll handle Ruoying's matter, don't worry. The biggest problem now is the situation in Longling County. Sir Ling, do you have any equipment here to investigate the current situation in the county?" Hearing this, Ling Zhentian immediately became interested and led everyone to a large computer. This is the most advanced unmanned reconnaissance drone currently available. After the Black Gold Society incident, I realized the importance of intelligence, so I had someone get this. It not only flies high but also captures clear images. If you want to know the current situation in the county, this is the most suitable tool. Ling Zhentian said proudly, puffing out his chest. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. This is a big help. With that, Wang Beihai stepped forward, urging Ling Zhentian to start the machine. "Young man, don't be impatient." Seeing Wang Beihai's anxious appearance, Ling Zhentian said in a pretentious old-fashioned manner, then pressed the start button in Wang Beihai's expectant gaze. Soon, Wang Beihai heard the faint sound of the engine, and then the small drones flew out like bats from a special passage. Under Ling Zhentian's operation, within 10 minutes, the screen displayed the images. Seeing what was happening, Wang Beihai and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. At this moment, the city had no life left. The streets were filled with wrecked cars, and strange-looking monsters roamed the streets. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately frowned. "It seems I was right. The city has been taken over, but there must be survivors. Let's look again." Hearing this, Ling Zhentian nodded and searched again. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the screen, and then the drone shattered. Chapter 589. The Assault. What on earth is this sudden apparition? Ling Zhentian looked at the suddenly darkened screen with astonishment, while Wang Beihai and the others also showed expressions of surprise. After all, the drone was flying at a high altitude. Unless it had wings, there was no way it could reach the drone. "I'm going to see what kind of monster that thing is." Ling Zhentian narrowed his eyes, instantly getting worked up. He then pressed a switch, and the screen lit up again, showing another drone. Ling Zhentian didn't seem satisfied and started randomly pressing keys on the keyboard. Soon, the screen displayed dozens of images, clearly indicating that he had mobilized all the drones. "I don't believe that with so many eyes, we can't figure out what that thing is," Ling Zhentian said angrily, staring intently at the screen, searching for any clues. At that moment, a dark shadow reappeared, and another screen went dark. "What on earth is that thing?" Ling Zhentian roared, replaying the previous footage, but only saw a vague black shadow. Just as everyone was frowning and at a loss, several more swooshing sounds were heard, followed by consecutive black screens. Everyone's faces turned icy cold. Wang Beihai stroked his chin, looked at Ling Zhentian, who was visibly angry, and after pondering for a moment, said, "It's all right, old master. You've done well. At least I now have a rough idea of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, Ling Juntian pondered for a moment before he could only shake his head helplessly. What should we do now? Judging from the footage we just saw, the situation in the city is very grim. If we go in rashly, we'll likely be surrounded by those monsters, and we don't even know what they are. Zhong Yusin frowned, looking at the black screen with a solemn expression. Everyone's faces showed difficulty, as Zhong Yusin's words were indeed true. Wang Beihai stroked his chin, pondering for a long time before making up his mind and looking at everyone, saying, "We don't have enough information now, but at least one thing is certain. Old Master's place is safe. The only way now is for me to go into the city to gather information first, and you all stay here in the shelter." "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Before Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ling Juntian and Zhong Yusin shouted in unison. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled and said, "Among us here, I'm the strongest. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight directly. I'm just going to investigate the situation. Nothing serious will happen." But Zhong Yusin was about to say something when suddenly, a very powerful aura appeared in the room. The moment this aura appeared, everyone present felt their legs go weak and they all collapsed to the ground. Divine Realm. Ling Juntian looked at Wang Beihai standing in front of him, his eyes full of shock. "Now you believe me, right?" Wang Beihai smiled at everyone and retracted his aura. "Monster, you're a monster." Ling Juntian slowly stood up from the ground, brushed off his clothes, and looked at Wang Beihai with a strange gaze. "In just a few years, you've reached the Divine Realm. Even a great golden immortal would be shocked." Ling Juntian spoke meaningfully, his gaze constantly examining Wang Beihai. "I really don't know how you cultivate it. All right, since your cultivation is so high, what's there to be afraid of? Let's just charge out and kill our way through." As he spoke, Ling Juntian rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike at any moment. Wait. Although I've reached the Divine Realm, we should still be cautious when facing unknown enemies. Seeing the old master's demeanor, Wang Beihai couldn't help but cover his eyes. With that, Wang Beihai prepared to leave the room. Wait. Just as Wang Beihai was about to step into the elevator, Zhong Yusin called out to him. "I'll go with you. I can provide remote support." Seeing Zhong Yusin's determined gaze, Wang Beihai frowned. He knew that even if he refused now, she would secretly follow him. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai nodded. Zhong Yusin's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran forward. However, just as the elevator arrived, Wang Beihai struck Zhong Yusin's neck with a chop, and she let out a muffled groan before fainting. "I'm sorry, it's too dangerous. I can't let you take that risk." With that, Wang Beihai picked up Zhong Yusin and laid her down on the sofa. "Take care of her for me. Don't worry, as you can see, with my current cultivation, they can't do anything to me." Wang Beihai instructed Ling Juntian a few more words, then turned his eyes and waved his hand slowly. Instantly, a black hole appeared in front of him. "What is this?" Seeing the black hole in front of Wang Beihai, Ling Juntian was shocked. Wang Beihai just smiled and stepped into the black hole. Even after the black hole disappeared, Ling Juntian still hadn't recovered from his shock. I'm old. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older. It seems Ruoying's vision was indeed unique. With Beihai's current cultivation, he can definitely rank among the world's strongest. Luckily we didn't antagonize him back then, Ling Juntian said with a sense of relief after a long while. At that moment, outside the Ling residence, crows were circling in the air, and on the surrounding rooftops, dark shadows were lurking, clearly waiting here. Suddenly, a ripple spread through the sky, followed by a black hole appearing, and Wang Beihai slowly emerged from it. Feeling the disturbance, the surrounding shadows immediately pounced towards Wang Beihai. "Get lost." Feeling the shadows rushing towards him, Wang Beihai's eyes instantly turned ice cold, and a tangible killing intent burst forth from his body. "Break," Wang Beihai said lightly, and instantly, a red light shot up, slicing the shadows rushing towards him in half. They struggled on the ground for a while before completely losing their breath. Humph, with Zhong Yusin around earlier, I couldn't act. Now it's different. These mere demons can't stop me. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, looking coldly at the corpses on the ground, and then stepped out, instantly appearing 10 meters away. At that moment, the surrounding monsters seemed to sense Wang Beihai's killing intent and swarmed towards him. Soon, the entire sky over Haiteng City turned pitch black. Chapter 590. Reunion with Xiao Luo. Hee, I never expected there to be so many half-human, half-ghost creatures. As he gazed at the sky filled with a dark, oppressive mass, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Come on, let me see just how powerful you really are. Holding the Qi Shao sword, Wang Beihai roared towards the sky like a beast. Instantly, the monsters in the sky let out a series of shrill screams and then swooped down towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai did not retreat but took a step forward, ready to swing his sword. Blazing Red Lotus. At that moment, a roar echoed from the sky, and Wang Beihai felt a powerful energy descending. Then, a red dot broke through the darkness of the sky. As the red dot expanded, a flaming lotus bloomed in the air, a sight that could only be described as magnificent. With the blooming of the fire lotus, the terrifying temperature instantly swept through the entire sky, and the dark shadows were quickly engulfed by the fearsome flames, letting out mournful cries before being reduced to ashes. Who is it? Wang Beihai looked astonished at the flames in the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. Such power had already reached the level of a saint, or even higher. Moreover, Wang Beihai sensed a familiar aura in the attack. Hee, long time no see, my good brother. At that moment, a familiar voice came, and from the flames, a slender figure slowly emerged. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and, seeing the familiar white hair, his face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. The person was Xiao Luo, who had been long unseen, and beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman in red attire. Haha, long time no see. I wonder how your cultivation is going, Beihai. Xiao Luo laughed heartily and then transformed into a blur, closing in on Wang Beihai before delivering a punch without hesitation. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, a smile appearing on his lips. With a slight step, he swiftly dodged Xiao Luo's attack. However, Xiao Luo sneered, and with a soft shout, flames ignited on his fist, shooting straight towards Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai's body jolted, revealing a look of surprise. The next second, a small black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing the flames whole. The sudden appearance of the black hole also startled Xiao Luo. The two exchanged glances, then withdrew their attacks and hugged each other tightly. Haha, you rascal Beihai. Why didn't you say anything when you returned from the spirit realm? I had to search for you in the Green Mountain sect for half a day. Xiao Luo pounded Wang Beihai's back vigorously, and Wang Beihai reciprocated with equal force. You're one to talk. You left without a word and went off to challenge the Stone Clan on your own. Don't think I don't know. Such a big event, and you didn't tell me. Do you still consider me your brother? At this, Xiao Luo was momentarily speechless. He had deliberately not informed Wang Beihai about the Stone Clan matter, as it involved some complicated issues. Hey, it's my own business. No need for my brother to worry. Besides, the Stone Clan matter has already been settled. As Xiao Luo spoke, he looked towards the woman not far away, who immediately gave them a smile. No doubt, she was the woman Xiao Luo had mentioned. Wang Beihai glanced at the woman and then nudged Xiao Luo with his elbow. No kidding, you have good taste, Beihai. That's for sure. Xiao Luo laughed loudly and then patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. It seems we're even now. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and then said, By the way, what level of cultivation have you reached now? I saw the move you just unleashed. It must be at the saint level. At this, Xiao Luo immediately puffed out his chest, looking proud. Naturally, Beihai. I am now a legendary saint-level powerhouse. What about you? I remember when we were in the spirit realm, your cultivation had already reached the saint level. How about now? Haven't you made any progress? Haha, of course not, but just a slight improvement. Wang Beihai chuckled, not revealing his true strength. Hearing this, Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh loudly. Haha, that's what I thought. Breaking through to a level above the saint is as difficult as ascending to heaven. In such a short time, if you had a significant breakthrough, I'd be depressed. But what can I say? Your control over spatial power is quite precise. Xiao Luo laughed as he spoke, and Wang Beihai shook his head, continuing, your control over fire is also masterful. All right, you two. Stop with the mutual flattery. At that moment, the woman standing not far away floated over to them, giving a sweet smile. Oh, I forgot to introduce. Her name is Huolinger, and she's my woman now. Xiao Luo smiled, but as soon as he finished, Huolinger snorted coldly, Himph, it's not set in stone yet. I haven't agreed, so how can I be your woman? At this, Xiao Luo's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Wang Beihai widened his eyes. In all their years of acquaintance, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Luo show such a look. Realizing this, Wang Beihai smiled at the two. It seems true love indeed. At this, the two looked at each other, their faces turning red. Seeing this, Wang Beihai revealed a genuine smile. After all, it made him happy to see his brother find true love. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Luo. By the way, why are you here? That's a long story. Xiao Luo's smile immediately faded when he heard this. At that moment, Huolinger standing beside him said disdainfully, what's there to say? You just couldn't beat them, so you used a teleportation stone and ran away. This statement immediately turned Xiao Luo's face red, and the comedy left Wang Beihai in a daze. Ahem, I told you. My goal was just to take you away, not to get entangled. And with you by my side, my strength couldn't be fully exerted. Xiao Luo hastily explained, and Wang Beihai, watching Xiao Luo's embarrassed look, felt quite entertained, even giving Huolinger a thumbs up. After a hearty laugh, Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Luo again. So how did you get here? You should know there's a barrier between the spirit realm and the human realm. Now that you're at the saint level, you shouldn't be able to cross it. At this, Xiao Luo's expression immediately turned serious. I'm curious about that too. I only know that as soon as we appeared, we were here. And once we entered the city, we were enveloped by an invisible energy and couldn't get out. As Wang Beihai listened, he nodded, then seemed to remember something and looked at Xiao Luo. Did anything unusual happen in the spirit realm before you came here? I haven't heard of anything. I only know that the seal in the Dark Abyss Forest seemed to be breaking, so the Green Mountain sect sent quite a few disciples to investigate. But all those disciples went missing, and eventually, I came here, and the rest, I don't know. As he spoke, Xiao Luo thought for a moment and added, but one thing is certain. The barrier between the spirit realm and the human realm seems to have weakened. Chapter 591. The Immovable Vajra. The seal weakening? The Dark Abyss Forest? Wang Beihai muttered softly, his eyes showing a hint of solemnity. Earlier, he had sensed an extremely unsettling aura in the Dark Abyss Forest, and now it seemed his intuition had been correct. At this thought, Wang Beihai's eyes flickered, and then he suddenly remembered what the monkey had mentioned about the demons. Could this be related to the demons? As Wang Beihai pondered, Xiao Luo stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, these are just my own speculations. I don't know the truth of the matter. The most urgent task now is to deal with what's in front of us. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately snapped back to reality. He seemed to sense something and frowned, looking towards the distance. Xiao Luo was slightly taken aback and followed Wang Beihai's gaze. Not far away, a dark cloud was swiftly approaching. That cloud is peculiar. Xiao Luo immediately frowned, while Wang Beihai's face darkened. His eyes had already been covered with a layer of purple light. That's not a cloud at all. With the enhancement of the purple aura, Wang Beihai could see clearly. What appeared to be a cloud was actually a massive army of crows and bats. The crows and bats were all with blood-red eyes, appearing extremely frenzied. Himph, if the enemy comes, we'll meet it head-on. Whatever the monster is, we'll burn it. Wait here, and watch my performance. Xiao Luo snorted coldly, glanced at Wang Beihai and Huolinger beside him, and with a powerful leap, he shot into the air, transforming into a ball of fire that rushed straight towards the incoming flock. This guy is still as impulsive as ever. Wang Beihai watched Xiao Luo's departure, covering his face and shaking his head. Don't worry, he'll be fine. At this moment, Huolinger looked firmly at Xiao Luo's retreating figure in the sky, her words filled with trust in him. Indeed. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile. Then he also turned his gaze towards Xiao Luo in the distance. Xiao Luo, with flames bursting from his hands, accelerated his body with the thrust of the fire. In no time, he was only a few dozen meters away from the flock of crows and bats. In the sky, Xiao Luo looked at the densely packed crows and bats, feeling his scalp tingle. Disgusting things. Xiao Luo frowned and snorted coldly. Then, two balls of fire suddenly ignited in his hands. Xiao Luo clasped his hands together, and the flames on his body erupted instantly. His eyes opened wide, emitting blazing fire, and with a roar, the sky was instantly dyed red by the flames. Moo! At that moment, a deep sound reverberated throughout the space. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The sound seemed to come from ancient times, and with its appearance, time seemed to freeze. In the next second, a colossal figure appeared in the sky. The phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms, its face ferocious, and its entire body engulfed in scorching flames. Its massive form alone occupied most of the sky. On the phantom's forehead, Xiao Luo stood proudly, engulfed in flames. Truly, the immovable Vajra. At that moment, Xiao Luo suddenly spoke. Then, the phantom extended a giant palm, directly striking down towards the incoming flock of crows. Instantly, a palm print in the shape of a swastika flew out. The vast flock of crows, in front of the phantom's palm print, seemed insignificant. In the next second, a series of mournful cries echoed in the sky, as red light flared up and then disappeared. The entire dark cloud in the sky vanished. Wang Beihai stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his heart filled with shock. Undoubtedly, Xiao Luo's move was a world apart from before. Even if he had gone to intercept it, he might not have been able to withstand it. As he pondered, the phantom in the sky faded, and Xiao Luo, engulfed in flames, descended from the sky. Upon landing, the flames dissipated, and a flash of red light enveloped Xiao Luo. The clothes that had been burned away by the flames were restored to their original form. Hee, this is a treasure from the inheritance I received. No matter how much fire burns, it can be restored, and it has extremely high defensive capabilities. The most important thing is that it can change shape according to my will. Seeing Wang Beihai's interest, Xiao Luo immediately smiled and explained. As he spoke, he also changed the style of his clothes, which made Wang Beihai give a thumbs up. After 3 days, one should look at a person with new eyes. This saying is indeed true. Wang Beihai sighed, then looked at Xiao Luo with deep meaning in his eyes. Xiao Luo laughed heartily for a while, then restrained his laughter and asked Wang Beihai solemnly, "By the way, what should we do now? If we can't completely resolve the issue, I think the attack just now will definitely come again." Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded and after some contemplation, looked at Xiao Luo. "I have an interesting idea, but it might be a bit dangerous. How about letting Miss Huolinger go to our shelter first?" Before Xiao Luo could speak, Huolinger spoke first. "You two do your thing. Don't worry, I'm not weak. I can protect myself." As she spoke, Huolinger deliberately stretched out her slender arm, revealing a delicate bracelet. Wang Beihai immediately recognized the rarity of the bracelet. "This is a divine artifact." Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Xiao Luo also stepped forward and said with a smile, "Don't worry, she has that glass bracelet. Even I would find it hard to hurt her. Let her come along." After saying that, Xiao Luo asked again, "But what exactly is your plan?" "My idea is simple. Since we can't figure anything out, why don't we just fight our way through? Based on the strength of these monsters we've seen, working together, you and I shouldn't find it too difficult." As he spoke, Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Interesting. Hearing this, Xiao Luo's lips curled into a fighting smile, and an overwhelming fighting spirit surged into the sky. With a consensus reached, the two exchanged a glance and smiled, then both turned their gazes towards the distant city. For a moment, it seemed like the sound of a war drum echoed in the sky. Let's go and see what kind of dragon's lair this is. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, then both he and Xiao Luo leaped forward, swiftly heading towards the direction of Longling County. Chapter 592, Furious. Beihai, don't. Just as Wang Beihai and his two companions were heading towards Longling County, in the secret chamber of the Ling family, Zhong Yushi suddenly woke up with a start, her forehead beaded with sweat. Miss Zhong, are you all right? Hearing the commotion in the room, Ling Ruoying's mother quickly entered, somewhat startled by Zhong Yushi's appearance. No, it's nothing, just a bad dream. Zhong Yushi calmed herself slightly, then suddenly remembered something, immediately sitting up and jumping out of bed, running towards the hall. Only when she saw the shocked expressions of Ling Zhantian and Ling Tianyu did she realize that Wang Beihai had indeed gone to Longling. No, I need to help him. Zhong Yushi narrowed her eyes and was about to head towards the elevator when Ling Zhantian's cold gaze stopped her. He pressed a switch, and a metal gate suddenly descended, blocking the elevator entrance. Ling Zhantian, what are you doing? Seeing the only exit blocked, Zhong Yushi's anger flared as she called out Ling Zhantian's name. I'm saving you and Beihai. Ling Zhantian remained calm, his eyes steady as he spoke softly. What can you do if you go out now? These words made Zhong Yushi tremble, then she steeled her gaze. I'm a sniper. I can help him. No, you're endangering him. Before Zhong Yushi could finish, Ling Zhantian shouted harshly, startling her into silence. I've encountered those monsters. When Longling fell, I resisted. No one knows how terrifying those monsters are better than I do. As he spoke, Ling Zhantian slowly removed his shirt, revealing a ghastly scar on his chest, deep enough to see the bone. Seeing this, Zhong Yushi gasped. Ling Zhantian put his clothes back on and said, if it weren't for my martial prowess, I would have become their prey. All my family's guards were killed by those monsters. We martial artists barely stood a chance. What can you do? Just a woman with good aim. Ling Zhantian's words stung Zhong Yushi. She clenched her fists, trembling. But in my dream, Beihai was dismembered. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face and weeping. Ling Zhantian didn't say more, giving Ling Anmo's mother a look before shaking his head and walking away with a sigh. Ling Ruoying's mother understood immediately, gently stroking Zhong Yushi's forehead and soothingly said, Don't worry, he'll be fine. He left you here for a reason. As women, all we can do now is trust him, pray for him, and wait for his return. Clearly, Ling Ruoying's mother's words were just what Zhong Yushi needed to hear. She hugged her tightly, sobbing softly against her shoulder. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai and his two companions had reached the outskirts of Longling County. Xiao Luo already held several monster heads, and Wang Beihai's clothes were stained with strange bloodstains. In contrast, Hualinger's delicate wrist was adorned with a bracelet emitting a faint white light, a translucent barrier enveloping her, impervious to fire and water, a serene presence amidst the chaos. It seems the epicenter of this incident is ahead. Wang Beihai landed on the rooftop of a high-rise, scanning the area before locking his gaze on the tallest building in the distance. Xiao Luo followed Wang Beihai's gaze and saw countless crows and bats swirling above the building, which was covered with dense, fleshy growths. It must be there. Xiao Luo agreed immediately. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. From buildings, streets, and even mid-air, countless monsters surged forth. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes at the monsters rushing towards them. Some had wings, others resembled wolves, but all were unlike the werewolves he had encountered before. These creatures seemed mindless and oddly shaped. Just as he pondered this, Xiao Luo let out a hearty laugh. Haha, perfect timing. Let's see who can kill more. With that, Xiao Luo and Hualinger exchanged glances before transforming into a fiery figure and darting forward. The moment they clashed, an explosion erupted, engulfing the city in flames, and filling the sky with screams. This is too hasty. Something feels off. Wang Beihai frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, a shadow attacked. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai struck, a flash of red light, and the shadow collapsed, lifeless. Looking down, Wang Beihai saw a monster resembling a wolf but with human-like features, far weaker than the werewolves he had faced before. How could this be? Wang Beihai's confusion grew as another attack came, easily dealt with, revealing another weak monster. Realizing the pattern, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. A bold conjecture surfaced. He crouched down, examining the two bodies, then flicked his hand, sending silver needles into the corpses. After probing, Wang Beihai confirmed his suspicion, his eyes sharpening as a palpable aura of killing intent burst forth. Even Hualinger felt a shiver, looking at Wang Beihai in disbelief. Wang Beihai's eyes blazed with cold fury. "You bastards, I'll make you pay in blood." With that, Wang Beihai stomped the ground, propelling himself forward with such force that the ground cracked. Accompanied by a loud explosion, Wang Beihai descended into madness. Chapter 593. Ensnared by the demon. As Xiao Luo was engaged in a fierce battle, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent from behind. Despite the flames engulfing him, he couldn't help but shiver. Turning around, he saw a gray light streak past him, and in an instant, all the enemies before him were knocked to the ground, each meeting a swift and fatal end. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, observing the fallen foes. Is this for real? His expression grew grave as he looked at Wang Beihai, who was now drenched in bloodlust. Wang Beihai had succumbed to demonic transformation, sprouting a pair of black wings and turning a ghostly gray. His white hair now sported a pair of striking horns. Is this still the Wang Beihai I know? Xiao Luo was stunned. At that moment, Hualinger arrived beside him, her face equally solemn. "I don't know why, but the aura from your friend now terrifies me," Hualinger stammered, her body trembling slightly. "Me too. It's like the aura of death, and his cultivation is definitely not just at the god realm." Xiao Luo scrutinized Wang Beihai, feeling the immense power emanating from him. Though unwilling, he felt powerless. They cautiously followed behind Wang Beihai, who seemed to be targeting the enemy headquarters. Thankfully, Wang Beihai retained some semblance of reason and did not attack them. Even so, Xiao Luo was on edge. Wang Beihai wielded his sword like a wolf among sheep, cutting down waves of enemies with ease. Seeing Wang Beihai almost driven mad by slaughter, Xiao Luo made a quick decision. Damn it, if he keeps this up, he'll truly lose his mind. Xiao Luo roared and ignited his body with flames, hurtling towards Wang Beihai. Feeling Xiao Luo's presence, Wang Beihai tossed aside a monster and turned, delivering a powerful punch. The explosive force surged forth, and Xiao Luo barely dodged, though the shockwave left white marks on his clothes. How can this energy be so strong? Xiao Luo was astonished. Their eyes met, and Xiao Luo saw that Wang Beihai's eyes were now void and pitch black, resembling a demon from hell. Is this demonic transformation? Xiao Luo recognized the state from his inherited knowledge, identical to Wang Beihai's current form. What a disaster! When did Beizi learn such demonic techniques? A surge of unease gripped him. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Luo steeled himself and hurled a massive fire lotus at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smirked disdainfully. The flames exploded before him, but he emerged unscathed. How is this possible? Xiao Luo was shocked. Before he could react, a black hole appeared, and a red sword light shot out. Xiao Luo's eyes widened. There was no time to dodge, so he threw a punch. Underestimating the sword light's power, the energy cascaded over him, causing him to spurt blood and be sent flying. Hualinger rushed to his side, catching him. "Are you all right?" she asked, her face filled with worry. "I'm fine." Xiao Luo wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze fixed on the sky where Wang Beihai resumed his rampage. "The problem is him. If we don't bring him back soon, his sanity will be completely consumed by the demonic nature. He won't be himself anymore." Hearing this, Linger frowned, her expression darkening. But his current power is likely at the peak of the god realm. Even if we both attack, we might not be his match. Xiao Luo pondered for a while, then clenched his teeth. No matter what, he's my brother. I won't let him fall into this abyss of no return even if it costs me my life. With that, Xiao Luo embraced Hualinger and kissed her on the lips. You can't come this time. He's too dangerous. Ignoring her protests, Xiao Luo ignited his body again and flew towards Wang Beihai. Xiao. Hualinger's heart tightened, but Xiao Luo was already before Wang Beihai. This time, he held nothing back, his body bursting with intense flames. A red lotus tattoo appeared on his back. Xiao Luo mode activate. Xiao Luo's eyes turned red as he hurled a blazing lotus at Wang Beihai. Wake up, Beizi. The red lotus blossomed in the air, engulfing everything in flames. Wang Beihai emerged from the inferno, glaring at Xiao Luo and roaring angrily. With a swing of his sword, a green lotus appeared in the sky. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. The lotus seemed calm, but he knew it concealed lethal sword energy. Summoning the Umitba, the sky darkened, and the statue reappeared. As the two battled fiercely, a tall, muscular man with golden hair and blue eyes watched from a distance, sipping red liquid from a cup and smiling faintly. Chapter 594. Arrival of Li Yuanhao. Hee, splendid, truly splendid. The man stood atop the skyscraper, watching the battle between Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo, a sinister smile creeping across his face. His gaze then shifted to the glass in his hand, which shattered into pieces. I was worried before that their combined might would pose a significant threat to us, but now it seems I was overthinking. The man waved his hand, and a scantily clad woman immediately stepped forward, holding a glass of red liquid. The man pushed the glass aside and pulled the woman towards him. She let out a soft moan, falling into his embrace, her eyes showing no aversion but rather a longing. Let them fight. We'll just pick up the pieces later. There's an old saying in China, something about, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits. We'll be that fisherman. With that, the man lowered his head to gaze at the beauty in his arms, his eyes now tinged with a bloody hue. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. He then bit down on the woman's snow-white neck, eliciting a moan of pleasure from her. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo and Wang Beihai remained unaware of the man's actions. Empowered by the Vajrapani, Xiao Luo launched a fierce assault on Wang Beihai. The intense flames emanating from the Vajrapani appeared to suppress the demonic energy within Wang Beihai, compelling him to defend rather than attack. Wake up, you fool! Wake up! Xiao Luo roared between strikes, the city center engulfed in flames. Within the inferno, plumes of black smoke rose from Wang Beihai's body, accompanied by shrill screams from Wang Xiaofa. Countless black souls emerged from Wang Beihai's mouth, and his eyes gradually cleared, the horns on his head receding. Hold on. Just hold on a bit longer. Xiao Luo's lips were already stained with blood. Summoning the Vajrapani had drained most of his spiritual energy. Maintaining such high-intensity output was pushing him to his limits. Hang in there, just a little longer. Far away, Hualinger clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fixed on Xiao Luo in the battlefield, her heart racing with anxiety. As Wang Beihai's condition improved, Xiao Luo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling the last of his spiritual energy drained. The Vajrapani's apparition vanished, and Xiao Luo let out a groan, plummeting from the sky. Seeing his chance, Wang Beihai reverted to his demonic form, smirking as he appeared above Xiao Luo, the tip of his sword, Qi Shao, aimed at Xiao Luo's chest. No! Seeing Wang Beihai about to strike, Hualinger cried out, her bracelet emitting a blinding light. In the next instant, her figure appeared in front of Xiao Luo. Facing Wang Beihai's powerful strike, she extended her hands, and the bracelet transformed into a barrier of light. The sharp sword struck the barrier, but it could not advance an inch. Despite this, Hualinger's complexion paled, and a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Linger! Xiao Luo awoke from his brief unconsciousness, seeing Hualinger struggling to hold on, his heart aching. He tried to rise but felt a searing pain throughout his body, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Damn it! Xiao Luo pounded the ground in frustration. Wang Beihai, you bastard, I don't want to die like this. Snap out of it. Xiao Luo roared, but Wang Beihai remained devoid of reason. Just as Hualinger was about to give in, Wang Beihai suddenly laughed, and his sword thrust downward, shattering the barrier and causing the bracelet to lose its luster. Bastard, snap out of it. Xiao Luo bellowed in despair. As Wang Beihai was about to finish them off, a melodious tune drifted in. The serene melody was out of place amidst the chaos. The music calmed the raging Wang Beihai, and he slowly lowered his sword. Seeing this, Hualinger quickly lifted Xiao Luo and retreated to a safe distance. Under the influence of the melody, Wang Beihai shed his demonic aura, his eyes returning to normal. The music stopped, and Wang Beihai collapsed to the ground. What on earth just happened? Coming to his senses, Wang Beihai looked around in shock and confusion. You idiot! Before Wang Beihai could react, Hualinger rushed to him, glaring angrily before slapping him across the face. What did I do, Miss Linger? Why are you hitting me? Wang Beihai covered his cheek, bewildered. Idiot! Hualinger slapped him again. Linger, stop! Xiao Luo weakly called out. Shut up! Hualinger snapped, then turned back to Wang Beihai. Do you know you almost killed your best friend? Wang Beihai's heart jolted, fragments of his recent memories surfacing. He felt deep remorse and shame, rising to his knees before Hualinger. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. At this, Hualinger calmed down, huffing coldly. You almost killed us, and I've slapped you twice. We're even, but you need to make up for my bracelet. She gently touched the bracelet on her wrist, which, though intact, had lost its former vibrancy. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility, Wang Beihai said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Just then, a gentle voice called out. I say, Beihai, causing such a ruckus, you might just bring the whole city down. The group turned to see a slender figure approaching, clad in white, a qin, ancient Chinese zither, slung over his back. Li Mengzhu. Wang Beihai's face lit up. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Martial Alliance, Li Yuanhao. Long time no see, Beihai. Li Yuanhao laughed, then added, Seems like every time I see you, something big is happening. Wang Beihai blushed, then looked towards the distant skyscraper, gritting his teeth. The root of all this is that bastard Eugene. Now, I'm going to settle the score with him. With that, Wang Beihai grasped Qishao and Long Dan, his battle intent surging. Chapter 595. Impact. Wait, before that, I need to know what exactly happened for you to get so angry? Shilua sat cross-legged on the ground, his azure eyes fixed on Wang Beihai. In his impression, Wang Beihai had always been calm and composed. Something serious enough to provoke such a reaction from him was definitely not trivial. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. He then pointed at the monsters still flapping their wings in the sky and said through gritted teeth, Look closely at what they are. Shilua was startled and examined the monsters more closely. However, there were too many of them, and he couldn't discern anything specific at once. At that moment, Hualinger, standing beside him, suddenly let out a gasp and began to tremble all over. What did you see, Linger? Seeing Hualinger's state, Shilua narrowed his eyes. Hualinger trembled, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Wang Beihai, seeking answers in his eyes. This can't be real, can it? It definitely can't be, right? Wang Beihai's expression darkened instantly, remaining silent but revealing much through his demeanor. Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Hualinger felt her legs give way, and she collapsed to the ground, her expression filled with agony. What's going on? What exactly are those monsters? As he spoke, Shilua glanced at the distant monsters, his eyes widening and his expression growing serious. Don't tell me those monsters are... Shilua's voice trembled. Despite his past as an assassin, he couldn't help but feel enraged at the situation. "It seems so," Li Yuanhao said gravely, not hesitating to remove the ancient zither from his back and lightly strum the strings. Instantly, the monsters froze, then began to howl in pain. Many plummeted from the sky, clutching their heads in agony as their fur began to fall off, revealing smooth skin underneath. However, as soon as the music stopped, the fur grew back. "They were the original residents of this city," Wang Beihai said, his eyes closed, his voice filled with sorrow. Clearly, the monsters they saw were once innocent people, the original inhabitants of this city. Now, these innocent souls had been transformed into monstrous beings, and they had to face their attacks. At this thought, everyone clenched their teeth in anger, their expressions furious. Shilua finally understood why Wang Beihai had lost control. "Go ahead, brother. Leave these people to me. If you can't personally deal with that bastard, I'll kill you myself." Shilua patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, increasing the pressure, his eyes burning with fury. Clearly, this time, Shilua was truly enraged. Wang Beihai glanced at the others around him, whether Li Yuanhao or Hualinger, all looking at him with trust. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sense of responsibility on his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Wang Beihai nodded at the group, then looked towards the top of a nearby skyscraper. His eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his spear, a black hole appeared before him. He turned once more to glance at the group, then without looking back, stepped into the black hole. "This guy has already reached the peak of the divine realm," Shilua remarked. Watching Wang Beihai disappear into the black hole, his eyes filled with deep meaning. "Haha, there's a difference between genius and freak." Li Yuanhao laughed, then looked at the horde of monsters ahead, his gaze gradually turning cold. "Now, we should focus on these people," he said. Hearing this, Shilua and Hualinger immediately snapped back to reality, their expressions growing grim as they looked at the swarm of monsters like a dark cloud. On the other side, Wang Beihai emerged from the black hole at the foot of the skyscraper. Just as he was about to use the black hole to rush to the top, two black shadows suddenly darted out from the sides of the building, launching an attack on Wang Beihai with lightning speed. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, dodging to the side, leaving only an afterimage where he had stood. With a loud bang, the place where Wang Beihai had been standing moments ago was instantly enveloped in dust. He frowned, waved his hand, and the dust dissipated. In front of the building stood two towering figures, one resembling a werewolf and the other a bat. From these two monsters, Wang Beihai sensed immense vitality and strength. These two monsters are on a completely different level compared to the ones we saw earlier, he thought, becoming more certain that the building was the main stronghold of the so-called Heavenly Lord Corporation. "Move aside," Wang Beihai said coldly, his voice filled with anger. Upon seeing the two, he abandoned the idea of using the black hole to reach the top and instead unleashed his full aura. Feeling the immense power emanating from Wang Beihai, the two monsters were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure, baring their sharp fangs and charging at him with roars. Their attacks rained down like a storm, leaving countless claw marks on the hard ground, and fragments of stone flew everywhere. This time, instead of dodging, Wang Beihai stood his ground. With a determined look, he focused his mind, and a golden light burst forth from his body, enveloping the charging duo. Within the golden light, a giant golden dragon soared into the sky. Following this, two pained cries rang out. When the golden light dissipated, the previously arrogant duo lay before the building, heavily wounded, with black smoke rising from their wounds. Evidently, the divine golden light had a restraining effect on these monsters. "Ah, what kind of light is this that can suppress us? Damn it!" the werewolf screamed, quickly retreating into the building. "Run!" the other one shouted, rapidly backing away. But Wang Beihai wouldn't give them a chance to escape. They felt a gust of wind, and Wang Beihai vanished from their sight. The next moment, a flash of red light appeared, and a green lotus bloomed. Immediately, a horrific scream echoed throughout the space. ###Chapter 596, Conspiracy. At the pinnacle of the skyscraper, a man with golden hair and blue eyes squinted down, his gaze revealing a hint of solemnity. How is it possible that Basie, who was so malevolent just now radiates such a holy light? As he spoke, the man waved his hand, and the surrounding flesh balls began to writhe violently. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the woman and his arms out. Instantly, countless tentacles extended from the flesh balls, seizing the woman. The tentacles then sprouted suction cups that firmly adhered to her skin. Before she could react, her body rapidly withered, soon turning into a dried corpse. The flesh balls, having absorbed the woman's essence, writhed even more intensely. Then, colossal figures struggled to emerge from the flesh balls. "Ha ha ha, my subjects, it's time for you to serve me." The man laughed loudly, spreading his arms wide. The flesh balls exploded, and several burly figures leaped out, kneeling before the man. "Your Eminence." They spoke in unison, their muscular builds resembling werewolves, with broad backs adorned with enormous bat wings. Each of them showed profound respect for the man before them. The man roared with laughter, then glanced at the base of the skyscraper, where Wang Beihai was preparing to enter. With a pointed finger, he commanded loudly, "Kill him." Hearing this, the monsters emitted bloodthirsty howls, and, with a flap of their wings, shot towards the ground. "Let's see what you are." Standing at the entrance of the skyscraper, Wang Beihai's eyes glowed with a purple light. His brows furrowed as he sensed the entire building filled with repulsive flesh balls, seemingly incubating something. A rough estimate revealed over 10,000 such entities. So this is what the werewolf meant by the end of days, Wang Beihai thought, recalling the werewolf he encountered upon arriving in Longling. He instantly understood Eugene's plan. Judging by the energy, these flesh balls are incubating formidable warriors. If they all succeed, it would indeed be a formidable force. But why choose Longling County for such a plan? Wang Beihai pondered, then snorted, stepping into the building. The sight that greeted him stunned him. The entire lobby was crawling with tentacles, and a deep pit had formed, filled with living beings. These people were ensnared by the flesh balls, their flesh being drained. Enraged, Wang Beihai unleashed a golden light, and a colossal dragon emerged, severing the tentacles. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from the flesh balls. At that moment, several figures descended from above, crashing where Wang Beihai stood. Calmly, Wang Beihai summoned a massive golden bell from the dust, blocking their attacks. "Die!" the monsters roared, exerting their full strength. Wang Beihai, with a wave of his hand, opened a black hole. Just as their fists landed, he stepped into the black hole, escaping to a distance. "So you are the monsters born from these flesh balls." Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. The monster's aura was strikingly similar to that of the flesh balls. If he succeeds, it could indeed bring about a catastrophe on Earth. Determined, Wang Beihai summoned the golden dragon into his body, radiating a golden glow. He struck out with a palm. Great heavenly palm strike. A colossal golden palm imprint flew towards the monsters. The leader, caught off guard, was crushed into paste. The others scattered, their eyes filled with fear. These beasts still have consciousness? Wang Beihai mused. While brute strength could be outmaneuvered, intelligence made them more challenging. Today, I must destroy this place. As he deliberated, the remaining monsters exchanged glances and began to fight each other. What's going on? Even if they can't win, do they have to turn on each other? Wang Beihai was startled. In the brief moment of contemplation, the monsters had decided their victor. The victorious one opened its mouth to reveal a terrifying suction disc which extended to the fallen monsters. After absorbing them, the victor rapidly evolved, doubling in size, shedding its fur, growing hard scales, larger wings, and more fearsome fangs. This creature can evolve by devouring its own kind. Wang Beihai was shocked. The monster completed its transformation, standing on two legs. It glanced at its claws, then appeared before Wang Beihai. Roar! The monster roared, its claws slicing down with a force that created a sizzling sound in the air. Damn, so fast. Wang Beihai activated his invincible golden body, thrusting his dragon's heart spear at the monster's heart. Simultaneously, the monster's claws raked across Wang Beihai's back, spurting blood. Chapter 597. I Have a Sword. Wang Beihai and the evolved monster brushed past each other, and in the next instant, a bloodline appeared abruptly. Wang Beihai rolled on the ground, then looked at the monster bleeding profusely not far away, his lips curling up as a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. What terrifying claws! If not for my indestructible golden body, just that claw tip alone could have torn me apart from the middle. Wang Beihai was somewhat shocked as he looked at the monster, recalling the sharp claws it had just displayed, which still sent a chill down his spine. Roar. At this moment, the monster let out a furious roar. Its chest had a blood-filled hole, clearly caused by the piercing of the dragon's spine. The outcome of their recent clash was evident. The monster clearly hadn't expected to lose to Wang Beihai. Its eyes darted, and it immediately became enraged. It roared to the sky, and its body began to turn crimson. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and under the enhancement of the purple mist, he quickly saw that the monster's internal energy had magnified twofold in a short period. Realizing he couldn't sit idly by, Wang Beihai next second retracted his spear, and golden light flashed all over his body. Each movement was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers. Descend, dragon of the world. Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, a golden dragon flew into his body, transforming into a faint golden tattoo on his back. Seeing this, the monster roared again, its body swelling further. Its muscles expanded rapidly, and the bulging veins gave an alarming appearance. In an instant, the entire building seemed to tremble slightly due to this terrifying energy. With the collision of black and white energies, a hurricane appeared out of thin air within the building. The powerful wind crushed nearby flesh balls into powder. Seeing the shattered flesh balls in the building, Eugene stood at the top, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Damn it, Basie. You destroyed so much of my hard work. Kill him. At Eugene's command, the monster in front of Wang Beihai suddenly roared, the loud sound causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Then, the monster's figure flashed, splitting into dozens of illusions in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes were covered with a layer of purple as he squinted forward. However, strangely, the purple aura that usually worked perfectly was now ineffective. After a thorough investigation, Wang Beihai couldn't distinguish which was an illusion and which was the real body. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck Wang Beihai's heart. He turned his head to see a massive fist suddenly appearing in front of him. Instinctively, Wang Beihai twisted his body 180 degrees, avoiding a facial injury but unable to dodge the punch. With a bang, the fist, as hard as steel, slammed into Wang Beihai's body. He felt a stifling pain in his chest and was instantly sent flying, crashing through the thick building wall, flying over 100 meters before landing in the ruins. However, the monster didn't slow down its assault. It flashed and caught up with Wang Beihai, stomping down with its massive foot onto the debris. In an instant, the already ruined building turned into dust. You bastard! You really surprised me. A golden light suddenly lit up within the dust. Beneath the debris, Wang Beihai held the monster's foot with both hands, his eyes cold and sharp. The next second, Wang Beihai let out a low growl from his throat, like a slumbering beast awakening, a massive force erupting from within him. The monster's face showed a look of shock, and then Wang Beihai exerted force, throwing the monster away. As the monster's body was still in the air, Wang Beihai on the ground rubbed his wrist and smirked coldly. You had your fun, now it's my turn. With that, Wang Beihai stomped his foot hard, shattering the surrounding rubble. In the sky, before the monster could stabilize itself, Wang Beihai appeared above it. I have a sword that can cut through heaven and earth. In the sky, Wang Beihai stood aloft with Qi Shao in hand, one hand behind his back. In that moment, it seemed as if he had merged with the world. Kill. In an instant, Wang Beihai's eyes shot out killing intent, and his sword slashed down. A phantom line appeared in the sky, wielding a sword that seemed to split the world in two. With the phantom sword slash, a golden sword light descended from the sky, cleaving the clouds and slicing a rift in the void. The monster narrowed its eyes, sensing the terror of that sword light. Its wings flapped rapidly, struggling to escape the sword light's lock. As the monster broke free, Wang Beihai's lips curled up, waiting for this moment. Wang Beihai sneered, then his eyes turned cold, and he swung his hand forcefully. A massive black hole appeared in the air. Accompanied by Wang Beihai's roar, the sword light that tore through the sky instantly crashed into the black hole. In an instant, Wang Beihai's face turned pale, his body wobbled, and he nearly fell from the sky. At this moment, Wang Beihai felt a destructive energy violently tearing at his black hole, a heart-wrenching pain instantly hitting him. Soon, blood seeped from the corner of Wang Beihai's mouth. Nevertheless, he still looked resolutely at the monster in the sky. Gritting his teeth, enduring the intense pain from his body, Wang Beihai closed the black hole in front of him with a forceful swing, then pointed directly above the distant monster. In an instant, the monster's eyes widened, and an even larger black hole appeared above it. As the black hole appeared, the monster's body seemed bound by something, immobilizing it in midair. Die! Wang Beihai roared, and the next second, a massive sword light flew out from the black hole, landing squarely on the monster. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze, the world losing its color. Until Wang Beihai in the sky suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, the monster let out a shrill cry. Its surface showed countless terrified faces, as if trying to break free from its body. Then, a bloodline appeared in the middle of the monster's body, and with a crack, it was split in two and fell from the sky. Chapter 598. One Slap to Kill. The monster's body split in two and plummeted from the sky. Eugene, watching from afar, was both shocked and enraged by this terrifying scene. Trembling with anger, he glared at Wang Beihai's figure. Damn Chinese man, you've cost me a general. This little darling took me a whole year to cultivate, and it was a lot of money, Eugene exclaimed. As he spoke, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, causing Eugene to turn in surprise. The area where the sound came from was in ruins, with flames filling the sky. Emerging from the fire were several figures, their faces grim. Xiao Luo and his companions. Who the hell are you? My carefully laid plans cannot tolerate such unexpected variables. Eugene shouted, waving his hand. The sky darkened, and a massive figure descended before him. A ferocious dog with festering wounds and glowing red eyes. Go, Grice. They will be your most delicious meal. Enjoy this feast of flavors, Eugene commanded, and the dog howled before charging towards Xiao Luo's group. Eugene laughed maniacally. I don't believe you can last long in front of my beloved pet. Suddenly, he felt a chill and turned to see a piercing gaze directed at him. Damn Chinese bastard, Eugene muttered, his expression darkening as Wang Beihai's cold eyes met his. Wait for me, Wang Beihai mouthed with a mocking smile, giving Eugene an international gesture. Humph, I'll wait, Eugene replied, his eyes filled with rage. He turned to find Wang Beihai had disappeared. Where is he? Eugene frowned, scanning the area and spotting a figure sprinting towards his building. You're seeking your own death, bastard, Eugene muttered, snapping his fingers. A swarm of crows formed a human shape, which then transformed into a voluptuous black-haired woman. Go, crow, show him what a deadly rose looks like, Eugene said, kissing the woman's forehead. Her eyes glowed black, and she smirked seductively. Don't worry, darling. I'll make sure he suffers, or rather, enjoys himself to death, she laughed, disappearing in a swarm of crows. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai sprinted towards the building. Suddenly, he sensed danger, skidding to a halt, leaving a 10-meter-long trench. A flock of crows descended, forming the seductive woman before him. Demon? Wang Beihai asked, remaining vigilant without being distracted by her appearance. Oh, Don't be like that. You're hurting my feelings, she purred, her movements exuding a mysterious power that made Wang Beihai's vision blur. This is a charm spell, Wang Beihai thought, grateful for his cultivation of supreme Buddhism. He shook his head, clearing his mind with the Hunyuan technique, feeling a sense of clarity. Impossible. How did he break free from my charm? Crow thought in surprise, transforming into a shadowy figure and caressing Wang Beihai's chest. Wang Beihai closed his eyes, remaining calm. Disappear now, or I'll kill you. Before his words finished, Crow pressed against him, wrapping her legs around his and blowing hot air into his ear. Wang Beihai's body tensed. You're quite the lucky one, huh? Monkey's voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Demon God, stop teasing me. I'm about to lose it with this witch, Wang Beihai replied. I think you're enjoying it, Monkey teased. I'm just afraid I'll accidentally slap her to death, Wang Beihai retorted. Monkey's eyes turned cold. Then why don't you do it? Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Right. What am I afraid of? I should just slap her to death and put an end to her nonsense. Wang Beihai gave Monkey a thumbs up, who reciprocated. Wang Beihai's consciousness returned to his body. Crow's eyes grew cold, her mouth transforming into a crow's beak, aiming for Wang Beihai's ear. At the last moment, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, a red glow flashing. He dodged and slapped Crow, her head exploding instantly. Chapter 599. Take this stick. Damn Basie, he actually blew up the Black Crow's head. On the top of a skyscraper, Eugene glared at Wang Beihai with clenched teeth. If looks could kill, Wang Beihai would have died 1,000 times over by now. Hee, but as my woman, you don't really think she's just that strong, do you? Basie, just wait and feel what it's like to be truly afraid. As he spoke, Eugene's mouth curved into a sinister smile, and with a wave of his hands, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Wang Beihai stood amidst the ruins, looking at the headless Black Crow lying on the ground, his brow furrowing. Under the enhancement of the purple mist, Wang Beihai could clearly see a mysterious energy still flowing through Black Crow's body. In other words, the woman who had been decapitated was not dead. Realizing this, Wang Beihai's eyes showed no signs of relaxation but instead were filled with vigilance. Hee, it hurts, you stinky Basie. Sure enough, a black light flashed from the corpse on the ground, followed by an eerie laughter. Soon, the corpse turned into crows and scattered in all directions. Come out, you monster. Seeing the crows scattering, Wang Beihai's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. He clapped his hands together, and with a thought, a golden light instantly spread out from him. Under the holy and pure Buddha light, the crows let out a series of shrill cries, some of them even turning into black smoke. As the crows decreased, Wang Beihai frowned. Just as the crows were about to be annihilated by his Buddha light, he found no trace of Black Crow. This is impossible. I clearly sensed her presence just now. Withdrawing the Buddha light, Wang Beihai looked around in confusion. Suddenly, the chilling laughter from before echoed again. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart immediately warned him. Hee, little one, feel the love of your big sister. Following the direction of the laughter, Wang Beihai looked down to see a pitch-black shadow rapidly spreading under his feet. Soon, the shadow turned into a dark cage, trapping Wang Beihai inside. Mere child's play. How can it trap me? Wang Beihai snorted, wanting to release the Buddha light within him to dispel the darkness before him. But with a thought, nothing happened. Wang Beihai was stunned and tried again, only to find that the Buddha light within him had vanished, no matter how hard he tried to summon it. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and quickly calmed himself down. His eyes then flashed with a cold light. If the Buddhist power doesn't work, then I'll break it with brute force. With that thought, Wang Beihai held his breath and made a complex hand seal. Great heavenly seal! Wang Beihai shouted, but the terrifying seal he imagined did not appear, and the darkness remained unbroken. What's going on? Wang Beihai was completely bewildered and shouted again, but it was still ineffective, as if he had returned to being an ordinary person. Impossible. It couldn't have happened in just a few minutes. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and tried all the techniques he had learned, but they all seemed to have disappeared, no matter how hard he tried. Hee, little handsome, it's useless. In my domain, you're like a little boy stripped of his clothes. No ability can exist. Just as Wang Beihai was at a loss, the seductive voice echoed again. Wang Beihai looked up to see a graceful figure approaching. It was the black crow he had previously decapitated, but now her head was restored. This time, Black Crow's eyes were no longer seductive but filled with bloodlust and evil. She moved gracefully and soon stood before Wang Beihai. With a swift motion, she extended her arm and slashed at Wang Beihai's chest with her sharp nails. Wang Beihai was shocked and wanted to dodge, but found his body restrained, unable to move at all. Damn it! Wang Beihai cursed inwardly, watching helplessly as Black Crow's claws landed on him. With a tearing sound, his shirt was torn apart, and her sharp nails easily pierced his skin, embedding themselves in his flesh. Black Crow's eyes immediately showed a bloodthirsty glint, and with a sudden force, she left a ghastly wound on Wang Beihai's chest. Intense pain surged through him, and Wang Beihai couldn't help but let out a scream. Blood gushed from his chest. Black Crow sneered, licked her hand, and immediately showed a satisfied expression. What delicious blood! I bet your flesh is also very tasty. Black Crow cruelly smiled, and her expression gradually became more ferocious. In the darkness, her originally delicate face slowly transformed into a giant crow's head, contrasting eerily with her slender figure. At this moment, Wang Beihai's face had turned pale, but his doubts remained undiminished. This is impossible. Even if I really lost all my cultivation, my body shouldn't be so easily breached. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's mind became clearer. My body, though not blessed with the indestructible golden body, has been tempered by numerous heavenly thunders and cleansed by divine objects. At this moment, my body is already impervious to swords and spears. How could it be pierced by her nails? With this realization, Wang Beihai's mouth curled into a smile, and he had a good guess in mind. Just then, the crow-headed beauty seemed to sense the threat and rushed forward, grabbing Wang Beihai's neck. Changing her demeanor, she spoke angrily. Emph! You stinky bazy, even if you know, what can you do? In my domain, you can only be my plaything. Instead of dying in such agony, you might as well let me kill you. With that, Black Crow tightened her grip, intending to kill Wang Beihai before he fully regained his senses. However, just as Black Crow was about to strike, she suddenly found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tighten her grip any further. What's going on? Black Crow looked up to see that Wang Beihai had disappeared from where he stood, and what she was holding was just a thick stick. Monkey brother, it's your turn. At that moment, Wang Beihai smiled faintly. The next second, the monkey suddenly appeared before Black Crow, snatching the stick from her hand, which instantly grew enormous. Hey, demon, take this stick, the monkey shouted, and the stick came crashing down. Chapter 600, Cultivating the Heart. With a massive strike, the enormous staff descended, and before the Black Crow could react, it was enveloped in the shadow of the staff. As the pillar of heaven hit the ground, the earth trembled, feeling like an earthquake. The shockwave from the impact quickly spread, and soon, the darkness imprisoning Wang Beihai dissipated, bringing back the light. Wang Beihai looked towards the distance and saw the pillar of heaven lying quietly on the ground, with all surrounding structures flattened, and countless cracks spreading, covering the entire city. Seeing this scene, Wang Beihai couldn't help but gulp, and when he looked back at the monkey, his eyes carried a hint of reverence. Impressive, senior demon god. Wang Beihai gave the monkey a thumbs up, and the monkey, lifting its head, showed a proud expression. Of course, you should know who I am. With a wave of its hand, the monkey reduced the pillar of heaven to its normal size, then looked at Wang Beihai's chest. There was indeed a scratch on the chest, though it only broke the skin, proving that Wang Beihai had believed in the illusion at that moment. Feeling disappointed, The monkey walked up to Wang Beihai, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Beihai, the path of cultivation seems to be about the body, but it's actually about the heart. Only with a firm will can one break through shackles and achieve the ultimate Tao. This is a truth every cultivator must understand. I hope you won't forget it." Without waiting for Wang Beihai's response, the monkey transformed into a streak of light and flew into Wang Beihai's inner world. "Keep it up, Beihai. The time we have left might really be running out." The sky carried the monkey's final words, and hearing them, Wang Beihai fell into deep thought. Although the monkey hadn't explicitly said it, Wang Beihai could still feel the disappointment and hope in its tone. Thinking about how he had almost lost his composure over this matter, Wang Beihai felt a surge of anger towards himself. "I'm such an idiot. I should have realized it sooner." Wang Beihai was filled with self-reproach when suddenly, a cloud of dust rose from a distance, followed by several figures flying out and crashing into the buildings behind them. "That's Xiao Luo and the others." Returning to his senses, Wang Beihai looked towards the chaotic area and saw Xiao Luo and his companions crawling out of the ruins, looking rather disheveled. In midair, Li Yuanhao was using nimble movements to dodge something. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and saw that the creature was a monstrous dog. After observing, he was astonished to find that their attacks couldn't harm the dog at all. First, it was the illusion-wielding crow, and now what is this? Wang Beihai snorted, leaping directly in front of Xiao Luo and the others. Seeing Wang Beihai arrive, Xiao Luo immediately showed a joyful expression. "You're finally here," Xiao Luo shouted happily. "What's the situation?" Wang Beihai frowned, sensing the slightly chaotic aura from Xiao Luo. He knew that only a very strong opponent could make Xiao Luo's aura so disordered. "This damn monster is immune to our attacks and has terrifying strength. I can't handle it. I also need to take care of Linger, so it's up to you now," Xiao Luo said, passing the responsibility to Wang Beihai, who shrugged and took out 2 pills from his spatial ring, tossing them to Xiao Luo. "These are pills to recover spiritual energy. Take them first. I want to see what kind of monster that is." With that, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and he transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the dog. At that moment, Li Yuanhao was engaged in a tug-of-war with the dog, but as he felt Wang Beihai's approach, a smile appeared on his lips. He immediately put away his ancient qin and, with a wave of his hand, disappeared from his spot. "It's your turn." Wang Beihai was flying at high speed in midair when he felt a gust of wind pass by, faintly hearing Li Yuanhao's voice. "What the hell?" Confused, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Looking up, he saw the dog, having lost its target, flying directly towards him. "You bastard, come at me." Seeing the approaching dog, Wang Beihai thought of the crow that had embarrassed him earlier, and his anger flared. He roared and unleashed a fist of heaven, sending a massive fist shadow towards the dog without mercy. In the next second, Wang Beihai was completely stunned. The powerful fist of heaven had missed the dog entirely, flying past it. "This can't be right. How did I miss?" As Wang Beihai pondered, the dog opened its jaws and lunged at him. Wang Beihai frowned, dodging the dog's attack with a quick sidestep, then waved his hand, sending a red light towards the dog. The whole sequence was smooth and seamless, yet the attack with Qishao still missed. "What the hell is this thing?" Seeing the unharmed dog, Wang Beihai felt once again humiliated. His anger surged, and he unleashed dozens of Qinglian sword techniques, filling the ruins with blooming green lotuses. However, the most disheartening thing still happened. The dog remained unharmed in front of him. "Damn it, what's going on?" As Wang Beihai's mind grew more agitated, a refreshing coolness entered his heart, calming his restless emotions. Those who cultivate martial arts focus on cultivating the heart. The monkey's advice suddenly reappeared in Wang Beihai's mind, and he was jolted awake. Recalling how he had almost lost his temper again, Wang Beihai shook his head. "I almost lost my mind again," Wang Beihai muttered, then took a deep breath, adjusting his mood to a state of extreme calmness. "Let me see what kind of creature you are." Wang Beihai closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, his gaze clear and lucid. In an instant, Wang Beihai seemed to sense everything around him. The wind, the sounds, the flowing spiritual energy. Everything was within his perception. Finally, he gets it. This stubborn kid. In his inner world, the monkey watched Wang Beihai's state and couldn't help but smile. ##### Chapter 601. The Dog Fight. What a magical feeling. How is this happening? Wang Beihai's eyes were tightly shut, yet he felt he could see even more, and with greater clarity and insight. In his perception, all the energy within the nearby vicious dog was laid bare before Wang Beihai's eyes. So that's it. No wonder our attacks always miss. After a moment of perception, Wang Beihai finally identified the dog's characteristic. With a slight smile, he waved his hand, and the crimson saber once again flew out, tracing a red arc in the air before slashing directly at the dog. At that moment, a faint glow suddenly flashed on the dog's body. In Wang Beihai's perception, the dog's entire body transformed into a pure energy form, and the crimson saber passed straight through its body. The dog's energy form lasted only for an instant before reverting to its original state. Sensing this subtle change, Wang Beihai finally understood, a smile playing on his lips. So it wasn't that we missed, but our attacks passed right through its body. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, thinking about the peculiar sensation he had just experienced, and couldn't help but feel grateful to the monkey. Now that he knew why their attacks were ineffective, Wang Beihai quickly devised a countermeasure. He leaped towards Xiao Luo and the others. How is it? Isn't it really strange? Xiao Luo had been watching Wang Beihai's battle all along. Seeing him approach, he immediately stepped forward to inquire. Yes, it is strange, but I figured out why we can't hit it. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then whispered something into Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao's ears. Instantly, the two of them revealed knowing smiles. This is good, let's do it this way. Xiao Luo rubbed his fists and then turned his gaze to the snarling dog not far away, his eyes gradually turning cold. Roar. At that moment, the dog let out a furious roar and then opened its bloodthirsty maw, charging fiercely at the group. Seeing this, Wang Beihai exchanged glances with the two men, and the three of them immediately scattered. The dog's charge missed, and it became enraged, turning its head to charge at Wang Beihai. Hey, little doggy, look here. As the dog charged towards Wang Beihai, Xiao Luo suddenly appeared behind it. Hearing the voice, the dog immediately turned to look. At that moment, Xiao Luo threw a massive fire lotus at the dog. The dog roared and its body glowed faintly once more. In an instant, the fire lotus passed straight through its body. Having anticipated the dog's ability, Wang Beihai was already prepared. Through his perception, he clearly felt the changes within the dog's body. Li Mingzhu, now is the time. Perceiving the dog's change, Wang Beihai shouted loudly. At that moment, Li Yuanhao suddenly appeared above the dog. Seeing this, the dog's body glowed again. Heh, still using that trick? Li Yuanhao's eyes widened, and he immediately took out an ancient qin from his back, strumming a single string. Instantly, an invisible energy was released. This energy had no offensive properties and could even be described as peaceful. But Li Yuanhao's goal was achieved. The energy merged directly with the energy form of the dog. As the dog reverted to its normal state, its eyes showed a hint of confusion. At that moment, Wang Beihai seized the opportunity, using a black hole to appear above the dog. He then waved his hand, and a beam of black and white light shot through the air, heading straight for the dog's head. The dog was startled and tried to turn its body into energy again. However, as the light flickered on its body, Wang Beihai glanced at Li Yuanhao, who immediately understood. With a smile, a qin sound rang out. With the qin sound, the dog's body shuddered violently, freezing in place. Its body then began to stiffen. Through special perception, Wang Beihai could clearly feel that the energy Li Yuanhao had placed in the dog was now interfering with the dog's internal energy, preventing it from energy transformation. Roar. The dog seemed to sense this and let out a furious roar, then twisted its body in an incredibly unnatural angle. In an instant, the spear pierced through the dog's abdomen like a dragon, and the dog let out a pained grunt before glaring fiercely at the group. With a step, it dashed into the ruins. This beast finally bled. Seeing the fleeing dog and the pool of blood on the ground, Xiaoluo finally laughed out loud. Now is not the time to celebrate. Setting aside the dog's peculiar move, just its terrifying reflexes and the speed at which it escaped after being shot, its physical condition must be at the Saint Realm level. We still need to be careful. Hearing this, they all exchanged glances and nodded. Then, Xiaoluo turned his gaze to Hualinger. Among the group, only Hualinger's cultivation was the lowest, and the bracelet that had been protecting the sacred artifact was now useless. Therefore, at this moment, Hualinger was the most vulnerable. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and quickly sensed Xiaoluo's concern. Then, he glanced at Hualinger and waved his hand, causing her to disappear from the spot. Linger. Seeing Hualinger disappear, Xiaoluo immediately showed a worried expression. Don't worry, she's in the safest place now. We just need to focus on dealing with that despicable bastard. Hearing this, Xiaoluo finally relaxed. At that moment, suddenly, Eugen's figure slowly materialized in front of them near the building, accompanied by the heavily injured dog. Finally met, Wang Beihai. Eugen coldly looked at Wang Beihai, revealing terrifying fangs as his cloak fluttered, releasing a terrifying energy. So you are Eugen, the hidden boss of the Tianju Financial Group. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, secretly astonished. From the pressure emanating from the current Eugen, his cultivation had reached the God realm. It was known that even the Saint realm was extremely rare in the human world, let alone the God realm. This showed that Eugen indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Haha, Wang Beihai, I've always admired you. Not only did you disrupt my plans, but you also killed my Black Crow lady. As a young man, you are quite impressive. I finally understand why Vejans failed against you. He didn't lose unjustly. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Chapter 602. The Reappearance of the Ghost Face. Vikings, the Sunblade? Wang Beihai stared at Eugene in front of him, his mind momentarily unable to process the connection between the two, apart from both being foreigners. I didn't expect you to still remember that incident. Back then, I suffered quite a loss because of you. Eugene sneered at Wang Beihai, his words filled with resentment. So that's it. You two were in cahoots. In an instant, Wang Beihai understood why the Heavenly Lord Financial Group had targeted his Mo Fei group. But that doesn't make sense. After pondering for a while, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. It doesn't add up. The one who disrupted your plans was me, and you've already targeted my group. Why go through all this trouble in Longling County, harming so many innocents? If you want to target me, go ahead, but why involve so many innocents? As Wang Beihai spoke, he glanced around at the devastated surroundings, feeling as if it were the end of the world. His eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. Haha, Wang Beihai, it's true that I want to deal with you, but you overestimate yourself. Eugene snorted coldly and continued, Initially, dealing with your group was a trivial matter for us. Targeting you was just a side note. You had this planned all along. Wang Beihai immediately understood and frowned at Eugene. Naturally, to put it another way, with or without you, we would have turned Longling County into a living hell, where a batch of absolute super soldiers would be born. As Eugene spoke, he looked towards the direction of the building. Wang Beihai followed his gaze to see the terrifying spheres beginning to stir. You bastard! Why choose here? Why make so many people pay with their lives? Wang Beihai glared at Eugene, clenching his teeth. The scenes he had witnessed earlier resurfaced in his mind. Mutated people, piles of bones, all crimes committed by Eugene. Great times of change always require some sacrifices. Unfortunately, Longling was designated by our superiors. The affairs of the mortal world are inherently unfair. If you want to blame someone, blame their bad luck. Eugene laughed heartily, raising his arms and inadvertently revealing a ghost face tattoo on his arm. Although the exposure was brief, it did not escape Wang Beihai's eyes. Upon seeing the mark, Wang Beihai froze. How? How do you have that tattoo? Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Beihai trembled and questioned Eugene. Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Eugene first startled, then rolled up his sleeve to intentionally reveal the ghost face tattoo to Wang Beihai. Upon seeing the familiar tattoo, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the exclusive symbol of the one family from the spirit realm? How did it appear on this man? Muttering to himself, Wang Beihai looked back at Eugene. Tell me, how did you get this tattoo? Eugene sneered and slowly covered the tattoo with his sleeve before giving Wang Beihai a cold smile. This symbol is our faith and our true identity. Wang Beihai, are you surprised? Why did we suddenly appear here? I'll tell you. I chose this time and place because it was the will of our master. As he spoke, Eugene burst into loud laughter. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was startled. During his time with the One family, he had sensed a hidden conspiracy and purpose behind them. Eugene's words immediately aroused Wang Beihai's vigilance. A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Beihai's heart. While Wang Beihai was lost in thought, Eugene suddenly laughed and turned his gaze towards the building. Wang Beihai, thanks to you, my plan has been disrupted. Originally, if just one more day passed, my precious ones would have fully matured, reaching their perfect combat state. But because of you, my precious ones won't last that long. Eugene's face showed a bloodthirsty expression. You're quite impressive, so I've decided to let you witness my plan firsthand, to watch it unfold while being utterly powerless. That look of despair is what I most want to see. As he spoke, Eugene emitted a blinding red light, and thin red bloodlines shot out from his body towards the building. Do you think I'll just stand by and watch you wreak havoc? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and he was about to charge forward. Seeing this, Eugene smirked and waved his hand. The nearby vicious dog immediately opened its jaws and lunged at Wang Beihai. Seeing the charging dog, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, a cold killing intent flashing in them. He stomped on the air, accelerating his speed, and with a wave of his hand, a silver light cut through the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the dragon's heart appeared in his hand. Get out of my way. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, thrusting his spear like a dragon, aiming directly at the dog. However, the dog dodged the sure-kill strike with an extremely bizarre posture. Again, like before. Recalling how the dog had dodged his previous fatal strike in a similar manner, Wang Beihai frowned. The situation unfolding now was eerily similar. Let's see how long you can dodge. Thinking this, Wang Beihai snorted coldly and waved his hand, a red light shooting into the sky. The Red Emperor's sword instantly slashed towards the dog with an unstoppable momentum. This time, the dog, seeing no escape, emitted a golden light, and its fur became incredibly smooth. The sword aura hit the dog, causing it to yelp in pain and be sent flying dozens of meters away. Roar! The dog rolled on the ground a few times before standing up, glaring viciously at Wang Beihai. The area where it had been struck by the sword aura now had a deeply gory wound, but strangely, no blood flowed out. My full power strike didn't cut it in half. What a strong body! Wang Beihai was quite surprised by the dog's resilience. At that moment, the dog opened its mouth wide, and a massive burst of energy shot out towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The energy from the dog's mouth was comparable to a strike from a Saint Realm expert. Impressive, but that's all. Wang Beihai's eyes were cold as he reached out and crushed the dog's attack, then stepped forward, appearing in front of the dog and slashing down with his sword. A massive sword aura sliced through the air, and in an instant, the dog was cleaved in two. Hashtag Chapter 603, Clues. A powerful sword aura shot out instantly, and the vicious dog didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cleaved in two by the sword aura, collapsing to the ground with no sign of life. You bastard! You actually killed my pet! Seeing the lifeless dog on the ground, Eugene glared at Wang Beihai with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Wang Beihai, I will definitely make you my first target. Just wait for my judgment. Eugene narrowed his eyes at Wang Beihai, each word coming out through clenched teeth. As his words fell, the ground around them began to shake violently. With the constant tremors, numerous deep pits appeared on the ground. Wang Beihai looked into the pits and was startled to see that many fleshy spheres were still present within. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and the others from Luo frowned. Didn't expect that, did you, Wang Beihai? Did you think I'd be so foolish as to place my main strength in such an obvious spot? Eugene laughed heartily, and a red glow erupted from his body once more. The entire city then felt like it was experiencing a powerful earthquake, with countless buildings collapsing and the ground sinking. As the ground fell, Wang Beihai realized that the entire underground of Longling County had become a gathering place for those fleshy spheres. From a distance, it looked like a massive bird's nest. This is getting troublesome. Wang Beihai's brows furrowed as he recalled the troublesome monsters that had emerged from the spheres earlier. His heart tightened. Then, he exchanged a grave look with Luo. If these things get out, it will be a massive disaster for the world. We can't let them escape. Wang Beihai's expression was solemn. Upon hearing this, Luo, looking at the dense mass of spheres below, also nodded gravely. Is there any good way? Those things look like they're about to break out. Luo's face was grim, and even Li Yuanhao, who usually appeared carefree, had a serious expression. This area is too vast. Even with large-scale attacks, we can't eliminate so many things in a short time. If I'm not mistaken, once these things mature, Eugene will definitely open the barrier isolating us from the outside world. By then, even with our abilities, we'll only be able to watch helplessly. Wang Beihai glared at Eugene, who responded with a sinister smile, as if to say, even if you guessed right, what can you do about it? That expression made Wang Beihai quite displeased. At that moment, Luo couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted, damn it, who cares? Capture the king before the pawns. Let's take this bastard down first. With that, Luo activated his berserk state, and scorching flames erupted from his body. Giant crimson lotuses flew from his hands, heading straight for Eugene. As they advanced, the fire lotuses grew larger and larger, reaching their peak when they reached Eugene. With a series of explosions, the red flames burst around Eugene, resembling blooming lotuses. Hit it. Luo was delighted. Not necessarily. However, Wang Beihai, with his special perception, frowned. After the flames dispersed, Eugene stood unscathed. How is this possible? My fire lotuses didn't work? Luo was shocked and looked at Eugene in disbelief. It's not that they didn't work, but that he absorbed them. Wang Beihai stood there, looking at Eugene with a dark expression. In his perception, Luo's powerful attack not only failed to harm Eugene but was completely absorbed. With Luo's energy, it was clear that the energy in the bloodlines emanating from Eugene had become more abundant. Is it energy transformation again? Li Yuanhao turned to look at Wang Beihai, who squinted and shook his head. This form might be even more advanced than energy transformation. If I'm not mistaken, our attacks will be absorbed. If we attack blindly now, not only will it not harm him, it might even strengthen him. Hearing this, Luo and Li Yuanhao were stunned. Then both looked at Eugene. Seeing their gazes, Eugene burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, you're right. In this state, no matter how you attack, it's useless. Don't believe me? You can try more. With that, Eugene turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with provocation. Wang Beihai, I told you before, I'll make you watch helplessly. Just stand there and watch as my army tramples over this world. Eugene's eyes were filled with madness. Wang Beihai's mind raced, sensing every minute detail of Eugene's condition, fearing to miss any subtle changes. What now? Luo looked angrily at Wang Beihai. Not being able to hit the previous dog was bad enough, but now this one couldn't even be attacked. This was unbearably frustrating for Luo. Don't rush, let me think. Wang Beihai's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes already glowing with purple mist. Under the enhancement of the purple mist, Wang Beihai quickly found a clue. Maybe this will work. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he immediately slashed at Eugene with his sword. Eugene laughed loudly as the sword aura, upon approaching him, was absorbed as energy. Ha ha ha, Wang Beihai, don't you understand? Your sword aura is useless to me and only adds to my energy. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Eugene mocked, but Wang Beihai smirked, having made some guesses in his mind. Eugene, if I'm not mistaken, your unscathed state is all thanks to the energy supply from those spheres, right? At this, Eugene was momentarily stunned and surprisingly didn't respond. Wang Beihai, seeing Eugene's grim expression, immediately confirmed his guess. Hee, quite the trick. I almost fell for it. Wang Beihai chuckled coldly and continued. Our attacks seem to be absorbed, but it's more like the sphere's energy is shielding you. I could see that when you took our attacks, the energy you distributed to the spheres suddenly returned, just in time to block our attacks. Am I right? Wang Beihai looked coldly at Eugene, whose face was now as dark as water. Hee, even if you know, what can you do about it? Eugene laughed loudly. Unbeknownst to him, the spheres around him began to emit light, as if ready to break out at any moment. Chapter 604, Battle with Eugene. Hee, who said I can't do anything about you? Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly. Now that he understood Eugene's principle, dealing with him was no longer a problem. As Wang Beihai spoke, he slowly stepped forward, suddenly waved his hand, and instantly, a blinding sword light slashed towards Eugene once again. As expected, this strike did not harm Eugene in the slightest. Beihai, what are you doing? This will only provide him with energy. Shou Luo, standing to the side, looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. At that moment, Wang Beihai smiled faintly. Old dog Eugene, if I'm not mistaken, blocking our attacks also consumes the energy supplied by those flesh balls, right? What if we increase our attacks? Wouldn't the flesh balls have to provide you with energy to resist? Upon hearing this, Eugene was taken aback, while Shou Luo and Li Yuanhao fully understood. Before Wang Beihai could say anything, Shou Luo could no longer hold back and threw a massive fireball directly at Eugene. Seeing this, Wang Beihai followed with a sword strike, and Li Yuanhao's attack quickly followed. In an instant, 3 powerful attacks landed on Eugene. Eugene snorted coldly, took 2 steps back, and even a few bloodlines that were transmitting energy snapped. This subtle change was immediately noticed by Wang Beihai, who couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems my guess was correct. Thinking this, Wang Beihai didn't stop his actions, directly unleashing a mighty palm strike at Eugene. Shou Luo, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Ever since Wang Beihai revealed Eugene's secret, Shou Luo's attacks had not stopped for a second. One second it was a fire lotus, the next a flaming meteorite, and finally, he transformed the flames into a whip and fiercely lashed at Eugene. Under the intense attacks of the 3, Eugene's expression gradually turned grim, and the red bloodlines on his body began to snap one by one. In Wang Beihai's perception, with each snapped bloodline, a powerful aura disappeared. Undoubtedly, these bloodlines were the life source of the flesh balls. In an instant, Eugene was in a sorry state, his eyes viciously glaring at Wang Beihai, as if he wanted to devour him. Damn Wang Beihai, if you have the guts, don't bully me with numbers. Wait until I'm ready and then fight. Eugene felt extremely aggrieved. This was a critical moment for hatching the flesh balls, and any mishap was unacceptable. Wang Beihai's guess was entirely correct, so to maintain the status quo, he could only rely on the vast power of the flesh balls for resistance. Hee, I'm not stupid. I like fighting you now. I like bullying you with numbers. What's the problem? Wang Beihai snorted coldly, increasing the intensity of his attacks as he spoke. No, I can't continue like this. Damn Beihai, if I keep getting beaten passively, I'll be worn out sooner or later. Eugene frowned tightly, glanced at the 3 who were fighting happily, and snorted coldly. Instantly, countless bats swooped down from the top of the building at an incredibly fast speed towards the 3. The bats opened their mouths wide, revealing terrifying fangs, and bit down at the three. You guys continue. Leave this to me. Just as Wang Beihai frowned, Li Yuanhao shouted, leaped into the air with a kick, and sat down in mid-air. He took out a guqin from his back, strummed the strings with his hands, and instantly, powerful sound waves flew towards the bat swarm. Under the effect of the sound waves, the bats trembled and exploded one after another, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated in the air. You bastard! Seeing this, Eugene roared in anger, but the attacks from Wang Beihai and Xiao Luo in front of him grew increasingly fierce. Feeling his limits, Eugene's eyes instantly turned blood red. Wang Beihai, this is what you forced me to do. Eugene snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly flashing with red light. Then, to Wang Beihai's surprise, Eugene forcibly severed the bloodlines on his body. With the disappearance of the bloodlines, the previously glowing flesh balls dimmed, and the signs of imminent hatching vanished. Haha, this old guy must have given up. Xiao Luo laughed immediately upon seeing this. Be careful. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly froze and shouted at Xiao Luo. However, it was too late. A whooshing sound was heard, and Xiao Luo instantly felt an ominous premonition. The next second, a massive shadow appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a huge fist struck his chest. With a crack, Xiao Luo's eyes widened, and his face instantly turned pale. In midair, Xiao Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred, and he saw Eugene glaring viciously at him. With a forceful kick, Xiao Luo spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling as if he had been hit by a meteor, unable to support himself and falling from the sky to the ground. His body landed in a deep pit, and the flesh balls, using their tentacles, attacked Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo spat out another mouthful of blood, trying to stand up, but the pain from his chest made him wince. Undoubtedly, Eugene's attack had broken Xiao Luo's ribs. Damn it! Seeing the tentacles so close, Xiao Luo roared in anger. Just then, a sound of a guqin was heard, and an invisible energy severed the tentacles. Are you all right? Li Yuanhao arrived beside Xiao Luo, looking at him and strumming the guqin. Instantly, a green sound wave appeared, and Xiao Luo's eyes widened as his body rapidly healed in the sound waves. Thank you. After the surprise, Xiao Luo immediately thanked Li Yuanhao, who shook his head and turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai and Eugene were both hovering in the air, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Eugene, who had previously maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, now resembled a giant bat, his bloodthirsty appearance making anyone who looked at him feel extremely uncomfortable. Come on, Wang Beihai. Since you're so eager to die, let me show you my true strength. Don't be scared, Eugene said, waving his hand, and a black-red claw instantly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and a black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing the claw. Then, with a point of his finger, the black hole appeared in front of Eugene, and the claw flew out, fiercely clawing Eugene's chest. Instantly, Eugene let out a pained groan, and blood gushed out. Chapter 605, Madness. In an instant, black liquid gushed from Eugene's chest, and he let out a piercing howl. His figure flickered, immediately distancing himself from Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, you bastard, how dare you injure me like this? Eugene clutched his chest, his eyes viciously fixed on Wang Beihai. Accompanied by a series of agonized cries, the wound on Eugene's chest began to heal at a visible speed. Wang Beihai's gaze was icy as he looked at Eugene. This time, he didn't intend to test anything. Instead, he immediately revealed all his cards. He felt there was no need to hold back against such a creature. With this thought, Wang Beihai's mind moved, and the black hole reappeared. He then unleashed a strike of the heaven-sundering sword directly into the black hole. The tearing pain returned, but this time, it was much easier than the first attempt. You despicable beast, die. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand again, and the black hole reappeared in front of Eugene. Eugene's eyes widened in shock, sensing the destructive aura emanating from the black hole. Fear flickered in his eyes as he tried to escape, only to find his body immobile. Roar. At that moment, Eugene suddenly let out a furious roar to the sky. Blood sea hell. With a loud shout, Eugene's body transformed into a mass of red liquid. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-sundering sword light appeared before Eugene. The sword light struck Eugene's body, but it was like water. Wang Beihai's sword chi passed through Eugene's body, cleaving the red liquid in two. The liquid fell to the ground and began to wriggle. Soon, the split liquid transformed into two Eugenes. Haha, you fool, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Both Eugenes laughed simultaneously and then raised their hands, causing the surrounding ruins to float in the air. Go! Eugene laughed loudly, and countless stones flew straight towards Wang Beihai. Facing the torrential onslaught, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile. That's more like it, this is interesting, he muttered softly, then formed a seal with his hands. With a forward thrust, a massive palm print flew out, smashing through the incoming boulders. Seeing Wang Beihai's powerful strike, Eugene laughed and merged back into one body. He then opened his mouth wide, and countless crows flew out, converging into a giant birdman in the sky. Go! Eugene pointed, and the birdman instantly flew forward, extending its massive fist to strike Wang Beihai's palm print. In an instant, the two forces were locked in midair. Eugene's eyes glowed red, and the birdman roared, its eyes turning red as well. Veins bulged on its arms as it exerted force, shattering Wang Beihai's mighty palm print. Wang Beihai was not surprised by this. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and charged straight towards Eugene. After several exchanges, Wang Beihai's keen senses detected that Eugene's physical body was actually quite weak. The most effective method now was to confront him directly. Seeing Wang Beihai's move, Eugene quickly understood his intention and smirked coldly. Himph, you figured it out, but you're still wrong about one thing. Eugene snorted and then delivered a powerful punch to his own head, producing a dull thud. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in astonishment. Eugene had turned liquid-like, and Wang Beihai's fist sank into his body. Seeing Wang Beihai trapped, Eugene laughed loudly. The birdman in the sky instantly returned, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai tried to resist, but his hand was restrained. The birdman's fist struck him, and a searing pain surged through him. In the next moment, he was sent flying, skidding across the sky for 100 meters before crashing into the ruins. Hee Wang Beihai, now you know. Even though we are both at the God realm, there is still a gap between us. Go, kill him. Eugene said triumphantly, waving his hand. The birdman flapped its wings and flew towards Wang Beihai with astonishing momentum. In an instant, the birdman arrived before Wang Beihai, its massive fist descending towards him. Just then, a gray light suddenly shone from the ruins, followed by an icy and malevolent aura. Shito Luo, sensing this, struggled to his feet with pain, looking towards Wang Beihai's direction with worry in his eyes. Beihai, it won't happen this time. You won't fall into madness. As soon as Shito Luo's voice fell, a gray light shot into the sky from the ruins. The light dissipated, revealing Wang Beihai, now gray-white, with horns on his head, transformed into a demon. In his hand, he held a massive arm, which belonged to the birdman. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from the ruins, a black shadow flew past Eugene's ear and slammed into the ground beside him. Eugene narrowed his eyes and slowly turned to look. Lying on the ground was the birdman he had summoned, now in a wretched state. Not only was it missing an arm, but its chest had 2 gruesome wounds. It lay in the ruins, its breath faint, no longer displaying its previous dominance. Emph, useless thing. Eugene snorted and waved his hand, causing the birdman to turn into a black mist and enter his body. Then, Eugene looked coldly at Wang Beihai in the sky and laughed. You fool. You look more evil than me now. Do you really have to sell your soul to the devil to defeat me? Eugene sneered, believing that Wang Beihai's current power came from selling his soul to the devil. However, as Eugene looked disdainfully at Wang Beihai, the latter's previously vacant eyes suddenly regained clarity. I never thought that after enhancing my perception, I could finally control my demonic transformation freely. Wang Beihai looked at his hands with great joy, then threw the severed arm to the ground and turned to Eugene. I see why you talk so much. Sorry, you're mistaken. My power didn't come from selling my soul, and more importantly, today, you must die. With that, Wang Beihai's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 606, The Enormous Eye. Seeing that Wang Beihai could maintain his self-awareness, Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, a sense of imminent danger surged from his heart. Before he could react, a gray shadow appeared in front of him. Immediately after, Eugene heard a whistling sound in his ears. Before he could even liquefy his body, Wang Beihai's attack landed on Eugene's face. Instantly, Eugene's entire face contorted, and black blood spurted out from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Then, his body was kicked away. However, just as Eugene was kicked away, Wang Beihai's figure shot forward again, appearing above Eugene in mid-air. He delivered a punch that sent a massive surge of energy into Eugene's body, causing him to grunt and crash into the ground. With a loud boom, Eugene landed at the bottom of the deep pit. The ground shook violently, and the already tens of meters deep pit sank another 2 meters. The surrounding flesh balls were shattered by the powerful aftershock. Bastard! In the pit, Eugene roared in anger and then shot out, instantly appearing in front of Wang Beihai. At this moment, Eugene's upper body was exposed, covered in a layer of red energy. Through the semi-transparent energy, Wang Beihai could vaguely see the bulging blood vessels on his body. Wang Beihai, you want a close-quarters brawl? I'll grant you that. Eugene's eyes turned red, and with a ferocious roar, the surrounding flesh balls emitted a series of red lights. With a wave of his hand, the red lights from hundreds of flesh balls flew towards him. After absorbing all the red lights, Eugene's aura surged, and his body grew significantly larger. Feeling Eugene's transformation, Wang Beihai stepped forward and quickly charged at Eugene. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Eugene, delivering a powerful punch. However, just as the punch was about to land on Eugene's face, he suddenly reached out and caught Wang Beihai's fist. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted, and he immediately pulled back his fist, following up with a kick aimed at Eugene's head. This time, Eugene's speed was astonishing. Facing Wang Beihai's fierce attack, Eugene merely sneered, then spun his body and kicked out from an unimaginable angle, colliding fiercely with Wang Beihai's leg. The collision produced a loud noise, and the surrounding debris turned into dust. Haha, let's go again. Wang Beihai wasn't dissatisfied with the result. Instead, his eyes burned with intense combat fervor. He took a step back, laughed, and attacked Eugene again. Humph, come on. With the special enhancement, Eugene no longer dodged and charged directly at Wang Beihai's attack. In an instant, the two exchanged blows in the air, their movements dazzling and indecipherable. Each collision of fists and feet produced a thunderous explosion. From a distance, Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao, who were watching the battle, couldn't help but gulp. What terrifying physical strength. If I were the one being hit, I wouldn't last 3 rounds, Xiao Luo said in astonishment, his eyes wide. Li Yuanhao nodded beside him and then extended a finger. If it were me, I wouldn't last even 1 round. As they spoke, Li Yuanhao's ears twitched, and he immediately looked down into the pit. His eyes widened in shock. What's wrong? Noticing Li Yuanhao's unusual reaction, Xiao Luo immediately leaned forward. When he saw the situation below, his face darkened. At the bottom of the pit, the flesh balls that had been motionless were now emitting a faint glow. With the flickering light, a faint heartbeat sound entered Li Yuanhao's ears. Li Yuanhao was greatly alarmed. He quickly scanned the distant flesh balls, each in the same state, as if ready to hatch at any moment. How could this be? Xiao Luo looked at Li Yuanhao in confusion. Li Yuanhao shook his head and then narrowed his eyes. It seems we've been deceived by that old fox. He did absorb the energy, but what if these flesh balls don't need that energy to hatch and grow? Hearing this, Xiao Luo's eyes widened. He glanced at the two fighting in the air and couldn't help but clench his teeth, struggling to stand up. What are you going to do? Li Yuanhao quickly stepped forward to support him. What else can I do? I have to destroy these things that threaten the world. I don't know if I can succeed, but at least if one less of these things comes out, the world will be a little safer. Li Yuanhao gave Xiao Luo a meaningful look and then laughed. Good idea, let's do it together. That's exactly what I had in mind. With that, the two jumped into the pit and unleashed their full strength, attacking the surrounding flesh balls. The commotion on the ground soon overshadowed the battle between Wang Beihai and Eugene. After another powerful clash, Wang Beihai and Eugene hovered in the air, both looking down at the ground. Seeing Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao attacking his creations, Eugene's eyes filled with fury. He wanted to rush down to stop them but was blocked by Wang Beihai. At the same time, Wang Beihai's expression was extremely grave. His heightened senses clearly felt the strong vitality within the flesh balls, rapidly awakening. He realized that the most important thing now was not to defeat Eugene but to clean up these threats. With this in mind, Wang Beihai didn't want to waste any more time. His eyes turned cold, and he dispelled the gray energy, switching to the indestructible golden body of the dragon-subduing Arhat. Instantly, golden Buddhist light rose from the ruins. Then, Wang Beihai delivered a mighty palm strike, the Hao Tian Great Hand Seal, enhanced by the holy Buddhist light. As Wang Beihai unleashed the Hao Tian Great Hand Seal, Eugene was also preparing his ultimate move. The destruction of the flesh balls made him equally anxious. Seeing the enormous palm strike coming towards him, Eugene roared loudly. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Between the clouds, an enormous eye appeared, entirely red. The moment it appeared, it gave off an extremely uncomfortable, evil, and cold sensation. Upon seeing the eye, Wang Beihai frowned, and the monkey, who had been in Wang Beihai's inner world, jumped out. Looking at the enormous eye in the sky, the monkey's eyes flashed with coldness. That's the eye of the EMO, the monkey said coldly, gritting his teeth. Chapter 607. Self-Destruction. The eye of an abyssal demon? How is that possible? Aren't abyssal demons supposed to be extinct? Besides, the eye is so large, but abyssal demons are not that big. Wang Beihai widened his eyes, looking at the monkey in disbelief. Don't rush to conclusions. This is just a technique from the abyssal demon clan. However, abyssal demons that have reached the imperial level can indeed grow to such a size. I didn't expect this old man to know the techniques of the abyssal demon clan. He must have some unspoken connection with them. I'll help you, but try not to kill him. I have some questions for him. The monkey squinted at the giant eye in the sky, his hand already gripping the pillar of heaven. Leave him alive. Wang Beihai looked at the monkey in shock, then gritted his teeth and increased his strength. In an instant, the Hao Tian Great Hand Seal surged towards the sky with immense power, heading straight for Eugene. Upon seeing this, Eugene immediately shouted, raising his hands above his head. A red energy flew out from his body and quickly infused into the giant eye in the sky. Eugene's eyes glowed with red and black light. As the energy was injected, the giant eye in the sky began to gather an extremely terrifying energy. Just as Wang Beihai's Hao Tian Great Hand Seal was about to hit Eugene, Eugene roared, and the giant eye suddenly emitted a dazzling light, shooting out a red and black beam of light that was extremely domineering. The beam of light sliced through the sky, evaporating the air as it passed. In an instant, the beam directly hit the giant hand seal. The collision caused visible ripples in the sky, and the shockwaves toppled the buildings around them. In the pit, Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao also felt this extraordinary energy and looked up, deeply shocked by the sight in the sky. My God, is this something a human can do? Xiao Luo exclaimed, and for a moment, the two energies were locked in a stalemate. The beam from the giant eye was sinister and dark, while Wang Beihai's hand seal was bright and scorching. When they met, it was like water meeting fire. On the surface, they were just colliding and stalemating, but in detail, the two energies were fiercely clashing. Wang Beihai frowned and glanced at Eugene. Eugene's eyes were filled with madness, continuously pouring his energy into the red and black light, which became increasingly solid. Seeing his Hao Tian Great Hand seal weakening under the beam's assault, Wang Beihai looked at the monkey beside him. Venerable demon god, it seems that old bastard is crazy, consuming his own energy like this. It's not like I can spare his life now. If you don't act, I'll be the one in trouble. Hearing this, the monkey gave Wang Beihai a sidelong glance and then, without hesitation, threw the pillar of heaven forcefully. Instantly, the pillar transformed into a giant club and smashed towards Eugene. Seeing the giant club, Eugene narrowed his eyes and snapped out of his frenzy. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand and turned into a mass of blood, flying to the side. The club slammed down, missing Eugene but still crashing into the pit, causing a violent tremor. The giant club landed near Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao, who were both startled. Under the impact of the club, the surrounding flesh balls were all shattered. This is too effective. Xiao Luo gaped at the destruction, recalling how hard he and Li Yuanhao had worked earlier. Yet their efforts paled in comparison to the monkey's single strike. Truly a divine being. Even the usually calm Li Yuanhao's eyes flickered with emotion, unable to help but express his admiration. In the sky, without Eugene's energy support, the beam from the abyssal demon's giant eye was quickly overwhelmed by the Hao Tian Great Hand seal. Wang Beihai seized the opportunity, roaring as he used the last of the hand seal's power to strike the giant eye. Instantly, the eye was shattered, and Eugene on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, Wang Beihai! Damn you, hairy thing! Eugene clutched his chest, seeing the flesh balls destroyed by the monkey and thinking of the immense energy he had just expended, his anger reaching an extreme level. As Eugene glared viciously at the two, Wang Beihai and the monkey instantly appeared in front of him. Eugene tried to resist, but, having expended too much strength, his movements were much slower. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai struck, and with a flash of cold light, Eugene, unable to react in time, had his tendons severed by the Qi Shao sword. Eugene let out a painful cry, and before he could turn, the sharp sword was already at his throat. Eugene, you've lost. Wang Beihai coldly looked at the beast in front of him, his mind instantly flashing with the images of the people of Longling County who had died tragically. His anger surged, and the sword in his hand moved forward a bit, slicing through Eugene's skin. Feeling Wang Beihai's wrath, the monkey quickly pulled him back. Calm down, I still have questions to ask. Understood. Hearing the monkey, Wang Beihai immediately regained his composure and coldly glanced at Eugene before turning away. The monkey gave Wang Beihai a meaningful look, patted his shoulder, and then turned his gaze to the ground, coldly asking, Speak. What is your relationship with the abyssal demons? What are you doing in Longling County with these actions? In response to the monkey's interrogation, Eugene was first stunned, then burst into laughter. I never expected you lowly beings to know about the existence of the abyssal demon lord. Ha ha ha, how laughable. What I'm doing here, what my relationship with the abyssal demon lord is, I won't tell you. I just want to tell you one thing. Don't think that subduing me will stop this calamity. As he spoke, Eugene glanced at the dense clusters of flesh balls, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. Wang Beihai, I might as well tell you, this calamity was arranged by the abyssal demon lord, and the method is his. Even if I die, you won't be able to stop it. Live in fear, and eventually become the food of the abyssal demon lord. After saying this, Eugene began to laugh wildly, and then his body emitted a dazzling red light, rapidly expanding. Be careful, he's going to self-destruct. The monkey, closest to the scene, sensed the anomaly first and immediately shouted, raising his hands to shield himself. The pillar of heaven instantly transformed into an ancient bell that enveloped both of them. The next second, a massive explosion occurred, and a spectacular mushroom cloud rose into the sky above Longling County. Accompanying the flash of the explosion, red rain began to fall from the sky, landing on the flesh balls. In an instant, the flesh balls lit up, and suddenly, a hand thrust out from one of them. Chapter 608. The Battle. A blinding flash of light erupted, instantly reducing Longling County to ruins. Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao mustered all their strength to resist the devastating explosion. "Break it for me." At that moment, the monkey roared, and a colossal ape silhouette appeared in the sky. The silhouette pounded its chest and let out a mighty roar, unleashing immense energy that suppressed the storm of energy created by Eugene's self-detonation. Soon, the ape silhouette dissipated, and silence returned. Wang Beihai looked up at the sky, where a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining down upon the earth. Evidently, with Eugene's death, the sealed barrier had disappeared. Feeling the long-awaited sunlight, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a slight smile. Despite only 2 days passing, it felt like a century to him. "Don't get too excited, there's a bigger problem now." As Wang Beihai savored this rare tranquility, the monkey beside him furrowed his brows. Wang Beihai snapped back to reality and looked into the pit, where unconsumed flesh balls were emitting a piercing light. In the next instant, numerous monsters crawled out from the flesh balls. Perhaps due to insufficient energy absorption, these monsters' auras varied, but under Wang Beihai's perception, they all reached the level of saints, with some even reaching the peak of a saint realm. Seeing the dense horde of monsters in the pit, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Before he could react, a shrill howl erupted from the flattened building nearby. The debris covering it was suddenly lifted, and 10 shadows flew out from the building. Wang Beihai and the monkey exchanged glances. The auras of these 10 shadows were markedly different and more powerful than those in the pit. 10 divine realms. What a grand scheme. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, summoning Red Cloud and Dragon's Heart to his hands. The monkey also looked solemnly at the 10 figures in the sky. "Beihai, this is going to be a tough battle." With that, the monkey retrieved the pillar of heaven and gazed grimly ahead. "I sensed the same aura as the eclipsers on them." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's pupils constricted, and he gripped his weapons tighter. "What should we do now?" At that moment, Li Yuanhao and Xiao Luo arrived beside Wang Beihai. Their solemn expressions indicated the situation had spiraled out of control. "The barrier is gone. If these monsters escape, it'll be disastrous. The current martial artists of the human realm can't withstand them." Li Yuanhao, rarely speaking, stated a stark reality. Wang Beihai nodded, then his eyes darted, and he vanished from the spot. In less than 10 seconds, he reappeared, holding a small black tower. Seeing this, the monkey immediately understood Wang Beihai's plan and nodded in agreement. "All right, let's proceed as you've planned. While they're still unaware, we'll annihilate them. As for those 10, I'll handle them first." With that, the monkey glanced at the 10 shadows in the sky and shouted, throwing a golden light to trap them. Afterward, he nodded at Wang Beihai and transformed into a golden light, charging towards the figures. As a violent explosion echoed from above, the newly born monsters below fully awakened. At that moment, a beam of white light shot from Wang Beihai's forehead, creating a transparent shield that enveloped Longling County. Many monsters tried to break free and turned to dust upon hitting the shield. "What is this?" Wang Beihai marveled at the shield in the sky. At that moment, the Book of the Sky appeared before him, looking lazily at Wang Beihai. "Ah, I didn't want to intervene, but since it concerns the eclipsers and the human realm's safety, I'll reluctantly lend a hand. However, this barrier won't last long, at most, a day. You're on your own. The impending calamity demands I restore my energy quickly, so I won't intervene further." With that, the Book of the Sky stretched lazily and transformed back into a white light, returning to Wang Beihai's body. "This is more than enough." Wang Beihai smiled. What he lacked most was time, and now with this barrier, he had much more freedom. With that thought, Wang Beihai nodded at Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao, who immediately headed in different directions. Soon, the ruins of the city echoed with explosions and screams. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a red light, and he tossed the black tower into the air. The tower emitted a radiant glow and enlarged, shooting a beam of light that summoned giant shadows beneath it, the beasts from the Forbidden Zone. Upon reaching the ground, the beasts were momentarily stunned, not quite accustomed to the surroundings. At that moment, Wang Beihai appeared above them, waving his hand towards the monsters. It's hunting time. These monsters are yours to kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, the beasts revealed their true nature. They had been suppressed by the monkey within Wang Beihai's inner world, and now they could unleash their instincts. In an instant, the massive beast's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Without waiting for Wang Beihai's command, they roared and charged towards the monsters. The newly born monsters, still weak, couldn't withstand the sturdy beasts. Under the beasts' onslaught, weaker monsters were trampled into paste, tilting the battle in one direction. Seeing the effect, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. Evidently, he had underestimated the beasts' destructive power. Soon, driven by the beasts, the battlefield expanded rapidly. However, the beasts' advance soon met resistance. Although the beasts' force was formidable, the sheer number of monsters proved overwhelming. Gradually, some monsters adapted to the environment, and stronger ones organized the rest, managing to halt the beast's advance. This won't do. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, locking onto a leading monster, and struck fiercely, splitting the peak saint-level monster in two. With their leader gone, the remaining monsters scattered, and the beasts seized the opportunity for another round of crushing slaughter. Yet, new leaders soon emerged, and Wang Beihai noticed that the monsters at the rear began to devour each other. With each consumption, their auras grew stronger. At that moment, another explosion resounded from the sky, and a figure plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Wang Beihai focused on the figure, his pupils constricting, and shouted, "Demon God!" Chapter 609. Breaking the Stalemate. In the ruins, the monkey slowly stood up, shaking off the dust from his body, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then looked solemnly at the sky. "Puffed! These beasts indeed have the constitution of an alien demon," the monkey said with a hint of anger, his eyes immediately glowing red. "I'll see what kind of monsters you are. Beihai, come up and help me." With that, the monkey shot out from the ruins. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai glanced at the monsters evolving below, his eyes showing a moment of hesitation. After all, if he went to help the monkey, the battlefield below might be dominated by these monsters, and the advantage they had just gained could very well disappear. "Go, we'll handle things here." Qiongqi suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai, nodding to him. Seeing Wang Beihai still hesitating, Qiongqi immediately said, "Master, we are ancient beasts who have survived countless hardships since ancient times. If we can't even defeat these small fry, won't we be laughed at?" Adding, "Your hesitation is quite hurtful to our pride." Hearing this, Wang Beihai burst into laughter, patted Qiongqi's shoulder, gave him a meaningful look, and then turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the sky battle. After Wang Beihai left, Qiongqi roared, his entire body glowing with dazzling blue light, transforming back into his beast form within the light. "Brothers, we are at least fierce beasts. We can't lose to these half-human, half-monster things." With that, Qiongqi roared and charged into the group of monsters with endless thunder, catching them off guard and breaking their formation. Seeing this, the other beasts' eyes burned with bloodthirsty battle intent. With a series of flashes, the beast who had been relying solely on their physical strength to fight the monsters began to unleash their divine abilities. In an instant, the beasts regained their absolute advantage. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao continuously threw out their trump cards, each attack taking down a group of monsters, though not with overwhelming power. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the sky above, stomped his foot in the air, and his body shot forward, soon arriving above the clouds, where he was stunned by the sight before him. Not far away, the monkey was fighting 10 figures single-handedly, the battle evenly matched. The 10 figures attacked the monkey from different angles, some unleashing energy, others engaging in close combat, except for one petite figure standing still. But soon, Wang Beihai noticed something. Although the petite figure didn't move or join the fight against the monkey, a closer look revealed that the other figures were all moving around it. Realizing this, Wang Beihai quietly hid, trying to calm his heart. In an instant, his astonishing perception returned. He opened his eyes, clear-minded, then willed a layer of purple mist to appear in his vision. Under the enhancement of these two abilities, Wang Beihai could clearly see that there were 9 threads connected to the petite figure, each linking to one of the other 9 figures. Is this a puppet show? Wang Beihai murmured, immediately thinking of the puppets in television shows. Just as he was puzzled, a loud explosion came from ahead. Looking over, he saw a large shadow colliding fiercely with the monkey, who swung his pillar of heaven, pushing the large shadow aside. The demon god is incredibly powerful, Wang Beihai thought in awe, but before he could cheer, he saw the other shadows taking advantage of the monkey's momentary pause to attack. "Be careful, senior," Wang Beihai shouted, then used a black hole to teleport in front of the monkey, raising his hand to summon a golden bell that enveloped both of them. The next second, the powerful attacks hit, causing the golden bell to shake violently. Although it withstood the assault, it was covered in cracks, clearly unable to withstand another such attack. Knowing this, Wang Beihai prepared, but the shadows didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. A shadow flashed, and Wang Beihai recognized it as the one the monkey had just knocked away. In the next moment, the shadow clenched its fist and struck the bell, shattering it with a crack. As the bell broke, the other shadow's attacks arrived. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, stepped back, then shouted, "Demon God, Senior," and waved his hand, creating a black hole. The monkey instantly understood and followed Wang Beihai into the black hole space. Just as they left, the powerful attacks exploded where they had stood, dispersing the clouds and clearing the sky. On the other side, Wang Beihai and the monkey emerged from the black hole. Looking at the explosion's power, even the monkey swallowed nervously. "How was it? Did you see anything while watching?" The monkey urgently asked Wang Beihai. Although he had fiery eyes and could see through illusions, he was too busy fighting multiple opponents to pay much attention to their details. That's why he didn't rush Wang Beihai to help earlier, wanting him to observe more clearly. And it turned out to be effective. Wang Beihai frowned and stroked his chin. "Didn't you notice? Among these shadows, there's one that's special, never making a move, but it seems connected to the others by a thin thread." Hearing this, the monkey was stunned, then used his fiery eyes to look at the shadows, nodding in realization. So it turns out that among these 10 shadows, only one is real, while the others are like puppets controlled by that one. Realizing this, the monkey laughed, patted Wang Beihai, and said, "Beihai, you're good. Distract the other shadows, and I'll turn their world upside down." With that, the monkey grabbed Wang Beihai's collar, swung him to the other shadows, and launched him into their midst. Upon seeing Wang Beihai's arrival, the shadows unleashed a barrage of attacks. At that moment, the monkey suddenly emerged from the side, holding the pillar of heaven, and struck down at the petite figure. Hashtag Chapter 610, The Three-Headed Dragon. While Wang Beihai was struggling to hold his ground against the onslaught of 9 shadow figures, each with the strength of a deity, Monkey suddenly teleported in front of the only motionless, petite shadow. With a flash of red in his eyes, he swung his staff down in an instant. Instantly, the petite shadow let out a piercing howl before being obliterated by Monkey's strike, turning into dust that dispersed into the air. With the petite shadow's demise, the several shadows that had been relentlessly pursuing Wang Beihai ceased their attacks. Seeing the shadows frozen in place, Wang Beihai let out a sigh of relief. Monkey landed in front of him and patted his shoulder again. "As you said, only that one shadow was real. Damn, I'm exhausted. It seems I'm getting old. Dealing with these 10 measly punks actually felt strenuous. Back in the day, I could have wiped them out with a single strike." Monkey rambled on, while Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Elder Demon God, you mentioned they had the aura of the eclipsed, right? Do you think the shadow might resurrect like the eclipsed?" Hearing this, Monkey burst into laughter and replied, "Haha, do you think I'm just anyone? I wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Rest assured, that strike was infused with my Buddhist energy. Even an eclipsed being would be scattered to the winds. That's good to hear. Wang Beihai nodded slowly, but his brow remained furrowed. For some reason, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Oh, right, Elder Demon God. What should we do with these shadow puppets? Wang Beihai glanced at the surrounding puppets and suddenly remembered something. Monkey squinted and then waved his hand at Wang Beihai. Step aside. These things gave me quite a bit of trouble. Watch me shatter them with one strike. As he spoke, Monkey raised his pillar. Wang Beihai quickly moved to the side, glancing at the puppets about to turn to dust, his unease growing stronger. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Wang Beihai's expression darkened as he repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Then, he heard Monkey shout, and the enormous pillar came crashing down towards the shadow puppets. At that moment, Wang Beihai noticed that the frozen puppets had swiftly moved to a distance, narrowly dodging Monkey's powerful strike. What's going on? Wang Beihai and Monkey exchanged puzzled looks. Following this, the dark clouds in the sky gathered around them, enveloping Wang Beihai, Monkey, and the shadows within. Lightning crackled within the clouds. Seeing this, Monkey frowned. To cause such a natural phenomenon, these creatures are indeed no ordinary beings. As he spoke, the previously immobile shadows began to merge. With their merging, the clouds around them crackled with thunder and lightning, some of which even struck towards Monkey and Wang Beihai. The two waved their hands, deflecting the lightning. At that moment, the several shadows had merged into a colossal being. Under the lightning's assault, a deep, heavy breathing sound emerged, akin to a slumbering ancient beast awakening. Seeing the slowly forming beast, Monkey's gaze turned cold. What is that, Elder Demon God? Wang Beihai stared solemnly at the distant massive shadow, his heart filled with shock. That is the mount of the eclipsed, the three-headed dragon. Monkey snorted coldly and continued, Never thought we'd encounter this creature here. Many of our cultivators have fallen to this beast. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Recalling what Eugene had said earlier, he immediately understood. This dragon was Eugene's true objective, and those so-called flesh balls were merely a smokescreen. As expected, the moment the dragon's shadow took shape, the monsters hatched from the flesh balls on the ground seemed to sense it, prostrating themselves before turning into clumps of flesh that flew towards the dragon's shadow. Feeling the change below, Monkey immediately shouted, This is bad. That thing is trying to use these monsters to repair its body. Wang Beihai was startled and, without further thought, struck out with a palm towards the flying flesh, attempting to disperse it. However, the flesh, seemingly alive, dodged Wang Beihai's attack and flew even faster towards the dragon's shadow. In no time, the dragon's body took shape under the watchful eyes of Wang Beihai and Monkey. It's no use. If I remember correctly, this is a ritual unique to the eclipsed. Once it starts, we can only wait for it to complete. External forces cannot stop it. Not even the sacred Buddhist light? Wang Beihai asked unwillingly, having witnessed the true power of the eclipsed before. Even a mere general-level eclipsed had left them in such a predicament. Now, facing the high-ranking mount of the eclipsed, he didn't want to deal with it again. But wanting wasn't the same as achieving. Monkey shook his head and said, No use. I've tried before, and it didn't work. As I said, once the ritual begins, we can only watch it unfold. At this, Monkey thrust his pillar into the air, causing a ripple of transparent waves. Then, a golden light enveloped him, and his headgear, cape, and purple gold armor appeared on him, complete. Wang Beihai stared in shock at the newly attired Monkey, his eyes revealing a hint of something extraordinary. This is it. This is it. This is the Monkey King in my heart, the true demon god, the one who fought from the southern gate of heaven all the way to the ninth heaven. As Wang Beihai thought this, his eyes flickered incessantly. Monkey, noticing, gave Wang Beihai a confident smile. Feels nostalgic. Watch how your monkey grandpa will beat those little brats. As they spoke, the three-headed dragon in the sky had taken shape. Its massive body bore three huge, grotesque heads, each a different color. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the three-headed dragon let out a long roar, then slowly spread its enormous wings, causing the heavens and earth to change. ##### Chapter 611. Unprecedented Strength. Is this the mount of the Demon Lord? Wang Beihai stared in shock at the terrifying three-headed dragon before him, unable to help but exclaim in awe. The monkey, on the other hand, wore a cold expression. The sight of the three-headed dragon and its fearsome aura was all too familiar to him. Even in death, I will never forget that beast's appearance. The monkey gritted his teeth, gripping the pillar of heaven tightly, a formidable aura slowly brewing within him. Feeling the monkey's terrifying presence, Wang Beihai was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the monkey so serious. In that moment, Wang Beihai realized the distance between them was not just a matter of cultivation. The monkey's aura of regal pride was something he could only aspire to. Recalling his previous encounter with the monkey in the forbidden area of the underworld, Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seems the demon god was holding back a vast ocean of power back then, Wang Beihai said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Then, he turned his gaze towards the distant demon dragon. At that moment, the dragon's body had already recovered. Suddenly, the eyes of all three heads flashed with a red light, and Wang Beihai could distinctly hear a heartbeat. The heartbeat was slow but incredibly heavy, as if the earth itself were trembling with each beat. What immense vitality! Wang Beihai marveled, astonished. Could such a creature truly exist? As he stared at the colossal figure in the distance, Wang Beihai questioned himself. While Wang Beihai was lost in thought, the three-headed dragon's gaze suddenly turned towards him and the monkey. In an instant, the cold gaze felt like a sword, and just a glance caused Wang Beihai's eyes to sting. Turning to look, he saw the monkey's eyes glowing red as he stared directly at the dragon. For a moment, two powerful energies filled the entire sky. What a terrifying aura, Wang Beihai thought, standing still, his gaze alternating between the monkey and the three-headed dragon, his hand tightening into a fist. Beihai, be careful, the monkey said, turning to pat Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Clearly, he didn't want Wang Beihai to get involved in this battle. After all, Wang Beihai's cultivation was too low, not even reaching the level of a supremacy. Facing the fully restored three-headed dragon, he would only be cannon fodder. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's face quickly flashed with disappointment. Suddenly, the three-headed dragon's eyes turned cold, and it opened its three massive jaws, roaring at Wang Beihai. In an instant, the surrounding dark clouds dispersed, and with that roar, the dragon fully awakened. The unique darkness and evil of the demon lord instantly filled the space. On the ground, Xiao Luo and Li Yuanhao were relieved by the sudden disappearance of the monsters. Soon, a loud roar echoed from the sky, and Xiao Luo collapsed to the ground, while Li Yuanhao, though not falling, looked up at the sky with a pale face. Following that, the earth trembled, and looking around, one could see ancient beasts collapsing like Xiao Luo, their eyes filled with fear. What kind of existence could have such a powerful and evil aura? Xiao Luo wondered, gazing at the sky. Li Yuanhao narrowed his eyes and said with a grim expression, "This time, it truly seems like a catastrophe. After all this time, this beast has appeared again." After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuanhao stepped on his ancient qin and flew towards the clouds. In midair, with the dragon's roar, the monkey shot out instantly, his speed several times faster than before. Wang Beihai barely had time to react before the monkey appeared in front of the dragon. Wang Beihai took a few seconds to shift his gaze, realizing that the monkey standing before the dragon was like a tiny figure before a mountain, incredibly small. "Roar!" the dragon bellowed at the monkey, and a fierce wind rose. The monkey stood firm amidst the storm, his cloak flapping loudly in the wind, but his form remained unaffected. "You beast, do you remember your monkey grandpa?" the monkey shouted, his voice thundering through the sky, instantly overpowering the dragon's roar. Seeing this, the dragon seemed to narrow its eyes with thought. Then the middle red head opened its mouth wide, spewing a torrent of fire towards the monkey. "Break!" the monkey snorted, swinging the pillar of heaven, and the fiery torrent was split in two. In the next instant, another head opened its mouth, unleashing bolts of lightning, powerful spheres of electricity hurtling towards the monkey. Without flinching, the monkey plucked a few hairs from his head and blew, creating a massive light screen in front of him. The screen flashed, blocking the dragon's attack. The dragon then flapped its wings, slamming them down on the light screen. "Beihai, watch out!" the monkey shouted, his expression serious, placing the pillar of heaven on the screen. The next moment, the wings struck the screen, which shattered after just a second. Fortunately, the pillar of heaven blocked the wings' momentum, but a strong shockwave spread out. Even from a distance, Wang Beihai felt the powerful force of the shockwave. His eyes narrowed, and he activated his indestructible golden body. Soon, the visible shockwave reached him, and despite the golden body, Wang Beihai was pushed back dozens of meters. Regaining his footing, Wang Beihai's eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, he felt a tearing pain in his body. Just the aftershock of a wing flap is so terrifying. If we really fought, I wouldn't be able to withstand even one of its attacks, Wang Beihai thought, his complex gaze fixed on the dragon in the sky, his frustration evident on his face. "Damn it, I'm still not strong enough." Wang Beihai clenched his fist, feeling a sense of self-reproach. "Do you want to fight that dragon?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Beihai's ear, and the heavenly book appeared before him. Chapter 612, Awakening. "What did you say?" Wang Beihai widened his eyes and stared at the book of the celestial silences, his gaze filled with confusion and anticipation. "I said, do you want to join the battle ahead?" The book lazily glanced at Wang Beihai, its eyes devoid of any hint of jest. "Of course I do." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately became excited, but soon, his eyes dimmed again. "But my strength is so far behind theirs. Even if you have some great technique, it can't make up for the gap between us. Let's just forget it. You don't need to comfort me like this. I will still work hard on my cultivation." As he spoke, Wang Beihai looked dejectedly towards the battlefield. At that moment, the monkey was already entangled with the demon dragon, each clash dispersing the surrounding clouds. Even the barrier previously set up by the book was unable to withstand the energy from their battle, now riddled with cracks. Alas, such a battle is far beyond my reach. Wang Beihai couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, the book walked up to Wang Beihai, raised its hand, and with a crisp sound, a clear handprint appeared on Wang Beihai's face. "What are you doing?" Wang Beihai covered his face, looking at the book in confusion. "This slap is to wake you up." The book waved its hand. "Winning or losing, it doesn't matter. You haven't even fought, so how do you know you can't win? Throughout history, no strong person has ever shied away from battle. If everyone were like you before, how could there be so many heroes in this world? Or those who challenge the rules of heaven and earth and eventually achieve godhood?" With that, the book snorted coldly, grabbed Wang Beihai's collar, and said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you fight or not?" "Fight. I dream of fighting." "Even if you can't win, do you still want to fight? Even if your opponent is 10 or 100 times stronger, do you still want to fight?" "Yes, I must fight. I want to become stronger. Anything that stands in my way, I will smash it to pieces." Wang Beihai roared loudly, his unfulfilled desires erupting at this moment. Seeing the determination and madness in Wang Beihai's eyes, the book nodded in satisfaction and then released his collar. "Good, very good. It's this kind of spirit that will allow you to overcome obstacles and face hardships on your path in the future. But what should I do now?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked at the book with full of doubts. He didn't believe that the book had done all this just to teach him this lesson. "Humph, your current strength is indeed far from that demon dragon. If you rush up like this, even with the monkey protecting you, you could easily die." The book continued to look at Wang Beihai with its usual lazy demeanor. Wang Beihai shrugged, not denying it. At that moment, the book revealed a very mysterious smile. However, I have a way to boost your strength to an extremely terrifying level, at least enough to temporarily match them. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he looked at the book with great anticipation. What method? What are we waiting for? Let's do it now. Wang Beihai was very happy, his words showing his eagerness. Wait. At that moment, the book suddenly waved its hand and then looked at Wang Beihai, saying, First, let me tell you. Once this method is used, I will fall into a deep sleep. For a long time after, you won't see me or even feel my presence. That means, from then on, you can only rely on yourself for your cultivation. The book changed its previous laziness and looked at Wang Beihai meaningfully. Wang Beihai was stunned on the spot. The book sighed and continued. Just as you said, there is indeed no technique that can instantly boost your strength so drastically. The only way to achieve this now is for us to become one. My original form is just a lotus leaf from ancient times. Such a form cannot fully release my power. Only by merging with you can I use a portion of my energy. Although it's small, it's enough to deal with the demon dragon in front of us. However, after the fusion, I will have a long period of hibernation. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was immediately shocked. This was the first time the Book of the Celestial Silences had spoken to him so seriously. To be honest, since he received the inheritance, the book had been both a mentor and a friend, providing Wang Beihai with a lot of help. Without the book, there would be no him today. If the book really fell into a deep sleep, Wang Beihai's feelings were more of reluctance than unease. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai immediately found himself in a dilemma. Seeing Wang Beihai hesitate, the book shook its head and was about to return to Wang Beihai's body when Wang Beihai spoke up. Why do this? I remember you didn't seem to care much about such things. Why are you so eager today? In response to Wang Beihai's question, the book let out a hearty laugh and then sighed deeply. My existence is to uphold the righteousness of this world, but it's laughable that I have never truly participated in any battle throughout the ages. My form restricts me too much. Facing the demonic beings, I also want a chance to truly fight against them. As it spoke, the book's gaze remained fixed on the distant battlefield. Then it said enviously, if I could fight the demonic beings as freely as that monkey, this life would be without regret. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was deeply moved. Then he smiled and patted the book's shoulder. What a coincidence, that's exactly what I think too. The book's body trembled, and then it turned around, looking at Wang Beihai in disbelief. Wang Beihai laughed loudly. Stop looking, I'm not a kid anymore. It's embarrassing to always be taken care of by you. Sometimes, I need some space to grow too. And one more thing. As he spoke, Wang Beihai looked at the distant demon dragon. I also really dislike demonic beings. If I could personally beat him down, it would be quite satisfying, wouldn't it? At this, the book also laughed heartily, and then looked at Wang Beihai with deep gratitude. Then it's a deal. Let's beat the hell out of him together. With that, the book immediately transformed into a white light. This time, instead of entering Wang Beihai's body, it attached itself to the surface of Wang Beihai's body, like a battle robe. With a flash of white light, the book and Wang Beihai completely merged into one. Chapter 613. The Power of the Invincible. A white light emanated from Wang Beihai, quickly spreading across the entire sky. The monkey and the three-headed dragon were in the midst of a fierce battle when suddenly, their vision blurred, and the white light instantly interrupted their fight. Roar! Under the illumination of this white light, the three-headed dragon's entire body began to emit white smoke, and immediately, the dragon let out a painful howl, shielding itself with its wings. That guy, he couldn't hold back any longer, could he? The monkey squinted his eyes, looking towards Wang Beihai's direction, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and then he raised the corner of his mouth in a smile. This is the invincible book I know. With that, the monkey waved his hand, retracting the pillar of heaven he was holding, and then, with a thought, his entire suit of armor turned into specks of light that dispersed in the air. No more playing, no more playing. The rest is up to you. The monkey placed his hands behind his head, showing a relaxed expression, and then he consciously stepped aside. At this moment, Wang Beihai felt an extremely gentle yet powerful energy enveloping him. In an instant, the world was in chaos. The sun rose and set, life and death. All things emerged and perished. Everything surged into his mind. Such a vast amount of information. It feels like the vast universe. Is this the content recorded by the book? Wang Beihai's heart could no longer be described as merely shocked. Under the illumination of the white light, the invincible book transformed into armor that fell onto Wang Beihai, and immediately, Wang Xiaofan's eyes glowed with white light, his aura instantly surging, breaking through the limits of the supreme realm. Abruptly, the white light instantly retracted, forming 3 pairs of white wings behind Wang Beihai. Is this the power beyond the supreme? Wang Beihai looked at his hands in disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth, every move and gesture affecting the changes of the world. Roar. At that moment, a furious roar came from afar, and it was the 3-headed dragon. Freed from the suppression of the white light, the dragon once again revealed its ferocious face. It opened its mouth, and 3 beams of energy of different colors instantly shot out towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai stood calmly, unmoved, and with a wave of his hand, a white light shield appeared in front of him. The dragon's attack struck the shield, causing ripples, and then the attack was completely nullified. Seeing this, the dragon's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then, with a powerful flap of its wings, its huge body instantly shot towards Wang Beihai like a missile. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smirked coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a massive spell formation instantly took shape. Then, with the rotation of complex inscriptions, a huge portal opened in the center of the formation. Just as the dragon's massive body was about to collide, suddenly, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with white light, and a gigantic hand stretched out from the portal, single-handedly catching the dragon's impact. In an instant, the surrounding space trembled violently, and the barriers set by the Book of Invincibility could no longer withstand the energy, shattering into specks of light in the air with a crack. Roar! The dragon's attack missed, and it quickly retreated, its eyes wary of the giant hand. But the next second, Wang Beihai made a grasping motion, and the spell formation disappeared, along with the hand. Come again. Wang Beihai looked disdainfully at the dragon, teasing it with a gesture. The dragon roared in anger, and then all 3 of its heads lifted up. Immediately, a massive spell formation appeared beneath it. As the formation rose, the dragon's eyes glowed with red light, and then cracks appeared on its massive body, its scales falling off as the cracks spread, causing the dragon's size to shrink significantly. Humph, such a beast can still evolve. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and his body instantly moved to above the 3-headed dragon. Then, a golden ripple appeared beneath his feet, and with a stomp, a golden light shot out towards the 3-headed dragon. The smaller 3-headed dragon reacted quickly, flapping its wings and instantly moving to another location. Undoubtedly, after shrinking, the dragon's speed had undergone a qualitative leap. Wang Beihai, however, was not surprised. With a point of his finger, a tiny white light shot out from his fingertip. The dragon didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the beam on its wing. Although the white light was small, it was extremely sharp. With a light touch, it pierced through the dragon's thick wing. Roar! The dragon roared loudly, lifting its 3 heads and emitting a flash of light from its mouth. Immediately, Wang Beihai felt as if his body was bound by something, unable to move at all. Then, the dragon flapped its wings and instantly appeared in front of Wang Beihai, kicking him with its powerful legs, sending him flying far away. At the moment the dragon kicked Wang Beihai, a white light flashed on Wang Beihai's body, just like the previous light screen, and with a gentle flash, it dissipated most of the fierce force. Even so, Wang Beihai was still sent flying hundreds of meters. Playing with strength, huh? Wang Beihai stabilized himself, and countless techniques flashed through his mind. Since merging with the book, Wang Beihai could freely use all the techniques recorded in it. In essence, Wang Beihai was now like an overpowered character. Soon, Wang Beihai roared, and lightning surged all over his body. Great solar thunder body. Wang Beihai clenched his fists, feeling the explosive energy within, and immediately showed a satisfied smile. Come on. Then, Wang Beihai gestured to the dragon, which roared and quickly attacked. This time, Wang Beihai didn't choose to dodge but instead clenched his fists, waiting until the dragon arrived. He then grabbed the dragon's head, using his body to withstand the impact. Thus, the two flew hundreds of meters, and Wang Beihai stomped his foot, firmly stabilizing himself. Then, with bulging veins on his arms and a flash of lightning, the dragon's body was instantly paralyzed. Wang Beihai seized the opportunity, exerting force, and the dragon's massive body was lifted. Get down. Following that, Wang Beihai roared, holding the dragon and smashing it down to the ground. Chapter 6:14. The Unleashing of the Dragon's Abyss. In the deep pit on the ground, Xiaoluo looked up towards the sky. A colossal figure, like a meteor, was hurtling towards the earth. Xiaoluo's pupils contracted, and with a palm thrust downwards, he unleashed two jets of flame. Propelled by the flames, he shot upwards with incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the sky, Wang Beihai was plummeting with the massive three-headed dragon in his arms. Feeling the threat to its life, the dragon struggled violently, desperately trying to break free from Wang Beihai's grip. Wang Beihai felt the immense force from the dragon, and his eyes turned cold. Himph! You beast! Don't even think about escaping from my grasp. With a cold snort, his hands bulged with veins, and the dragon found itself unable to break free. In the next instant, they crashed into the pit, causing the entire Longling County to shudder. The ground shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The already deep pit deepened further, and the surrounding buildings, already in ruins, were completely destroyed. Longling County had turned into a wasteland, losing all its former splendor. The three-headed dragon lay on the ground, gasping heavily, its eyes glazed with disorientation. The impact, though not fatal, had left it dazed. On the other side, Wang Beihai was enveloped in a holy white light, hovering in the air like an angel. Just before the impact, he used a spatial teleportation skill, moving to a safe distance and avoiding the damage. Damn it! This city has been reduced to this because of you bastards. Wang Beihai clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. To resurrect such a monster, you slaughtered the entire city. Today and in the future, I will never allow the Yimo to wreak such havoc again. With a flash of red killing intent in his eyes, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the dragon's abyss sword instantly appeared in his grasp. As the sword materialized, the sky cleared, and a giant dragon's shadow emerged, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The sword began to tremble on its own. Stop, Wang Beihai commanded, tightening his grip to steady the sword. His eyes widened in shock. The seven-star dragon's abyss, a legendary divine sword. Since obtaining it in the Ling realm, it has never been used. To think it still holds such power after all these years, truly remarkable. Wang Beihai muttered, then infused the sword with the white light emanating from his body. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper on the sword's hilt lit up one by one. A dazzling rainbow light burst forth from the sword, followed by a blinding flash that shot into the sky. With a clang, the sword flew out of Wang Beihai's hand and hovered in the air, as if surveying the world like a king. The radiance then subsided, and the dragon's abyss returned to its original unassuming appearance. Only Wang Beihai could sense the terrifying power now contained within the sword. Indeed, a divine sword, Wang Beihai laughed, flying into the sky and grasping the hilt of the dragon's abyss. A tremendous counterforce surged from the sword, but with a cold glare, Wang Beihai's hand glowed white. After a moment of resistance, the counterforce subsided, and Wang Beihai felt a profound connection with the sword. With this sword, I shall defend my world. Three-headed dragon, you are the first. Wang Beihai coldly gazed at the disoriented dragon below, then gently raised the sword. A fierce wind stirred around him, and the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Let me show you what true swordsmanship is. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and a colossal shadow appeared behind him. The shadow mimicked his movements, raising a giant sword identical to the dragon's abyss. Wang Beihai's eyes glowed white, and his 6 wings spread wide. One sword, sundering heaven and earth. Wang Beihai intoned, and with a swing of the dragon's abyss, the shadow transformed into a sword, slashing down at the 3-headed dragon. The earth trembled anew, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. A formidable sword aura cleaved the sky in two, creating a massive rift in the fabric of space. The overwhelming sword aura struck the already dazed dragon, causing it to emit a pained groan. It instinctively raised its wings to defend, but the terrifying force was like a tidal wave, crushing it. Blood and scales flew into the air, and before it could even roar, 2 of its heads were severed by the sword aura. Roar, the remaining dragon head let out a pained howl, its former arrogance replaced by fear. It turned its eyes towards Wang Beihai in the sky. Then, with a quick glance, it burrowed into the ground, attempting to escape. Wang Beihai shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. Humph, I said it before, I won't let you, such a beast, remain in this world. Those who defy my divine land, I shall exterminate. With that, Wang Beihai raised the dragon's abyss again, flapped his wings, and instantly appeared in front of the dragon. Let me show you the true Qinglian sword technique. He shifted his stance, and the sword traced beautiful arcs in the air. As Wang Beihai finished his movements, a lotus flower materialized above the dragon. Bloom, he whispered, and the green lotus slowly opened. Unlike the previous forceful sword aura, this one was chaotic yet exquisitely sharp. The green light flared, and the 3-headed dragon was engulfed in the torrent of sword aura. Chapter 6:15. Farewell? Roar. A colossal lotus bloomed amidst the ruins, and in an instant, countless sword beams tore through the 3-headed dragon's body, leaving it riddled with wounds. With the aid of the heavenly book, the Qinglian sword chi had reached an incredibly terrifying level. The sword beams converged, and the 3-headed dragon let out a painful roar, its legs buckling as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Its entire body was covered in grotesque wounds, with dark purple-black blood slowly seeping from them, and its breath grew exceedingly weak. Wang Beihai descended from the sky, coldly gazing at the now feeble 3-headed dragon. The dragon's nostrils flared, its remaining 2 eyes glaring furiously at Wang Beihai, filled with rage and brutality. Seeing this look, Wang Beihai snorted disdainfully. Humph, stubborn to the end. With that, he placed the dragon abyss sword against the dragon's neck. Wait. Just as Wang Beihai was about to strike, the heavenly book's voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. His eyes flashed with white light, and a beam shot out, landing on the dragon's head. In no time, a torrent of dark, immense information flooded Wang Beihai's mind. He stood there for a long while before coming to his senses. The white light in his eyes faded, replaced by a grave expression. I never imagined you demons have been plotting for so long. Truly insidious. Wang Beihai muttered through gritted teeth, and the heavenly book's voice echoed in his mind. It seems the invasion of the demons is imminent. Beihai, the next phase will depend on you. Don't worry, heavenly book, leave it to me, Wang Beihai said calmly, his eyes resolute. Then, glancing at the dying 3-headed dragon, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a swift swing of the dragon abyss, a white light flashed, and the dragon's final head tumbled to the ground. In an instant, the mighty dragon's body shuddered violently before falling still. After finishing his task, Wang Beihai's wings disintegrated into specks of light that slowly dispersed in the air. As the light around Wang Beihai faded, his aura rapidly diminished, returning to its original state. Stripped of the heavenly book's enhancement, a strong sense of fatigue overwhelmed him. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, feeling as if his body had been drained. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, a white light emerged from Wang Beihai's body, the heavenly book. The heavenly book looked at the unconscious Wang Beihai, a hint of satisfaction in its eyes. The future is in your hands now. The heavenly book's form began to fade, and with a flick of its finger, a beam of white light shot into Wang Beihai's spirit platform. Having done this, the heavenly book's light grew exceedingly faint, like a flickering lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Ah, you really are stubborn. With the signs of the demon invasion imminent, if you fall into a deep slumber, it would be a significant loss. The monkey remarked as he descended from the sky, looking at the weakened heavenly book with a trace of regret. Hey, it's fine. We must believe in him. Only he can avert this calamity. I have bestowed all my accumulated knowledge upon him. I trust he will unleash its true potential. The heavenly book's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. From the beginning of the world until now, I have been awake for far too long. It's time for me to rest. The rest is up to you. I believe when I awaken, the world will still be as it is. With that, the heavenly book transformed into specks of starlight that merged into Wang Beihai's body, and it fell silent. Ah, old friend, you're right. It's time to rest. The monkey sighed deeply, his eyes showing a touch of sorrow. Suddenly, a dark purple-black light emanated from the three-headed dragon's body, coalescing into a miniature dragon in the air, roaring as it attempted to flee. Himph, trifling trick. Trying to escape in front of your monkey grandpa? The monkey snorted. Having fought these demons for so long, he was well versed in such tactics. Just as he was about to act, a melody sounded in the sky, and a green light descended, enveloping the dragon's soul. The soul let out a shrill wail before dissipating into the air. The monkey narrowed his eyes and looked up to see Li Yuanhao descending gracefully on a chin. At this sight, the monkey scrutinized Li Yuanhao with curiosity. You're quite the enigma. After a long look, the monkey couldn't help but exclaim. Shoo. Li Yuanhao signaled for silence and waved his hand, enveloping them both in an invisible barrier. This is merely a clone I left in the human realm to experience the joys and sorrows of life, enhancing my musical prowess. Later, I found so many intriguing things here that I decided not to reclaim this clone. Upon sensing the demon's presence, I couldn't help but intervene. Li Yuanhao glanced at the unconscious Wang Beihai and continued. I never expected the heavenly book to choose him, but if that's the case, we must fully support him. This time, my identity remains a secret. Can you keep it, monkey? Of course, who would argue with a music fanatic? The monkey nodded, and Li Yuanhao laughed heartily. His body tensed, his eyes flashed, and the transparent barrier dissipated. How is Beihai? Is he all right? At that moment, Xiao Luo descended from the sky, looking at the fallen Wang Beihai with concern, ignoring the monkey's presence. He's fine, just exhausted. He'll wake up after a half-day's rest, the monkey replied with a smile, glancing around at the beasts knocked out by the previous battle, feeling a headache coming on. With Beihai still unconscious, leaving these beasts here is problematic. Before he finished, Li Yuanhao perked up, then sighed. You're right. With the barrier gone, people will soon arrive. Seeing these beasts will surely cause a stir in the human realm. We need a plan. The first group will be here in 10 minutes. Hearing this, the monkey's eyes widened. At that moment, a golden light flashed from Wang Beihai's chest, and the black pagoda materialized, followed by Tao Tai, who appeared with a look of disdain. Himph, in the end, you still need me. With a wave of his hand, the black pagoda enlarged, and a beam of golden light enveloped the beasts and Wang Beihai, drawing them inside. With the matter settled, Li Yuanhao laughed and took his leave, while Xiao Luo and the monkey quickly followed the black pagoda, leaving the scene. 10 minutes later, a helicopter hovered over Longling County. Seeing the devastated ground below, everyone on board widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 616. The Imminent Breakthrough. The next day, the news of Longling County turning into a wasteland overnight spread across the entire Divine Land, shocking everyone. The higher-ups in the Divine Land immediately mobilized the army to seal off the city. Under the protection of powerful armed forces, batches of researchers, talented individuals, and extraordinary people rushed towards Longling County. Outside Longling County, a large number of adventure enthusiasts and media reporters gathered. Undoubtedly, this Longling incident was the most shocking event in the Divine Land in nearly a century. While the higher-ups in the Divine Land were closely monitoring Longling in Haiteng City, within the secret chamber of the Ling family, Wang Beihai's eyes were tightly shut, his entire body submerged in medicinal liquid brewed from traditional Chinese medicine. It turned out that after all the affairs were settled the previous day, Li Yuanhao hurriedly returned to the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, saying it was to prepare for the impending invasion of the demons. Xiao Luo, it seemed, had also received some news and took Wallinger back to the spirit realm ahead of time. Only the monkey, relying on his previous memories, brought Wang Beihai back to the Ling family. To make it easier for ordinary people to accept, the monkey deliberately changed his appearance. Seeing Wang Beihai return unconscious, Zhong Yushi was so anxious that she only focused on taking care of him. Although Ling Zhantian was shrewd, he could also see the extraordinary aura around the monkey. Plus, the monkey showed no ill intentions, so Ling Zhantian didn't ask too many questions about the monkey's affairs. Subsequently, the monkey specifically asked Ling Zhantian to gather medicinal herbs, brew them into liquid, and directly place Wang Beihai in it. This immersion lasted for a day and a night. During this day and night, the few of them stayed by Wang Beihai's side, not closing their eyes for a whole day. Especially Zhong Yushi, her eyes were red, and she didn't leave Wang Beihai's side for a single step. "Senior, why hasn't he woken up yet?" Finally, Zhong Yushi, somewhat anxious, looked at Wang Beihai and asked with confusion. The monkey scratched his head, glanced at Wang Beihai, who had even breathing and a rosy complexion, seemingly without any major issues, but just not showing any signs of waking up. For a moment, the monkey was at a loss. Strange, according to the heavenly book, Beihai should have woken up by now. Why is there still no movement? His breathing and other aspects seem quite normal, but why won't he wake up? It's really strange. The monkey kept scratching his head, circling around Wang Beihai again and again, but couldn't figure out the reason. For a while, everyone could only take turns watching over Wang Beihai. Until that night, suddenly, the monkey, who was lying on the sofa, opened his eyes and instantly appeared in front of Wang Beihai with a flash. This action of his startled Zhong Yushi, who was watching over Wang Beihai. "What's wrong, senior?" Calming down, Zhong Yushi looked at the monkey with confusion. The monkey didn't respond, directly placing his hand on Wang Beihai's forehead. After a while, his eyes flashed, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. "This rascal Beihai, no wonder he hasn't woken up. You all, quickly retreat. Without my command, absolutely do not approach this place." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yushi was first stunned, then hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but was stopped by a glance from the monkey. "I understand." Seeing the monkey's look, Zhong Yushi knew she couldn't interfere with Wang Beihai's affairs, and then exited the room, meeting the Ling family members who had just arrived. After explaining, the Ling family members also quietly retreated to the side. Seeing this, the monkey turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai. "Rascal Beihai, I didn't expect this battle to really clear your meridians. With the inheritance of the heavenly book, it seems it's time for you to make a breakthrough. Achieving the status of a supreme being at 20-something years old, haha, may heaven bless our divine land. May heaven bless our human realm." The monkey laughed twice, then his eyes flashed, and he directly placed his hand on Wang Beihai's shoulder, saying, "This time, let your monkey grandpa lend you a hand." As he spoke, a golden light emerged from the monkey's hand, and as the light entered Wang Beihai's body, a soft glow began to emanate from Wang Beihai's body. Then, at his dantian, a black and a white light slowly appeared, forming a Tai Chi pattern above his head. With the fusion of the two energies, the surrounding space began to shake violently. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? Outside the room, Zhong Yushi frowned, looking at the shaking space with a vigilant expression. No, My secret chamber has undergone special treatment. Even if it were a real earthquake, it wouldn't shake like this, Ling Zhentian said, then turned his gaze towards the room where Wang Beihai was. As a martial artist, he could clearly sense the terrifying energy brewing in that room. Beihai's previous cultivation was only at the divine realm, but the energy coming from the room now clearly exceeds that realm. Could it be that Beihai is about to make another breakthrough and achieve the status of a supreme being? Ling Zhentian was shocked in his heart, but after thinking it over, he shook his head. This doesn't seem likely. How old is Beihai this year? Besides, there are very few supreme beings in this world. I've never seen one in my life, not even heard of one. Even if Beihai's talent is extraordinary, it's unlikely he could be a supreme being. Thinking of this, Ling Zhentian nodded, thinking that the commotion was probably just an accident. At that moment, a flash of light came from the room, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Upon closer inspection, it was the monkey. How is it? Seeing the monkey come out, Zhong Yushi immediately stepped forward, anxiously inquiring. This rascal Beihai was about to make a breakthrough. That's why, after soaking in my elixir, he still didn't wake up. He must have absorbed all the energy in my elixir. Upon hearing this, the Ling family members all showed surprised expressions, while Zhong Yushi, hearing that Wang Beihai was not only fine but also about to make a breakthrough, immediately dispelled her worries and revealed her usual smile. What? This rascal Beihai is really going to make a breakthrough? Hearing the monkey's words, Grandpa Ling Zhentian widened his eyes so much that they almost popped out. Then, Ling Zhentian staggered a few steps and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, it really is a blessing from heaven. To have met such a genius in my lifetime, to witness the might of a supreme being, I, Ling Zhentian, have no regrets in life. As he spoke, 2 lines of old tears rolled down Ling Zhentian's cheeks. Seeing this, the monkey was silent for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, for you, a supreme being is indeed an unreachable ceiling. Hearing this, Ling Zhentian was stunned, then looked at the monkey, seeming to guess something, and asked tremblingly, if the senior says so, could it be that the senior is also? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Zhentian immediately felt regret. How could a supreme being allow someone like him to question them? Fortunately, the monkey didn't answer Ling Zhentian's question, only keeping his eyes fixed on the room. Earlier, he had transferred some of his spiritual power to Wang Beihai. If Wang Beihai was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, there should be a reaction now. Sure enough, the next second, the shaking around them stopped, and a black and white light flashed from Wang Beihai's room, causing the surroundings to shake violently again. At the same time, over Haiteng City, a lot of dark clouds gathered, and golden red lightning brewed within them. Those who were studying the situation in Longling County saw this strange phenomenon and immediately turned their attention to the sky above Haiteng City. Chapter 6:17. The Power of a True God. Look, what is that? Oh my God, this is too spectacular. I've never seen such a massive cloud or such terrifying thunder in my life. I must capture this spectacle. Oh my God, is this the end of the world? Witnessing the extremely spectacular scene in the sky, everyone who had rushed over, whether they were journalists, soldiers, high-ranking leaders, or ordinary civilians, were all stunned, momentarily forgetting to take out their cameras to photograph the breathtaking sight. Just as the crowd was still marveling at the spectacle in the sky, suddenly, a black and white light shot up from the Ling family's residence in Haiteng City, connecting with the dark clouds in the sky. What's that? Those who had been closely observing the sky immediately noticed the light, and soon, everyone turned their gazes towards the Ling family's direction. At the same time, inside the Ling family's secret chamber, seeing the sudden burst of light from Wang Beihai's room, everyone except the monkey widened their eyes in shock, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Oh my God, what kind of situation could cause such a huge commotion? Grandpa Ling Zhentian's body trembled with excitement, and tears welled up in his eyes. Hee, a big commotion? Grandpa, you'll soon know what a real commotion is. The monkey let out a cold laugh, then glanced at Wang Beihai's direction before furrowing his brow and saying, But right now, we have one more thing to do. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards the monkey, their eyes filled with confusion. Grandpa, if you don't want this place destroyed, we must take Beihai to the surface now. The monkey spoke calmly, but Ling Zhentian widened his eyes in surprise. Are you kidding? Going to the surface? Not to mention what state Beihai is in now. Even if we could get close to him, he's on the verge of a breakthrough. Moving him like this might affect him, don't you think? Hee, you've considered it thoroughly. The monkey let out another cold laugh, then frowned and said, right now, I'm also struggling with this. Unless this guy wakes up on his own, even I can't guarantee moving him without affecting him. After saying this, the monkey shrugged at the crowd, who also furrowed their brows. If even the powerful monkey couldn't do it, let alone them. No need, I'll do it myself. Just as everyone was at a loss, a very lazy voice suddenly came from the room. Upon hearing this voice, everyone was stunned, and Zhong Yusin immediately revealed an extremely happy expression, looking towards the room. There stood Wang Beihai, naked at the doorway, his perfectly proportioned body making Zhong Yusin blush. Seeing Zhong Yusin's expression, Wang Beihai realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. In an instant, his face also flushed red, and he quickly waved his hand, causing clothes to appear on his body. What a miraculous energy! Wang Beihai looked at his palm in surprise, feeling a completely different sensation. In that instant, he felt as if all the surrounding energies were at his disposal. No need to be curious. This is the legendary power of an overlord. As Wang Beihai was curious, the monkey stepped forward, smiling at him. After becoming an overlord, all the previous laws of power have become part of your body, and you become more attuned to the surrounding spiritual energy. At this level, if you don't do anything too excessive, all energies will follow your thoughts, and laws will manifest with your will. Hearing the monkey's explanation, Wang Beihai widened his eyes, then thought again, and indeed, his clothes changed into a different style. In that moment of transformation, Wang Beihai could clearly feel everything around him. Time, space, wind, fire, water, even the movement of cells, all exposed to his perception. Not bad, huh? As Wang Beihai immersed himself in this profound sensation, the monkey interrupted his state. It's not bad. Wang Beihai nodded with a smile, but at that moment, the monkey's expression turned serious. The feeling is good, but you still have to pass the trial above. With a wave of the monkey's hand, the situation in the sky instantly appeared before everyone. Oh my God! What is that? So terrifying. Even the well-traveled Ling Zhentian couldn't help but let out a frightened shout upon seeing the scene in the sky. This thing doesn't seem that big of a deal. With my current body, even bathing in that thunder wouldn't be a problem. Seeing the familiar thunder in the sky, Wang Beihai couldn't help but raise a smile. Hee, Beihai, this isn't ordinary Nine Wings divine thunder. It contains the power of a true god. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, the monkey let out a cold laugh. The power of a true god. What is that? Wang Beihai looked at the monkey with confusion. The monkey's eyes flashed with fear, then he spoke with great seriousness. The power of a true god is the strength of a legendary true god. Even a sliver of it is enough to destroy the world. If that's the case, breaking through to the overlord realm must be extremely difficult. Now I understand why there are so few overlords in this world. Wang Beihai mused, but the monkey suddenly interrupted him. Not exactly. In fact, the human realm is naturally lacking in spiritual energy, so few can break through the barrier of an overlord. Even in the spiritual and underworld realms, only a handful can reach the overlord level. And reaching the overlord level, the thunder tribulation one must endure is only Nine Wings divine thunder. Only a very few exceptionally talented geniuses can gain the true god's recognition, so the power of a true god appears in the tribulation. If you pass the true god's trial, you will be the chosen one, the most likely to become a true god. The monkey spoke with a hint of melancholy, while Wang Beihai looked at him in surprise. Senior demon god, you must have also passed the true god's trial, right? So, you must have a lot of experience? Experience? Not really. You know, I don't like being bound by others, so after passing the thunder tribulation, I refuse the true God. Refuse the true God? After hearing the monkey's words, Wang Beihai froze in place, then, coming back to his senses, wanted to ask something more. But the monkey suddenly smiled and patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. If you stay here any longer, the thunder above will fall, and they will be the ones to suffer. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately froze, then glanced at Zhong Yusin and the others before nodding to the monkey. Wait. Just as Wang Beihai was about to leave, Zhong Yusin ran over and hugged him tightly. Chapter 6:18. The Hand of God. What are you doing? Wang Beihai asked, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden embrace, his face flushing slightly. Nothing. I know I can't persuade you with your temper. I just hope you can come back safely. Promise me. Zhong Yushi hugged Wang Beihai even tighter as she spoke. Just promise her. Since you went out to fight alone, she hasn't closed her eyes even once. It's clear she genuinely likes you, Ling Zhentian said, shaking his head as he approached. Although he wanted his granddaughter to pair up with Wang Beihai, he had seen Zhong Yushi's devotion. He didn't want to hurt the girl's feelings, especially with such a small request. Wang Beihai was taken aback by these words and looked down at Zhong Yushi, who happened to look up at him at the same time. Their eyes met, and Zhong Yushi felt a shiver run through her body, like an electric shock. Wang Beihai, seeing her affectionate gaze, blushed even more. Feeling embarrassed, he tried to break free from Zhong Yushi's embrace, but she suddenly found strength and pulled him tightly into her arms, lifting her feet and pressing her soft lips against his. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a warm current spread throughout his body, while those around them covered their eyes. All right, it's not like it's life or death. I believe Beihai will be fine, Monkey finally shouted, unable to bear it any longer. Zhong Yushi then let go of Wang Beihai, her face turning as red as a maiden's. You must come back safely. After saying this, Zhong Yushi tactfully retreated. Ling Zhentian then stepped forward, giving Wang Beihai a heavy punch on the chest, followed by a light cough. Today's events, I'll pretend I didn't see. If you can come back alive, I won't tell Ruoying about it. He then gave Wang Beihai 2 more punches and walked away with a meaningful expression. Seeing the old man's demeanor, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I still have a lot to do. I will definitely come back alive. As he said this, he seemed to sense the situation on the ground, and with a thought, his body disappeared from the spot. Where did he go? Ling Zhentian exclaimed, realizing Wang Beihai was gone. He looked around, searching until the light vanished. No need to look, he's already gone, Monkey said casually, stunning everyone present. He just left like that, without doing anything? Isn't that teleportation? Ling Zhentian was shocked, having only seen such feats on television. Yes, Monkey nodded. Receiving confirmation, Ling Zhentian waved his hand. What are we waiting for? Let's go and cheer for him. He started towards the door but was stopped by Monkey. Everyone looked puzzled at Monkey, who simply said, If you want to live, stay here. Despite their confusion, they returned to the sofa, waiting for Wang Beihai to return safely. Outside Haiteng City, golden red lightning was already seeping from the dark clouds. Many people were holding cameras, waiting for the lightning to strike. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the ground, following the black and white light, rushing towards the thunderclouds. As the figure appeared, the excitement among the crowd peaked. Everyone held their breath, focusing on the figure in the light. Wang Beihai was swiftly flying towards the thunderclouds, which seemed to notice him. A bolt of lightning struck, and countless golden red bolts surged towards him. Oh no, those terrifying bolts are all heading towards that person. He's done for, someone shouted in panic. I don't think so. Doesn't this look like the ascension in TV shows and novels? Another voice said, prompting a gasp from the crowd. Many elderly, sage-like figures stood up, gazing at the figure in the sky with reverence. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the lightning transformed into a giant arm, smashing down at Wang Beihai. Mid-air, He sensed the change and looked up, seeing the giant fist made of lightning. He took a sharp breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The lightning, as if alive, opened its massive palm and grabbed at Wang Beihai. "That's the hand of God," Monkey exclaimed in the secret chamber, shocked. Just a slight touch of divine power could easily annihilate a supreme being, let alone a whole hand of a god. Monkey felt his spirit tremble. During his own tribulation, he had barely survived the divine powers test. Can Wang Beihai pass the god's test? He wondered, squinting at the slender figure in the sky. The giant hand was already before Wang Beihai. Faced with the hand brimming with destruction, he gritted his teeth. Here goes nothing. Golden light burst from his body, and a giant bell's phantom appeared before him, more solid than before. The next moment, the hand struck the bell. It paused for a brief instant before the bell shattered. Wang Beihai seized that fraction of a second, teleporting out of the hand's range. But before he could steady himself, the hand reappeared and grabbed him, followed by a burst of lightning that enveloped the sky in golden red light. Hashtag Chapter 619. The Hard Battle. Beihai. Seeing Wang Beihai enveloped by the terrifying lightning, Zhong Yushi couldn't help but shout in worry from the secret chamber. Her beautiful eyes were filled with heartache and concern. She quickly moved her feet, and with a flash of starlight, she rushed out of the chamber, only to be stopped by the monkey. "Let me go. I need to find Beihai. This situation is too dangerous. I can't just watch him take such risks." Zhong Yushi struggled incessantly. The monkey's eyes flickered, and a graceful figure instantly appeared before him. He then let go of Zhong Yushi and said helplessly, "This is a thunder tribulation. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. This is the path Beihai has chosen, and it is his destiny. There's no escape. And, I've said it before, going up there in such a tribulation is tantamount to suicide. I don't care. Even if it means death, I want to die in Beihai's arms." Zhong Yushi's eyes showed determination. As she spoke, the monkey's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He then shook his head at Zhong Yushi, who still wanted to rush out, and directly struck her with a palm on the back. Zhong Yushi let out a cold hum and instantly fainted. Ah, what is love in this world that it makes people willing to die for each other? The monkey sighed deeply and then looked at Ling Jintian and the others. "Take her down to rest. I hit her hard, so she probably won't wake up for a few days. Also, you all stay inside until Beihai finishes his tribulation." With that, the monkey placed his hands behind his head, leaned against the elevator, closed his eyes slightly, and his gaze showed a hint of melancholy. At this moment, the sky above Haiteng City was already filled with golden red lightning. The surrounding people all took out their cameras to take pictures, but due to the close proximity, the cameras and phones all sparked and lost function. In the sky, there were also several helicopters hovering, but due to the intense lightning, they dared not move forward, fearing to be greeted by the terrifying lightning. In the massive hand, Wang Beihai felt a sudden darkness, followed by the golden red lightning appearing before him. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he quickly tried to escape from the hand, but found that no matter how many times he teleported, he couldn't escape the terrifying grasp. So it really is like the five-finger mountain of the Buddha? Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and summoned the red cloud sword, assuming a fighting stance. At that moment, the lightning seemed to sense Wang Beihai's fighting spirit. In an instant, it transformed into a human form and fiercely attacked him. "Come on!" Wang Beihai was shocked in his heart and shouted loudly, slashing down with his sword towards the human-shaped lightning. Instantly, a huge sword light illuminated the surroundings. After reaching the status of a supreme master, Wang Beihai's sword intent also reached an astonishing level. The sword light passed, instantly dispersing the human-shaped lightning. However, before Wang Beihai could rejoice, the lightning flashed, and the human-shaped lightning restored itself. Then, with a wave of its hand, a long sword appeared, and the lightning slashed fiercely towards Wang Beihai, sending a sword light flying towards him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, greatly surprised. Isn't this the move I just used? Thinking this, Wang Beihai slashed out another sword light, colliding with the incoming sword light. Instantly, the sword light he released shattered, while the sword light from the lightning remained intact and continued to strike towards Wang Beihai. How could this be? Wang Beihai was greatly shocked. Realizing that dodging was no longer possible, he had to extend his hands and fiercely punch the sword light. Instantly, a strong current of electricity mixed with immense energy surged through Wang Beihai's body, causing numbness followed by intense pain. My body actually feels numb? Wang Beihai was shocked. Before he could think further, the human-shaped lightning advanced, instantly appearing before Wang Beihai and striking him with a punch. Wang Beihai was startled and quickly countered with a punch. This time, the numbness was even more intense. In the next moment, Wang Beihai was sent flying far away. Before he could steady himself, the human-shaped lightning emitted a red glow and transformed into a red lightning beast before Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted. The beast before him had a huge mouth, 6 pairs of enormous wings, and was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Upon its appearance, Wang Beihai felt a strong aura of destruction. Damn it! Is this the monster born from your true god's power? Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and looked at the beast, then summoned the 7-star dragon abyss. As the dragon abyss appeared, a loud dragon roar echoed, causing the surrounding lightning to tremble. Indeed, to deal with a true god, one must use a true divine weapon. Wang Beihai grasped the dragon abyss, feeling a strong suction as soon as his palm touched the hilt. He then felt his spiritual energy continuously flowing into the dragon abyss. This guy, so greedy? Wang Beihai frowned, recalling that during the battle with the 3-headed demon dragon, he didn't have this feeling. He instantly realized that the energy consumed then was from the heavenly book. Finally, after the dragon abyss's greedy absorption, the 7 stars on the sword's blade lit up, and the dragon's head on the hilt also glowed, as if awakened. Roar! At this moment, the distant beast roared at Wang Beihai, and then opened its mouth, shooting a bolt of lightning towards him. The speed was extremely fast, reaching Wang Beihai in the blink of an eye. Wang Beihai was greatly shocked and immediately held the dragon abyss in front of him. Instantly, the dragon abyss emitted a dazzling light, and in the darkness, 7 stars lit up. The terrifying lightning was instantly absorbed by the dragon abyss. Can it absorb even this? Wang Beihai looked at the sword in surprise, noticing that one of the 7 stars on the sword was now dim, so it can only be used 7 times. Wang Beihai looked somewhat dissatisfied at the sword in his hand, then narrowed his eyes and transformed into a stream of light, charging towards the beast. In an instant, Wang Beihai was before the beast. He gripped the hilt with both hands, continuously pouring spiritual energy into the sword. The dragon abyss emitted a dazzling light, and Wang Beihai's eyes turned fierce as he slashed down at the beast. Instantly, a huge sword light appeared, tearing apart the surrounding darkness. Chapter 620, True God. Roar! Perhaps sensing the might of Wang Beihai's strike, the colossal beast let out an enraged roar. Instantly, golden red thunderbolts erupted from its core, radiating violently in all directions. As both unleashed their ultimate moves, the enormous palm abruptly opened, stirring up a fierce wind that tore through the heavens. Small tornadoes materialized around them. Around Haiteng City, the tranquil lake surface was engulfed by terrifying gales, lifting the serene waters into the sky. With the appearance of water in the sky, the golden red lightning seemed to gain strength, becoming even more ferocious. Break it for me. Wang Beihai gripped Long Yuan, allowing the devastating lightning to strike him. His arm had already lost sensation. The grip on the sword hilt caused his palm to split open. Red electric arcs coursed through his body, and cracks began to appear on his indestructible golden form. The cracks glowed with a red light, and it seemed as though his body could shatter at any moment. Come on, Beihai, hang in there. In the secret chamber, the monkey watched the scene in the sky with his heart in his throat. The terror of the heavenly tribulation far exceeded his expectations. Though he couldn't fathom why it was so powerful, one thing was certain. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the growth upon surviving it. But could Wang Beihai really endure this terrifying tribulation? The monkey was deeply uncertain. Even when he had attained his divine form, his tribulation hadn't been this fearsome. Wang Beihai was merely a supreme being. Thinking this, the monkey abruptly stood up, clenching his fists as he gazed at the sky. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai was on the verge of collapse, his breathing extremely faint. The only thing propping him up was his formidable willpower. As the sword light relentlessly pressed down, the beast finally revealed a look of fear. Feeling its life threatened, the beast roared in anger. In an instant, a massive red lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Wang Beihai without mercy. In a flash, Wang Beihai's body convulsed violently, then shattered, his consciousness blurring. Is this really the end? Wang Beihai released his hands, and the seven-star dragon pivot slowly vanished into the air. Then, past memories rapidly flashed through his mind. From a fool to a CEO, from Shinjo to Ingzhou, from the divine tomb to the spirit realm and then to the underworld. Each event, each person vividly appeared before him. No, I can't die. Ruoying hasn't been resurrected, and there's Li Jia, Yushu, Yihong, and those waiting for me to save. I can't die here. As these images flashed, Wang Beihai's hazy consciousness cleared slightly. A green light suddenly emanated from his dantian, enveloping everything in an instant. In a moment, the sky turned green, and a silhouette of a giant tree appeared. As the silhouette materialized, green light began to fall from the sky. Wherever the green light touched, life flourished. Many on the ground, seeing the green light, felt their ailments vanish upon contact. My illness, it's gone. Miracle. This is a miracle. He must be a god, surely. Feeling their bodies change, the crowd on the ground prostrated themselves, worshipping Wang Beihai in the sky. Seeing this, the monkey teleported outside the chamber, bathing in the green light, feeling the intense vitality. This astonishing scene was inadvertently broadcast, and in an instant, the people of Shinjo watched the figure on the screen, prostrating themselves in reverence. Within the green light, Wang Beihai's body rapidly healed. Seeing this, the beast roared and lunged at him. Just then, Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, a cold light flashing. A black and white beam pierced through the beast's heart. The beam struck true, and the beast staggered before dissipating into starlight. With the beast's disappearance, the colossal palm in the sky paused. Wang Beihai squinted at the palm, then waved his hand, transforming the light into the dragon's gall-long spear. Come, this time, I will not retreat. Wang Beihai brandished the spear, his eyes resolute, a faint light enveloping him. At that moment, the giant hand pressed down on Wang Beihai, the pressure surpassing even the beast. Despite the overwhelming force, Wang Beihai showed no fear, his eyes filled with battle intent. The massive hand descended upon Wang Beihai, who thrust his spear at it without hesitation. But instead of meeting resistance, it felt like striking air. Puzzled, Wang Beihai suddenly found himself spinning, regaining his senses to find himself in the cosmos, countless planets before him. This place, it feels so familiar. Where am I? Wang Beihai scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. He felt he had been here before but couldn't recall when. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook. Wang Beihai steadied himself and looked up to see two enormous eyes in the vast cosmos, followed by a body, arms, and a hand. Stunned, Wang Beihai realized he stood on the palm of this superhuman giant. Wang Beihai. A voice rang out, thunderous yet ancient, echoing in Wang Beihai's ears. His eyes widened as he remembered this place from the Divine Tomb teleportation channel, where he had encountered these terrifying beings. In an instant, clarity struck. Looking at the colossal figure, Wang Beihai slowly spoke. Are you the true god? The giant remained silent, then the voice resounded. Congratulations, Wang Beihai, you have passed my trial. You now have two choices. 1. Accept my divine mandate and achieve true godhood. Or 2. cultivate on your own to attain your own divine mandate. What will you choose? Chapter 621. The Choice. What do you mean by how to choose, and what is a deity? Wang Beihai's eyes were hazy as he stared at the giant before him, completely clueless about the choice the giant was referring to. Hee, it's perfectly normal that you don't know, my child, the giant chuckled. Just as Wang Beihai was puzzled, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of him, and a figure enveloped in white light slowly materialized. Seeing the figure, Wang Beihai froze on the spot. The newcomer was dressed in white, radiating a holy and loving aura. What was more astonishing was that the woman's face was identical to Xiao Min's. In that instant, Wang Beihai almost thought Xiao Min had come back to life. Wang Beihai stepped forward, wanting to embrace the woman he had longed for day and night. But when he reached out, he embraced nothing but air. In the next moment, the woman's figure reappeared behind him. Why, Min, why? Wang Beihai's heart ached, and tears streamed down his cheeks, transforming into a distant star in the sky as they fell to the ground. My poor child, I'm sorry, but I am not the one you are thinking of. I am a manifestation of the true God's will, taking the form of what people most cherish. It seems you have a deep attachment to that woman. The woman spoke as she walked directly in front of Wang Beihai, gently tapping him with her finger. Instantly, a flash of white light surged through Wang Beihai's heart, and the surroundings changed once more. When he came to, he found himself in a vast meadow. The true God's will. Is your true form the giant from before? Why did you choose me, and why do I have to choose? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at the woman before him. The woman smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to heal everything, causing Wang Beihai to lose himself for a moment. Then the woman spoke, actually, that wasn't my true form either. It was merely a carrier of my energy. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. A carrier? How immense must the energy be to require such a colossal body as a carrier? Seeing Wang Beihai's astonished expression, the woman was not surprised but rather revealed a hint of sadness. Sometimes, becoming a deity is also a form of loneliness. Once we inherit the deity, our physical form turns into consciousness, existing in every corner of the universe. We watch over people's every move, their birth, aging, sickness, and death, the ebb and flow of tides, from meeting to knowing to loving. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, such cycles repeat. Sometimes, we even forget who we are, where we came from. Through the passage of time, we can only fully enter the cycle of reincarnation after choosing an heir. Listening to the woman's narration, Wang Beihai could clearly feel the loneliness emanating from her. For a moment, Wang Beihai forgot his own troubles and asked, Great deity, has no one been able to inherit your deity in such a long time? Hearing this, the woman's body stiffened. Then she turned to look at Wang Beihai, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Yes, there have been some exceptional talents in this era who have overcome all difficulties and emerged from the masses. They are undoubtedly the first choice. Then why hasn't it happened? With so many people, it should be easy to choose, right? Wang Beihai spread his hands, his eyes filled with increasing confusion. Hee, the path of cultivation is not that simple. Luck, talent, and a resilient spirit are all indispensable to reach the pinnacle. This world is not short of geniuses, but those who can become the chosen ones are indeed few. In the long river of history, only 3 have reached this point and met me. 3 people? Wang Beihai's expression was one of surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, he continued, Should I say that's many or few? The woman smiled faintly but did not respond. Wang Beihai's eyes darted around as if recalling something, and he asked, Who are those 3 people? Did they not choose to inherit the deity? Why did they refuse? In an instant, Wang Beihai blurted out his questions. The woman was silent for a moment, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Then, with a wave of her hand, 2 faces appeared before Wang Beihai. These are the faces of Senior Wang Shang and the demon god. Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the familiar faces of the 2 people close to him. Indeed, it's them. Both of them once reached the point you are at now. The woman's face showed a hint of melancholy. But why wasn't your deity passed on to the two seniors? Did they both refuse the inheritance of the deity? Wang Beihai spoke in surprise, immediately thinking of what the monkey had told him. According to the monkey, he had chosen another path to become a god. Not all of them refused, the woman said softly, her eyes flickering. Back then, the monkey was arrogant and highly self-opinionated. Combined with the loss of his beloved, he directly refused the inheritance of the deity. As for Wang Shang, he gladly accepted the inheritance and, with its help, his cultivation soared, eventually becoming the pinnacle of the era. It's just a pity. At this, the woman let out a long sigh and shook her head. Pity what? Wang Beihai looked curiously at the woman. Unfortunately, Wang Shang's heart was too compassionate. He burned everything for the human realm, but what was the point? All he achieved was a brief peace for the human realm. Not necessarily, Wang Beihai interrupted the woman, swallowing hard and forcing himself to say, perhaps he had something he wanted to protect? What nonsense about protecting? In this world, without strength, what can you protect? If he had waited until after inheriting my deity to act, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The woman suddenly roared, her expression turning fierce. Seeing her expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but be startled. That great deity, Senior Wang Shang, must have had his reasons for doing so, right? Wang Beihai spoke cautiously, and at that moment, the woman suddenly let out a cold laugh. His reasons? Having reasons means ending up in that state? The woman's eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. He was so outstanding, the best heir I've seen in so many years. At that time, he was just a step away from inheriting my deity. Such a promising future, destroyed by himself. Wang Beihai, tell me, what reasons did he have that were more important than inheriting the deity? Seeing the woman's furious expression, Wang Beihai frowned. From the woman's words, he could sense a peculiar emotion. Chapter 622, Conditions. Soon, the woman regained her composure and once again offered Wang Beihai her enchanting smile. However, this time, Wang Beihai did not succumb to her gentle charm. Having witnessed her ferocious side, the warmth of her smile no longer felt as comforting as a spring breeze. All right, they both belong to the past now. Congratulations, Wang Beihai. You are not only gifted and determined, but also impressively resilient. To be honest, among the three of you, your tribulation was the most challenging, far surpassing the previous two. Despite that, you managed to endure and complete it, much of which is attributed to the life source within you. But this also demonstrates your unwavering belief. As she spoke, the woman slowly approached Wang Beihai, reaching out to touch his face. Wang Beihai squinted, trying to resist, but found his body immobilized, unable to move. What's happening? Why can't I move? Wang Beihai demanded, looking at the woman. She suddenly withdrew her smile and coldly stared at him. I am a true god, and now it's time for you to make your choice. Just comply and don't resist. Startled, Wang Beihai looked back at the woman. The holy light that once enveloped her had vanished, replaced by a thin layer of black aura. Under its influence, the once saintly and benevolent woman transformed into a sinister and indifferent figure. Wang Beihai, you'd better make your choice quickly. The woman sneered, lifting Wang Beihai's chin with her hand. Her beautiful eyes now filled with a hint of seduction. Choose. I've been here for hundreds of thousands of years, lonely and bored. If you accept my divinity and take my place, I can finally be free. For my sake, accept my legacy. She spoke each word carefully, seemingly giving Wang Beihai a choice, but effectively closing off all options. Under the woman's seduction, Wang Beihai's eyes grew hazy. Just as the woman was about to hand him a jade pendant from her bosom, a golden light suddenly flashed from Wang Beihai's forehead, revealing a majestic figure. King! Seeing the figure, Wang Beihai immediately snapped back to clarity. He realized the figure before him was none other than the king. Upon seeing the king's apparition, the woman's eyes first flickered with excitement, then turned to anger. You treacherous man! How dare you show up here? She snarled, raising her hand to strike. But halfway through the motion, her hand halted in midair. She couldn't bring herself to strike the king. True God, as we agreed, whether or not the legacy is accepted, we must uphold universal love and human rights. Didn't you once say that? The king's calm words struck a nerve, causing the woman to turn away, clearly affected. You no longer exist in this world. Why are you here? The woman pondered, then frowned at the king. Hee. I am merely the last remnant of my consciousness in this world. I've been waiting for the right moment, and now it seems the time has come. The king smiled at Wang Beihai. Hee, young one, your growth has exceeded my expectations. Well done. He then whispered something into Wang Beihai's ear before dissipating into specks of light. Thank you, elder. Wang Beihai's eyes showed respect as he watched the lights vanish. What did the king say to you? The woman, looking forlorn at the disappearing figure, turned to Wang Beihai with some urgency. Nothing much, just to follow my own heart's choice, Wang Beihai replied calmly. And what is your choice? Have you decided? The woman asked with anticipation, though less pressuring than before. The king's appearance had clearly calmed her darker impulses. Seeing the woman return to her original sanctity, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking the king. He adjusted his breathing and said slowly, I can agree to inherit your divinity. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, then filled with excitement. Truly? If so, I will do everything in my power to impart all my knowledge to you. Your strength will grow at an unimaginable pace. Observing her eager expression, Wang Beihai smiled. I will accept your divinity, but before that, true God, you must agree to a condition. A condition? You dare negotiate with me? The woman was taken aback, then smirked disdainfully. Yes, negotiate. I believe this condition is as easy as drinking water for you, true God. Wang Beihai's eyes showed unwavering resolve. The woman's expression darkened. Speak. What is your condition? Wang Beihai smiled and slowly said, I believe you've sensed it too. The signs of the demonic invasion breaking through the seal are becoming more evident. If the demons breach the temporal rift, the world will suffer greatly. I know. So? The woman looked impatient. At that moment, Wang Beihai knelt down on one knee. I only ask one thing. Please, true God, help eliminate the demons or mend the temporal rift to save the living. Only then can I accept your legacy. Otherwise, I fear I will suffer the same fate as the king. Seeing Wang Beihai kneeling, the woman's face turned grim. Are you threatening me? She said, her powerful aura erupting, creating a crushing pressure around Wang Beihai. ####, Chapter 623, Order. In an instant, the clear blue sky around them turned into a dense overcast, and the verdant grass beneath their feet transformed into a tumultuous sea. Lightning streaked down from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it feel as though the world was collapsing. Despite the terrifying environment, Wang Beihai stood calmly amidst the storm, his expression as serene as a still well, his eyes unwavering. Wang Beihai, you must know that I am a true God. The consequences of threatening me are not pleasant. The woman's eyes were icy as she looked at Wang Beihai, as if she might strike him down at any moment. Yet, in the face of her imposing presence, Wang Beihai remained composed. When the woman finished speaking, a smile finally tugged at the corners of his mouth. Your Holiness, I never intended to threaten you. I said it was a trade, a small favor to ensure I can focus on inheriting your divine power. He then looked at the woman and continued, I believe that under your great divine might, even the so-called demons are mere trifles. This trade should be beneficial to you without any drawbacks. The woman was taken aback at first, then shook her head at Wang Beihai. You're mistaken. I might consider other matters, but regarding demons, I'm afraid I can do nothing. Impossible. You are a true God, above all else. How could you be powerless against mere demons? Your Holiness, if you don't want to help, just say so. There's no need to deceive me. Wang Beihai's expression darkened. In his view, the true God simply didn't want to assist. You're wrong. At that moment, the woman waved her hand, and the surrounding waves calmed instantly. She looked at Wang Beihai, her gaze returning to tranquility. A true God indeed reigns over all beings, but that doesn't mean they can control everything. These demons are not products of this world. They are beyond the true God's dominion. Impossible. No matter how special the demons are, they are still living beings, part of the food chain. How could they be beyond your control? It seems you are disappointed, my child. The woman's voice carried a hint of helplessness, clearly indicating she was not lying. Demons are products of another dimension, born directly from the universe's master through the passage of time. They possess an absolute cosmic system and do not exist within the food chain. The universe's master? Another dimension? What are these things? Wang Beihai stood stunned, looking at the woman with confusion. These things are not necessary for you to know now. Once you inherit the divine power, even if I don't tell you, you will understand. These secrets pertain to the most fundamental mysteries of the universe. Knowing them too early would do you no good. The woman's bright eyes gazed at Wang Beihai. So, regarding the demons, I have no way to intervene. I cannot alter the rules that inherently exist in this world. In other words, I cannot change this fundamental order. The existence of demons is the most basic order. Wang Beihai stood stunned. He had never imagined that the so-called demons had such a significant origin. So, even your holiness has no way to deal with the demons? Wang Beihai stood dazed, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid not, my child. There are always some things we cannot intervene in, like the meteor that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs. These are the laws of change. As gods, we can only quietly observe and cannot change anything. The woman shrugged, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. So, despite being a true god of a realm, I often feel helpless. Can you understand this sense of loneliness? Seeing the woman's expression, Wang Beihai nodded. Clearly, she was not deceiving him. The surroundings fell into silence. The winds calmed, the waves stilled, and they returned to the vast universe. Wang Beihai, look at this vast universe. To the universe, we are but specks of dust. Are you content to remain such a tiny speck? As Wang Beihai pondered, the woman suddenly spoke. When he snapped back to reality, she extended her slender arm toward the vast cosmos. Following her gesture, Wang Beihai gazed into the boundless void, the radiant galaxies. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with starlight, feeling as if he had merged with the universe. Unconsciously, a layer of purple mist enveloped his eyes, which then condensed into a drop of nectar, fully merging with his eyes. With the nectar's infusion, Wang Beihai's eyes turned a pale purple. As his irises changed, the scenes before him accelerated, countless images flashing past, galaxies, planets, and the traces and vibrant lives on those planets, all appearing in an instant. As his vision grew clearer, darkness enveloped him. A massive black hole appeared in the universe, and Wang Beihai's consciousness was instantly absorbed into it. After an unknown time, he came to his senses, finding a pair of enormous eyes opening within the black hole. Those eyes, like the center of the universe, were calm and radiant, seemingly piercing through everything. Before them, Wang Beihai felt utterly exposed. Wang Beihai, what are you doing? Just as Wang Beihai locked eyes with the colossal gaze, the woman's voice suddenly rang out, pulling his consciousness back. No, nothing. Wang Beihai's mind was still in shock. He merely responded casually to the woman's question. The woman frowned and directly asked, "What were you doing just now? What did you see?" "Nothing. I think I know what choice I must make and the path I will take in the future." Wang Beihai gazed into the depths of the universe, unaware that his pupils had turned purple. Chapter 624. The Answer. Do you have an answer? The woman was slightly taken aback, her face filled with anticipation as she looked at Wang Beihai. Earlier, she had guided him for quite some time, and whether Wang Beihai accepted her divine inheritance was crucial for her own freedom. She had been hoping that Wang Beihai would accept her divine legacy. Wang Beihai, you don't have to rush your decision. You can take your time to consider. In my space, no matter how much time passes, it's only a second outside. You can think it over carefully. As she spoke, The woman's eyes darted around and she continued, although I cannot personally eliminate those demons, you can. If you inherit my legacy, I will pass on all my knowledge to you, and your strength will greatly increase, making it easy to deal with the demons. Hearing what the woman said, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. Hee, Your Holiness, are you so eager to pass on your divine legacy to me? Yes, no, what do you mean by eager? I just want to give you more opportunities. After all, I've said that not many can pass my test in the flow of time. The woman's brows furrowed slightly, clearly a bit upset by Wang Beihai's question. I'm sorry, Your Holiness, it seems my abilities are limited, and I can't pass your test. Wang Beihai shook his head. Reflecting on what he had just experienced, he finally solidified his conviction. He thought for a moment and then said, I finally understand why the demon god gave up his divine legacy. At this, the woman frowned. Wang Beihai, what do you mean? I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I do hope my strength can improve rapidly and that I have the power to protect those I care about. Wang Beihai spoke calmly. The woman looked at him puzzled. Then why do you refuse? Inheriting my divine legacy won't have any negative effects on you. True, but Your Holiness, I can't convince myself. I want to follow the demon god's path and walk a true path of our own. So, I'm sorry, Your Holiness, my answer will likely disappoint you. You fools, all of you. Why can't you just take the path I've laid out for you? Why choose to go against the will of the gods? Do you know that because of your refusal, I have to remain in this timeline, continuing my lonely existence for centuries, millennia, even tens of thousands of years? The woman's face darkened. Wang Beihai's response had once again slapped her in the face and completely shattered her hopes for freedom. Your Holiness, someone once told me that there are no shortcuts in the path of cultivation. Talent, luck, in the end, it all comes down to one's own effort. Only by maintaining a steadfast heart can one elevate their cultivation. As he spoke, a firm glint appeared in Wang Beihai's eyes. I don't want to accept your divine legacy because I don't want to walk a path laid out by others. I know that in the future, I might not progress quickly, but as long as I take it one step at a time, I believe that one day, I can carve out my own path. Perhaps then, we will meet here again. As for the freedom you desire, I think there's no one more free than you. You can go wherever you want, without constraints or worries. In my eyes, you're just bored, that's all. So, Your Holiness, I choose to create my own divine legacy. Hee, creating a divine legacy, what a boast. The woman was initially stunned. For a moment, the image of the monkey seemed to flash in her mind. After a long silence, she burst into laughter, looking disdainfully at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, do you know how difficult it is to create a divine legacy through your own efforts? Since the birth of the universe, only those chosen by the universe's master have become true gods. Few have achieved divinity through their own cultivation. Don't naively think that just by training hard, you can reach the level of a true god. The things required are beyond your imagination. With that, the woman waved her hand, looking sternly at Wang Beihai. I'll give you one last chance. Inherit my divine legacy, or choose to give it up. This time, Wang Beihai didn't hesitate. He bowed to the true God and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Holiness, but my mind is made up. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and the path to success is full of obstacles. But if one doesn't have the courage to face these challenges, what kind of cultivator are they? So, I choose to give it up. As the words, give it up, left Wang Beihai's mouth, he felt the world spin around him. When he came to his senses, he found himself underwater, surrounded by countless small fish and shrimp swimming around him. Your Holiness, where am I now? Wang Beihai furrowed his brow, then suddenly noticed that he could see quite far in the water, even though the lake was murky. Realizing this, Wang Beihai immediately stood up from the water. At that moment, the true god's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Wang Beihai, you're quite impressive. I'll be watching to see how far you can go. The voice dissipated among the fish, and then Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile. With a thought, his body appeared on land. Standing firm, Wang Beihai's clothes instantly steamed dry. He looked around and found himself at the shore of Haiteng City, surrounded by reporters and soldiers. Seeing Wang Beihai suddenly appear, all the cameras and phones turned towards him. In an instant, people swarmed forward, eager to capture this divine being who had caused the celestial phenomenon. Hold still. At that moment, the monkey's voice came from behind, and everyone who had been ready to move was frozen in place. Hurry up and leave. The monkey spoke again, and Wang Beihai snapped back to reality. With a smile, he teleported to the monkey's side, and the two exchanged a glance before disappearing from the spot. In a secret room, the Ling family and Zhong Yushi were earnestly praying for Wang Beihai. The next second, a flash of light appeared, and Wang Beihai and the monkey materialized in front of them. Seeing Wang Beihai unharmed, Zhong Yushi immediately ran up, hugging him tightly, her fiery lips pressing against his face, oblivious to the others present. The Ling family members merely frowned slightly before smiling broadly. Did you see her? At that moment, the monkey suddenly asked. Chapter 625. Zhong Yushi's Determination. Yes, I see it, Wang Beihai nodded, but the others were left puzzled. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Wang Beihai smiled and said to them, Don't worry, I'm fine. You all haven't had a good rest in a while, so take a break. I have some things to discuss with the demon god. With that, Wang Beihai glanced at Zhong Yushi. They exchanged a long look before Zhong Yushi reluctantly let go of Wang Beihai and, blushing, stepped aside. Seeing Zhong Yushi move away, Wang Beihai nodded to the monkey, and with a wave of his hand, the two of them instantly vanished from sight. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would have the honor of interacting with a supreme being? It's truly unexpected that the young man from that small village would possess such strength. Ha! Life is unpredictable, just like a drama. Seeing the two disappear, Grandpa Ling Zhentian let out a hearty laugh and sat down on the sofa, stroking his beard with a sense of deep reflection. Hee, it seems our vision has always been inferior to Ruoying's. Back when she first befriended Beihai, we were still somewhat worried, Ling Tianyu joked, unaware that his words caused Zhong Yushi to stiffen and reveal a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Zhong Yushi's subtle reaction did not escape Ling Zhentian's notice. He coughed lightly, giving Ling Tianyu a glance, then smiled at Zhong Yushi. Speaking of vision, Miss Zhong's is also quite discerning. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Zhong seems to harbor special feelings for Beihai. Hee, Grandpa Ling, everyone here isn't stupid or blind. At this point, I don't want to hide anything anymore. I like Wang Beihai, and my feelings for him are no less than your granddaughter's. Zhong Yushi's lips curled into a smile, but her eyes remained unusually cold. Hearing this, Ling Zhentian was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Hee, it seems Miss Zhong misunderstood my meaning. With Beihai's outstanding qualities, I believe any woman would develop a liking for him. However, there are some things in this world that cannot be violated, and since Beihai already has Ruoying, I hope Miss Zhong can preserve her reputation. Wouldn't that be better for both of you? Hee, better for both of us? How so? Zhong Yushi sneered, then directly walked over and sat down opposite Ling Zhentian, her expression instantly darkening. Grandpa Ling, let me ask you, does your Miss Ruoying and Beihai have a marital name? Ling Zhentian hesitated slightly before shaking his head. And what about a marital bond? Zhong Yushi pressed on. After some thought, Ling Zhentian shook his head again, realizing what Zhong Yushi was getting at, but unable to refute it. Seeing Ling Zhentian's reaction, Zhong Yushi immediately smiled and said, Since there's no marital name or bond, why do you say I'm affecting Miss Ruoying? At this, Ling Zhentian's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, Zhong Yushi's words mirrored his own thoughts, yet he still couldn't find a way to counter them. So, I think what Grandpa Ling said is somewhat incorrect. This is the age of free love and marriage. If Beihai acknowledges his love for Miss Ruoying, or if there's anything to prove they're married, I'll step back without you saying anything. But if there's nothing, just relying on a few words to make me give up, sorry, Zhong Yushi, don't back down without a fight. Ling Zhentian was left stunned, clearly underestimating the charm Wang Beihai exuded. At that moment, Ling Ruoying's mother approached Zhong Yushi and said softly, "Child, I understand the feeling of liking someone, but can you empathize with a mother's heart?" Her eyes revealed a hint of sorrow as she continued, "I know we have no right to interfere, but please, considering my daughter's willingness to give her life for Beihai, let go." Seeing the tears in Ling Ruoying's mother's eyes, Zhong Yushi fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, within Wang Beihai's inner world, Wang Beihai and the monkey stood atop a mountain, staring in awe at the inner world that had expanded by a full circle. "If I'm not mistaken, you've probably agreed to it, right? After all, inheriting her divine heritage will give you the greatest boost in power," the monkey said. Wang Beihai couldn't help but chuckle at this. Instead of answering the monkey's question directly, he asked, "I heard the demon god once rejected an invitation from a true god. What was that like? Was it exhilarating?" The monkey was taken aback before bursting into laughter. It felt like being constipated for a long time, and then suddenly having diarrhea. It was liberating, but you won't experience that, having already accepted the true god's heritage. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "So, demon god, do you think I shouldn't accept the divine inheritance? How could that be?" The monkey waved his hand dismissively. "Back then, I thought highly of my own abilities and didn't care about anything. Even when facing the true god, I was arrogant and unruly, believing that with my talents, I could break through the shackles in 3 to 5 years, or maybe 100, and achieve godhood." As he spoke, the monkey looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with melancholy. But later, I realized I was wrong. People think the supreme realm is the peak, unaware that above it lies the half-immortal, true immortal, half-god, and true god. Without the experience of predecessors, I had to explore these realms on my own, which was incredibly difficult. That's why I've been stuck at the true immortal realm, unable to advance further. "What is the true immortal realm?" Wang Beihai asked, feeling his worldview expand once more. "Hee, I've always thought the supreme realm was enough to look down on others, but it turns out it's just the beginning," Wang Beihai mocked himself. At that moment, the monkey continued, "I've never regretted my choice, just felt some regret. But now, only by your inheriting the divine heritage can we stand a chance against the demonic army." These words made Wang Beihai shudder. Chapter 626. Wang Beihai's determination. "Does that mean if I don't inherit the deity, I definitely can't stop the invasion of the demon army?" Wang Beihai widened his eyes, suddenly feeling that his previous decision was incredibly foolish. After hearing this, the monkey directly stroked his chin as if pondering something. After a long while, the monkey sighed softly and then said, "Actually, it's not that certain. I only mentioned the most secure method. Regarding the strength of the demons that will appear this time, we can only speculate and cannot be sure. Of course, once you inherit the deity, all the spiritual energy in this world will become more harmonious. With such compatibility, I believe that even if you were a cripple, you would stand out in this world. Do you regret it, demon god? Have you ever regretted it?" Wang Beihai continued to press. "Regret? Hee. The monkey suddenly laughed loudly and continued, "There is never any room for regret in this world. Not accepting the true god's heritage was merely my personal will. As for whether I regret my choice, I can say that I have never regretted it. After all, it was my own decision, and even if I have to crawl, I will complete this journey. Moreover, I've always said that I don't like being bound. Walking my own path may be full of difficulties, but I don't regret it. The scenery along the way is like a beautiful scroll that those who walk a smooth path can never see. Just like the scenery we've explored from halfway up the mountain." As he spoke, the monkey waved his hand, and the pillar of heaven immediately flew out, circling in the sky before nestling against the monkey like a child. Including my experiences and my companions, they all appeared by my side because of my choices. Wang Beihai, although you have chosen to accept the true god's heritage, I hope you can always maintain this passionate heart and never forget your initial and ultimate goals." After finishing, the monkey let out a long sigh. giving Wang Beihai a feeling of vigor and determination. Hee, demon god, you've said so much, but all I want to tell you is that I, too, refuse the true god's invitation. Maybe I'm also someone who doesn't like to be bound. Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile as he spoke softly. The monkey immediately widened his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai, examining him for a moment before saying, "Are you serious? No. If you didn't accept the true god's heritage, why has your inner world expanded so much? That's not scientific. You must be tricking me, right?" The monkey looked at Wang Beihai with some doubt. Wang Beihai just smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? The true god's conditions were indeed very tempting, but she couldn't meet my conditions, so I decisively refused her. Now that I think about it, it's really a pity. How could I have let go of such a good opportunity?" The monkey looked at Wang Beihai in shock, seeing his calm demeanor, which greatly puzzled the monkey. "Are you serious? Did you really refuse her deity?" The monkey seemed incredulous and asked Wang Beihai again. Hee, such a big matter. Do you think I would joke about it? Although it is truly regrettable, I must say, I still like freedom and ease, just like you. Wang Beihai placed his hand behind his head, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. Why did you refuse?" The monkey snorted coldly and then looked at Wang Beihai. "Do you know that the demon army is about to cross the rift in time and space and come to this world?" "I know." Wang Beihai calmly nodded. "Since you know, why did you refuse her at such a critical moment? Do you know that the previous king chose to inherit for the sake of the world? With your current strength, how will you fight against the impending demons?" The monkey pretended to be angry, but Wang Beihai could not feel any real anger. It was clear that the monkey did not really mean to blame. Hee, it's all thanks to demon god's good teachings. Wang Beihai smiled softly, and with that one sentence, the monkey was completely at a loss for words. I just told you to follow your heart. But I didn't ask you to imitate me. Why are you imitating me?" The monkey snorted coldly. "Don't worry, since I chose this path, I will definitely complete it with my own methods, even if it means exhausting all my strength. I will stop the demons. After all, this is our world, and not a single bit of evil darkness is allowed to obscure its light." Wang Beihai looked into the distance. From the beginning to now, he finally knew what he wanted and determined his direction. Hopefully so. But you should know that achieving godhood through your own efforts is not something that can be done overnight. And now, to stop the demons, you can only do so by raising your strength to the level of a demigod. I have a feeling that the demon's arrival is not far off, so you must also work hard. Hearing this, Wang Beihai did not respond but silently looked into the distance of his inner world, his purple pupils suddenly becoming profound. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Ling family, Zhong Yushi let out a long sigh and then gently stroked the hair of Ling Ruoying's mother with her slender arm. "Auntie, I understand your feelings. Ruoying did sacrifice her life for Beihai, but I've also asked myself, if it were me, I would have thrown myself in front of Beihai without hesitation. I would also be willing to give up my own life for Beihai. To be honest, Ruoying and I are the same kind of people, or at least the same kind of women, those who would risk everything for the one they love. Auntie, since you could understand Ruoying, I believe you can also understand my feelings. For the things I love, I will stop at nothing and bet everything. So, Auntie, you don't need to persuade me." As she spoke, Zhong Yushi glanced at the Ling family members present and then said, "I, Zhong Yushi, have always been bold in love and hate. In all my years, only Wang Beihai has made me feel this way. So, please understand, rest assured, I will compete fairly with Ruoying. Until she returns, I will not resort to any extraordinary means." After finishing, Zhong Yushi let out a long sigh and then walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and turned to look at the crowd. "Given the circumstances, I can't stay at the Ling family any longer. Tell Beihai when he returns that I'm waiting for him." With that, Zhong Yushi boarded the elevator and slowly left the chamber. Chapter 627. Humiliation. 3 days later, in Longling County. In the headquarters of the Mo Fei Group, Yang Li sat in his office with a dark expression. In front of him, Lu Yiheng, Ren Yunfei, and others also sat unhappily, creating an atmosphere of utter silence in the room. Li Xiaofeng stood to the side, clutching her skirt with both hands, her eyes filled with self-blame and grievance. I'm sorry, Sister Li, I never expected that because of me, the company would suffer such heavy losses. After a long silence, Li Xiaofeng spoke with a hint of a sob. Hearing this, Yang Li's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he waved his hand, saying, "This isn't your fault. It's all that old dog, Yoshimura. I didn't expect those Japanese to be so shameless, using such underhanded tactics to shut down our production lines." As he spoke, Yang Li sighed, and then gave Li Xiaofeng a look. "All right, you can go now. I'll discuss countermeasures with them. Don't worry, Beihai is back, and everything will be fine." Upon hearing Wang Beihai's name, Li Xiaofeng's expression softened a bit, and she nodded before carefully exiting the office. Why the long faces? We've been through storms and waves for so many years. Do we really fear such underhanded tactics? Yang Li looked at the dispirited crowd and snorted coldly. Everyone was taken aback, and Ren Yunfei spoke first. Not exactly. If they came at us openly with swords and guns, we wouldn't be afraid. What we fear most are these behind-the-scenes tricks. Now, so many of our production devices have broken down without warning, mostly due to a lack of parts from Yoshimura's company. If you call that a coincidence, I'd never believe it. As he spoke, Ren Yunfei's chest rose and fell violently, clearly very angry. At that moment, Lu Yiheng also spoke indignantly, "That's just one part. Now, as soon as our goods pass through the sea, they get hijacked by pirates, and the location just happens to be within Japanese territorial waters. We're like a lion with its limbs cut off, having only teeth but no power to fight back." As Lu Yiheng vented his grievances, others around him also spoke out about the obstacles they faced. Some even suffered threats from unknown forces. In just a week, the economy of the Mo Fei Group had shrunk significantly. Were it not for their substantial financial backing, they might have already faced bankruptcy. Yang Li furrowed his brows, flipping through the ledger in front of him with a grave expression. In just 1 week, our net loss has reached 5 billion. At this rate, within 3 months, our group will face bankruptcy. Yoshimura Group's move this time is really ruthless. Yang Li clenched his teeth, covering his forehead with his hand and leaning back in his office chair without a word. The office once again fell into silence. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly closed office door was forcefully pushed open. 2 security guards flew in from the doorway and crashed heavily into a side cabinet. Everyone in the office immediately stood up. Upon seeing the 2 security guards, who were beaten to a pulp, they were stunned. Who could be so vicious? Lu Yiheng rolled up his sleeves and looked outside, only to see a group of burly men in suits storming in. Following them was an old man in a kimono. The old man's eyes were half closed, filled with disdain. The men around him all showed expressions of respect. Hee, some people just don't know how to treat guests properly. Since you can't manage them, Yang, I'll help you out. No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. The old man said with a false smile, then walked to Yang Li's desk without waiting for him to speak, sitting down with an arrogant posture. Yoshimura Aikiru. Yang Li's pupils constricted as he recognized the man in front of him. This man was the second in command of the Yoshimura Group and the uncle of Yoshimura, who had been crippled by Wang Beihai. He was known for his ruthlessness and cunning, and was a true Japanese warrior with considerable martial prowess. It's an honor that Yang remembers me. Yoshimura Aikiru sneered, causing Yang Li's face to darken. He looked at the security guards on the ground and said with some anger, if Mr. Yoshimura wanted to come up, he could have just informed the security guards. Why resort to such measures? I'm sorry, I'm getting old and don't like waiting too long. I was just a bit impatient and stretched my muscles. Sorry, Yang. How about I have my men pay some medical fees? Yoshimura Aikiru stared at Yang Li with wide eyes. Yang Li maintained a calm exterior but was inwardly cursing. Mr. Yoshimura is quite humorous. The Mo Fei Group doesn't care about such small change. What brings you here so grandly, Mr. Yoshimura? Yang Li suppressed his anger and looked coldly at Yoshimura Aikiru. Hearing this, Yoshimura Aikiru laughed loudly and said without hesitation, "Haha, I like doing business with people like you, Yang. There's nothing much. I just heard that your group is having some trouble. You know, our group has always been the kind to help others. So, I'm here on behalf of our group to discuss cooperation with you." As he spoke, Yoshimura Aikiru's eyes roamed brazenly over Yang Li. First, to help you solve your problems, and second, to foster our relationship. I wonder if you would do me the honor of having a meal with me and discussing how to save your group. With that, Yoshimura Aikiru revealed a lewd smile. Liu Yiheng and the others beside him clenched their fists, but were suppressed by the burly men in suits. Hee, I don't think that's necessary. At that moment, Yang Li smiled slightly and calmly sipped his tea, saying, "Mr. Yoshimura might be mistaken. It seems the Mo Fei group isn't facing any trouble, let alone needing your help." Hee, stubborn to the end. Yoshimura Aikiru sneered and then stood up, looking down at Yang Li arrogantly. "I'll be straightforward. If the Mo Fei group agrees to join the Yoshimura group and you marry me as my concubine, we might consider stopping and even share most of our overseas resources with you. Otherwise, the Mo Fei group will be slowly ravaged and devoured by us." With that, Yoshimura Aikiru burst into laughter. Chapter 628, Medical Expenses. Hee, I don't think what you imagine will happen. A voice suddenly rang out beside Yoshima Aikiru as he was laughing uncontrollably. Yoshima immediately stopped laughing and turned around to see Wang Beihai standing at the door with a grim expression. Seeing Wang Beihai arrive, Yang Li and the others in the room immediately showed joyous smiles. In their hearts, Wang Beihai had long become an existence akin to a deity. It seemed that no matter how great the difficulties ahead, as long as Wang Beihai was there, all problems would be easily resolved. "Who are you? And who gave you the right to interrupt my conversation with President Yang?" Yoshima Aikiru said unhappily, looking at Wang Beihai. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly men beside him quickly charged forward, reaching out to grab Wang Beihai. Facing the two burly men, Wang Beihai didn't even blink. He lightly sidestepped, dodging their grasps, then gently tapped his fingers, causing the two men to collapse to the ground instantly. Seeing this, the remaining men around them widened their eyes, and Yoshima Aikiru, who had been tightly closing his eyes, opened them to scrutinize Wang Beihai with a solemn expression. However, the next second, Wang Beihai's figure appeared in front of Yang Li. "Are you all right?" Wang Beihai completely ignored the stunned Yoshima Aikiru and asked Yang Li with concern. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank goodness you returned in time." Yang Li smiled slightly, feeling a more sense of security just seeing Wang Beihai. "You brat, who do you think you are? Do you know you're assaulting people from the Yoshima group?" Seeing Wang Beihai's intimate interaction with Yang Li, Yoshima Aikiru's face darkened as he shouted angrily, pointing at Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he disdainfully looked at Yoshima Aikiru and said, "The last person who asked that question was crippled by me. Do you want to follow in his footsteps?" With just a glance, Yoshima Aikiru took 2 steps back, then suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at Wang Beihai. You're Wang Beihai?" "Correct. So do I now have the right to speak?" Wang Beihai's tone was icy. If not for being in the company, he would have already cut down this old dog from the east. I thought the mastermind behind the Mo Fei group was a shrewd middle-aged man. In the end, it's just a brat. How laughable, sneered Yoshima Aikiru, full of mockery. "Old man, how dare you talk like that?" At this moment, Liu Yiheng couldn't hold back and stood up from his seat, pointing at Yoshima Aikiru and shouting loudly. With Liu Yiheng's action, Ren Yunfei and the others also stood up, glaring angrily at Yoshima Aikiru. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Yoshima Aikiru's eyes were full of disdain. "All right, Yiheng, sit down first." Wang Beihai waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. Liu Yiheng and the others reluctantly sat down, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Yoshima Aikiru's face immediately showed a triumphant smile. "That's more like it. It seems your boss knows the situation. Right now, your Mo Fei group is like a piece of meat on the chopping block, at anyone's mercy. If you don't want to go under so quickly, It's better to be obedient. As he spoke, Yoshima Aikiru placed his foot on the office desk, looking extremely arrogant. Hee, I think you misunderstood. Wang Beihai chuckled coldly, then bent down and lightly tapped his fingers on the injured security guards. Instantly, the wounds on the security guards began to rapidly disappear. Seeing this, Yoshima Aikiru and his men widened their eyes in disbelief, and even Yang Li and the others, who were close to Wang Beihai, showed surprise on their faces. Just some petty trick. Yoshima Aikiru recovered his composure and coughed lightly, saying disdainfully. At that moment, Wang Beihai raised the corner of his mouth and said, Mr. Yoshima, I recall you mentioned earlier that you would pay for our security personnel's medical expenses, right? Everyone was stunned by this remark. Yoshima Aikiru first glanced at Wang Beihai, then burst into laughter. You, the CEO of the Amofei Group, actually want us to pay for medical expenses? How laughable. How much? 100. Not enough? Then how about 1,000? As he spoke, Yoshima Aikiru waved his hand, and a burly man immediately took out a stack of 100 yuan notes from his pocket. The other men burst into loud laughter. Hee, the cost of my treatment isn't that low, Wang Beihai sneered. Yoshima Aikiru, however, was full of disdain. For a brat like you, how high can the medical expenses be? It's not a matter of money, Wang Beihai sneered and continued. Just now, I briefly examined them. My 2 brothers have 4 broken ribs, their limbs are broken, and one brother even has a slight concussion. If I hadn't acted in time, my 2 brothers might have died today. What do you think? How should this be calculated? As he spoke, Yoshima Aikiru's face gradually turned grim, just as Wang Beihai had said. Earlier, he had also specifically checked, and the 2 men's conditions were basically consistent with what Wang Beihai had described. Wang Beihai had only touched them with his hand. So, how do you want to calculate it? Yoshima Aikiru asked Wang Beihai with a sullen face. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the previously open door instantly closed. At the same time, Yang Li also turned off the video surveillance. Seeing Wang Beihai's actions, Yoshima Aikiru suddenly burst into laughter and then looked at Wang Beihai with a fierce expression. Brat, do you think these people here can defeat us? Whether we can defeat you or not is secondary. I just know that my brothers were almost beaten to death. If I don't get them some justice, how can I face being their leader? The medical expenses are simple. Today, however you beat my brothers, I'll beat you back the same way. As he spoke, Wang Beihai flexed his wrists. Seeing this, Lu Yiheng and the others also took off their shirts, each clenching their fists and looking at Yoshima Aikiru and his men. It's not certain who will die by whose hand. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. Yoshima Aikiru said, roaring loudly, his whole body emitting a powerful aura. However, the next second, before anyone could see what happened, a huge fist appeared in front of Yoshima Aikiru. Then, with a bang, Yoshima Aikiru flew out and slammed heavily into the wall, smashing a deep pit into the marble wall. With Yoshima Aikiru's flight, Lu Yiheng and the others could no longer hold back and shouted loudly as they raised their fists to attack the men around them. Chapter 629. I'm beating you up. Bastard Bazi, how dare you hit me? I will make you pay with blood. Yoshimura Aikiru struggled to crawl out from the wall, then directly roared at Wang Beihai, and immediately, a powerful aura erupted from his entire body, causing the surrounding sofas and tables to tremble. However, just as Yoshimura Aikiru was angrily releasing his aura, his vision suddenly blurred, and the next second, Wang Beihai appeared in front of him without any warning. How is this possible? Before Yoshimura Aikiru could finish his words, Wang Beihai suddenly slapped him across the face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the office, instantly silencing the brawling crowd. Yoshimura Aikiru got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained 2 white teeth. Obviously, Wang Beihai's slap was not light. You dare to slap me, you scoundrel. I am the second in command of the Yoshimura group, a distinguished warrior from the land of the rising sun. Yoshimura Aikiru's eyes turned red, and his face was filled with bulging veins, clearly reaching the point of uncontrollable anger. However, the next second, the crisp sound rang out again. Wang Beihai appeared in front of him once more, and this slap seemed to be even more forceful. With a single slap, he sent Yoshimura Aikiru flying far away. Seeing Wang Beihai's brutal methods, Yoshimura Aikiru's subordinates all swallowed nervously, subconsciously touching their own faces, fearing that Wang Beihai's slap would land on them. Bastard! Yoshimura Aikiru came to his senses and struggled to stand up. He was no longer as arrogant as before. His cheeks were swollen high, making him look like an old hamster, extremely ridiculous. He pointed a trembling finger at Wang Beihai and said in a slurred voice, "You scoundrel, just you wait." Before the words were even out, a terrifying scene occurred again. Wang Beihai had somehow appeared in front of Yoshimura Aikiru. Seeing Wang Beihai's smiling face, Yoshimura Aikiru was stunned, then felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. He instinctively wanted to retreat but was grabbed by Wang Beihai, who then slapped him again in midair. For a moment, the office was eerily quiet. Everyone stood frozen, staring in shock as Wang Beihai repeatedly slapped Yoshimura Aikiru. The crisp sound seemed to strike everyone, and even Yang Li and her team squinted their eyes in fear, watching Wang Beihai's hand movements as if each slap tugged at their hearts. "That's right, Brother Hai. Slap him. Let him be arrogant." After a while, Lui Hong could no longer contain his excitement and shouted out happily, "Feels good, right? Want to try it yourself?" Wang Beihai stopped his actions, and Yoshimura Aikiru's head was already swollen like a pig's. This was thanks to Wang Beihai secretly using life force to maintain his basic vitality. Otherwise, Yoshimura Aikiru would have been slapped to death by now. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Lui Hong's eyes lit up. Wang Beihai, seeing this, didn't say much but snapped his fingers. Immediately, several large men around were bound by an invisible force, unable to move. "Slap away. Just leave him with a breath." Wang Beihai threw the barely breathing Yoshimura Aikiru to the ground and gestured to Lui Hong and the others. Seeing this, Lui Hong no longer held back, fiercely slapping one of the large men, releasing the pent-up anger in his heart. "That feels good." Lui Hong laughed loudly, then grabbed a nearby large man and started a frenzy of slaps. Seeing this, Ren Yunfei and the others naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. So under the terrified gazes of the large men, they each found their targets. For a while, the entire office was filled with loud slaps. Even the usually dignified Yang Li couldn't resist and rushed towards Yoshimura Aikiru, taking off her high heels and smashing them on him. The sight made even Wang Beihai sweat. Seeing Yang Li getting more and more carried away, Wang Beihai quickly pulled her back. "That's enough, Sister Li. If you keep hitting like this old man will be beaten to death." Hearing this, Yang Li calmed down and calmly put her high heels back on, then tidied her disheveled hair, instantly returning to her dignified appearance. Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In ordinary times, who could have imagined that such a goddess-level figure could be so ruthless? Thinking of this, Wang Beihai looked around, seeing everyone getting more and more excited. He shouted, "All right, stop." Hearing this, everyone stopped, looking at the large men in their hands. They were all shocked to see that all the large men had fainted, their faces swollen high, without exception. "You guys are really ruthless." Wang Beihai gave them a thumbs up, not knowing that he was the most ruthless when it came to hitting people. "Are you feeling better now?" Wang Beihai looked at everyone, who pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. "Feeling better is one thing. But what do we do next?" Yang Li walked up to Wang Beihai, looking at the unconscious Yoshimura Aikiru on the ground, her eyebrows furrowed. After all, the Yoshimura Group was a well-known international conglomerate, and the Mo-Fei Group was just a rising star. In terms of heritage, the Yoshimura Group still had the upper hand. Thinking of this, Yang Li frowned deeply. "Don't worry, Sister Li, nothing will happen." Seeing Yang Li's expression, Wang Beihai said gently, then continued, "I have a way to deal with the Yoshimura Group, and as for them, Wang Beihai looked at the people lying on the ground, then smiled. The next day, at the entrance of the Yoshimura Group's branch in China, the security guard had just opened the door when he saw a group of people wearing only underwear sleeping at the entrance. Before the guard could react, a group of media reporters suddenly appeared from nowhere, cameras flashing. That afternoon, the news of the Yoshimura Group's vice president leading a naked sleepover on the street instantly went viral, and the report was worldwide. In an instant, the Yoshimura Group was at the center of a storm. While the reports were flying everywhere, Wang Beihai sat by the tea table, sipping tea and quietly waiting for something. Hashtag chapter 630. Leaving again. What are you thinking about? As Wang Beihai sat at the desk, deep in thought, Yang Li slowly walked in. Today, Yang Li wasn't wearing her usual professional attire but had instead donned a white long dress, which made her appear less stern and more gentle. Wang Beihai stared at Yang Li, unable to tear his eyes away. What are you staring at, you rascal? Yang Li smiled at Wang Beihai and then shot him a glare. No, nothing. Cicely, you look really nice in that dress. Maybe you should stop wearing professional outfits to work and just wear dresses from now on. Hearing this, Yang Li immediately gave Wang Beihai a sidelong glance and said, Do you think I want to wear professional clothes? It's only because you were always gone, and I had no choice. Now that you're back, I'll wear dresses from now on. As she spoke, Yang Li stuck out her tongue at Wang Beihai, looking quite adorable. By the way, I've seen you sitting here for a long time. What exactly are you thinking about? The Yoshima Group is now in the spotlight, and it shouldn't affect us for the time being. Yang Li looked at Wang Beihai, who seemed burdened with worries, and asked, It's nothing, just thinking about some things. Wang Beihai waved his hand, intending to tell Yang Li about the demons, but then reconsidered and kept his thoughts to himself. After all, these things shouldn't be known by people like Yang Li. He hoped she could live a carefree life. What things? Just tell me. Have you become a stranger to your Cicely after such a long absence? Seeing Wang Beihai's evasive attitude, Yang Li looked at him with some anger. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly stood up and stared intently at Yang Li, his serious gaze making her pause. What do you want to do? Yang Li took a few steps back, feeling a bit scared. Instead of speaking, Wang Beihai took a step forward and hugged Yang Li. Beihai, what are you doing? Feeling this unexpected warmth, Yang Li was overjoyed, almost at a loss for words. Cicely, if one day I'm really gone, you all must take care of yourselves. Hearing this, Yang Li immediately frowned and asked, Beihai, what's wrong with you? You seem strange this time you've come back. Yang Li asked with concern, trying to break free from Wang Beihai's embrace but was held tightly, unable to muster any strength. Promise me, Cicely. Wang Beihai continued, and Yang Li nodded after a moment's hesitation. I promise you, but you have to tell me what's going on. Yang Li said word by word, feeling that Wang Beihai's actions were like a farewell. All right, I was just teasing you, Cicely. Just as Yang Li was suspecting, Wang Beihai suddenly let go of her and stuck out his tongue at her, looking just like he used to when he was a fool and would joke with her. Yang Li was stunned for a few seconds, then glared coldly at Wang Beihai and said, Well, you rascal, even your Cicely you dare to fool. Watch me deal with you. Saying this, Yang Li chased after Wang Beihai, the scene quite warm and heartwarming. Only at this moment could Wang Beihai feel the joy of his childhood. Boss, we're here. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, stopped playing with Yang Li, and clapped his hands. The people outside immediately entered. Seeing the visitors, Yang Li's eyes widened. The visitors were a man and a woman. The woman was stunning, like a fairy from a painting, while the man's face was pale, resembling a ghost from a movie. Don't be afraid, they are my friends. Wang Beihai smiled and patted Yang Li's shoulder. The visitors were Xingshi and Ye Xiaoqian. This is Cicely, my only family member since I was a child. She managed the company in my absence. Wang Beihai introduced Yang Li to the two. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoqian's expression softened, but as the saying goes, a woman's sixth sense is the strongest. From the moment they met, Yang Li sensed a hint of hostility from Nie Xiaoqian. Indeed, although their faces were full of smiles, they were secretly sizing each other up. Ahem. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Beihai coughed lightly to ease the tension, while Xingshi beside him gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up, looking envious. Who are they? Feeling the awkwardness, Yang Li sighed, retracted her gaze, and turned to Wang Beihai, her cold gaze questioning. Oh, they are my friends, Xingshi and Xiaoqian. Thanks to them, our industries that were blocked elsewhere can now operate normally. Hearing this, Yang Li widened her eyes, realizing her behavior had been a bit too intense. She then smiled at Nie Xiaoqian. All right, now that you're back, I can rest easy. How is it? Have you found out everything about the Yoshima group? Hearing this, Xingshi immediately stepped forward with a smile and pulled out a brown envelope from his jacket, handing it to Wang Beihai. All the information about the Yoshima group is here. This is all thanks to Xiaoqian. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten it so quickly. As Xingshi spoke, he turned to Nie Xiaoqian and gave her an okay gesture. Nie Xiaoqian smiled and deliberately puffed out her chest. Thank you. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai merely took the dossier, casually uttered a word of thanks, and didn't even look up. This time, it was Yang Li who felt triumphant. At that moment, Wang Beihai glanced at the documents and his eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, the documents instantly turned to ashes. Cicely, it seems the company will have to be entrusted to you for a while again. Wang Beihai gave Yang Li a wry smile as she narrowed her eyes, looking at him with displeasure. What did you say? Ignoring Yang Li's questioning, Wang Beihai then looked at Xingshi and Nie Xiaoqian and said, I have something to take care of and will be out for a while. During my absence, you two must protect Cicely and the company. If there's any need, call me immediately. After speaking, Wang Beihai turned to Yang Li and gave her another hug. Take care, Cicely. With that, Wang Beihai quickly left the office. Yang Li, recalling Wang Beihai's earlier words, suddenly widened her eyes in worry and tried to follow him, but was blocked by Xingshi and Nie Xiaoqian. On the other side, as soon as Wang Beihai stepped out of the Mo Fei group building, he thought of something, and his appearance completely changed. With a step, he transformed into a golden light and flew towards the distance. Hashtag Chapter 631. Mysterious Girl. Beihai, what is he going to do? Seeing Wang Beihai disappear from his sight, Yang Li immediately widened his eyes, full of worry as he looked at the two zombie-like men. Don't worry, my elder brother always handles things steadily and properly. Nothing will go wrong, the zombie man said, showing a proud expression. Yang Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, still somewhat concerned. But Yang Li was about to speak when Nie Xiaoqian, with a firm expression, interrupted him. There's no need for buts. Beihai chose to go alone for a reason, and the best thing we can do is silently support him. You wouldn't want to make things difficult for him, would you? Hearing this, Yang Li looked at Nie Xiaoqian in surprise, then lowered his head and fell into silence. Seeing this, Nie Xiaoqian couldn't help but shake her head. As a woman herself, although Wang Beihai called Yang Li sisterly every time, the special feelings Yang Li had for Wang Beihai had already been revealed in her unintentional actions. Nie Xiaoqian then raised the corner of her mouth into a smile and waved to the zombie man. All right, let's go. As she walked to the door, she suddenly stopped, not even turning her head, and said, I always thought that a woman Beihai cared about would be extraordinary, but now it seems she's just average. Your personality is a burden to Beihai. It seems you're not worthy to be my competitor. After saying that, Nie Xiaoqian walked out of the office door. The zombie man smiled at Yang Li and followed her out. Yang Li stood there for a moment, then looked at the office door, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Although I don't know who you are, thank you for waking me up completely. You said I'm not worthy to be your rival, but I'll prove to you that I am. Yang Li clenched his fists, and in the next second, his entire demeanor changed significantly. 5 hours later, on a large cruise ship heading to Yingzhou, Wang Beihai lay leisurely on a deck chair, his hands behind his head, basking in the sun. At this moment, he had already changed his appearance, and even those closest to him would not recognize him. This sun, how nostalgic. Wang Beihai squinted at the sun in the sky, and in an instant, past memories surfaced. His lips curled slightly upward. Just then, a cold sensation flashed through Wang Beihai's mind. He immediately sat up, scanned the ship, and finally fixed his gaze on a girl of about 8 or 9 years old. Wang Beihai's heart stirred, and his eyes instantly turned purple. Under the influence of this special energy, black aura emanated from the girl, extremely cold and evil, similar to the aura of an eidolon. Strange. Wang Beihai was puzzled, scrutinizing the girl. Seeing her innocent smile, his doubts deepened. How can such a pure little girl have such an evil aura? Curiosity getting the better of him, Wang Beihai followed the girl casually. They walked straight through the deck, and Wang Beihai trailed behind the girl, unaware that a pair of eyes were watching him from a distance. Soon, the girl arrived at a room, knocked on the door, and entered. Wang Beihai hid in the distance, releasing his consciousness to sense that the room contained 3 men dressed as samurai and an old man with an eidolon scent. Could it be an eidolon? Wang Beihai frowned, wanting to investigate further when a seductive fragrance wafted over. Then, a flash of cold light, and a sharp dagger aimed straight at Wang Beihai's neck. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, dodging the sudden attack with a nimble turn. However, the attacker didn't give up. Seeing the first strike miss, the person immediately kicked out. Wang Beihai felt a shadow flash by, and before he could react, he was kicked in the chest, his body retreating to the side. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around following us? As he stabilized himself, a woman in front of him spoke with broken Mandarin. Looking up, Wang Beihai saw a woman dressed in black leather, looking as cold and ruthless as a TV assassin. Nothing, I was just taking a casual stroll, Wang Beihai said, trying to play it off. The woman, however, wasn't convinced and charged at him again with her dagger. Wang Beihai frowned, dodging again. Before reaching the Jitsuin group in Yingzhou, he didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, a scream came from afar, followed by an explosion. Wang Beihai and the woman stopped fighting and turned to look. Flames burst from the girl's room, and several black-clad ninjas ran out, one of them carrying the unconscious girl. Bastard! The woman glared angrily at Wang Beihai, then chased after them, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and didn't follow but slowly walked to the girl's room. The room was in chaos, with raging flames. With a wave of his hand, the fire was extinguished. Inside, he saw 4 corpses on the ground, the same 4 he had sensed earlier. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's eyebrows shot up, feeling something. He quickly approached the dead old man, lifting the corpse to reveal red talisman symbols underneath. Wang Beihai searched his memory for the origin of the symbols, but found no clues. Just as he was at a loss, Wang Beihai noticed something and walked further in, finding several burned masks near the bed. He picked them up and examined them, his eyes widening. This is impossible. Judging from the masks, they clearly represent the eidolon's demonic face. Could these people be? Wang Beihai said, then went to a samurai's corpse, lifting the clothes to reveal the same demonic face symbol. As Wang Beihai was astonished, the woman who had run out returned, seeing Wang Beihai in the room and immediately shouted, "So you used such a despicable trick to distract me. I'll fight you to the end." With that, she charged at Wang Beihai with her dagger. Surprised, Wang Beihai knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he reached out, and the woman instantly froze, as if bound by an invisible force. "You scoundrel, what did you do? Release me at once." The woman struggled, and just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Wang Beihai frowned, then with a thought, he and the woman disappeared from the spot. Chapter 632. The Divine Maiden. What's going on? Who is it? Just seconds after Wang Beihai disappeared with the woman, a group of maritime police in uniforms arrived at the room, their eyes widening at the sight of the chaotic mess. At that moment, in Wang Beihai's room, a flash of light appeared, and instantly, Wang Beihai and the woman reappeared within the room. "You're not with them. Who exactly are you?" The woman looked at Wang Beihai in shock. The group that took the girl didn't have such abilities. Wang Beihai remained silent and, with a light wave of his hand, the restraints on the woman were instantly removed. The woman was slightly taken aback, then raised the dagger in her hand, cautiously watching Wang Beihai. "What do you want?" the woman asked warily, but Wang Beihai sat down indifferently in a chair, tossing a bottle of water towards her. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious about who you really are. Of course, if you don't trust me, you can leave anytime," Wang Beihai said calmly, and the woman, looking at the water bottle in her hand, fell into silence. After a long while, the woman tightly gripped the bottle, then knelt directly in front of Wang Beihai. "Sir, please help me. Save my sister." Hearing this, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the woman. "Then you need to tell me first, who are you, and what is the origin of that girl?" The woman hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and slowly began to speak. "My name is Musashina Mi, and the girl is my sister Musashina Rin. We are the surviving members of the Musashina family. Those people are all after my sister, and this time I came to rescue her." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was shocked and stood up, looking at the woman. "So, you don't know any of those people?" "No, I don't." The woman denied it decisively. "I only know they come from different factions. I originally planned to take the opportunity when they were fighting over my sister to save her, but I didn't expect the Heihu gang to launch a sneak attack, and your appearance was so coincidental that I naturally mistook you for one of them. I'm sorry." "It's nothing." Wang Beihai waved his hand and then frowned, asking, "What's so special about your sister that so many people are fighting over her?" Hearing this, the woman fell into silence again. After waiting for a while, seeing that the woman still didn't speak, Wang Beihai immediately feigned impatience and waved his hand. "All right, if you don't want to say, then forget it. You can leave. I need to rest." As he spoke, Wang Beihai walked to the door, ready to open it. "No." At that moment, the woman suddenly grabbed Wang Beihai's arm, her eyes full of pleading. After a struggle within herself, she slowly let go of his arm and reluctantly spoke. "My sister is the divine maiden of our Musashina family. Since birth, she has had a mask-like mark on her body, and on the day she was born, the cold weather instantly turned warm. The family said that my sister is a sacred gift from heaven, and we have always taken great care of her. Initially, when they heard about my sister, both the Heihu gang and the Sanlian gang tried to curry favor with our family. But when my sister turned 8, just a few days ago, the Heihu gang and the Sanlian gang suddenly went mad, attacking our family and forcing us to hand over my sister. My parents, to protect us, fought against the two gangs, and they were both killed in the end." As Musashina Mi spoke, she clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger, her body trembling involuntarily. "So, how did your sister get captured?" Looking at the woman before him, Wang Beihai felt pity but continued to ask without showing it. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with self-blame. Then she took a deep breath and continued. "I underestimated the influence of the Heihu gang and the Sanlian gang in Yingzhou. I took my sister to a fishing village on the border of Shenzhou, thinking that escaping Yingzhou would be enough, but I didn't expect the Sanlian gang to find our hiding place through some special means when I was away. By the time I returned, my sister had already been taken. In the end, I searched all the way here, finally found my sister, but it was still too late." With that, Musashina Mi struck the wall with a punch in self-reproach. Seeing Musashina Mi's distressed appearance, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know what kind of constitution your sister has?" "I don't know that. When I was young, I only heard my parents mention it once. It seemed like my sister is the key to opening Pandora's box. Specifically, I really don't know. All I know is that my sister is my only family, and I would risk my life to protect her, but it seems I am still too weak," Musashina Mi said, her eyes revealing a trace of sadness. "There's no way when dealing with those gangs." Wang Beihai comforted her, then frowned. "It seems that your sister is likely the key, and the Pandora's box they want to open might be the seal of the demons." At this point, Wang Beihai looked at Musashina Mi and smiled. For now, it seems our goals align. I can help you, but before that, you need to tell me everything about those two gangs and everything about the Yoshimura group. Hearing this, Musashinami immediately brightened up and looked at Wang Beihai. The Yoshimura group? As far as I know, the Yoshimura group is backed by the Salian gang, and the boss behind the Salian gang is the current chairman of the Yoshimura group, Yoshimura Ryujin. Oh! Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, seeming somewhat incredulous that such a coincidence could exist in the world. What's wrong? Musashinami looked at Wang Beihai in confusion, but he just smiled. No, nothing. Perhaps this is heaven's arrangement. Everything just happened to coincide. Huh? Don't worry, this time, I will help you save your sister. Really? Seeing Wang Beihai agree so readily, Musashinami felt both incredulous and excited. After all, the strength Wang Beihai had just demonstrated was enough to crush many warriors. With Wang Beihai's help, Musashinami felt more confident in rescuing her sister. Thus, the two quickly reached an agreement and formed a partnership. As they discussed how to proceed, near the coast, a man with a scar on his face coldly watched the approaching cruise ship. The man leaned on a cane, and at the end of the cane was a mask-like emblem. Chapter 633, The True Conspiracy. Wang Beihai and Takezawa Nami arrived at the shore, gazing at the thick clouds in the sky. For some reason, Wang Beihai felt an ominous premonition. Logically, with his current strength, Wang Beihai was a formidable force not only in the human realm but also across the three realms, where he was rarely matched. A mere organization like the Yoshimura group was no more than an ant to him. Yet, at this moment, Wang Beihai felt a lingering unease, an inexplicable sense of dread. What's going on with this aura? Wang Beihai frowned as he looked at the empty port. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to the cruise ship. To his surprise, the massive ship was devoid of any human presence. How could this be? Where did the people go? Takezawa Nami beside him also felt the strangeness and looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. I'm not sure either. Let's go down and check. Wang Beihai said with a furrowed brow, then leaped off the ship, followed closely by Takezawa Nami. Upon landing, Wang Beihai immediately activated the Hunyuan Ju. After sensing the surroundings, his brow furrowed even deeper. There was no sign of life around them. Where did everyone go? Wang Beihai pondered as he walked forward, stroking his chin. After an unknown period, Wang Beihai looked up and found himself at the former Liebering Academy. The gates were wide open, and the campus was eerily empty. This is strange. Wang Beihai's sense of unease intensified. As he spoke, he felt the previously sensed aura become clearer. This is the smell of blood. Takezawa Nami's eyebrows knitted together as she also sensed the unusual aura. The smell of blood? Wang Beihai pondered, stepping forward. As his foot touched the ground, the space in front of them rippled. So it is. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had sensed a subtle spatial fluctuation, which, though faint, was enough for him to detect the hidden barrier, having mastered the Tao of space. Instantly, Wang Beihai willed a spatial law to emanate from his body. The surrounding space began to ripple like water, and the scenery before them changed dramatically. In an instant, the once calm surroundings burst into roaring flames. Beneath their feet were piles of corpses, a horrific sight even for the battle-hardened Takezawa Nami, who felt a wave of nausea. Such cruel methods. Wang Beihai bent down, lifting a corpse. The person's artery had been deeply slashed, blood flowing from the wound and converging towards a single direction, as if alive. Following the direction of the blood, they saw a black stone platform in the school's playground, absorbing all the blood that reached its base. Wang Beihai frowned, looking up to see a figure lying atop the platform. Liner! Takezawa Nami exclaimed and rushed towards the platform. Wait! Wang Beihai shouted, but it was too late. As Takezawa Nami reached the foot of the platform, a red light enveloped her, and with a pop, she turned into a cloud of blood mist. A barrier! Wang Beihai was shocked, and before he could react, the sky darkened, a red moon rising, casting a bloody glow over the land. With the red light, the earth began to tremble violently, and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. At the moment the crack appeared, the underworld and the spiritual realm shook, and the barriers separating the realms began to shatter. Standing beneath the shattered sky, Wang Beihai felt a surge of intense unease. No, I can't let this ritual succeed. In the next moment, Wang Beihai steadied his mind, his eyes glowing with purple energy. With the enhancement of the purple energy, he could clearly see the terrifying figure behind the crack, a colossal, purple-black creature whose mere presence made Wang Beihai tremble. Is that a Lord-level demon? Wang Beihai sighed, recalling previous events. Only then did he realize that the demon's true target was never him or breaking the so-called seal. For thousands of years, their sole purpose had been to complete this ritual, using other insignificant matters to distract us while seeking the best timing for the ritual. Such cunning is profound. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a cane appeared on the platform. The man didn't seem surprised by Wang Beihai's arrival, as if he had been expecting it. He looked at Wang Beihai with a cold smile. Wang Beihai, you've finally come. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a sense of foreboding and frowned at the middle-aged man. Who are you? Hee, haven't you been looking for me? The middle-aged man laughed, and Wang Beihai's eyes widened. You're Yoshimura Ronin? Indeed. Yoshimura Ronin gave a sinister smile, tapping his cane on the ground. Red light flashed in his eyes, and countless arms emerged from the earth, skeletons crawling out. Soon, the surroundings were filled with terrifying skeletons. Welcome to my world, Wang Beihai. Yoshimura Ronin laughed, waving his cane. A red light shot into the sky, and cracks began to appear in the space around them. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. He could clearly sense the power from the spiritual realm and the underworld. The boundaries of the three realms have been broken. Wang Beihai looked at Yoshimura Ronin in shock, then thought of something and asked, all this, just to lure me here? Haha, as expected of you. You're clever, but you're wrong about one thing. Luring you here is just part of the plan. Yoshimura Ronin laughed, waving his cane again. A massive array rose from the ground, and a flash of light appeared in the sky, bringing many people into the space. Lin Xiao, Jin Wuchen, and even the king of the underworld. Why are you all here? Seeing the arrivals, Wang Beihai felt both excitement and confusion. We don't know either. We were exploring the Dark Abyss Forest in the spiritual realm when we were brought here, Jin Wuchen said with displeasure, while the king of the underworld's face was as dark as night. The worst has happened. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Chapter 634, the grand finale. Who is that guy? Seeing the expression on the face of the king of the underworld, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He is the strategist of the demon clan. I never expected that after our joint assault back then, he still managed to survive. The king of the underworld looked angrily at Yoshimura Ronin on the platform, his eyes burning with rage. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart was completely stirred. At that moment, Yoshimura Ronin on the platform burst into laughter. Back then, I abandoned everything and transformed into the lowly form of a human, lying low for so many years, all for the day when I could guide our demon emperor into this filthy world and purge all of you useless trash. Now, the time has come. With that, Yoshimura Ronin's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he slammed his cane down hard on the ground. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt his body bound by a powerful force. Yoshimura Ronin sneered at Wang Beihai. Do you think it was just a coincidence that you were spared back then? Everything that happened was inevitable. As the reincarnation of the king, your blood is the best offering to the demon emperor. As he spoke, Yoshimura Ronin waved his hand, and Wang Beihai's body was swiftly propelled towards the platform. Wang Beihai was shocked. The strength was so powerful that no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Hey, old man, take this. Just then, a giant staff tore through the clouds in the sky and came crashing down towards Yoshimura Ronin. Yoshimura Ronin narrowed his eyes and with a swift motion of his cane, blocked the formidable attack, causing dust to rise around them. Wang Beihai felt the restraints loosen and, without hesitation, promptly retreated backwards. He kept retreating until he was next to the king of the underworld and the others, his heart still pounding as he looked at the distant dust. "Hey, Beihai, you okay?" At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai immediately looked gratefully at the monkey. "I'm fine. Today, I want to see what tricks this old man has up his sleeve." The monkey roared, shrinking the heaven-supporting pillar back to its normal size, then looked up at the dust. Soon, a roar came from the dust, and then Yoshimura Ronin appeared on the platform, his face filled with anger. "You damn monkey, you're still alive after all these years," Yoshimura Ronin said viciously, then waved his hand, and tens of thousands of skeletons rushed towards them. Then, he turned his back on the crowd and began to chant. As time passed, 3 places in the underworld, the spirit realm, and the human realm emitted a glow. With the gathering of the light, the terrifying aura in the sky grew closer. "We must stop him quickly. Although I don't know what he's planning, we definitely can't let him succeed." Seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, Wang Beihai felt a strong sense of unease. He shouted, and then looked at the surrounding people. After exchanging glances, they all nodded. Then, the monkey roared, and the heaven-supporting pillar in his hand instantly grew to an enormous size. The monkey's body also began to change, and soon, he transformed into a giant ape as tall as a mountain, holding the heaven-supporting pillar with both hands and sweeping it violently. In an instant, half of the skeleton army was wiped out. At the same time the monkey attacked, the king of the underworld transformed into a giant judge, and with his giant brush in hand, he sent a stream of laws towards Yoshimura Ronin. Unfortunately, before they reached Yoshimura, they were blocked by the skeletons. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's mind raced, and he waved his hand, releasing the space within his body. In an instant, countless ferocious beasts flew out, and with their appearance, Yoshimura Ronin's undead army began to retreat. Soon, only a small portion remained. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his foot hard, creating a black hole in front of him. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai charged into the black hole. In the next second, Wang Beihai appeared above Yoshimura Ronin. At this moment, Wang Beihai's body was shining with golden light. In one hand, he held the dragon abyss, and in the other, the crimson heaven. Both swords emitted a sharp sword aura. Then, Wang Beihai swung hard, and in an instant, 2 solid sword beams slashed towards Yoshimura Ronin. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around seemed to come to a standstill. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, staring intently at Yoshimura. This strike, he had mustered all the strength in his body, infusing it into the swords. In the expectant gaze, the 2 sword beams mercilessly struck Yoshimura's body, instantly slicing him in 2. However, at the last moment, a blood sphere flew out from his body and shot into the sky. "Haha, my mission is complete. Wang Beihai, you may have killed me, but you still can't stop our grand plan. Our demon emperor will eventually reign supreme over your lowly races." The sky echoed with Yoshimura's mocking laughter, and then his body turned to dust and scattered. Wang Beihai looked at the dissipating Yoshimura and felt no great joy. He looked up at the sky, a stronger sense of unease surging in his heart. Indeed, as the bloodlight disappeared, the barrier in the sky seemed to shatter, and then the underworld, the spirit realm, and the human realm were completely connected. Accompanied by a mournful cry, a complete time-space gate appeared at the junction of the 3 realms. Through this time-space gate, Wang Beihai clearly felt the extremely dark and evil aura. Is it about to come? Wang Beihai frowned, and golden light immediately radiated from his brow. Following his thoughts, time-space gates appeared in front of him, and behind them, warriors emerged one after another. The imperial family of Jingdu, the Imo family of Jiangbei, the Treasure Pavilion, the Shaolin Temple, the Wulong village came to assist. With people of various shapes and forms emerging from the portals, warriors from all directions finally gathered together. They all looked at Wang Beihai, their faces showing no fear in the face of the demon clan. However, this was not the end. In the spirit realm, represented by the Green Mountain sect, and in the underworld, represented by the underworld court, many heroes gathered here. Wang Beihai looked at these familiar faces, his eyes filled with emotion. At that moment, a mournful sound came from the sky again, and then a human-sized demon flew out from the rift. Before it could gloat, Wang Beihai punched it, causing it to explode. However, before the crowd could cheer, a large number of huge demons instantly flew out. Seeing the danger, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and everyone immediately charged towards the demons. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted on the ground. As time passed, more and more humans were injured, while the number of demons did not decrease but increased. Moreover, from the rift, a large number of general-level demons appeared. Warriors below the Saint Realm were no match for them. Damn it, there are too many of them. Wang Beihai looked at the tragic scene before him and clenched his fists. He threw a punch forward, and the demons in front instantly exploded. A rock soars with the wind for a day, ascending to the heavens for 90,000 miles. At that moment, a cheerful voice came from the sky, followed by a figure in white. With a phoenix cry and a flash of sword light, countless demons turned to dust. Benefactor! Jian Wuchen looked at the slender figure in the sky with excitement in his eyes. But Wang Beihai saw the figure beside Li Bai and was immediately moved to tears. That person was Ling Ruoying, and it was clear that she had already reached the level of reconstructing her flesh. However, in their joy, there was no time for sentimentality. At that moment, the demon army surged out of the rift like a flood. However, in front of the now immortal Li Bai, these demons were like ants, and before they could wreak havoc, they fell under Li Bai's sword aura. Haha, Li Bai, you're awesome. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, the monkey and the king of the underworld also unleashed their true abilities, slaughtering the demons in a frenzy. For a moment, the morale of the crowd soared. Wang Beihai's thoughts stirred, and he slightly closed his eyes. A green light emanated from his body, and wherever the light touched, everyone felt a warm sensation, and their fatigue and injuries began to rapidly disappear. What a strong vitality! Feeling the miraculous power, everyone's faces lit up with joy. For a moment, the demons were fiercely suppressed within the rift. Even the generals among the demons were held at bay by the monkey and a few others. Are these really the demons? It doesn't seem that difficult. Watching the situation improve, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. The sense of unease in his heart not only didn't dissipate but grew stronger. What's going on? These demons seem to have much weaker energy this time. Soon, the monkey arrived by Wang Beihai's side, laughing heartily. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately sensed something was amiss. No, something's not right. As he spoke, Wang Beihai looked up at the rift in the sky, his eyes flickering with purple light. Through the demons, he sensed a concealed yet powerful aura. Just a trace of it was enough to make him tremble. This is bad. These bastards are indeed brewing something terrifying. Wang Beihai's face darkened as he shouted, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. Something terrifying is behind that rift." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. These scoundrels, when did they become so cunning? The monkey grinned. At that moment, Li Bai also arrived by Wang Beihai's side, with Ling Ruoying following close behind. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, Ling Ruoying's eyes sparkled. Before she could approach, Wang Beihai strode forward and hugged her tightly. Ahem, now is not the time for romance. Li Bai watched, clearing his throat lightly. Just then, a shrill roar came from behind the rift, and a massive claw appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the claw, everyone was stunned. The claw was like a small mountain, and just one claw was enough to awe everyone present. Haha, it's here. This guy is far more powerful than any demon I've ever seen. Could he be the legendary emperor-level demon? The monkey looked at the giant claw in the sky, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, Wang Beihai felt no excitement. The energy was suffocating. Beihai, stay here. Let your grandpa handle this. At that moment, the monkey roared, leaped forward with the heaven-supporting pillar in hand. Looking up, a red light streaked across the sky, turning all demons it touched into dust. Soon, the monkey reached the edge of the rift. The monkey, now as large as a mountain, looked tiny before the massive claw. Damn thing! Break for your grandpa! The monkey shouted, and the heaven-supporting pillar instantly enlarged and smashed down. At the same time, a giant brush appeared in the sky. The monkey turned to see the king of the underworld following close behind. Waving his hand, a golden light shot out from the brush, heading straight for the rift. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth shook violently. Then, Li Bai transformed into a white phoenix and charged towards the rift, slashing with his sword. Instantly, a red lotus bloomed in the sky, and the sky was torn apart by the trio's terrifying energy. This should be the end, right? The monkey panted heavily, excitedly looking into the rift. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared in the rift, emitting a brilliant light. The monkey and the others immediately let out a cry of pain and fell from the sky. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Wang Beihai's face was grim. Just a glance was enough to make him tremble. This is the aura of destruction. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Facing that terrifying aura, he felt an indescribable sense of helplessness for the first time. Looking at the monkey and the others lying on the ground, Wang Beihai frowned. Just as he hesitated, the giant claw extended from the rift and waved, instantly creating a fierce tornado. Everything in its path was destroyed, and even those with insufficient cultivation were blown away by the wind. In an instant, the earth was in ruins, with many warriors and beasts injured or dead, their cries filling the entire space. However, the giant claw gave no time for people to react. The next second, another giant claw broke through the sky, tearing it apart. A colossal figure stepped out from the void. Seeing that immense body, despair filled the hearts of those on the ground. In an instant, the entire world was plunged into darkness. People looked at the enormous figure, their eyes filled with despair and fear. A fear that came from the soul, a trembling from within. We can't win. Looking at the giant demon, Wang Beihai's mind kept circling this thought. Then, glancing at the scorched earth and the people in agony, he forced his trembling body to stop. Damn it! This is our world. How dare you, such a vile creature, come here to wreak havoc. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and shouted, his body then emitting a strong golden light. His aura rose with the light. At that moment, a white light shot over from a distance, landing on Wang Beihai. Turning his head, he saw that it was Master Yuan Yi, transferring his power to him. And us. With a shout, countless colorful lights lit up on the ground, rushing into Wang Beihai's body. His aura rapidly increased. It's up to you. Feeling the power within him, Wang Beihai slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, an axe was already in his hand. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes fixed, and he flew directly towards the giant demon with the axe in hand. Vajra body, Mavarakana form, primordial art, sky-shattering sword, break for me. Approaching, Wang Beihai shouted, and the axe slashed down fiercely. Instantly, a huge light cut across the sky, splitting the sky in two. The light hit the demon, who let out a shrill scream, and with an explosion, one of its arms was severed. However, Wang Beihai's ultimate attack, gathering the power of all, only achieved this result. The demon, enraged, emitted another brilliant light from its eyes. Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his head and fell from the sky. Roar! The demon roared, its entire body emerging from the rift. Its hundreds of meters tall body, with a demonic form, left everyone in awe. Wang Beihai, enduring the pain, looked at the demon and realized that the arm he had severed earlier had 8 more. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's lips curved into a helpless smile. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and looked at the towering demon, his eyes filled with determination. Space law, time-space gate, maximize, open. Wang Beihai's eyes turned red as he shouted, and a massive black hole instantly appeared above the demon. The moment the black hole appeared, Wang Beihai spat out a mouthful of blood. It's still not big enough. Seeing the demon's immense body, Wang Beihai spat out more blood, pushing hard, and the black hole expanded again. Trembling, he pressed down hard with both hands, and the black hole instantly enveloped the demon. By then, Wang Beihai was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Damn monster, die. Wang Beihai's eyes turned red, a bloodline trickling down from the corner of his eye. His body began to tremble as he exerted more strength. The black hole in the sky rapidly closed, and soon, space tore a large gash in the demon's body. However, just as everyone placed all their hope on Wang Beihai's desperate attack, a roar came from within the black hole. Then, a massive claw reached out from the black hole, gripping the edge and tearing the black hole into fragments. Wang Beihai felt darkness envelop his vision, and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. His lifeless eyes stared at the colossal creature before him, feeling despair for the first time. Is there really no way? Wang Beihai looked up at the sky, where the evil monster, hundreds of meters above, opened its mouth. Within, a black light rapidly gathered. Wang Beihai's eyes widened slightly, sensing a thick death aura from the black sphere. No, I can't let this light manifest. Wang Beihai struggled to stand, but it was too late. The massive demon let out a roar, and the light sphere shot up into the sky. With a loud boom, the world's sky instantly darkened, and people across the globe looked up. No. Wang Beihai gazed at the sky in despair. The next second, massive black lightning poured down, shattering the world into fragments. No, impossible. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Wang Beihai roared, charging towards the lightning, only for his body to shatter instantly. Then, a burst of white light flashed, and upon opening his eyes again, he saw endless chaos. Has my world really been destroyed? Wang Beihai looked around at the gray surroundings, his eyes hollow. You still have a chance. In the moment of despair, a voice suddenly spoke. Looking up, he saw the true God who had been guiding him. True God, I was wrong. I beg you, restore my world to its original state. I am willing to pay any price. Wang Beihai knelt before the true God, pleading repeatedly. I gave you a chance. The true God glanced coldly at Wang Beihai, then waved his hand, summoning an axe before him. This creation axe is a spiritual artifact born from heaven and earth. Whoever holds it is Panga. The true God said, giving a profound smile before disappearing. Whoever holds it is Pangu. Wang Beihai looked at the axe in shock, staring blankly for a long time until his beard dragged on the ground. His dull eyes finally shone with a glimmer of light. Then, with a loud shout, the axe in his hand emitted a blinding light. Wang Beihai's body suddenly grew, tearing open the chaos. With another shout, he swung the axe down fiercely, and instantly, the world began. Chaos ceased. Looking at the newly created world, Wang Beihai's eyes showed a hint of relief, and he laughed heartily. I sacrificed myself to create this world, to eradicate evil and save all beings. The next moment, weariness overtook him, and Wang Beihai slowly fell to the ground. His body emitted a soft light, and a small world appeared in the newly created space. The small world rapidly expanded, and Wang Beihai's body completely transformed into a green light, merging with the world. The true God watched indifferently, disappointed, and shook his head. With a wave, a spirit resembling Wang Beihai appeared in his hand. He then waved his hand, sending the spirit back into the world. Time flew, and years passed. Millions of years later, in Longquan County's Wulong village, a broken mountain village even thieves despised, a fool suddenly gained wisdom. His skills were extraordinary, especially his marvelous medical arts, attracting countless big shots seeking medicine. The fool was named Wang Beihai, now a renowned divine physician in China. For unknown reasons, despite his talents, he chose to hide in the mountains. Often people said he was a celestial being, but whenever he heard this, Wang Beihai only smiled faintly, then looked at the sky, a hint of purple light flashing in his eyes. The end.